subtle textures and patterns or colored in various tones, but it was not nearly as desirable. The barely serviceable one might be used for roots just dug from the ground, but once the roots were cleaned or dried, a more beautiful basket might be preferred to store them. Expedient tools and objects that served an immediate need were often made and then discarded, while one that was beautiful and well made was usually kept. It wasn't only handicrafts that were valued. Entertainment was considered essential. Long, cold winters often kept people confined to their dwellings within the shelter for long periods of time, and they needed ways to alleviate the pressures of close quarters. Dancing and singing were enjoyed both as individual efforts and as community participation, and those who could play a flute well were as highly valued as those who made spears or baskets. Ayla had already learned that storytellers were especially esteemed. Even the clan had storytellers, Ayla recalled. They had particularly enjoyed the retelling of stories they knew. The others also liked hearing the stories retold, but they liked novelty too. Riddles and word games were enthusiastically played by young and old alike. Visitors were welcomed, if only because they usually brought new stories. They were urged to tell about their lives and adventures, whether or not they had dramatic narration skills, because it added a measure of interest and gave people something to discuss for long hours as they sat around winter fires. Although almost anyone could weave an interesting tale, those who showed a real talent for it were urged, coaxed, and cajoled to pay visits to neighboring caves, which was the impetus that gave rise to the traveling storytellers. Some of them spent their lives, or at least several years, traveling from cave to cave, carrying news, bringing messages, and telling stories. No one was more welcomed. Most people could be quickly identified by the designs on their clothing and the necklaces and other jewelry they wore. But over time, the storytellers had adopted a distinctive style of clothing and design that announced their profession. Even young children knew when they arrived, and almost all other activities stopped when one or more of the traveling entertainers made an appearance. Even planned hunting trips were often canceled. It would be a time for spontaneous feasts, and although many could, no storyteller ever had to hunt or forage to survive. They were always given gifts as an encouragement to return, and when they grew too old or tired of traveling, they could settle down with any cave they chose. Sometimes several storytellers traveled together, often with their families. Particularly talented groups might include singing and dancing or the playing of instruments, various kinds of percussions, rattles, rasps, flutes, and occasionally tightened strings that were struck or plucked. A local cave's musicians, singers, dancers, and those who had stories to tell and liked to tell them often participated as well. Stories were often dramatized as well as narrated, but no matter how it was expressed, the story and the teller were always the focal point. Stories could be anything: myths, legends, histories, personal adventures, or descriptions of far-off or imaginary places, people, or animals. A part of every storyteller's repertoire, because it was always in demand, were the personal happenings of neighboring caves, gossip, whether funny, serious, sad, real, or invented. Everything and anything was fair game, as long as it was well told. The traveling storytellers also carried private messages from a person to a friend or relative, from a leader to a leader, from one Zelandani to another, although such private communication could be very sensitive. A storyteller had to prove very trustworthy before being entrusted with particularly confidential or esoteric messages between leaders or the Zelandanya, and not all were. Beyond the crest, which was a high point of the area for some distance around, the land dropped down, then leveled out. Ayla climbed over the top ridge and started down, traversing at an angle along a faint trail that had been recently cleared through the hillside of dense brambles and a few scraggly pines. She veered away from the path at the bottom of the hill, where the sloping canebrake of berry vines gave way to sparse grass. At an ancient dry stream bed, whose tightly packed stones gave little space to establish new growth, she turned and followed it uphill. Wolf seemed especially curious. It was new territory to him, too, and he was diverted by every pile and pocket of earth that offered his nose a new smell. They started up the rocky riverbed that had cut through the limestone in the days when water rushed along it. Then he bounded ahead and disappeared behind a hill of rubble. Ayla expected him to reappear any moment, but after what seemed to be an unusually long time, she became concerned. She stood near the mound of rocks, looked all around, and finally whistled the sharp, distinctive tones that she had specifically developed to call the wolf. Then she waited. It was some time before she saw the overgrown brambles behind the mound moving and heard him scrabbling out from under the thorny briar. "Where have you been, Wolf?" she said, as she bent down to look into his eyes. "What is under all these berry vines that it took you so long to get here?" She decided to try to find out, and took off her pack to get out the small axe Jondalar had made for her. She found it at the bottom of the pack. It was not the most effective tool for hacking through the long woody stems full of thorns, but she managed to create an opening that allowed her to see not the ground as she had expected, but a dark, empty space. Now she was curious. She worked at the vines some more and enlarged the opening enough for her to force her way through it with only a few scratches. The ground sloped down into what was obviously a cave with a comfortably wide entrance. With daylight coming through the hole she had made, she continued down, using the counting words to name her steps. When she reached 31, she noticed that the slope leveled out and the corridor had widened. Faint daylight still filtered into the cave from the entrance, and with eyes adjusted to the near darkness, she saw that she had entered a much larger area. She looked around, then made a decision and headed back outside. "I wonder how many people know about this cave, Wolf?" She used her axe to widen the opening a little more, then went out and scanned the area. A short distance away, but surrounded by prickly briars, was a pine tree with needles that were brown. It appeared to be dead. With a small stone axe, she hacked her way through the tough woody vines a short distance, then tested a low branch to see if it was brittle enough to break. Though she'd had to hang on it with all her weight, she finally managed to snap off a section of a branch. Her hand felt sticky, and she smiled when she looked at the branch and saw some dark blobs of pitch. The pitchy branch would make a good enough torch without additional materials, once she got it lit. She collected some dry twigs and bark from the dead pine, then walked to the middle of the rocky, dry stream bed. She got her fire kit out of her backpack and, using the crushed bark and twigs as tinder and her firestone and a striking flint, she soon had a little fire started. From it she lit the pine branch torch. Wolf watched her, and when he saw her heading back toward the cave, he raced ahead over the pile of rocks and wriggled his way in as he had the first time, under the hole Ayla had cut through the tangle of blackberry vines. Long before, when the dry bed was the river that had created the cave, the roof had extended farther out, but it had since collapsed, creating the pile of rubble that was in front of the present opening in the side of the hill. She climbed the rocky mound and eased through the opening she had made. With the light from the flickering torch, she proceeded down the rather slick ramp of moist, sandy clay soil, again naming her steps with the counting words. This time it took only 28 steps before the ground leveled out. With the torch to show the way, her stride was longer. The wide entry gallery opened onto a large, roundish, U-shaped room. She held the torch high, looked up, and caught her breath. The walls, glinting with crystallized calcite, were nearly white, a pure, clean, resplendent surface. As she moved slowly into the cave, the light from the flickering torch sent animated shadows of the natural relief chasing each other over the walls, as though they were alive and breathing. She walked closer to the white walls, which started a little below her chin, about 5 feet up from ground level, with a rounded ledge of brownish stone, and extended up in a curve that arced inward to the roof. She would not have thought of it before her visit to the deep cave of Fountain Rocks, but she could imagine what an artist like Jondalar might do in a cave like this. Ayla walked around the room next to the wall very carefully. The floor was muddy and uneven and slippery. At the bottom of the U, where it curved around, there was a narrow entrance to another gallery. She held the torch up and looked inside. The upper walls were white and curved, but the lower area was a narrow, twisting corridor, and she decided not to enter. She continued around, and to the right of the entrance to the gallery at the back there was another passageway, but she only looked inside. She had already decided that she would have to tell Jondalar and some others and bring them back to this cave. Ayla had seen many caves, most filled with beautiful stone icicles suspended from ceilings, or stalactite draperies hanging down the walls, and corresponding deposits of stalagmites growing to meet them from the floors. But she had never seen a cave like this. Although it was a limestone cave, a layer of impermeable marl had formed that blocked the calcium carbonate-saturated drops of water and kept them from seeping through to form stalactites and stalagmites. Instead, the walls were covered with calcite crystals, which grow very little, leaving large panels of white covering the bumps and dips of the natural relief of the stone. It was a rare and beautiful place, the most beautiful cave she had ever seen. She noticed the light of her torch dimming. It was building up an accumulation of charcoal near the end, stifling the flame. In most caves, she would have simply knocked it against any wall to dislodge the burned wood and refresh the fire, but that usually left a black mark. In this place, she felt constrained to be careful. She couldn't just knock off the charcoal and mar the unblemished white walls. She chose a place in the darker stone area lower down. Some of the charcoal dropped on the ground when she rapped the torch against the stone, and she had a momentary urge to clean it up. There was a sacred quality to this place. It felt spiritual, otherworldly, and she didn't want to desecrate it in any way. Then she shook her head. "It's only a cave," she thought, "even if it is special. A little charcoal on the ground won't hurt it." Besides, she noticed that the wolf didn't hesitate to mark the place. He had lifted his leg every few feet, proclaiming with his scent that this was his territory. But his scent marks didn't reach the white walls. Ayla walked back to the camp of the 9th cave as quickly as she could, excited to tell people about the cave. It was only when she arrived and noticed several people were hauling away dirt from a pit oven that had just been dug, and several others were preparing food to go into it, that she remembered that she had invited some people over the following morning. She had planned to forage for food to cook, to find an animal to hunt, or some edible plant food, and in her excitement over the cave she had forgotten all about it. She noticed that Marthona, Folara, and Proliva had taken out an entire haunch of a bison from the cold storage pit. The first day they arrived, most of the 9th cave had worked to dig the large pit all the way down to the level of the permafrost to preserve the part of the meat, which they had hunted before they left, that had not been dried. The land of the Zelendanyi was close enough to the northern glacier for permafrost conditions to prevail, but that did not mean the ground was permanently frozen year-round. In winter the soil became as hard as ice, frozen solid all the way to the surface, but in summer a layer on top thawed to varying depths from a few inches to several feet, depending on the surface cover and the amount of sun or shade it received. Storing meat in a hole that was dug down to the frost kept it fresh longer, though most people didn't mind if meat aged a little, and some people preferred the flavor of meat that was quite high. "Marthona, I'm sorry," Ayla said when she reached the main hearth. I went to find more food for tomorrow's morning meal, but I found a cave nearby and forgot all about it. It's the most beautiful cave I've ever seen, and I wanted to show it to you and everyone." "I never heard of any caves nearby," Valara said. "Certainly not any beautiful ones. How far is it?" "It's just on the other side of that slope at the back of the main camp." "That's where we go to gather blackberries in late summer," Proliva said. "There's no cave there." Several other people had heard Ayla and had gathered around, Joharan and Jondalar among them.
"She's right," Joharan said. "I never heard of a cave there."
"It was hidden by the canebrake and the big pile of rubble in front of it," Ayla said. "Wolf actually found it. He was sniffing around under the brambles and disappeared. When I whistled for him, it took him a long time to get back, so I wondered where he went. I hacked my way through and found the cave."
"It can't be very big, can it?"
Jondalar asked. "It's inside that hill, and it's a big cave, Jondalar, and very unusual."
"Can you show us?"
he said. "Of course, that's what I came here to do. But now I think I should help prepare the food for the meal tomorrow morning," Ayla said. "We've just lit the fire in the pit oven," Proliva said, "and piled a lot of wood in it. It'll take a while for it to burn down and heat the rocks that line it. We were just going to put the food up on the high rack until we were ready for it, so there's no reason we can't go now. I invite people here to share a meal, and everyone else has done all the work. I should at least have helped dig the roasting pit," Ayla said, feeling embarrassed. It seemed to her that she had shirked the hard work. "Don't worry about it, Ayla. We were going to dig one anyway," Proliva said, "and a lot of people were still here. Most of them have gone to the main camp now, but it's always easier when everybody does it together. This just gave us a reason."
"Let's go see your cave,"
Jondalar said.
"You know, if we all go there together, the whole camp will follow us," Willamar said. "We could all go up separately and meet at the spring," Rushamar said. He was one who had helped dig the roasting pit and was waiting for Solova to finish feeding Marsola before going to the main camp. Solova, who was nearby, smiled at him. Her mate was not one to say much, but when he did, it usually showed his intelligence, she thought. She looked around for Marsola, who was sitting on the ground nearby. She'd have to get the baby's carrying cloak if they were going to go hiking around, but it did sound exciting. "That's a good idea, Rushamar, but I think I have a better one," Jondalar said. "We can get to the back of that slope by going up our little creek and around the back. That scree slope behind the pond is not very far from there. I climbed to the top of it looking to see if there was any flint in that pile of rocks and got a good look at the lay of the land."
"That's perfect. Let's go," Valara said. "I would like to show the cave to Zelendani and Jonakol, too," Ayla said.
"And since this is their territory, I think it would be appropriate to ask Tormodin, the leader of the 19th cave, to join us," Marthona added. "You're right, of course, Mother. By all rights, they should explore it first," Joharan said. "But since they never found it in all the time they've lived here, I think we can make it a joint adventure. I'll go ask Tormodin to come with us." The leader smiled. "But I won't tell him why. I'll just tell him Ayla found something and wants to show it to us."
"Why don't I come with you, Joharan, and stop by the Zelendanya Lodge and ask Zelendani and Jonakol to join us?" Ayla said.
"How many want to go?" Joharan asked.
Everyone who was there indicated their interest, but since most of the 200 or so people who belonged to the 9th cave were in the main camp area, it wasn't as huge a crowd as it might have been. Using the counting words, he estimated about 25 people, and thought a group that size ought to be manageable, especially since they would be going another way.
"All right. I'll go with Ayla to the main camp. Jondalar, you take everyone else the back way, and we'll meet you on the downslope behind the spring."
"And take something to cut through those thorny stems, Jondalar, and some torches and your fire kit," Ayla said. "I only went into the first big room, but I noticed a couple of passageways leading off from it."
Zelendani and several of the Zelendanya, including some new acolytes,
were in the middle of preparing for the meeting with the women who were about to be mated. The one who was first was always busy at summer meetings. But when Ayla asked to speak to her privately, she sensed from the young woman's demeanor that it could be important. Ayla told her about the cave and mentioned that several people from the 9th cave were going to be meeting behind the spring as soon as they could get there to go see it. When the woman hesitated, Ayla insisted that Jondalar had to come, if no one else. That piqued the curiosity of the first, and she decided that perhaps she should go after all. "Zelandani of the 14th, will you take charge of this gathering?" the first Danyer said to the one who had always wanted to be first. "I have to attend to a 9th cave matter." "Of course," the older woman said. She was curious, they all were, about what could be so important that the first would leave in the middle of a significant meeting. But she was also pleased that she had been called upon to fill in for her. Perhaps the first was beginning to appreciate her. "Jondalar, come with me," Zelandani of the 9th said to her first acolyte. That created even more curiosity, but no one would dream of asking, not even Jondalar, though he was glad that he might find out. Joharan had a little trouble finding Tormodin, and then convincing him to drop everything and come, especially since the leader of the 9th wouldn't tell him what it was about. "Ayla found something that we think you should know about, since it's your territory," Joharan told him. "Several people from the 9th cave are already aware of it. They were there when she told me about it, but I think you should know before the whole summer meeting does. You know how fast word can get out." "You really think it's that important?" Tormodin said. "I wouldn't ask you if I didn't," Joharan said. Going to see the cave, Ayla found, had become a 9th cave adventure, and some people wanted to bring food or gathering baskets as well as torches and make an outing of it. Most of them felt lucky that they had still been at their camp when Ayla came and told them about it, and were, therefore, able to get a first look at a new cave, one that the interesting woman that Jondalar had brought home with him claimed was so beautiful. They assumed the beauty would be in the stalactitic formations, that it would be another cave like the one named Pretty Hollow that was near the 9th cave. It was some time later when they all finally met. Joharan and Tormodin were the last to arrive, but the ones who came first, the group from the 9th cave, waited behind the crest down the slope a ways. A crowd of people standing at the top of the ridge would have been noticed from the main camp, and they didn't want to be conspicuous. A little secrecy added to the excitement, but every so often someone would go up to the spring and, staying behind trees, check to see if Ayla and the 2 Zelandanya were coming, or Joharan and the 19th cave's leader. After short courtesy greetings were exchanged, Ayla had formally met Tormodin and the 19th cave soon after they arrived. She and Wolf started traversing down the trail through the hillside of blackberry vines full of ripening berries, leading the rest, with the wolf at her heel. She had signaled the animal to stay close, and he seemed to prefer it. With so many people, Wolf was feeling protective of her, and she didn't want the large carnivore to alarm anyone, although most of the 9th cave were getting quite used to him. They loved the reaction he caused in the rest of the people at the meeting, and the inevitable attention they received because of him. At the bottom, she turned toward the dry stream bed. When they arrived, they first saw the remains of her fire, but soon noticed the hole cut through the thick, woody, running vines. Rushamar, Solaban, and Tormodin immediately set to work enlarging the hole, while Jondalar quickly started a fire. They were all getting more curious about the cave, Jondalar in particular. Once they got a few torches lit, they all tromped toward the dark hole that had been cut through the greenery. Tormodin was very surprised. He could see it was a cave, but he'd had no idea it was there. They only used the back hillside when the berries were ripe. It was a huge wild berry patch that covered the entire hill and had been there as long as anyone knew. Just picking from the path, which was renewed every year, and from around the edges, provided more fruit than all of them could pick, even during a summer meeting. No one had bothered to hack their way in very far, or to cut through and find a cave.
"What made you decide to cut through the brambles here, Ayla?" Tormodden asked, as they started into the dark hole.
"Wolf did," she said, looking down at him. "He is the one who found it. I was out looking for something for a morning meal tomorrow, perhaps a hare or a grouse. Wolf often helps me hunt. He has a good nose. He disappeared behind this pile of rubble and under the vines, and was a long time coming out. I wondered what was there. I cut through and discovered it was a cave, then came out and lit a torch and went back in."
"I thought there had to be a reason,"
he said, aware of both her unusual way of speaking and her. She was a beautiful woman, especially when she smiled. With Ayla and the wolf in the lead and Tormodden behind her, each holding a torch, they started into the opening one at a time. Zelandani and Jondalar were behind him, followed by Joharan, Marthona, and Jondalar. Ayla realized that the people had intuitively ranked themselves in the order that they used for very special or formal occasions, like a funeral, except that she had ended up in front, which made her a bit uneasy. She didn't think she deserved to be first in such a line. She waited until everyone was in the cave. The last one in was Lenoga carrying Lorela, daughters of Larimar's mate, Tremida, the family that was always last. She smiled at them and received a shy smile in return from Lenoga. Ayla was glad she had decided to come. Lorela was getting the rounded look that a baby of her age should have, and becoming more of a handful for her surrogate mother, but Lenoga seemed very pleased about it. She had taken to sitting with the young mothers of the cave and hearing them brag about their babies, had begun to talk a little about Lorela's accomplishments. "The floor is slippery, so be careful," Ayla said as she started out leading the group underground. With several torches, it was easier to see that the entrance gallery widened as the floor sloped down. She became aware of the cool dampness of the cave, the earthy smell of wet clay, a muffled sound of dripping water, and the breathing of the people behind her, but no one really spoke. The cave seemed to inspire silence, an expectant hush, even from the babies. When she felt the floor level out, she slowed and lowered her torch. The others did the same, watching their feet and where they were going. When all of them had reached the level area, Ayla lifted her torch and held it high. As the rest of them did the same, first there were involuntary sounds of surprise, oohs and ahs, and then stunned silence, as the people were truly overcome by the glorious white walls of crystallized calcite molded to the shape of the rock, shimmeringly alive in the torchlight. The beauty of the cave had nothing to do with stalactites. The cave had almost none, but the cave was beautiful, and more, it was filled with a powerful aura that was magical, supernatural, and spiritual. "Oh, great Earth Mother," said the Zelandani who was first, "this is her sanctuary. This is her womb." Then she began to sing in her own gloriously rich and vibrant voice. "Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the Mother Sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The Mother was lonely. She was the only." The walls resonated with her voice, creating a feeling of accompaniment. Then someone started playing a flute and actually did accompany her. Ayla looked to see who it was. A young man who was a stranger was making the music. Though he looked vaguely familiar, she knew he was not from the 9th cave. From his clothing, she recognized that he was 3rd cave, and then she knew why he seemed to be someone she knew. He resembled the leader of the 3rd cave, Manvalar. She tried to recall if she had met him, and the name Morazan came to mind. He was standing beside Ramila, the plump, attractive, brown-haired young woman who was one of Folara's friends. He must have been visiting their camp and came along with them. The people had joined in singing the Mother's song, and they had reached a part that seemed especially profound.
When she was ready, her waters of birth brought back the green life to the cold, barren earth, and the tears of her loss abundantly spilled, made dewdrops that sparkled, and rainbows that thrilled. Birth waters brought green, but her tears could be seen. With a thunderous roar, her stones split asunder, and from the great cave that opened deep under, she birthed once again from her cavernous room, and brought forth the children of earth from her womb. From the mother forlorn, more children were born. Each child was different. Some were large and some small. Some could walk and some fly, some could swim and some crawl. But each form was perfect, each spirit complete. Each one was a model whose shape could repeat. The mother was willing, the green earth was filling. Suddenly Ayla perceived a feeling that she'd had before, but not for a long time. A sense of foreboding came over her. Ever since the clan gathering, where Kreb had learned in some inexplicable way that she was different, she had sometimes felt this peculiar fear, this strange disorientation, as though he had changed her. She felt a tingling, a prickling, a goosebump-raising nausea and weakness, and she shivered as her memory of a darkness deeper than any cave became real. In the back of her throat she tasted the dark, cool loam and growing fungus of ancient, primeval forests. An angry roar shattered the silence, and the watching people jumped back with fear. The huge cave bear pushed at the gate to the cage and sent it crashing to the ground. The maddened bear was loose. Broud was standing on his shoulders. 2 other men were clinging to his fur. Suddenly one was in the monstrous animal's grip, but his agonized scream was cut short when a powerful bear hug snapped his spine. The Mogurs picked up the body and with solemn dignity carried it into a cave. Kreb, in his bearskin cloak, hobbled in the lead. Ayla stared at a white liquid sloshing in a cracked wooden bowl. She felt an anxious worry. She had done something wrong. There wasn't supposed to be any liquid left in the bowl. She held it to her lips and drained it. Her perspective changed. A white light was inside her, and she seemed to be growing larger and looking down from high above at stars, blazing a path. The stars changed to small flickering lights leading through a long, endless cave. Then a red light at the end grew large, filling her vision, and with a sinking, sickening feeling, she saw the Mogurs sitting in a circle, half hidden by stalagmite pillars. She was sinking deeper into a black abyss, petrified with fear. Suddenly Kreb was there with the flowing light inside her, helping her, supporting her, easing her fears. He guided her on a strange trip back to their mutual beginnings, through salt water and painful gulps of air, loamy earth and high trees. Then they were on the ground, walking upright on 2 legs, walking a great distance, going west toward a great salty sea. They came to a steep wall that faced a river and a flat plain, with a deep recess under a large overhanging section. It was the cave of an ancient ancestor of his. But as they approached the cave, Kreb began fading, leaving her. The scene grew hazy. Kreb was fading faster, was nearly gone. She scanned the landscape, searching desperately for him. Then she saw him at the top of the cliff, above his ancestor's cave, near a large boulder, a long, slightly flattened column of rock that tilted over the edge, as though frozen in place as it was about to fall. She called out, but he had faded into the rock. Ayla felt desolate. Kreb was gone, and she was alone. Then Jondalar appeared in his place. She sensed herself moving with great speed over strange worlds and felt the terror of the black void again, but it was different this time. She was sharing it with Mahmut, and the terror overcame both of them. Then, faintly, from far away, she heard Jondalar's voice, full of agonized fear and love, calling to her, pulling her back, and Mahmut as well.
By the sheer strength of his love and his need, in an instant she was back, feeling chilled to the bone.
"Ayla, are you all right?"
Zelandani said.
"You're shivering."
Chapter 27. I'm fine, Ayla said. It's just cool in here. I should have brought something warmer. Wolf, who had been exploring the new cave, had appeared at her side and was pushing against her leg. She reached down and felt his head, then kneeled down and hugged him.
"It's cool, and you are pregnant. You feel things more,"
Zelandani said, but she knew there was more to it than Ayla was saying.
"You know about the meeting tomorrow, don't you?"
Yes, Marthona told me. She will be coming with me since I have no mother of my own to come, Ayla said.
"Do you want her to come?"
Oh, yes. I was grateful that she offered. I didn't want to be the only woman there without a mother. At least, someone who is like a mother, Ayla said.
The first nodded. "Good."
People were getting over their first feelings of awe at the new cave and were beginning to move around in it. Ayla saw Jondalar walking the length of the large room with purposeful strides and smiled. She knew that he used his body to measure. She had seen him do it before. The width of his clenched fist was one measurement, the length of his hand another. He used his open arms to gauge spaces, and he often paced off distances by naming his steps with the counting words. That was why she had started doing it. He looked into the gallery at the back, holding his torch high, but didn't enter. A cluster of people were watching him. Tormodin, the leader of the 19th cave, was talking to Morazan, the young man from the 3rd cave. They were the only two people who were not from the 9th cave. Willamar, Marthona, and Folara were standing next to Proliva and Joharan and his two closest advisers and their mates. Dark-haired Soliban and his pale blonde mate Ramara were talking to Rushamar and Salova, who was holding little Marsola on her hip. Ayla noticed that neither Proliva's son Geradal nor Ramara's son Robinan was with them, and guessed that the two boys who played together had gone off to do something at the main camp. Jondalar was smiling at Ayla as she walked toward them with Zelandani and the wolf. Jondalar came back and joined them.
"I would guess this room is the height of 3 tall men to the ceiling," he said, "and about the same or a little more across, about 6 of my strides. Probably the length is something short of 3 times that much, around 16 steps, but I have a long stride. The darker stone of the lower part of the walls comes to about here." He held his hand about mid-chest height. "That's about 5 of my feet, one after another." Jondalar had judged the distances fairly well. He was 6 feet 6 inches tall, and the white walls, which began at the middle of his chest, were around 5 feet up and went all the way to the 19-foot ceiling. The room was about 22 feet across and 55 feet in length, with some water pooled in the middle. The space was not large enough to hold everyone at the summer meeting, but more than enough to hold an entire cave, except perhaps the 9th, and certainly big enough for the entire Zelandanya. Jondalar walked to the middle of the room and stared up at the walls and ceiling with an entranced grin. He was in his element, lost in his imagination. He knew that these beautiful white walls hid something spectacular that wanted to come out. He wasn't in a hurry. Whatever was done with them had to be exactly right. He was beginning to get some ideas, but he needed to consult with the first, to meditate with the Zelandanya, to reach inside those spaces and find the imprint of the other world that the mother had left there. She had to tell him what was there. "Should we explore those 2 passageways now, or come back later, Tormodin?"
Joharan asked. He wanted to go farther now, but felt that he should defer to the leader within whose territory the cave was.
"I'm sure some people of the 19th cave would like to see this cave and explore it deeper. Our Zelandani probably can't do anything very strenuous, but I'm sure her first acolyte would like to be involved. His kinship line has a wolf sign, and since it was a wolf that found this cave, he will be very interested," Tormodin said. "Yes, the wolf found it, but if Ayla hadn't been curious enough to see where he had been, we still wouldn't know it was here," Joharan said.
"I'm sure he'd be interested in any case," Zelendani said. "We all are, and all the Zelendani will be. This is a rare and sacred cave. The other world is very close here. I'm sure we all feel it. The 19th cave is very fortunate that it is so close to them, but I suspect that means you will be hosting more of the Zelendanya, and others, of course, who will want to make a pilgrimage to this spiritual place," the first said. She was making it clear that no one cave could lay claim to such a special find, even if it was within their understood territory. This place belonged to all of Earth's children. The 19th cave of the Zelendanyi only held it in trust for the rest. "I think that a closer look is necessary, but there is no hurry," Jondalar said. "Now that we know it is here, it won't go away. No one knows how much is here or how deep this cave is. Any explorations should be carefully planned, or we could wait until someone is called to it." Zelendani nodded slightly to herself. She understood more than he did himself that her first acolyte, who had wanted only to be an artist and didn't care if he ever became Zelendani, had found a reason to make the commitment. He wanted this cave. It claimed him. He wanted to know it, to explore it, to be called to it, and especially to paint it. He would find a way to move to the 19th cave so he could be closer to it. Not that he would actually plan it, but he would work toward it, because all his thoughts and dreams from now on would be of this cave. Then another thought came to her mind. Ayla knew it. From the moment she saw it, she knew this cave belonged to Jondalar. That's why she insisted that he had to see it, even if I didn't. She knew it would be more important for him than anyone else. She is Zelendani, whether she knows it or not, even whether she wants it or not. The old Mammut knew. Perhaps the magician of the people she grew up with, the one she calls Mogur, recognized it. She cannot avoid it. She was born to it, and she could replace Jondalar as my acolyte. But as he says, there is no hurry. Let her have her mating and her baby. Then she can start her training. "Of course, it would take some planning to explore all of it, but I'd like to take a closer look at that passageway at the back," Jondalar said. "Wouldn't you, Tormodin? A couple of us could go back there and see where it goes." "And some people are ready to leave," Marthona said. "It's cool in here, and no one brought warm clothes. I think I'll take a torch and start out, though I'm sure I'll want to come back." "I'll go too," Zelendani said, and Ayla was shivering earlier. "I'm fine now," Ayla said. "I'd like to see what's back there." In the end, Jondalar, Joharan, Tormodin, Jondalar, Morazan, and Ayla, 6 of them, and Wolf, stayed to look a little deeper into the new and wonderful cave. The corridor at the back of the main room of the cave was almost directly opposite and along the axis of the entrance corridor. The entrance to the axial gallery was fairly symmetrical, wider and rounded at the top, narrowing down at the bottom. To Ayla, who had delivered babies and had examined many women, the opening was feminine, maternal, a wondrous evocation of the female organ. Though both were the same, it didn't so much put her in mind of the vagina, but the upper round part suggested the birth canal, narrowing to the lower extension of the anal region. She understood exactly what Zelendani meant when she said this was the womb of the mother, although all caves were considered an entrance to her womb. Once they went in, the winding passage continued to be narrow and difficult to negotiate, although the upper white walls widened out into a broadly curving archway. It wasn't very long, about the same length as the entrance gallery. When they reached the end, the walls opened out around a pillar of stone that gave the false impression that it supported something above. But in fact, It was short of reaching the ground by more than 20 inches. The passage went around the large stone shaft on the right side, making a sharp turn to the left, and meandering off a few more feet until it ended. At the place where it turned around the column, the surface of the floor dropped down about 3 feet, but it was a wide horizontal space that extended up 10 feet, making it one of the few really comfortable places to stand or sit and relax. Ayla took the opportunity and sat down to see how it looked from that position. She noticed that something could easily be stashed beneath the stone shaft out of the way. She also observed a low hole in the wall opposite the pillar into which one could put small things so they could be easily found again. She thought when she came again she would bring in something to sit on. Even a bundle of grass would keep her off the cold floor. After they worked their way back out of the gallery, they looked into the entrance of the other passageway that was to the right of it, but it was a smaller tunnel, which would require crawling up into it on hands and knees, and there were pools of water on the floor. They all decided to save exploring that place for another time. As they left the cave, Wolf went ahead with Jondalar and the 2 leaders, Joharan and Tormodin. Jondalar walked beside Ayla and stopped her with a question.
"Did you ask Zelendani to invite me here?"
"After seeing what you did inside Fountain Rocks, I thought you ought to see this cave," she said. "Or should it be called a deep?"
"Either one. When it gets named, it will be called a deep, but it's still a cave. Thank you for bringing me here, Ayla. I've never seen a more beautiful cave. I'm overwhelmed," Jondalar said.
"Yes, I am too. But I'm curious, how will this cave get named? Who will name it?" Ayla asked.
"It will name itself. People will start referring to it in whatever way best describes it or feels most appropriate to them. What would you call it if you wanted to talk about it to someone?" Jondalar asked.
"I'm not sure. Maybe the cave with white walls?" Ayla said.
"I'd guess the name will turn out to be close to that, at least one of the names. But we don't know much more about it yet, and the Zelendanya will make their own name," Jondalar said.
Ayla and Jondalar were the last ones out of the cave. The sun seemed especially bright when they reached the entrance, after the dark cave lit only by a few torches. When her eyes adjusted, Ayla was surprised to see Marthona waiting, along with Jondalar and Wolf. "Tormodin has invited us for a meal," Marthona said. "He has hurried ahead to let them know to expect us. Actually, he invited you, but then he asked me to come too, and all the rest of you who were in the cave just now, including you, Jondalar. Everyone else has other things to do. Most people are busy at summer meetings."
"I know Joharan is having a gather at our camp with people from all the other caves to plan the hunt,"
Jondalar said.
"In fact, Tormodin will be going too after he introduces you to his camp. I was going to go, but it will still be going on after the meal and I'll go later. It's not that I would usually be included in the planning of these things, but since we returned, Joharan has been getting me involved in them."
"Why don't we all go to our camp?" Ayla said. "There is still a special meal to prepare for tomorrow morning, and I haven't helped at all."
"For one thing, when the leader of the host cave at a summer meeting invites you for a meal, it's a courtesy to go if you can."
"Why would he invite me?" "It's not every day one finds a cave like that, Ayla. All of us are excited about it," Marthona said. "And it's close to the 19th cave, in their territory. They will probably become a more important cave now."
"You'll be getting more attention, too," Jondalar said.
"I get too much attention as it is," she said. "I don't want all that attention. I just want to be mated and have a baby and be like everyone else."
Jondalar smiled at her and put his arm around her. "Give it some time," he said. "You're still new. When people get used to you, things will settle down."
"It's true. Things will settle down, but you know you are never going to be like everyone else. For one thing, everyone else doesn't have horses and a wolf," Marthona said, looking down at the big carnivore with an ironic smile.
"Are you sure they know we're coming, Mardina?" the older woman said, stepping carefully across the small creek that emptied into the river. "She invited us, Mother. She said come and share a morning meal with them. Didn't she, Lanadar?" "Yes, Grandma, she did," the boy said. "Why did they camp so far away?" the grandmother asked. "I don't know, Mother. Why don't you ask them when we get there?" Mardina said. "Well, they are the biggest cave and take a lot of room," the woman said. "A lot of people were already here and had set up camps." "I think it's because of the horses," Lanadar said. "She has them in a special place, so no one will think they're just regular horses and decide to hunt them. They would be easy to hunt. They don't run away." "Everybody is talking about them, but we were out when they came. Is it true the horses let people sit on their backs?" the older woman said. "Why would anyone want to sit on the back of a horse?" "I didn't see that, but I don't doubt it," Lanadar said. "The horses let me touch them. I was touching the young stallion, and the mare came and wanted me to touch her, too. They ate off my hands, both of them. She said I should feed both horses at the same time so they don't get jealous. She said the mare is the mother of the stallion, and she can tell him what to do." Mardina slowed and knit her brow as they approached the campsite and watched people talking and smiling around the long trench fire. There seemed to be a lot of people. Maybe she was mistaken. Maybe they weren't expected. "There you are! We've been waiting for you!" The two women and the boy turned at the sound of the voice and saw a tall, attractive young woman. "You probably don't remember me. I'm Folara, daughter of Marthona." "Yes, you look like her," the older woman said. "I suppose I should offer a formal greeting, since I'm the first one to see you." She held out both her hands to the older woman. Mardina watched as her mother stepped forward and took the young woman's hands. "I am Folara of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, blessed of Dani, daughter of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, daughter of the hearth of Willamar, master trader of the Zelendanyi, sister of Joharan, leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, sister of Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, master flint-knapper, and returned traveler, who is soon to be mated to Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi. She has a bunch of names and ties of her own, but the one I like best is Friend of Horses and Wolf. In the name of the great Earth Mother Dani, you are welcome to the camp of the 9th cave." "In the name of Dani, the Great Mother, I greet you, Folara of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi. I am Denoda of the 19th cave of the Zelendanyi, mother of Mardina of the 19th cave, and grandmother of Lanadar of the 19th cave, once mated to—" "Folara has a lot of important names and ties," Mardina thought, as her mother began her recitation. "She's not yet mated. I wonder what her kinship sign is." Then, as though her mother knew what she was thinking, as she finished her names and ties, the woman added, "Wasn't Willamar the man of your hearth once of the 19th cave? I think we share a kinship sign. I am the bison." "Yes, Willamar is the bison. Mother is the horse. I am too, of course." Several people had gathered around in the course of the formal introduction. Ayla stepped forward and greeted Mardina and Lanadar, and then Willamar greeted Denoda in the name of the entire 9th cave. Names and ties could take all day if someone didn't cut it short. He finished by saying, "I remember you, Denoda. You were a friend of my older sister, weren't you?" "Yes," she said, smiling. "Do you ever see her since she moved so far away? I haven't seen her in years." "Sometimes I visit her cave when I go to the coast of the great waters of the west to trade for salt. She's a grandma. Her daughter has 3 children, and a grandam as well. Her son's mate has a boy." A movement around Ayla's legs caught Mardina's attention. "That's the wolf!" she almost screamed in her fear. "He won't hurt you, Mother," Lanadar said, trying to calm her. He didn't want her to leave suddenly. Ayla bent down and put her arm around him. "No, he won't hurt you, I promise," she said.
She could see the fear in the woman's eyes. Marthona stepped forward and greeted Denota, much more informally, then said, "The wolf lives in our lodge with us, and he likes to be greeted too. Would you like to meet a wolf, Denota?" She had noticed that the older woman showed more interest than fear. She took her by the hand and led her toward Ayla and Wolf. "Ayla, why don't you introduce him to our guests?" "Wolves have good eyes, but they learn to recognize people with their noses. If you give him a chance to smell your hand, he will remember you later. That is his formal introduction," Ayla explained. The woman held out her hand and allowed the wolf to smell it. "If you'd like to greet him, he likes to be stroked on the head." Wolf looked up at Denota as she lightly stroked his head. With his mouth open and his tongue lolling out the side, she smiled at him. "He is a warm, living animal," she said. She turned to her daughter. "Come, Mardina, you should meet him too. Very few people ever get to meet a wolf and walk away to tell about it." "Do I have to?" Mardina said. It was obvious that Mardina was uncommonly frightened, and Ayla knew Wolf would smell it. She held him firmly. He didn't always respond well to such evident fear. "Since they offered, it's the polite thing to do, Mardina, and you'll never be able to visit again if you don't. You will be too afraid. You don't need to fear this wolf. You can see that no one else does, not even me, so why should you?" Denota said. Mardina looked around and saw the large crowd watching her. She thought it was probably the whole 9th cave, and none of them seemed to be afraid. She felt as though she were on trial, and was sure she'd be too humiliated to face any of them again if she didn't go close to that wolf. She looked at her son, the boy for whom she'd always felt mixed emotions. She loved him more than anything in her life, and she was embarrassed by him, by the fact that she gave birth to him. "Go ahead, Mother," he said. "I met him." Finally, Mardina put one foot toward the woman and the wolf, and then another. When she reached them, Ayla took her hand and, holding it in hers, brought it to the wolf's nose. She could almost smell her fear, but the woman did overcome it and faced the animal. Ayla thought Wolf probably smelled her own hand more than Mardina's. Then she took the hand and led her to touch the fur on his head. "Wolf fur can be a little rough, but you'll notice how smooth it is on his head," Ayla said, letting go of her hand. Mardina kept it there a moment longer before pulling it away. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Denota said. "Sometimes you make more of things than you need to, Mardina. Come and have some hot tea. It's a mixture that Ayla makes, and it's quite good," Marthona said. "We decided to make an occasion of your visit and cooked everything in a roasting pit. We're almost ready to take it out." Ayla was walking with Mardina and Lanadar. "That's a lot of work to go to for a morning meal," Mardina said. She wasn't used to being treated so generously. "Everybody worked on it," Ayla said. "When I told them I had invited you and thought I'd dig a pit oven, they thought it would be a good time to dig a big roasting pit. They said they planned to do it anyway, but this gave them a reason. I cooked some of the things the way I learned when I was a girl. Try the willow grouse. It's the one I killed with the spear thrower yesterday. But if the taste is not to your liking, please don't hesitate to have something else instead. I learned on our journey that there are many ways of cooking things, and not everyone likes all of them." Welcome to the 9th cave, Mardina. It was the first among those who served the mother. Mardina didn't think she had ever spoken to her before, except in unison during a ceremony. "Greetings, Zelendani, who is first," Mardina said, feeling a little nervous to be talking to the huge woman who was sitting on a raised stool. It was similar to the one she used in the Zelendanya lodge, but it was left at the camp for when she wanted to spend time with her cave. "And welcome to you, too, Lanidar," the first said. There was a warmth in her tone when the Danyer spoke to her son that Mardina had never heard from the powerful woman. "Though I understand you were here yesterday." "Yes," he said. "Ayla showed me the horses." "She tells me you can whistle very well," Zelendani said. "She taught me some bird songs." "Would you like to show me?" "If you want. I've been practicing the meadowlark," he said, then proceeded to imitate the beautiful sound. Everyone turned to look, even his mother and grandmother. "That's very good, young man," Jondalar said, beaming at the youngster. "It's nearly as good as Ayla's meadowlark." "We're ready," Proliva called. "Come and eat." Ayla led the 3 guests to the pile of bone and wood platters first and urged them to try everything. Then everyone else fell into line. Usually those who shared a lodge had their morning meal together, but this had become the first of what would be many meals that would be shared, not only with their own cave, but with other friends and relatives. There would even be a few occasions when the entire summer meeting would all feast together, but that would involve a great deal of organizing and planning. One of them would be the matrimonial feast. When everyone was through eating, people started leaving for various other activities, but most of them stopped by to say a few words to their guests. Mardina was feeling a little flustered with all the attention, but she also felt a glow of warmth. She couldn't remember ever being treated so well. Proliva came to talk to them, and she said a few words to Mardina and Denota, then turned to Ayla. "We'll finish up here, Ayla. I think you have something you want to talk to Mardina about," she said. "Yes. Would you and Lanidar and Denota, if she wants, like to take a walk with me?" "Where are we going?" Mardina said with a touch of edginess. "To see some horses," Ayla said. "Can I come along, Ayla?" Falara said. "If you don't want me to, just go ahead and say so, but I haven't seen the horses for a while." Ayla smiled. "Of course you can," she said. It might actually make it easier to get Mardina to agree to let Lanidar watch them if someone so friendly and unafraid of them was there. She turned to look for the boy and saw him sitting next to Lanoga, who was holding Lorela, and they seemed to be talking easily. Tremida's 2-year boy was sitting on the ground nearby. As they headed in their direction, Mardina asked, "Who is that girl? Or is she a woman? She seems very young to have a baby that age." "Too young, for certain. She hasn't even had first rites," Ayla said. "That's her sister, and the other one, the 2-year, is her brother. But as far as the babies are concerned, Lanoga is their mother." "I don't understand," Mardina said. "I'm sure you've heard of Larimar. He's the one who makes the barma," Falara said. "Yes," Mardina said. "Everyone has," Denota said. "Then perhaps you've heard of his mate Tremida. She does nothing but drink the barma he makes and have children that she won't take care of," Falara said, full of derision. "Or can't," Ayla said. "She can't seem to stop herself from drinking the barma either." "And Larimar is often drunk and just as irresponsible. He doesn't even care about the children of his hearth," Falara said with disgust. Ayla found out that Tremida had lost her milk, and Lanoga was trying to feed Lorela on nothing but mashed-up roots, because that's all she knew how to make. Ayla got several of the new mothers to agree to nurse the baby, but Lanoga is still the one who takes care of her, and all the rest of Tremida's children. Ayla showed her how to make other food that babies can eat, and she's the one who takes Lorela to the other mothers to nurse. She's really an amazing girl and will be a wonderful mate and mother some day, but who knows if she'll ever find a mate. Larimar and Tremida have the last-ranked hearth in our cave. Who would be willing to mate the daughter of that hearth?" Mardina and Denota stared at the talkative young woman. Most people liked to gossip, but they were not usually so open about the ones who were an embarrassment to their own cave. Denota's rank had slipped since her daughter gave birth to Lanidar, and her mate had severed the knot. They weren't the lowest, but not far from it. Their cave was much smaller, however. To be the last of such a large cave was a low rank. But even if we were the first-ranked, Lanidar will have trouble finding a mate because of his affliction, Denota thought. "Would you like to go see some horses, Lanidar?" Ayla asked as they approached. "You can come too, Lanoga." "No, I can't. It's Stelona's turn to feed Lorela, and she's getting hungry. I didn't want to give her too much food until after she nurses."
"Maybe another time," Ayla said, smiling affectionately.
"Are you ready, Lanadar?"
"Yes," he said. Then he turned to the girl.
"I have to go, Lenoga."
She smiled shyly at him, and he smiled back.
As they passed by her lodge, Ayla said, "Lanidar, will you get that bowl over there? It has some horse food in it, pieces of wild carrot and some grains."
He ran to get it.
Ayla noticed that he carried the bowl on his right side, supported against his body with his crippled arm, and she had an unexpected memory of Kreb holding a bowl of red ochre paste against his body, with the arm that had been amputated at the elbow, just before he named her son and accepted him into the clan. It brought a smile of joy and pain. Mardina was watching her and wondered. Denota had noted her expression, too, and wasn't as shy about mentioning it.
"You looked at Lanadar with such a strange smile," she said.
"He reminds me of someone I used to know," Ayla said. "A man who was missing the lower part of his arm. He had been attacked by a cave bear when he was a child. His grandmother was a healer, and she had to cut it off because it was poisoning his body. He would have died if she hadn't."
"What a terrible thing," Denota said.
"Yes, it was. He was blinded in one eye, too, by that attack, and his leg was hurt. He had to walk with a stick from then on."
"The poor boy. He had to be taken care of the rest of his life, I suppose," Mardina said.
"No," Ayla said. "He made a valuable contribution to his people."
"How did he manage? What did he do?"
"He became a great man, a Mogur. That's like a Zelendani, and he was recognized as the first. He and his sister were the ones who took care of me after my own family died. He was the man of my heart, and I loved him very much," Ayla said. Mardina was looking at her with jaw agape and her eyes open wide. She could hardly believe the woman, but why would someone lie about something like that? As Ayla talked, Denota became particularly conscious of her unusual accent, but the story made her understand why she seemed to have taken a liking to Lanadar. When she mates, she is going to be related to some very powerful people, and if she likes him, she could help him a lot. This woman might be the best thing that ever happened to the boy, she thought. Lanadar had been listening too. Maybe I could learn to hunt, he thought. Even if I only have one good arm, maybe I could learn to do something besides picking berries. They were approaching a construction that was like a surround, except that it didn't seem particularly sturdy. It was made of long, thin, straight alder and willow poles lashed together in horizontal X's with other poles across the top attached to shorter, somewhat sturdier poles sunk into the ground. Bushes and tree branches already drying out loosely filled in the spaces between. If a herd of bison, for example, or even a large male, 6 feet 6 inches at the top of the hump on his shoulders with long black horns, tried to break out, the enclosure would not have held. Even the horses could likely break it down if they were determined. "Do you remember how to whistle to call Racer, Lanidar?" Ayla asked. "Yes, I think so," he said. "Why don't you call him and see if he'll come?" she said. The boy whistled the loud, piercing call. Very soon the 2 horses, the mare following the young stallion, appeared from behind some trees that lined the small waterway and came trotting toward them. They stopped at the enclosure fence and watched the humans approaching. Whinny snorted, and Racer whickered at them. Ayla answered with the distinctive whinny that was the sound she had originally named her horse, and both horses neighed back.
"She does know how to make a sound like a horse," Mardina said.
"I told you she could, Mother," Lanadar said. Wolf raced ahead, easily slipping under the fence. He sat in front of the mare while she dropped her head in what appeared to be a gesture of greeting. Then Wolf approached the young stallion, dropped down on his chest and forepaws, with his hindquarters up in the air in a playful pose, and yipped at Racer. The stallion nickered back. Then they touched noses. Ayla smiled at them as she ducked inside the fence. She hugged the mare around the neck, then turned and stroked the stallion, who was crowding in, looking for attention too. "I hope you like this surround better than having to wear halters and ropes all the time. I wish I could let you run free, but I don't think it's safe when so many people are out hunting. I've brought some visitors today, and it's important for you to be very cooperative and gentle. I want the boy who whistles to check on you for me, and his mother is protective of him and nervous about you," Ayla said in the language she had invented when she lived alone in the valley. It was comprised of certain sounds and gestures from the clan, some of the nonsense sounds she and her son had made to each other when he was a baby and they were alone, and certain onomatopoeic sounds she had begun to make in imitation of the animals around her, including hoarse snorts and whickers. Only she knew what she meant, but she had always used her invented language when she talked to the horses. She doubted if they fully understood, though certain sounds and gestures had meaning for them, since she used them as signals and directions. But they knew it was her way of addressing them, and they responded by paying attention. "What's she doing?" Mardina said to Falara. "She's talking to the horses," Falara said. "She often talks to them like that." "What is she saying to them?" Mardina asked. "You'll have to ask her," Falara said. "Do they know what she's saying? It doesn't make any sense to me," Denota said. "I don't know, but they seem to listen," Falara said. Lanadar had crowded up close to the fence and was watching her closely. She really did treat them like friends, more like family, actually, he thought, and they treated her the same way. But he wondered where the enclosure came from. It hadn't been there the day before. When Ayla was through talking to the horses and turned around to face the people, Lanadar asked her, "Where did the surround come from? It wasn't here yesterday." Ayla smiled. "A lot of people got together and built it yesterday afternoon," she said. When Ayla returned from having a meal with the 19th cave, she mentioned to Joharan after his meeting that she wanted to build an enclosure for the horses, and explained why. Joharan stood up on Zelandani's stool and talked about Ayla's desire to create a safe place for the horses. Most of the people who were at the meeting were still there, as well as many people from the 9th cave. Many questions were asked, including how strong it had to be, and several suggestions were made. Before long, most of them moved up the meadow and pitched in to build the corral. The ones who were not from the 9th cave were curious about the horses anyway, and most of those who were didn't want to see the horses accidentally hurt or killed. They were a novelty that brought added distinction to their cave. Ayla was so grateful she didn't know what to say. She thanked them, but didn't think that was near enough, and felt a debt to the Zelandani that she didn't know how to repay. Working together brought people closer together, and she felt that she got to know some people better. Joharan had mentioned wanting to include the horses in the hunt, which was planned for the following morning. Both Ayla and Jondalar rode the horses and demonstrated their control of them, which made Joharan's suggestions much more acceptable. If the hunt was successful, the matrimonial would normally take place the next day. But since Dalinar and the Lanzadani had not yet arrived, they were prepared to wait a few days, though some people were getting anxious. Ayla put halters on the horses and led them out of the enclosure through a gate that Tormodon of the 19th cave had devised. He dug a hole beside one of the support posts for the base of a pole to which the gate was attached, and used a loop of rope to slip over the top. Rope loops also served as hinges. She was beginning to feel a closer tie to the 19th cave. When she brought the horses up close, Mardina backed away fast. They were so much bigger up close. Falara immediately stepped into her place. "I haven't seen the horses nearly as much as I wanted to," she said, petting Whinny's face. Everyone has been so busy, what with that bison hunt where Chevenar died, and the burial, and getting ready to come. You said once you'd let me have a ride on a horse. Would you like to do it now? Ayla said. Could I? She said, her eyes glowing with pleasure. Let me get a riding blanket for Winnie, Ayla said. Would you and Lanadar like to give them something to eat while I get it? He has some food they like in that bowl. I'm not sure if Lanadar should get so close, Mardina said. He's already close, Mardina, Denota said. But she's there. Mother, I already fed them once. They know me, and you can see they know Falara. They won't hurt him, Ayla said, and I'm only going over there. She pointed to an arrangement of stones near the gate. It was a traveler's cairn that Courageia had made for her. Ayla only had to remove a few rocks to reach the space inside where she could keep a few things, like a leather riding blanket. The rocks were overlapped in such a way that rainwater would flow over the top and not seep inside. The leader of the 11th cave showed her how to put them back to keep the inside dry. Similar cairns were placed along several well-used routes with emergency fire-making materials and often a warm cloak inside. Other cairns had dried food inside. Occasionally both would be in one cairn, but the food cairns were broken into more often, and bears, wolverines, or badgers, the most frequent offenders, usually vandalized and scattered everything. Ayla left them with the horses. When she reached the cairn, she glanced back, making it very inconspicuous. Falara and Lanadar were letting the large herbivores eat out of their hands, while Mardina stayed back, acting nervous and looking concerned, and Denota watched. Ayla walked back and casually tied the riding blanket on Winnie's back. Then she led the mare to a stone. Get up on the stone, Falara, then put your leg over her back and try to find a comfortable seat. You can hang on to her mane. I'll hold Winnie so she won't move, Ayla said. Falara felt a little clumsy, especially when she recalled how smoothly Ayla mounted the horse. But she managed to get on, then sat there grinning. I'm sitting on a horse's back, she said, feeling rather proud of herself. Ayla noticed that Lanadar was watching her with a yearning look. Later, Ayla thought, let's not press your mother too hard yet. Are you ready? She said. Yes, I think so, Falara said. Just relax. You can hold her mane for support if you want, but you don't have to, Ayla said, then started off at a walk, leading the horse by the halter, though she knew Winnie would follow her without it. At first, Falara held the mane and sat up stiffly, bouncing with each step the horse made. But after a while she settled down, began to anticipate the gait, and relax into it. Then she let go of the mane. Do you want to try it alone? I'll give you the lead rope. Do you think I can? You can try it, and if you want to get off, just tell me. When you want Winnie to go faster, lean forward, Ayla explained. Hug her neck if you want. When you want her to slow down, start to sit up. All right, I think I will try, Falara said. Mardina looked absolutely petrified when Ayla put the lead rope in Falara's hand. Go ahead, Winnie, she said, signaling her to go slow. The horse started walking across the meadow. She had given rides to several people and knew to go easy, especially the first time. When Falara leaned forward a little, Winnie increased her pace, but not by much. She leaned down a little farther, and Winnie shifted into a trot. She was an amazingly smooth riding horse, but the trot jogged Falara a little more than she expected. She quickly sat back up, and Winnie slowed down. After they had gone out a way, Ayla whistled to call her back. Falara got braver and leaned forward again, and this time she stayed with the trot until they returned and stopped. Ayla led the mare to the rock and held her until Falara got down. That was wonderful, Falara said, her face flushed with excitement. Lanadar was smiling at her just because she looked so pleased. See, Mother, the boy said, you can ride on the back of these horses. Ayla, why don't you give Mardina and Denota a demonstration of what they can really do? Falara said.
Ayla nodded, then quickly and smoothly leaped on the horse, guided her out toward the middle of the meadow at a fast trot, with Racer and Wolf at her heels. She signaled a gallop, and the horse raced at top speed across the field. She made a large circle, then headed back, slowing the horse as they got close, pulled to a stop, threw her leg over the horse, and jumped down. Both women and the boy were wide-eyed.
"Well, now I know why someone would want to ride on the back of a horse," Denota said. "If I were younger, I'd like to try it." "How do you have so much control over this animal?" Mardina said. "Is it some kind of magic?" "No, not at all, Mardina. Anyone could do it with practice." "What made you decide to ride on a horse? How did you start?" Denota asked. "I killed Winnie's dam for food, and only later discovered she was nursing a young filly," Ayla began. "When hyenas came after the foal, I couldn't stand to let them take her. I hate those filthy animals, so I chased them away, and then I realized I would have to take care of her." She told them about saving the baby horse from hyenas and then raising her, and that because she had, they grew to know each other well. "One day I got up on her back, and when she started running, I held on. It was all I could do. When she finally slowed down and I got off, I could hardly believe what I had done. It was like flying with the wind in my face. I couldn't help doing it again, and though at first I had no control, after a while I learned how to direct her. She goes where I want because she wants to. She's my friend, and I think it pleases her to let me ride." "Still, it was an unusual thing to do. Didn't anyone object?" Mardina said. "There was no one to object. I was alone then," Ayla said. "I would have been afraid to live alone, with no other people," Mardina said. She was full of curiosity and wanted to ask more questions, but before she had the chance, they heard a call and turned to see Jondalar coming.
"They're here," he said. "Dalinar and the Lanzadani have arrived."
"Wonderful," Falara said. "I can hardly wait to see them."
Ayla smiled with delight.
"I am also anxious to see them." She turned back to her visitors. "We have to go back to camp. The man of Jondalar's hearth has arrived, in time for our matrimonial." "Of course," Mardina said. "We'll go right away." "Well, I wouldn't mind greeting Dalinar before we leave, Mardina," Denota said. "I used to know him."
"You should," Jondalar said. "I'm sure he'd be glad to see you."
"And before you go, I need to ask you if you will allow Lanidar to come and check on the horses for me when I'm busy, Mardina," Ayla said. "He doesn't have to do anything except make sure they are all right, and come and get me if he notices anything wrong. I would appreciate it very much. It would be such a relief if I didn't have to worry about them."
When they turned to look, the boy was petting the young stallion and feeding him pieces of wild carrot.
"I think you can see they won't hurt him," Ayla said.
"Well, I suppose he could," Mardina said.
"Oh, Mother, thank you,"
Lanidar said, grinning. Mardina had never seen such a pleased and happy expression on his face. Chapter 28. "Where's that boy of yours, Marthona? The one that everyone says looks just like me. Well, perhaps a little younger," said the tall man with long blonde hair tied in a club in back. He held out both hands and smiled warmly in greeting. They knew each other too well for much formality. "When he saw you coming, he ran to get Ayla," Marthona said, taking his hands in hers and leaning forward to rub cheeks. "He may be getting older," she thought, "but he's still handsome and as charming as ever. They'll be here soon, Dalinar, you can be sure. He's been watching for you since we got here." "And where's Willamar? I was very sorry to hear about Thonelin. I liked that young man. I want to express my sadness to you both," he said.
"Thank you, Dalinar,"
Marthona said. "Willamar is at the main camp talking to some people about a trading mission. The news about Thonelin was especially hard on him.
He always believed the son of his hearth would return. In all honesty, I doubted that either of them would. When I first saw Jondalar, for a moment, I thought it was you. I could hardly believe my son had come home. And what surprises he's brought back, not the least of which is Ayla and her animals. Yes, they are a shock. You knew they stopped off for a visit on their way here, said the woman at his side. Marthona turned to the woman. Dalinar's mate was the most unusual person Marthona or any of the Zelendanyi had ever seen. She was tiny, especially in comparison with her mate. If he held his arm out, she could walk beneath it without bending. Her straight, long hair, pulled back in a bun, was as glossy and black as a raven's wing, though streaks of gray lightened the sides. But the most arresting aspect was her face. It was round, with a little snub of a nose, high, wide cheekbones, and dark eyes that appeared slanted because of the epicanthic fold of her eyelids. Her skin was fair, perhaps a shade darker than her mate's, though as the summer progressed, both their faces would darken from the sun. "Yes, they told us you planned to come to the summer meeting," Marthona said after she had greeted the woman. "I understand Joplea will be mated too. You've arrived just in time, Jerica. All the women who are mating, along with their mothers, are supposed to meet with the Zelendanya this afternoon. I am going with Ayla, since her own mother isn't here to go. If you're not too tired, you and Joplea should come." "I think we can make it, Marthona," Jerica said. "Do we have time to put up our lodges first?" "I don't see why not. Everyone will help," Joharan said. "If you don't mind setting up here next to us." "And you won't have to do any cooking. We had guests for a morning meal and have plenty left over," Proliva said. "We'll be glad to camp beside the 9th cave," Dalinar said. "But what made you decide to pick this place? You usually like to be in the thick of things, Joharan." "By the time we arrived, all the best places in the main camp were taken, especially for a cave as big as ours, and we didn't want to be crowded. We looked around and found this, and I like it better," Joharan said. "See those trees? That's just the beginning of a good-sized grove with plenty of firewood. This creek starts up there, too, in a clear spring. Long after everyone else's water is muddy and churned up, we'll still have good water. And there's a nice pool. Jondalar and Ayla like it here, too. There's space for the horses. We made a place for them upstream. That's where Ayla went with her guests. She's the one who invited them." "Who are they?" Dalinar asked. He couldn't help but be curious about whom Ayla would invite. "Do you remember that woman from the 19th cave who gave birth to the boy with the deformed arm? Mardina? Her mother is Denoda," Marthona said. "Yes, I do," Dalinar said. "The boy, Lanadar, can now count almost 12 years, she said. "I'm still not sure how it came about, but I think he came up here to get away from all the people and probably some teasing from the other boys. I guess someone told him there were horses here. Everyone is interested in them, of course, and the boy is no exception. Somehow Ayla met him and decided to ask him to keep an eye on the horses for her. She's concerned that with all the people here, someone, not realizing how special they are, might try to hunt them. It would be easy. They don't run away." "That's true," Dalinar said. "Too bad we can't make all animals that docile." Ayla didn't think that the boy's mother might object, but it seems she's very protective, Marthona said. "She won't even let him learn to hunt, or doesn't think he can. So Ayla invited the boy and his mother and grandmother here to see the horses, to try to convince her that they won't hurt him. And only one good arm or not, she's also decided that she's going to teach him to use Jondalar's new spear-thrower." "She does have a mind of her own," Jerica said. "I noticed that, but she's not unkind." "No, she's not, and she's not afraid to stand up for herself or to speak up for others," Proliva said. "Here they come," Joharan said. They saw a group of people and a wolf coming toward them, Jondalar in the lead, his sister close behind. They had all been walking at the pace of the slowest, but when he saw Dalinar and the others, Jondalar rushed ahead. The man of his hearth came toward him. They grabbed hands, then let go and hugged each other. The older man put his arm around the shoulders of the younger man as they walked back side by side. The similarity between the two men was uncanny. They could have been the same man at two different stages of his life. The older one was a tad thicker at the waist, his hair a little thinner on top, but the face was the same, though the brow of the younger was not as deeply etched, and the jowls of the older were getting soft. They matched each other in height, walked with the same step, and moved the same way. Even their eyes were the same vivid shade of glacier blue. "There is no doubt which man's spirit was chosen when the mother created him," Mardina said quietly to her mother, nodding her head at Jondalar as the visitors neared the camp. Lanadar saw Lenoga and went to talk to her.
"Dalinar looked just like him when he was young, and he hasn't changed much," Denota said. "He's still a most handsome man."
Mardina was watching with great interest as Ayla and Wolf were greeted by the new arrivals. It was obvious they all knew each other, but she couldn't help but stare at some of the people. The black-haired, tiny woman with the strange face seemed to be with the tall, blond, older man who resembled Jondalar, perhaps as his mate.
"How do you know him, Mother?" Mardina said. "He was the man at my first rites," Denota said. "Afterward I begged the mother to bless me with the spirit of his child." "Mother, you know that's too soon for a woman to have a baby," Mardina said. "I didn't care," Denota said. "I knew that sometimes a young woman got pregnant soon after first rites, when she was finally a full woman and able to take in a man's spirit. I hoped it would make him pay more attention to me if he thought I was carrying a child of his spirit." "You know a man is not allowed to get close to a woman he opens for at least a year after first rites, Mother."
Mardina was almost shocked at her mother's confession. She had never talked like that to her before.
"I know, and he never tried to, though he didn't avoid me and was always kind when we saw each other. But I wanted more than that. For a long time I couldn't think of anyone but him," Denota said. "Then I met the man of your hearth. My greatest sorrow in life was that he died so young. I would have liked more children, but the mother chose not to give me more, and it was probably for the best. Taking care of you by myself was hard enough. I didn't even have a mother to assist me, although some women from the cave helped out when you were young." "Why didn't you find another man to mate?" Mardina asked. "Why didn't you?" her mother countered. "You know why. I had Lanadar, who would be interested in me." "Don't blame it on Lanadar. That's what you always say, but you never tried, Mardina. You didn't want to get hurt again." "It's still not too late," the older woman said.
They didn't notice the man approaching.
"When Marthona told me the 9th cave had visitors this morning, I thought the name was familiar. How are you, Denota?"
Dalinar said, taking both her hands in his and leaning forward to rub cheeks as though she were a close friend. Mardina saw a little color rise to her mother's face as she smiled at the tall, handsome man, and noticed that she seemed to hold her body differently. There was a womanly, sensual quality about her. Suddenly she was seeing her mother in a new light. Just because she was a grandmother didn't mean she was really so old. There were probably men who would find her attractive.
"This is my daughter Mardina of the 19th cave of the Zelendanyi," Denota said, "and my grandson is around here someplace."
He offered his hands to the younger woman. She took them and looked up at him.
"Greetings, Mardina of the 19th cave of the Zelendanyi, daughter of Denota of the 19th cave. It is my pleasure to meet you. I am Dalinar, leader of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi. In the name of the great Earth Mother Dani, please know that you are welcome to visit our camp any time, and our cave, too, for that matter."
Mardina was flustered at the warmth of his greeting. Though he was more than old enough to be the man of her hearth, she found herself drawn to him. She even thought she heard a certain emphasis on the word pleasure that made her think of the mother's gift of pleasure. She never felt so overwhelmed by a man before. Dalinar glanced around and saw a tall young woman.
"Joplea," he called.
then turned and spoke to Denoda.
"I'd like you to meet the daughter of my hearth," he said.
Mardina was astonished by the young woman who approached. She was not as completely foreign-looking as the tiny woman, though there was a resemblance, which made her almost more unusual. Her hair was nearly as dark, but with lively highlights. Her cheekbones were high, but her face was neither as round nor as flat as the other woman's. Her nose resembled the man's, but was more delicate, and her black eyebrows were smooth and finely arched. Thick black lashes outlined eyes that were quite different from her mother's, though they were similar in shape, if not in color. Joplea's eyes were as distinctly colored as the vivid blue eyes of the man beside her, but hers were a brilliant shade of green. Mardina hadn't gone to the summer meeting when Dalinar's cave came the last time. The man of her hearth had recently left, and she didn't want to face people. She had heard of Joplea, but hadn't met her. Now that she had, she felt a compelling urge to stare and struggled to control it. Joplea was an exotically beautiful woman. After Dalinar introduced Joplea and greetings were exchanged, along with a few pleasantries, they left to talk to someone else. Mardina was still feeling the warmth of Dalinar's presence and began to understand why her mother had been so captivated by him. If he had been the man at her first rites, she might have been as entranced. But his daughter, while unusually lovely, had an air of melancholy about her, a despondency that belied the joy of an impending mating. Mardina couldn't understand why someone who ought to be happy could seem so sad.
"We need to go, Mardina," Denoda said. "We don't want to overstay our welcome, not if we want to be invited back. The Lanzadanyi are close to the 9th cave, and it's been many years since Dalinar and his cave have come to a summer meeting. They need to renew their ties. Let's find Lanadar and thank Ayla for inviting us."
The camps of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi and the 1st cave of the Lanzadanyi were, ostensibly, 2 camps of 2 caves of 2 different people, but actually it was one very large camp of close family and friends. Walking through the main camp toward the Zelandanya lodge, the 4 women were a compelling sight. People didn't even try not to stare. Marthona was always noticed wherever she went. She was a former leader of a major cave and still powerful, not to mention an attractive older woman. Although some people had met or seen Jerica before, she was still such an unusual-looking woman, so unlike anyone they had seen before, people couldn't keep their eyes away. The fact that she was mated to Dalinar and had co-founded with him not only a new cave but a new people made her even more exceptional. Jerica's daughter, Joplea, the dark-haired, melancholy beauty who, it was rumored, planned to mate with a man of mixed spirits, was a woman of mystery and speculation. The beautiful blonde woman that Jondalar brought back, who traveled with 2 docile horses and a wolf and was rumored to be an accomplished healer, was probably some kind of foreign Zelandani. She spoke their language clearly, if not perfectly, and she had recently found a new and beautiful cave right under the nose of the 19th cave. Together, the foursome brought more attention than usual, but Ayla was learning to ignore it and was glad for the company. Many people had already arrived when they reached the Zelandanya lodge. They were observed carefully at the entrance by several Zelandanya who were men, which made Ayla curious. As if Marthona knew what she was thinking, the woman explained. "Men are not allowed at this meeting unless they're Zelandanya, but every year there are always a few young men, usually from the Falajas, who try to get close so they can listen," she said. "Some have even attempted to sneak in dressed up as women. The male Zelandanya act as guards to keep them away." She noticed several more men who were Zelandanya standing around the large structure, Madraman among them. "What are Falajas?" Ayla asked. "The far lodges, the men's lodges. People always slur it to Falajas. They are summer lodges built around the edges of the summer meeting camp by men, usually young men, who are past the need for a Danyi woman but not yet mated, Marthona said. Young men don't like to stay with their caves. They'd rather be with friends their age, except when it's time for a meal. She smiled. Their friends don't restrict their behavior the way their mothers and their mothers' mates do. Unmated men, especially of that age, are absolutely forbidden to go anywhere near the young women who are getting ready for first rites. But they always try, so the Zelandanya keep a close watch on them when they're in camp. In their own lodges, if they construct them far enough away, they can be rowdy and loud, so long as they don't disturb other people. They can have gathers and invite other friends, and young women, of course. They become very good at badgering their mothers and her friends for extra food, and they always try to get barma or wine or whatever. I think it becomes a competition to see which lodge can entice the prettiest young women to visit them. There are also lodges of older men, usually those who have no mates for one reason or another, men who prefer other men, or men who are between mates, or who wish they were and want to get away from their caves or families. Laramar spends more time at a lodge during summer meetings than he does at his own lodge. It's where he trades for his barma, though I don't know what he does with his trades. He certainly doesn't bring anything home to his family. Men who are to be mated spend a day or more at a lodge with the Zelandanya before the matrimonial. Jondalar will be going soon, I think. When the 4 women first went in the Zelandanya lodge, with only the light from a fire in the central hearth and a few lamps, it felt dark inside. But when her eyes adjusted, Marthona looked around and then led the others toward 2 women who were sitting on a mat on the floor near the wall on the right side of the open central area. The women smiled when they saw them coming and moved over to make room. "I think it's about to start," Marthona said as they were sitting down on the mat. "We can do formal introductions later." She spoke to the ones who came with her. "This is Proleva's mother, Velima, and her sister, Lavila. They are from summer camp, the west holding of the 29th cave." Then to them, "This is Dalinar's mate, Jerica, and her daughter, Joplea. The Lanzadanyi just arrived this morning, and this is Ayla of the 9th cave, formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi, the woman Jondalar plans to mate." The women smiled at each other, but before they could exchange many words, they noticed a hush settling over the assembly. The one who was first among those who served the Great Earth Mother and several other Zelandanya were standing in front of the group. Conversations stopped as the women became aware of them. When it was totally silent, the Danyer began. "I am going to be speaking of very serious matters, and I want you to listen carefully. Women, you are the blessed of Dani, the one she created with the ability and privilege of bringing forth new life. To those of you who will soon be mated, there are some important things you must know." She ceased speaking and made a point of looking at everyone there. When she saw the women with Marthona, she stayed for a moment. There were 2 here she hadn't expected. Marthona and Zelandani nodded to each other. Then the one who was first continued. "At this gather, we will be talking about womanly things, how you should treat the men who will be your mates, and what you can expect from them, and about having children. We will also be talking about how not to have children, and what to do if one starts that you're not ready for," the large Danyer said. "Some of you may already be blessed with the first stirrings of life. Yours is a special honor, but the honor carries with it a great responsibility as well. Some of what I will be telling you, you've heard before, especially at your rites of first pleasures. Listen carefully, even if you think you already know what I'm going to say. First, no girl should mate until she has become a woman, until she has started her bleeding and has had her first rites. Notice the phase of the moon on the day your blood first starts. For most women, the next time the moon is at the same phase, your blood will flow again, but it may not always stay the same. If several women live in the same dwelling for some time, often their moon times will change until their blood courses together. Some of the younger women looked around at their friends and relatives especially those who didn't know of this phenomenon. Ayla had not been told of it, and she tried to recall if she had ever noticed it. The first indication that you have been blessed by the mother, that she has chosen a spirit to blend with yours to start a new life, will be when your blood does not flow at your phase of the moon. If it doesn't flow the following moon, you may begin to assume that you have been blessed, but your moon time should be missed for at least 3 moons, and you should have other indications before you can be reasonably sure that a new life has begun. Does anyone have any questions about this? There were no questions, except for being told that women who lived together tended to bleed at the same time. It was all repetition. I know most of you have been sharing the mother's gift of pleasure with your promised, and you should be enjoying it. If you aren't, talk to your Zelandani. I know it can be hard to admit such a thing, but there are ways to help, and the Zelandanya will always keep your secret, all your secrets. Except for young men just into their full maturity, it is wise to remember that few men can couple with a woman more than once or twice a day, and less as they get older. There is something you should be aware of. Sharing pleasures with your mate is not required if that is what you choose and your mate does not object. But most men will object. Most men will not stay with a woman who will not share her gift with them. Though you are preparing to tie the knot and may not imagine it now, the knot can also be severed for many reasons. I'm sure you all know someone who severed the knot with a mate. There was some shuffling, changing of positions, glancing around. Most everyone did know someone who had been mated to a person they were no longer with. It has been said that women can make use of the mother's gift to hold their mates by keeping them happy and content. There are those who claim it was given to her children for that reason. That may be one reason, though not the only reason, I'm sure. But it is true that your mate will not be as tempted to look with pleasure upon other women if you satisfy his desires. He will be happy to save those fleeting moments of interest in someone else for ceremonies that honor the mother when it is acceptable, and pleasing to her when pleasures are shared. But remember, though it can be a welcome diversion, anyone can accept or reject any offer to share the mother's gift. Sharing pleasures with someone else is also not required. If you and your mate are happy and joyfully share her gift with just each other, the mother is pleased. It is also not required to wait for a mother ceremony. Nothing about pleasures is required. It is a gift from the mother, and all her children are free to share it with whomever they like whenever they wish. Neither you nor your mate should be concerned by each other's passing diversions. Jealousy is far worse. Jealousy can have terrible repercussions. Jealousy can cause violence, and violence can lead to death. If someone gets killed, it can lead to revenge by the loved ones of the person who died, and more revenge in return, until there is nothing left but fighting. Anything that threatens the well-being of the children of the mother who were chosen to know her is not acceptable. The Zelandani are a strong people because they work together and help each other. The Great Earth Mother has provided everything that we need to live. Whatever is hunted or gathered is given to us by Dani, and in turn should be shared by everyone. Because accepting what she offers can be hard work and even dangerous, those who give most gain the greatest respect. That is why the best providers and those who are willing to work for her children have the highest status. That is why leaders are so respected. They are willing to help their people. If they were not, people would no longer turn to them, and someone else would be acknowledged as the leader. She didn't add that it was also the reason that the Zelandanya had such high status. Zelandani was a powerful speaker, and Ayla was listening with rapt attention. She wanted to learn as much as she could about the people of the man she was soon to mate, who were now her people. But when she thought about it, the clan were not so different. They also shared everything, and no one went hungry, not even that woman she was told about who died in the earthquake. She had come from another clan, never had children, and after her mate died, She had to be taken as a second woman, always considered a burden. But although she had the lowest status of anyone in Brun's clan, she never went hungry and always had warm enough clothing. The clan knew all those things. They didn't have to express it with words. The people of the clan were not as full of words as the others. Mates were shared, too. They understood about relieving a man's needs. No clan woman ever refused any man who gave her the signal. She didn't know anyone who even thought of refusing, except her. But she knew now that what Braud wanted was not pleasures. She even knew it then, though she couldn't express it. He didn't give her the signal because he wanted to share the gift or to relieve his needs. He did it only because he knew she hated it. "Remember," the Danyer was saying, "it is your mate who must help you and provide for you and your children, especially when you are heavy with child or have just given birth and are nursing. If you care about him, if you have shared pleasures with him often and kept him reasonably content, most men are more than happy to provide for their mates and her children. Perhaps some of you can't imagine why I should make this point so strongly. Ask your mothers. When you are busy and tired with many children, there may come a time when the gift is not so easy to share, and there are times when it should not be shared, but I'll talk about that later. Donnie is always more pleased and smiles with favor on those children who bear some resemblance to your mate. Mates, too, often feel closer to those children. If you want your children to resemble your mate, you must spend time together, so it will be his spirit that will be the easiest to be selected. The ways of the spirits are willful. There is no way to tell when one will decide to allow itself to be chosen, or when the mother will decide it is time to blend them. But if you enjoy each other and are pleased with each other, your mate will want to stay with you, and his spirit will be happy to join with yours. Does everyone understand so far? If you have questions, now is the time to speak of them, the first said, looking around and waiting.
"But what if I get sick or something and can't feel any pleasure in the gift?"
a woman asked. Others turned to look to see who had asked. Your mate should be understanding of that, and it is always your choice in any case. There are some who are mated and seldom share the gift with each other. If you are kind and understanding of your mate, he will usually be the same to you. Men are children of the mother, too. They get sick, and usually it's their mates who care for them. Most mates will try to care for you when you are sick, too. The young woman nodded and smiled rather tentatively. What I'm saying is that couples should have consideration and show kindness and respect for each other. The gift of pleasure can bring happiness to both of you and help to make your mate feel happy and contented, so the union will last. Any other questions? The first waited to see if anyone else had any more questions, then continued. But mating is more than two people choosing to live together. It involves your kin, your cave, and the world of the spirits as well. That is why mothers and their mates consider carefully before they allow their children to mate. With whom will you live? Will you and your mate be a worthy addition to the cave you live with? Your feelings for each other are also important. If you start without caring, the union may not last. If the union does not last, the responsibility for any children usually falls to the mother's kin and cave, as it does if both of you should die. Ayla was fascinated by the discussion. She almost asked a question about the blending of spirits starting life. She was more than ever convinced that it was the gift of pleasures itself that was necessary for life to begin, but she decided not to mention it here. Now, Zelendani continued, while most of you will be eagerly looking forward to your first baby, there may come a time when a life has started that should not have started. Until you have received the elandan of your infant from your Zelendani, it has no spirit of its own, only the combined spirits that started it. At that time, the Great Earth Mother will accept the infant, separate the spirits, and give them back. But it is better to stop the continuation of life before it is ready to be born, best within the first 3 moons of pregnancy.
Why would anyone want to stop a new life that has started?
A young woman asked.
Shouldn't all babies be welcomed?
Most babies are welcomed, the Zelandani said, but there may be reasons why a woman should not have another. Though it doesn't happen often, she may get pregnant again while she's still nursing and give birth to another baby when she has one that is still very young. Most mothers cannot adequately care for another baby so soon. The one who is already here and named, particularly if it is healthy, must come first. Too many young ones die as it is, especially in their first year. It is unwise to risk the life of a child who is healthy and growing by forcing her from the breast too soon. After surviving the first year, weaning is the next most difficult time for a child. If a baby must be weaned too soon, less than 3 years, it can weaken the child and the person they grow into. It is better to have one healthy child that will grow into a strong adult than 2 or 3 weak ones who may not live long.
Oh, I didn't think of that,
the young woman said. Or, as another example, perhaps a woman has given birth to several seriously malformed children who have died. Should she continue carrying full term and have to go through such sorrow each time? Not to mention weakening herself.
But what if she really wants a baby like everyone else?
Said a young woman with tears in her eyes. All women do not have children, Zelandani said. Some choose not to. With others, life never starts. Some can't seem to carry full term, or have stillborn children, or children that are so malformed they don't live or they shouldn't.
But why?
The tearful woman asked. No one knows why. Perhaps someone who has something against her has cursed her. Perhaps an evil spirit found a way to harm the unborn baby. It even happens to animals. We've all seen malformed horses or deer. Some say that white animals are the result of an evil spirit that was thwarted. That's why they are lucky. People, too, are sometimes born white with pink eyes. Animals, no doubt, have stillborns and young that don't live as well, though I suspect carnivores take care of them so quickly we don't see them. That's just the way it is, Zelandani said. The young woman was in tears, and Ayla wondered why the Danyer seemed so unemotional in her response. Her sister has had difficulties having a baby, and she's been pregnant 2 or 3 times, Belima said under her breath. I think she's afraid the same thing will happen to her.
It's wise of Zelandani not to build up false hopes. Sometimes it runs in families,
Marthona murmured in return, and if she has a child, she'll be all the happier for it. Ayla watched the young woman and was so moved she couldn't resist speaking out.
On our way here,
she began. Everyone turned to look in surprise at the newcomer who spoke out, and many noticed her speech difference.
Jondalar and I stopped at a Losadunai cave. There was a woman there who had never been able to have children. A woman from a nearby cave had died, leaving her mate with 3 young children. The woman who couldn't have any went to live with them to see if they could work out a compatible arrangement. If they could, she was going to adopt the children and take the man for a mate.
There was silence for a time, then an undercurrent of conversation. That's a very good example, Ayla, Zelandani said. It's true. Women can adopt children. Did this childless woman have a mate of her own?
No, I don't think so,
Ayla replied. Even if she had, she could have brought him with her, if the men were willing to accept each other as co-mates. An extra man to help provide for those children could be helpful. Ayla has made a good point. Women who are not able to give birth to their own children don't always have to remain childless, Zelandani said. Then she went on. There are other reasons a woman may choose to end a pregnancy. A mother may have too many children, making it difficult for her to care for them all, and for her, her mate, and her cave to provide for them. Often women who are in that situation don't really want more, and wish the mother wouldn't be quite so generous with them. I know a woman who kept having children, another young woman said. After Ayla spoke out, others weren't so hesitant about it. She gave 2 to her sister and 1 to a cousin to adopt.
I know the one you mean. She seems to be a particularly strong and healthy woman who likes being pregnant and has little trouble giving birth. She's very fortunate. And she's done a great service for her sister who was unable to have children, I believe because of an accident, and for her cousin who wanted another without carrying it herself, the large woman said, then turned the talk back to the subject. But not all women are as capable or that lucky. Some women have such a difficult childbirth with 1 or more, another child may kill them and leave their living children without a mother. Everyone is different. Fortunately, most women are able to have children, but even they may not want, or should not bring, every pregnancy to term. There are several things that can be done to stop a pregnancy. Some can be dangerous. A strong tea made from an entire tansy plant, root and all, can bring on bleeding, but it can be fatal. A shaved, slippery elm stick inserted deeply into the opening from which the child is born can be very effective, but it is always best to talk to your danyar, who will know how strong a tea to make or how to insert the stick. There are other measures. Your mothers or your Zelendanya will discuss them with you in greater detail if and when you want to know more. The same is true of childbirth. There are many medicines that can speed delivery, stop hemorrhaging, and ease the pain. There's almost always some pain with childbirth, the first said. The Great Mother herself struggled in pain, but most women have little trouble, and the pain is soon forgotten. Everyone must bear some pain in her life. It's a part of living. There's no escape from it. It is best to accept it. Ayla was interested in the medicines Zelendani talked about, although the ones she mentioned were relatively simple and well known. Almost every woman she talked with about it had learned some way to end a pregnancy, though some seemed more dangerous to her than others. Men often didn't like the idea, and Isa and the other medicine women of the clan had kept it secret from the men, or they would have forbidden it. The danyar had not talked about preventing life from getting started, and Ayla very much wanted to talk to her about that, and perhaps compare notes. Ayla had been midwife at several births. It suddenly occurred to her that she would soon be giving birth herself again. Yes, Zelendani was right. Pain was a part of living. She had endured great pain in giving birth to Durk. She had almost died, but like the mother's great shining sun, he had been worth it. There is more than physical pain in life, Zelendani was saying. Ayla turned her attention back to the woman. Some pain is worse than physical, but you must accept that, too. As a woman, you have a great responsibility and a duty that may at times be difficult, but one that you may have to consider some day. There are times when the life you carry is very tenacious, when nothing is able to prevent the pregnancy from progressing, even though you may have decided the life should not have begun. It is always more difficult after the child is born to return it to the mother, but there are times when it must be done. Remember, the ones who are already here must come first. If a second one is born too soon or is greatly malformed, or other valid reasons, the infant should be returned to Dani. It is the mother's choice always, but you must remember your responsibility, and it must be done quickly. As soon as you're able, you must take it outside and lay it on the breast of the Great Earth Mother, as far away as possible from your home, and never near a sacred burial ground or a wandering spirit may try to inhabit the body. Then the spirit will become confused and not be able to find its way to the next world. Such spirits can become evil. Is there anyone here who does not understand exactly what I just said?
This was always a very difficult moment in the pre-mating meeting, and Zelandani allowed some time for the young women to comprehend the harsh revelation, but they had to understand it and accept it. No one spoke. The young women had heard rumors and talked among themselves about the distressing duty they might be called upon to perform some day. But this was the first time it had been brought up to them directly. Each young woman there hoped fervently that they would never have to expose a baby to the cold breast of the great Earth Mother to die. It was a somber thought. A few of the older women sat tight-lipped with pain in their eyes because theirs had been that awful duty to preserve the life of one by giving up another. Though it was still not an easy decision, most women would far rather end a pregnancy early than lose a child to whom she had given birth, or worse, to have to do it herself. Zelandani's comments devastated Ayla. She would never be able to, she thought. Memories of Dirk flooded back. He was supposed to have been exposed, and she had no say in it. She recalled with anguish the days spent hiding in the little cave to save his life. They had said he was deformed, but he wasn't. He was just a mixture of her and Braud, although Braud was the first to condemn him. If Braud had known every time he forced me that Dirk would be the result, Ayla thought, he would never have done it. Ayla was tempted to ask why life was not prevented from starting in the first place, but she didn't trust herself to speak. Marthona was puzzled by the obvious distress Ayla was feeling. True, it was not an easy thought to bear, but Ayla's coming baby had little likelihood of having to be given back to the mother. Maybe it's just that she's pregnant. She must be very sensitive, she thought. There was not much more information to impart. Prohibitions on sharing the gift of pleasure when a woman was close to delivery, for a certain period of time afterward, and before, during, or after certain ceremonies. Other duties of a mated woman, the times when it was necessary to fast, other times when certain foods were not to be eaten. There were also bans against mating with certain people, such as close cousins. Jondalar had explained about close cousins, and when it was mentioned, she had glanced at Joplea in the unobtrusive, all but unseen way of clan women. She knew the reason for the aura of sadness that shrouded the beautiful young woman, but she'd heard several people mention kinship signs since they arrived at the summer meeting, and she didn't know what they were talking about. What did it mean to have an incompatible kinship sign? The other women knew all about bans and prohibitions, and she didn't want to say anything in front of them. She decided to wait until most people left before she asked her question. "There is one other thing," the first said, concluding. "Some of you may have already heard that a request was received to delay the matrimonial a few days." There was a moan of regret from a few of the women. Dalinar and his cave of Lanzadanyi planned to come to the Zelandanyi summer meeting so the daughter of his mate could be mated at our first matrimonial. There was whispering and murmuring from the assembly. "You may be pleased to know that no delay will be necessary. Joplea is here with her mother Jerica. Joplea and Echazar will be mated with the rest of you. Remember everything that was spoken of here. It is important. The beginning hunt of this summer meeting will start tomorrow morning, and if all goes well, the matrimonial will follow soon after. I will see you all then," said the one who was first. As the meeting was breaking up, Ayla heard the word flathead a few times and abomination at least once. It did not please her, but it was obvious that many were eager to leave and tell someone else about the fact that Joplea was promised to the half-flathead man, Echazar. Many of the women remembered him. He had come to their summer meeting once before, the last time that the Lanzadanyi came. Marthona remembered that there had been some unpleasantness concerning Echazar and his mixed spirits at that meeting, and she hoped it would not come up again. It reminded her of the other summer meeting that was unpleasant for her, the one that Jondalar had missed when he went on his journey with his brother and left Morona waiting for a matrimonial partner that did not arrive. She did mate that summer at the second matrimonial, just before they went home, but it didn't last. Now Morona was again available, but Jondalar had brought a woman home with him, a woman that was far better suited to her son for all her foreign ways, if only because she genuinely cared for him, and he loved her. Zelindani had a passing thought of forbidding the women from talking about anything that was said at the meeting, but she knew there was no way to enforce such an edict. It was just too juicy a piece of news to expect people to keep it to themselves. The first noticed that Ayla and those with her did not seem to be in a hurry and were perhaps waiting to talk to her. She was still Zelindani of the 9th cave. When nearly everyone except the Zelindanya was gone, Ayla approached her.
"I have something I'd like to ask you, Zelindani," she said.
"All right," the woman said.
"You were talking about certain bans and prohibitions, people that you could or could not mate. I know that someone can't mate a close cousin. Jondalar told me that Joplea is his close cousin. Sometimes he says hearth cousin, because they were both born to the hearth of the same man,"
Ayla said. She avoided looking at Joplea, but Marthona and Jerica glanced at each other. "That's correct," Zelindani of the 9th said.
"Just since we arrived at the summer meeting, I've been hearing people talk about something else. You did too. You said a person shouldn't mate someone with an incompatible kinship sign. What is a kinship sign?"
Ayla asked. The other Zelindanya had listened for a while, but when it appeared that Ayla was just asking for information, they began talking quietly amongst themselves, or going to their personal space within the lodge. "That is a little more difficult to explain," Zelindani said. "A person is born with a kinship sign. In a way, it's part of one's elan, one's life force. People know their kinship signs almost from the time they are born, just as they know their elandan. Remember, all animals are children of the mother. She birthed them too, as it says in the mother's song. With a thunderous roar her stones split asunder, and from the great cave that opened deep under, she birthed once again from her cavernous room, and brought forth the children of earth from her womb. From the mother forlorn, more children were born. Each child was different. Some were large and some small. Some could walk and some fly. Some could swim and some crawl. But each form was perfect, each spirit complete. Each one was a model whose shape could repeat. The mother was willing. The green earth was filling. The kinship sign is symbolized by an animal, by the spirit of an animal," Zelindani said.
"You mean like a totem?"
Ayla interjected.
"My totem is the cave lion. Everyone in the clan has a totem."
"Perhaps," the first said, considering thoughtfully for a moment. "But I think totems are something else. Not everyone has one, for one thing. They are important, but they're not quite as important as an elan, for example, though it is true that one must go through some trial or struggle to gain a totem. Usually you are chosen by a totem, but everyone has a kinship sign, and many people have the same sign. A totem can be any animal spirit, a cave lion, a golden eagle, a grasshopper, but certain animals have a kind of power. Their spirits have a force of a certain kind, like a life force, but it's different. The Zelindanya call them power animals, but they have more force in the next world than in this one. Sometimes we can draw upon that force for protection when we travel in the spirit world, or to cause certain things to happen," the one who was first said. Ayla was frowning with concentration, trying to remember something.
"The mammoth did that," she said. "I remember at a ceremony he made strange things happen. I think he took a piece of the spirit world and brought it into this one, but he had to fight to control it."
Zelandani's expression showed her surprise and admiration.
"I think I would have liked to know your Mammut," she said. Then she continued, "Most people don't think too much about their kinship signs, except when they're thinking about mating. One should not mate with someone whose kinship sign is in opposition to theirs, which is probably why it's brought up more at summer meetings where matings are planned and mating ceremonies, matrimonials, take place. That's why the common name for one's power animal is a kinship sign. The name is misleading, but it's how most people think of it because they don't deal with the spirit world, and the only time it has a bearing on their lives is when planning to mate."
"No one has asked me about kinship signs,"
Ayla said.
"It only has meaning for one who was born a Zelandanyi. Those who are born elsewhere may have kinship signs or power animals, but they don't affiliate with Zelandanyi power animals as a rule. Once a person becomes a Zelandanyi, a kinship sign may assert itself, but it will never be one that is in opposition to the mate she already has. The power animal of her mate won't let it."
Marthona, Jerica, and Joplea were listening just as intently. Jerica had not been born Zelandanyi, and she was curious about the customs and beliefs of her mate.
"We are Lanzadanyi, not Zelandanyi. Does that mean if a Lanzadanyi wants to mate with a Zelandanyi, the kinship signs don't matter?" "In time they may not, but many of you, including Dalinar, were born Zelandanyi. The ties are still close, so they do have to be considered," the first said. "I was never a Zelandanyi, but now I am Lanzadanyi. So is Joplea. Since Echazar was not born to either one, it doesn't matter, but doesn't a daughter get her kinship sign from her mother?" "What is Joplea's kinship sign?" Jerica asked. "Usually, a daughter has the same kinship sign as her mother, but not always. I understand that you have requested a Zelandani to move to your cave and become your first Lanzadani. I think it will be a wonderful opportunity for someone. Whoever it is will be well trained, I plan to make sure of that, and will be able to discover the kinship signs for all your people," the Danyer said.
"What is Jondalar's kinship sign, and how can I get one to give to my daughter, if I have one?"
Ayla asked. "If you want to find out, we can look into it. Jondalar's power animal is a horse, like Marthona, but though he has the same mother, Joharan's is different. His is a bison. Bison and horses are in opposition," Zelandani said.
"But Jondalar and Joharan don't oppose each other. They get along well,"
Ayla said with a frown. The big woman smiled. "For mating, Ayla. They are opposing kinship signs."
"Oh, I guess they're not likely to mate," she said, and smiled too. "You said they are power animals. Since my totem is the cave lion, do you think that would be my power animal? He is powerful, and his spirit has protected me before."
"Things are different in the spirit world," the first said. "Power means different things. Meat-eaters are powerful, but they tend to keep to themselves, either alone or in small packs, and other animals stay away from them. When you enter the spirit world, it is usually because you need to learn something, to find something out. The animal that can reach farther, that has access to, maybe I should say that can communicate with many other animals, has more power, or more useful power. It depends what you go there for. Sometimes you do want to seek out meat-eating animals because of their special qualities."
"Why are a bison and a horse opposing kinship signs?"
Ayla asked. "Probably because in this world they tend to cover the same ground at different times, so there is some overlap, some competition for food. Aurochs, on the other hand, eat the tender new greens, or just the green tops, of the grasses, leaving behind the stalks and roughage, which horses seem to prefer, so they are compatible.
The two most opposing power animals are bison and aurochs, but when you think about it, it is logical. Most plant-eaters tolerate each other, but bison and aurochs can't stand to be in the same meadow. They avoid each other and have been known to fight, especially when females come into the season of their pleasures. They're too similar. Aurochs bulls are affected when they smell a bison female in heat, and bison bulls will occasionally go after a female aurochs. Someone with an aurochs kinship sign should never mate someone with a bison sign, Zelendani said.
What is your power animal, Zelendani?
Ayla asked. You should almost be able to guess, the woman said, smiling. I am a mammoth when I go into the spirit world. When you go, Ayla, you will not look the same as you do here. You will go as your power animal. That's when you will find out what it is. Ayla wasn't sure she liked hearing Zelendani talking about her going into the spirit world, but Marthona wondered why Zelendani was being so forthcoming. She didn't usually go into such detailed and in-depth answers. Jondalar's mother had the distinct sense that Zelendani was trying to tempt Ayla, to entice her with fascinating bits of knowledge that were available only to those in the Zelendanya. Then she understood. Ayla was already considered by most people to be some kind of Zelendani, and the first wanted her on the inside, where she could exercise some control, not out of her reach, where she could create problems. But Ayla had already declared that she wanted only to get mated and have children and be like everyone else. She didn't want to join the Zelendanya, and knowing her son, Marthona realized that he wouldn't particularly want her to be Zelendani either. But he did have a tendency to be attracted to women who were. It was going to be an interesting game to watch. They were getting ready to go, but as they were leaving, Ayla turned back.
I have another question, she said. When you were talking about babies and causing miscarriages to end an unwanted pregnancy, why did you not say something about preventing the life from starting in the first place?
There is no way. Only Dani has the power to begin life, and only she can prevent it from starting, Zelendani of the 14th said. She had been standing nearby, listening to the conversation.
But there is,
Ayla said. Chapter 29. The first gave the young woman a sharp look. Perhaps she should have spoken with Ayla earlier in more depth. Was it possible she knew of a way to thwart the will of Dani? This was the wrong way to bring it up, but it was too late now. The Zelendanya who were standing nearby were talking loudly and gesticulating among themselves. Some were just as agitated as the 14th. A few were saying it was wrong. The rest were coming back to the central area to find out what was going on. Ayla didn't know her statement would cause such a stir. The three women with her were standing back and watching. Marthona looked on with sardonic amusement, though her expression remained neutral. Joplea was astounded that the esteemed Zelendanya could quarrel so ardently, but was just as shocked as they were. Jerica listened with great interest, but she had already decided to speak with Ayla in private. Her announcement to the Zelendanya could be the solution to a serious problem that had been worrying the woman for some time. When she first met him, Jerica had fallen completely and irrevocably in love with the handsome giant of a man who was so charmed by the exquisitely dainty yet fiercely independent young woman. He was a gentleman and consummate lover in spite of his size, and she reveled in their pleasures. When he asked her to be his mate, she accepted without hesitation, and when she discovered that she was pregnant, she was delighted. But the baby she carried was too big for her tiny frame, and the delivery nearly killed her and her daughter. It damaged her internally, and she never became pregnant again, much to her regret and relief. Now her daughter had chosen a man who was, though not as tall, if anything, more robust, with powerful muscles and huge bones. Though Joplea was tall, she was thin and rather delicate, with, Jericha had carefully noticed, narrow hips. From the time she realized who her daughter would probably end up choosing, and therefore be the one whose spirit would most likely be chosen by the mother to start any children she might have, she worried that Joplea would suffer her fate or worse. She suspected that Joplea was already pregnant, since she had started having violent bouts of morning sickness on the trip, but she refused her mother's suggestion to end the pregnancy. Jericha knew there was nothing she could do about it. It was the Great Mother's decision. Joplea would be blessed or not, when she wished, and live or die at her discretion. But Jericha suspected that with the man Joplea had chosen, the chances were that her daughter would die young and painfully in childbirth. If not with the first, then later with another one. Her only hope was that her daughter would live through this first one and, like herself, as painful as it was, be damaged so badly she would never be able to get pregnant again. Until she heard Ayla say that she knew how to prevent life from starting. She immediately decided that if her daughter had as much trouble as she did and managed to live through the birth of her first, to save her life, she would make sure Joplea would not get pregnant again. "Quiet, please," the one who was first said. The noise finally settled down. "Ayla, I want to make sure I understand you. Are you saying you know how to stop a pregnancy before it starts? That you know how to prevent life from beginning?" she asked. "Yes, I thought you would know, too. I was using certain plants on my journey from the east with Jondalar. I did not want to have a baby while we were traveling. I had no one to help me," she said. "You told me that you were already blessed by Donnie. You said it has been 3 moons since your last bleeding. You were still traveling then," the Danyer said. "I'm almost certain this baby was started after we crossed the glacier," Ayla said. "We brought only enough of the Losadunai burning stones to melt ice for water to drink for the horses and wolf and the 2 of us. I did not even try to boil water for tea and did not prepare my usual morning drink. It was a very difficult crossing, and we almost didn't make it. When we reached this side and got down off the ice, we stayed and rested for a while, and I didn't bother to make the preparation. By that time, it didn't matter if life started. We were almost here. I was happy when I realized I was pregnant." "Where did you learn about this medicine?" Zelendani asked. "From Isa, the medicine woman who raised me." "How did she say it worked?" Zelendani of the 14th asked. The first looked at her, trying to contain her annoyance. She was asking questions in a logical sequence. She didn't need help or interference, but Ayla answered anyway. "The clan believes that the spirit of a man's totem fights the spirit of a woman's totem, and that is why she bleeds. When the man's totem is stronger than a woman's, it defeats hers and begins the new life. Isa told me that certain plants could make a woman's totem strong and help her totem's spirit fight off the man's," she explained. "Primitive, but I'm surprised they have ideas about it at all," the 14th said, and got a hard stare from the first. Ayla heard the disdain in her tone and was glad now that she hadn't said anything earlier about a man starting a baby inside a woman. She didn't think it was a blending of spirits by Donnie any more than it was a defeated totem, but she thought the 14th, or someone else, would probably find her thoughts more worthy of criticism than consideration. "You said you used the plants on your journey. What made you think the medicine would work?" the first asked, taking control of the questions again. "Men of the clan put great value on the children of their mates, particularly if they are boys. When their mate has a child, it adds to their prestige. They believe it shows the vigor of their totem, which is, in a sense, their inner strength. Isa told me she used the plants herself for many years to keep from getting pregnant because she wanted to bring disgrace upon her mate.
He was a cruel man who beat her to show his authority over a medicine woman of her rank. So she decided to show that his totem spirit wasn't strong enough to defeat hers, Ayla said.
Why would she put up with such behavior? The 14th interjected again. Why didn't she just sever the knot and find another mate?
Women of the clan have no choice in whom they mate. It is decided by the leader and the other men,
Ayla explained. No choice, the 14th sputtered.
Under the circumstances, I'd say it showed a great deal of subtle intelligence on the part of the woman. What was her name? Isa?
The first said quickly, before the 14th could butt in and ask another question.
Do all the women of the clan know about these plants?
No, only medicine women, and I think this preparation was known only to women of Isa's line, but she gave the preparation to some of the other women if she thought they needed it. I don't know if she told them what it was, though. If any of the men had found out, they would have been very angry, but no one would ask Isa. A medicine woman's knowledge is not for men to know. It is passed down to her daughters, who would become medicine women themselves if they showed the inclination. Isa thought of me as her daughter,
Ayla said.
I am very surprised at the sophistication of their medicine,
Zelandani said, knowing she was speaking for many of the others.
Mahmut of the lion camp understood how effective their medicine was. He went on a journey when he was young and broke his arm quite badly. He stumbled into the cave of a clan, and the medicine woman there set his arm and nursed him back to health. We both believed it was the same clan as the one I lived with. The woman who healed him was Isa's grandmother.
There was total silence in the tent when Ayla finished. What she said was very difficult to believe. The Zelandanya of the nearby caves had heard Joharan and Jondalar talk to people about the Flatheads, whom Ayla said called themselves the clan, and were people, not animals. There had been much discussion about it the next few days, but most dismissed the idea. Flatheads might be a little more clever than most people thought, perhaps, but hardly human. Now this woman was saying that they had healed a man of the Mamutoi and had thought about how life began. She even implied that their medicinal practices might be more advanced than those of the Zelandanyi. The Zelandanya started discussing these issues again, and the commotion inside the tent could be heard outside. The male Zelandanya, who had been guarding the women's meeting, were dying of curiosity to find out what was causing the uproar, but were waiting to be invited back in. They knew there were still a few women inside, but it was most unusual for a women's meeting to become so heated. The first had heard Ayla speak in depth of the clan before, and was quicker to grasp the implications and to extend them. She was now persuaded that they were people, and believed it was important for the Zelandanyi to understand the possible consequences, but even she had not realized how advanced they were. Zelandani had presumed a simpler, more primitive way of life, and believed that their medicine was at a similar level. She felt that Ayla had gained some good basic instruction that she could develop. This called for a reevaluation. Their own histories harked back to a time when the Zelandanyi lived a simpler life, but their comprehension of vegetable foods and medicines had been more advanced than other kinds of knowledge. She suspected that awareness of plants was older, went back further. If the clan was as ancient as Ayla seemed to think, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that their knowledge could be quite developed, especially if it was true, as Ayla had indicated, that they had some kind of special memory they could draw on. Zelandani wished that she had spoken with Ayla before it was brought up to the Zelandanya, but perhaps it was best this way. It might take just such a shock to make the Zelandanya realize the full impact that the people Ayla knew as the clan could have on them. "Let's be quiet, please," Zelandani said, trying to settle them down again. When order was finally restored, she made an announcement.
It appears that Ayla has brought us some information that may be very useful. The Mamutoi were very perceptive when they adopted her to the hearth of the mammoth, which was, in effect, the same as being adopted by the Zelandanya. We will speak with her in some depth later and explore the extent of her knowledge. If she does in truth know of ways to prevent the start of life, this could be a great benefit, and we should be grateful to have it.
I should tell you that it doesn't always work,
Ayla interjected.
Isa's mate died when an earthquake collapsed their cave, but she was pregnant when she found me. Her daughter Uba was born not long after, but Isa could count 20 years by then, very old for a woman of the clan to have a first child. Their girls become women at 8 or 9 years, but the medicine worked for her for many years, and it worked for me for most of my journey.
Very little of the knowledge of medicine or healing is absolutely certain, Zelandani said. In the end, it is still the Great Mother who decides. Jondalar was glad to see the women returning. He had been waiting for Ayla. He had stayed at their camp with Wolf when Dalinar went to the main camp with Joharan, and had promised that he would meet them as soon as Ayla returned. Marthona had told Falara to have some hot tea and a little food ready for them, and invited Jerica and Joplea to their lodge. Marthona and Jerica talked about mutual friends and relations, and Falara started telling Joplea about some activities the younger people were planning. Ayla joined them for a while, but after the rather contentious ending to the meeting in the Zelandanya lodge, she felt a need to go off by herself. Saying that she wanted to check on the horses, she picked up her haversack and left with Wolf. She walked upstream along the creek, visited with the horses for a while, then continued on until she came to the pool. She was tempted to go for a swim, but decided to keep on walking instead. She proceeded along a newly developing path, and when she found herself near the new cave, she realized that she had gone the way that Jondalar and the others had come before. As she approached the small hill that held the cave, she could see the mouth clearly, and noticed that the obstructing brush had been cleared away. Dirt and stones around the opening had also been removed, which enlarged the entrance. It was likely that nearly every one of the people at the summer meeting of Zelandanyi had been inside the new cave at least once by now, but there was little evidence to show for the visits. Because it was so beautiful and so unusual with its nearly white stone walls, it was considered a very sacred place and rather inviolable. The Zelandanya and cave leaders were still getting accustomed to it, working out the appropriate times and ways to use it. Traditions hadn't been developed yet. It was too new. The spot where she had made a small fire to light torches and left charcoal remains had become a fireplace with stones encircling it and a few partially burned torches nearby. She removed her fire-making kit from her pack, quickly kindled a fire, and lit one of the torches, then walked to the entrance of the cave. Holding the torch high, she stepped inside the dark space. The sunlight coming in through the entrance lit the soft dirt floor of the sloping entry corridor, which had acquired an accumulation of footprints of all sizes, both bare and in footwear. She saw an imprint of a long, narrow, bare foot, probably of a tall man, another of average size and slightly wider, the foot of either a grown woman or a growing boy. There was the sole of a sandal woven of grass or reeds. Near it, the blurred outline of a leather moccasin, then a line of the widely spaced, rather unsteady, tiny footprints of a toddler just learning to walk. On top of them was the paw print of a wolf. Ayla wondered what a tracker, unaware of the animal that walked ahead of her into the cave, would make of that. She felt the air become cool and damp, and the space darken as she proceeded underground. The cave did not require feats of agility to get into, at least to the large main room. This was a cave that whole families would use, but not as a living space.
Underground caves were too dark and damp to live in, especially when the region was full of shelters open to daylight, with level floors and overhanging stone ledges above to protect them from rain and snow. And this cave was so beautiful. It felt like a special sanctuary, an extraordinary entrance to the womb of the mother. She and Wolf walked along the left side of the large room with the white walls. Then she went into the narrow gallery at the back, with the walls that widened out as they rose and came together in the curved white ceiling. She stepped down into the widened area around the round column, which came down from the roof, but didn't reach the floor. She was beginning to feel cold, and reached into her pack to take out the soft leather hide of a giant deer and put it around her shoulders. It was from the deer that she had brought down with her spear-thrower before the bison hunt that killed Chevenar. So much had happened since then, it felt like it was long ago. But it wasn't, she thought. She walked to the end of the narrow corridor after it turned around the hanging pier, then came back and sat down. She liked the roominess of the space. Wolf came and rubbed his head against her free hand.
"I think you want some attention,"
she said, shifting her torch to her left hand and scratching behind his ears. When he left to explore again, her mind wandered back to the meeting earlier with the other women who were going to be mated, and the Zelandanya, and the discussions after most of the other women left. She thought about kinship signs and remembered that Marthona's was the horse, and wondered what hers was. She found it interesting that in the spirit world horses and aurochs and bison were power animals that were more important than wolves or cave lions, or probably cave bears. It was a place where things were reversed, backwards, maybe inside out or upside down. As she sat there, a feeling started to come over her, a feeling that she'd had before. She didn't like it and tried to fight it, but she had no control over it. She seemed to be remembering something, remembering her dreams, but it was more than memory, and more than dreamlike. It was as though she were reliving her dreams and memories with a vague sense of remembering things that hadn't happened. She felt an anxious worry. She had done something wrong and drained the liquid left in the bowl. She followed flickering lights through a long, endless cave. Then, bathed in firelight, she saw the Mogurs. She felt sickened and petrified with fear. She was falling into a black abyss. Suddenly, Kreb was helping her, supporting her, easing her fears. Kreb was wise and kind. He understood the spirit world. The scene changed. With a tawny flash, the felines sprang for the aurochs and wrestled the huge reddish-brown wild cow, bawling in terror, to the ground. Ayla gasped and tried to squeeze herself into the solid rock of the tiny cave. A cave lion roared, and a gigantic paw with claws outstretched reached in and raked her left thigh with 4 parallel gashes.
"Your totem is the cave lion,"
the old Mogur said. It changed again. The line of fires showing the way down the corridor of a long, winding cave cast light upon beautiful draped and flowing formations. She saw one that resembled the long, flowing tail of a horse. It turned into a dun-yellow mare who flowed into the herd. She nickered and swished her dark tail, seeming to beckon. Ayla looked to see where she was going, and was startled to see Kreb stepping out of the shadows. He motioned her on, urging her to hurry. She heard a horse whinny. The herd was galloping away toward the edge of the cliff. She was in a panic, ran after them. Her stomach churned into a knot of fear. She heard the sound of a horse screaming as it was falling over the edge, tumbling end over end, upside down. She had 2 sons, brothers whom no one would guess were brothers. One was tall and blond, like Jondalar. The other, older one, she knew was Dirk, though his face was in shadow. The 2 brothers approached each other from opposite directions in the middle of an empty, desolate, wind-blown prairie. She felt great anxiety. Something terrible was about to happen, something she had to prevent. Then, with a shock of terror, She knew one of her sons would kill the other. As they drew closer, she tried to reach them, but a thick, viscous wall held her trapped. They were almost upon each other, arms raised as though to strike. She screamed.
"Wake up, child," Mahmud said. "It is only a symbol, a message."
"But one will die," she cried.
"It is not what you think, Ayla," Mahmud said. "You must find the real meaning. You have the talent. Remember, the spirit world is not the same. It is reversed, upside down."
Ayla jerked when the torch dropped. She grabbed for it and picked it up before the fire died, then glanced up at the hanging pillar that looked as though it supported something, but didn't even reach the ground. It was reversed, upside down. She shivered. Then, for an instant, the pillar turned into a transparent, viscous wall. On the other side, a horse was tumbling end over end, upside down, falling off the edge of a cliff. Wolf was back, nosing at her and whining, running out, then coming back and whining again. Ayla stood up and watched the wolf, still trying to clear her head. "What do you want, Wolf? What are you trying to tell me? Do you want me to follow you? Is that it?" She started out of the back gallery, and when she reached the opening, she saw another torch coming down the slope into the cave. The person carrying the torch obviously saw her, too, though her torch was starting to sputter and die. She hurried, but took only a few more steps before her light went out. She stopped, then noticed that the light coming toward her was moving faster. She felt relieved, but before the person reached her, her eyes began to adjust to the dark. She could see a little by the faint light that reached the back of the large chamber from outside, and thought she could probably find her way if she had to, but she was glad someone was coming. She was surprised, however, when she saw who it was. "It's you," they both said together.
"I didn't know anyone was in here. I don't want to disturb you."
"I'm so glad to see you," Ayla said at the same time, then smiled. "I really am glad to see you, Brokaval. My torch died."
"I noticed," he said. "Why don't I walk you out? That is, if you are ready to go."
"I've been in here too long," she said. "I'm cold. I'll be glad to feel the sun. I should have paid attention."
"It's easy to get distracted in this cave. It's so beautiful and feels so, I don't know, special," he said, holding the light high between them as they started out.
It does, doesn't it?
It must have been exciting for you to be the first one to see it. We've been on these slopes so many times, I couldn't even say all the counting words, yet no one found it until you came, Brokaval said.
Just to see it is exciting. Being the first one doesn't matter. I think it must be just as exciting for anyone the first time they see it. Have you been here before?
Ayla asked.
Yes, everyone was talking about it, so before it got dark I got a torch and came to see it. I didn't have time to see much. The sun was going down, just enough to make me decide to come back today,
Brokaval said.
Well, I'm grateful you did,
Ayla said as they started up the slope of the entranceway.
I probably could have gotten out. A little light reaches back there, and Wolf would have helped me, but I can't tell you how relieved I was to see your torch coming toward me.
Brokaval looked down and noticed the wolf.
Yes, I'm sure he would have. I didn't see him before. He's special, too, isn't he?
He is to me. Have you met him yet? There's a kind of formal introduction that I do with him. He understands, then, that you are a friend,
Ayla said.
I'd like to be your friend,
Brokaval said. The way he said it made Ayla look at him, quickly, in her unobtrusive clanwoman way. She felt a chill and a sense of foreboding. There seemed to be more in his statement than a wish for friendship. She sensed a yearning for her, and then decided she didn't want to believe it. Why should Brokaval yearn for her? They hardly knew each other. She smiled at him, partly to cover her disquiet, as they walked out of the cave.
"Then let's introduce you to Wolf," she said. She took Brucaval's hand and went through the process of giving Wolf his scent in the context of her approval.
"I don't think I ever told you how much I admired you that day you faced Morona down," he said when she was through. "She can be a cruel and vicious woman. I know. I lived with her when I was growing up. We're considered cousins, far cousins, but her mother was the closest relation to my mother after she died, who could nurse a baby, so she was stuck with me. She accepted the responsibility, but she didn't like it."
"I admit I don't care much for Morona," Ayla said, "but some people think she may not be able to have children. If that is true, I feel sorry for her."
"I'm not sure if she can't or just doesn't want to. Some think she just makes sure that she loses it whenever she's blessed. She wouldn't make a decent mother anyway. She doesn't know how to think of anyone but herself," Brucaval said. "Not like Lenoga. She'll be a wonderful mother."
"She already is,"
Ayla said.
"And thanks to you, there's a good chance Lorela will live," he said.
The way he was looking at her made Ayla uncomfortable again. She looked down and petted Wolf as a distraction.
"It's the mothers who are nursing her, not me," she said.
"But no one else bothered to find out that the baby wasn't getting any milk, or cared enough to get help for Lorela. I've seen how you are with Lenoga. You treat her like she's worth something."
"Of course she's worth something," Ayla said. "She's an admirable girl, and she's going to be a wonderful woman."
"Yes, she is, but she's still part of the lowest-ranked family in the 9th cave," Brucaval said. "I'd mate her and share my status with her. It doesn't do me any good anyway, but I doubt if she'd want me. I'm too old for her and well, no woman wants me. I do hope she finds someone worthy of her."
"So do I, Brucaval. But why do you think no woman wants you?"
Ayla protested.
"I understand you have a ranking in the 9th cave that is near the 1st, and Jondalar says that you are an excellent hunter who contributes a lot to the cave. Jondalar thinks a lot of you, Brucaval. If I were a Zelendanyi woman looking for a likely mate, and if I weren't going to mate Jondalar, I would consider you. You have so much to offer."
He watched her carefully, trying to make sure that she wasn't saying those things just so she could twist them around in her next breath into a condescending sarcasm, the way Morona used to do. But Ayla seemed sincere, and her feelings genuine.
"Well, you're not looking, I'm sorry to say," Brucaval said. "But if you ever decide to start, let me know."
Then he smiled, trying to make it seem like a joke. From the first moment he saw her, Brucaval knew she was the woman he'd always dreamed of. The trouble was, she was going to mate Jondalar. What a lucky man, he thought. But then, he always was lucky. I hope he appreciates what he has, but if he doesn't, I would. I'd take her in a heartbeat if she would have me. They looked up when they heard the sound of voices and saw several people coming from the direction of the camp of the 9th cave. The two tall men who looked so much alike were immediately identifiable. Ayla waved and smiled at Jondalar and Dalinar. They all recognized her and waved back. The two tall young women with them couldn't have looked more different, and though they were considered cousins, it was far cousins, but they both had a close connection to Jondalar. The complex family ties of the Zelendanyi had been explained to Ayla, and she thought about their relationships as she watched them approach. Among the Zelendanyi, only children of the same woman were called brothers and sisters. Children of the same man's hearth were considered cousins, not siblings. Falara and Jondalar were sister and brother because they shared the same mother, though the men of their hearths were different. Joplea was his close cousin because although Dalinar was the man of the hearth to both of them, they had different mothers. But while a sibling relationship wasn't acknowledged, it was understood. Close cousins, especially the ones called hearth cousins, were too close to mate with each other. The last person who was with them was Echezar, Joplea's promised. He was as distinctive in his general shape and size as the tall men were, especially to Ayla. Joplea and Echezar would be mated during the same matrimonial as she and Jondalar, and couples who shared the same ceremony often developed strong friendships. She wished that could be true, but they lived far apart, and it was not likely. As they got closer, Ayla noticed that Joplea glanced at Jondalar now and then, and surprisingly she didn't mind. She felt an empathetic sorrow for her. She understood Joplea's melancholy. She, too, had once been promised the wrong man. But for Joplea, there would be no last-moment reprieve. Close cousins were often raised together or lived nearby and knew they were close kin and not available to be considered for mating. But when Jondalar went to live with the man of his hearth, after the fight in which he knocked out the 2 front teeth of the man now known as Madraman, he was already a teenager. The daughter of Dalinar's hearth, Joplea, was a little younger, but neither had known each other while they were growing up. Dalinar was delighted to have both his hearth children together and wanted them to get to know each other. He decided that one way was to train them both in the art of flint-knapping, which would give them something in common to talk about. It was, in fact, a very good idea, but he didn't know what effect the youngster who was so much like himself would have on Joplea. She had always adored the man of her hearth, and when Jondalar came, it was all too easy to transfer that overpowering love to her close cousin. Jerica saw it, but both Dalinar and Jondalar were unaware of it. Joplea always couched her feelings about him in terms of jokes, and they, knowing that close cousins couldn't mate, took it at face value and assumed that she was only teasing. There were relatively few people in Dalinar's cave of the Lanzadonyi, and none that offered much to a beautiful and intelligent young woman. After Jondalar left on his journey, Jerica urged Dalinar to take the Lanzadonyi cave to Zelendanyi summer meetings occasionally. They both hoped that Joplea would find someone, and a great many young men were interested in her, but she felt different and self-conscious because people stared at her, and she could find no one with whom she was as comfortable as she had been with her cousin Jondalar. She knew that occasionally some cousins did mate, far cousins to be sure, but she chose to forget that and fantasize that on his journey Jondalar would decide that he loved her as she loved him. She knew the dream was unlikely, but she passionately hoped that someday he would come home and claim her as his one true love. Instead, he returned with Ayla. She was devastated, but she saw the love he felt for the foreign woman and knew that her dream was shattered. The one man with whom she had developed some affinity was a new member of Dalinar's cave, a man who was also stared at wherever he went, Echezar, a man of mixed spirits. Joplea was the one who helped him integrate into their cave, made him understand that he was accepted by Dalinar and the Lanzadonyi, and even helped him with his language skills. And she was the one who coaxed his story out of him. His mother had been raped by a man of the others, who also killed her mate. When she gave birth, she was cursed as a bad luck woman because her mate had been killed and her son was deformed. She left her clan ready to die, but was rescued by Andavan, an older man who had run away from a vicious leader of the Sarmunai. He had lived for a while with a Zelendanyi cave, but was not comfortable with people whose customs were so different from his own. He moved away and lived by himself until he found the clan woman and her son. Together they raised him. Echezar learned the clan language of signs from his mother, and spoken language from Andravan, though it was a mixture of his own language and the Zelendanyi he had learned. But when he reached manhood, Andavan died. His mother couldn't stand to live alone and succumbed to the death curse that had been imposed on her. She died shortly after Andavan, leaving Echezar alone. The young man didn't want to live alone. He tried to return to a clan, but they thought of him as deformed and refused to accept him. And though he could speak, he was rejected by the caves as an abomination of mixed spirits. Out of desperation he tried to kill himself, and woke up to Dalinar's smiling face, who found him injured but not dead, and brought him back to his cave. The Lanzadonyi took him in, and he idolized the tall man. But it was Joplea that he loved. She had been kind to him, talked to him, listened to him, even made him a beautiful decorated tunic for his adoption ceremony into the Lanzadonyi. He loved her so much it hurt to think about it, but he didn't think he had a chance. He had struggled with himself for a long time to get up enough courage to ask if she would be his mate, and could hardly believe it when she finally accepted. It was after her hearth cousin Jondalar returned with Ayla, both of whom he liked immediately. They didn't treat him as though he were different. Wherever Echezar went, people stared at him. The combined characteristics that he inherited from the clan and the others were not the most appealing. In height, he was as tall as an average man of the others, but he retained the powerful, barrel-chested physique, relatively short, bowed legs, and hairy body of the clan. His neck was long, and he could speak. He even had a slight chin like the others, though it receded, making it look weak. His prominent nose and heavy brow ridges with unruly eyebrows that crossed his forehead in a single line were entirely clan. His forehead was not. It rose up as straight and high as any man of the others. The combination seemed outlandish to many people, as though he didn't quite fit together, but not to Ayla. She had grown up with the clan and had consequently adopted their standard of beauty. She had always thought of herself as big and ugly. She was too tall, and her face was too bland and flat. Though she may have thought the look of the mixture was attractive, to everyone else Echezar was extraordinarily ugly, except for his eyes. Liquid dark at night and sparkling with highlights of hazel in the sun, his large, deep brown eyes were profoundly intense, acutely compelling, and highly intelligent, and when he looked at her, they revealed his love for Joplea. Though she did not love him, Joplea did feel a kind of kinship with Echezar and a genuine respect. Though people stared at her because of her exotic beauty, it still made her feel different, and she hated it as much as he did. She also felt comfortable with him. She could talk to him. She decided if she couldn't have the man she loved, she would mate the man who loved her, and she knew she would never find a man who loved her more than Echezar. As the group from the camp drew near, Ayla noticed Brucaval become tense. He was staring at Echezar, and there was no friendliness in his expression. It made her aware of the similarities and the differences between them. In Echezar's case, it was his mother who had given birth to a child that was mixed. With Brucaval, it was his grandmother. Echezar's clan characteristics were definitely more pronounced, but to her, and to everyone there, the mixture was obvious in both. Brucaval did, however, resemble the others more than Echezar. Though she was learning to appreciate what was pleasing to the others, she still found the strong clan features attractive. She had meant it when she told Brucaval that she couldn't understand why he thought no woman would want him. She probably would consider him if she weren't mating Jondalar, and if she were a Zelendanyi woman. But she knew she wasn't really a Zelendanyi woman, at least not yet, and she personally wouldn't consider Brucaval at all. While she thought he was handsome and that he did have a lot to offer, there was something about him that disturbed her. The member of the clan that he reminded her of most was Braud, and the way he was looking at Echezar right now explained why.
"Greetings, Brucaval,"
Jondalar said, walking up to the man with a smile on his face.
"I think you know Dalinar, the man of my hearth, but have you met my cousin Joplea and her promised Echezar?"
Jondalar was prepared to do the formal introductions, and Echezar had raised his hands in readiness. But before he could begin, Brucaval interrupted.
"I have no desire to touch a flathead,"
he said, putting his hands down to his sides. Then he turned aside and stalked away. Everyone was stunned. It was Folara who finally spoke. "How could he be so rude?" she said. "I know he blames Flatheads for his mother's death. I guess I should say the clan now, but that was unforgivable. I know Mother taught Brucaval better manners than that, if no one else did. She would be appalled." "My mother may have been Flathead or clan. You can say it any way you want, but I am neither," Etchazar said. "I am Lanzadani." "Yes, you are," Joplea said, reaching for his hand, "and soon we will be mated."
"We know there is clan in Brucaval's lineage, too," Dalinar said. "It's obvious. If he can't bear to touch someone with that background, how can he stand himself?" "He can't. That's his problem," Jondalar said. "Brucaval hates himself. He was teased a lot when he was young. Other children used to call him a flathead, and he always denied it."
"But he can't change what he is, no matter how much he denies it,"
Ayla said. No one had lowered their voices, and Brucaval had excellent hearing. He heard everything that was said. He had another characteristic of the others that the clan lacked. He cried tears. And as he walked away, tears filled his eyes. "Even her," he said to himself after Ayla's comment. "I thought she was different. I thought she meant it when she said she would consider me if Jondalar were gone. But she thinks I'm a flathead, too. She didn't mean it. She would never consider me." The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. It's not right for her to encourage a person when she doesn't mean it. I am not a flathead. No matter what she says, no matter what any of them say, I am not a flathead. It was dark, but the sky had already changed from black to inky blue, with a hint of gold outlining the hills on the eastern horizon, when the group from the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi and the 1st cave of the Lanzadanyi started from their camp. They used torches to make their way to the place where Jondalar had demonstrated the spear-thrower, and they were glad to see the bonfire burning in the middle of the open stretch of trampled ground that had once been a field of grass. Some hunters had already arrived. As the sky lightened, the cool morning mist rising from the river began filling the spaces between trees and brush on the periphery and mingling with the people standing around the fire. The morning chorus of birds was in full throat, trilling, chirping, twittering, and calling over the low murmur of voices, highlighting the mood of anticipation. Holding Winnie's halter rope, Ayla knelt down and put an arm around Wolf, then smiled at Jondalar, who was stroking Racer to keep him calm. She looked around in wonder. It was the largest hunting party she had ever seen. There were far too many people for her to count. She recalled that Zelandani had offered to teach her how to use the words to count larger numbers, and she decided to ask her. She would like to be able to say how many people were there milling around. Women who were about to mate did not usually participate in the pre-matrimonial hunt. There were usually certain restrictions and various other activities planned for them. The first did a cursory run-through with her so she could be excused. This hunt was going to be a test of using horses and trying out Jondalar's spear-thrower, and they wanted her. Ayla was glad that she had been allowed to join the hunt in spite of her upcoming matrimonial. She had always enjoyed hunting. If she hadn't learned to hunt when she lived alone in her valley, she might not have survived, and it had given her a certain sense of self-reliance. Though several of the women who were to be mated had hunted, only one of them cared about joining the hunt. Since an exception had been made for Ayla, she was also allowed to join them. When they were young, most girls loved to go hunting, just like the boys. After they reached puberty, many of them still hunted, mostly because that's where the boys were. Several enjoyed hunting for itself, but once young women mated and began to have children, most were so busy they were happy to let the men do it. That was when they began to develop other crafts and skills that added to their status and ability to trade and bargain for things they wanted, and that wouldn't take them so far away from their children. But women who had hunted in their youth were looked upon as favorable mates. They could understand the challenges of the hunt, appreciate the successes, and sympathize with the failures of their mates. Ayla had gone to the search ceremony arranged by the Zelandanya the evening before, along with most of the leaders and some hunters, but she had only observed, not participated. Through the search, it was determined that a large herd of aurochs were congregated in a nearby valley that was particularly good for hunting, and they planned to try there first, but nothing was guaranteed. Even though a Zelandani might metaphysically see animals during a search, they might not still be where they were seen the next day. But the valley held a good meadow that attracted the wild cattle, and if the aurochs were gone, it was likely some other animals would be there. The hunters hoped to find aurochs, however, because the cattle were massing together in larger herds this time of year, and they provided tasty meat in very big packages. When the food he thrived on was in abundance, a full-grown bull aurochs grew to 6 feet 6 inches at the shoulder and weighed nearly 3,000 pounds, 2.5 feet taller and more than twice the weight of his largest domesticated descendant. He looked like an ordinary bull, but was so much bigger he approached the size of a mammoth. The food preferred by aurochs was grass, fresh green grass, not mature stalks, and not tree leaves. They favored clearings, edges of forests, meadows, and marshes rather than steppes. Although they would eat acorns and nuts in the fall, as well as grass seeds to build up a reserve of fat, and in winter's hungry time they wouldn't disdain browsing on leaves and buds. The bull's coat was usually black and long, with a light stripe down his back. He had a tight knot of curly hair on his forehead and 2 long, rather thin horns, whitish-gray shading into black, forward-pointing tips. Cows were smaller and shorter, and their coats tended to be lighter in color, often with a reddish tone. Usually only the old or the very young fell to 4-legged predators. The bull in his prime was unafraid of any hunter, including humans, and didn't bother to avoid them. Especially during the fall rutting season, but not limited to then, he was ready to fight and could charge in an uncontrolled rage, pick up a man or a wolf with his horns and toss him in the air, and would gore and often disembowel even a cave lion. Aurochs were fast, strong, agile, and very dangerous. The horde of hunters started out as soon as it was light enough to see. Walking fast, they sighted the herd of aurochs before the sun was very high. The valley was surprisingly close. One end of it led to a fairly large canyon that funneled to a narrow defile, then opened out again into a natural corral. It wasn't completely blind. It had a few narrow outlets, but the place had been used before, though generally no more than once per season. The smell of blood from a major hunt tended to keep animals away until the snows of winter washed it clean again. But in anticipation of future use, fencing had been constructed across the outlets, and several of the hunters circled around to check on them and choose a vantage point from which to throw their spears. A wolf howl, not too bad an impression, Ayla thought, was the signal that all was ready. She had been warned, and kept her arm around Wolf to restrain him in case he was tempted to respond. The loud caw of a crow was the return signal. The rest of the hunters had been edging around the herd, trying not to disturb it too much, a difficult task with so many people. Ayla and Jondalar had stayed quite a way back, not wanting the scent of the wolf to precipitate anything. They mounted the horses at the signal and started forward at a gallop, Wolf running alongside. As fast and powerful as a bull could be, aurochs were still herd animals, and there were young among them. The sound of whoops and yells and the sight of unknown things being flapped at them was enough to spook them, and when one started running, others soon followed. With 2 humans on horseback getting surprisingly close with their flapping and shouting, and the scent of wolf, the herd was soon stampeding blindly into the canyon. The narrow constriction slowed them down as they piled up behind it, trying to get through. Amidst the dust of the bawling, bellowing, roaring herd, some of them tried to break out and go another way, any other way. The people and the horses and the wolf were everywhere, turning them back. But finally, one determined old bull had had enough. He stood his ground, pawed the earth, lowered his horns, and was hit with 2 swift spears, cast from spear-throwers. He dropped to his knees, then tumbled to his side. By then, most were through, and the fence was closed. Then the slaughter began. Spears of every description were flung at the trapped beasts, flint-tipped, sharpened bone, or ivory-tipped, long and short. The hunters had to rotate behind the narrow gates that protected them from massive horns and sharp hooves. Some were hurled with spear-throwers, not just from Ayla's and Jondalar's spear-throwers. A few adventurous souls had been practicing and tried them out, here, where a few misses wouldn't hurt because the aurochs weren't going anywhere except back to the breast of the great Mother Earth in the world of the spirits. In one morning, enough meat had been secured to last the entire summer meeting for some time, and for a large matrimonial feast besides. A messenger was sent back to the camp when the aurochs were in the trap, and a second large party left to help, and by the time the last animal was down, they rushed in to begin the butchering and preserving and storing. There were several means of storage. Because of the closeness of the glaciers and the permanently frozen layer that existed at variable depths below the surface, the underlying permafrost could be utilized as ice cellars to store fresh meat simply by digging holes in the ground. Fresh meat could also be stored in deep ponds or lakes or the quiet backwaters of streams or rivers. Weighted down with rocks and marked with long poles so it could be found and recovered later, meat could last a year with surprisingly little deterioration. Meat could also be dried to last several years. The problem with drying was that early summer was the season of blowflies, which could quickly spoil meat that was set out to dry in the sun and wind. Very smoky fires would keep off the worst of the insects, but it required constant supervision and monitoring in an unpleasantly smoky environment. It was necessary, however, to dry some of the meat for traveling food. In addition to the meat, hides were extremely important. They were used for many things, from implements and containers to clothing and shelters. Fat would be rendered for heat and light and sustenance, hair for fibers and stuffing and warm clothing, tendons for sinew to make cordage and lashings for various constructions. Horns would be used to make containers, various devices such as hinges on panels, and even jewelry. Teeth were used as often for jewelry as they were for tools. Intestines could be made into waterproof coverings and clothing, and casings for sausage and fat. Bones had many uses. They could be made into utensils and plates, carvings and weapons, cracked for their nutritious marrow, or burned in hearths for fuel. Nothing would be wasted. Even the hooves and scraps of hide would be boiled for glues and adhesives, which had many uses. In combination with sinew, for example, it would help attach points to spears, handles to knives, and join composite spear shafts. It would also be used to join tough soles to softer foot coverings. But first the animals had to be skinned, the parts separated out and the meat stored, and it had to be done quickly. Guards were posted to keep away the thieves, the other carnivores more than willing to share in the kill by whatever means they could. Such a large concentration of slaughtered aurochs brought every other meat-eating animal in the vicinity. The slinking hyenas were the first ones Ayla saw. She had her sling out and, almost without thinking, signaled Winnie to go after the pack. She had to dismount and get more stones, but the speed with which she dispatched them was reason enough to make both her and Jondalar guards. Almost anyone could butcher, even youngsters helped, but keeping away the carnivores took some effort and skill with weaponry. The pack of wolves caught Wolf's attention. He was eager to drive off interlopers from the kill of his pack, but Ayla backed him up. The vicious, aggressive wolverines were worse. Two of them, probably male and female, together because it was their season, sprayed one cow with their musk glands. It smelled so bad that after they retrieved the spear to give credit to the hunter, several people hauled it off to let the wolverines fight over it between themselves and any other carnivore that wanted to try for it. No easy task, since wolverines were known to defend their kills against lions. Ayla saw stoats, summer brown now, though come winter they would become ermines, entirely white weasels except for the black tips of their tails. She saw foxes and lynxes and a spotted snow leopard, and at the periphery, casually observing it all, a pride of cave lions, the first she'd seen since she arrived. She paused to observe them. All cave lions were pale in color, usually light ivory, but these were almost white. At first she thought they were all females, but the behavior of one made her look twice. It was a male without a mane. When she asked Jondalar, he told her that cave lions in this region did not have manes. He'd been surprised by the eastern lions that did, though they were rather scraggly. The skies above held their share of marauding meat-eaters waiting their chance to land or being chased away and flying off again. Vultures and eagles, expending little energy, floated on thermals, rising currents of warm air that supported their large outstretched wings. Kites and hawks and lammergeiers soared and dove, sometimes fighting with stately ravens and raucous crows. It was easier for small rodents and reptiles to scurry or slither in and hide from the humans, but the small predators were often prey themselves. Eventually, it would all be cleaned up by the smallest of them, the insects. But no matter how diligent the guards, all the meat-eaters would get a share before the aurochs could be completely butchered and stored, and though it wasn't their primary goal, they didn't mind that before they were through, they managed to secure a few distinctive furs as well. A successful first hunt of the summer meeting was a lucky sign. It assured a good year for the Zelendanyi and was considered especially fortunate for the couples who were about to be mated. The mating day would take place as soon as the meat and other products were brought back to camp and stashed so they would not spoil or be stolen by four-legged carnivores. Once the excitement and work of the hunt were over, the attention of the summer meeting camp turned to the upcoming nuptials. Ayla could hardly wait, but she was also nervous. Jondalar felt the same way. They caught themselves looking at each other often, smiled almost shyly, and hoped that everything would go well. Chapter 30. Zelandani tried to find a time to speak with Ayla privately about the medicine that would prevent conception, but something always seemed to interfere. There were demands on Ayla's time as well as hers. Because this was a community hunt that represented the entire Zelendanyi, the first had to hold special ceremonies to make sure that the spirit of the aurochs would be appeased, and major rituals to thank the Great Mother for the lives of all the animals who had sacrificed themselves so that the Zelendanyi could live. The hunt was almost too successful, and it took longer than usual to accomplish everything that needed to be done. The meat was cut and the fat rendered and portioned out. Hides were either scraped and dried or rolled and stored in the underground ice cellars along with meat, bones, and other parts. And most people helped, including the women who were to be mated. Mating could wait. The first resigned herself to the delay, but she wished she had taken the time to talk with Ayla in more depth before they left the 9th cave, when it would have been easier to study the stranger and learn more about her. Who would have guessed that the young woman, at 19, still young, though Ayla seemed to think she was ancient, would possess so much knowledge? She had seemed so guileless, it made her seem inexperienced somehow. But Zelandani was coming to understand that there was far more to Ayla than she realized. She knew that it was never wise to underestimate an unknown element, but she had not followed her own counsel. And now the first was busy with another matter. The Zelandanya decided to conduct first rites before the matrimonial, though generally it was afterwards, for a very specific reason. Before their first rites, all females were considered girls and were not supposed to share the mother's gift of pleasures. The rites of first pleasures was the ceremony where, under strict and careful supervision, girls were physically opened and became able to receive the spirits that would start a new life. Not until then were they fully women. But first rites were always held during the summer meetings, and usually there was some period of time after their first moon time and before their first rites when girls were in a kind of limbo. It was during this time that men found them incredibly appealing, probably because they were forbidden. There was always a second ceremony at the end of the summer meeting for the girls who started their bleeding during the summer, but the long interval in between meetings was difficult. Young men, and some not so young, were constantly after the pubescent girls, and festivals to honor the mother during the year made the young women more aware of their own urges, especially those who reached menarche in autumn. No mother ever wanted her daughter to start her moon times then with a whole winter of darkness and reduced outdoor activity ahead of her. Though a stigma of shame was placed on those who did not wait until they had their first rites, some girls inevitably did succumb to the persistent blandishments. But no matter how relentless the pressure, by yielding to it, the girls became ultimately less desirable as mates because it indicated a lack of sufficient self-control. To some, it seemed ultimately unfair to stigmatize a woman because as a girl she made what might have seemed at the time to be a naive transgression of accepted custom. But there were those who considered it to be an important test of basic character, of their inherent integrity, fortitude, and perseverance, which were considered important traits in women. Mothers inevitably enlisted the aid of the Zelandanya to try to conceal the indiscretion, and first rites were conducted in any case, because a young woman could not be mated without them. The Zelandanya always tried to make sure that the men selected to open the young women who were already open would be discreet, so nothing would be divulged. But those who had yielded were known, not least to the Zelandanya, who were among those who privately believed the test to be revealing, and were at least suspected by many others. This summer, however, a rare problem had arisen. One young woman, Janita of the South Holding of the 29th Cave, who had not yet had her first rites, was pregnant, and she wanted to mate the young man who had prematurely opened her. Paradol, also of the South Holding of the 29th Cave, was not as anxious to mate her, though he had been inordinately persistent in pursuing her throughout the winter and had made extravagant promises. Reflection Rock was so huge, with so many levels, it was too easy to find secluded places for their trysts. In his favor, it was said that Paradol was quite young. He wasn't sure he wanted to get mated yet, and his mother was not eager for her son to make such a commitment, particularly with a girl who had yielded. But the Zelandanya were using all their persuasive pressure to encourage them to agree. While it was not essential for a woman to be mated when she gave birth, it was preferable for a child to be born to the hearth of some man, especially the first child. The other side of the issue was that, generally, if a woman became pregnant before she was mated, she became more desirable because she had already proven that she was capable of bringing children to a man's hearth. But the stigma of shame for not showing enough restraint to wait until first rites was strong. Janita and her mother knew it, but they also knew that if Janita was already blessed when she mated, it was considered lucky, and she ought to be looked upon with favor. They hoped that one would compensate for the other. Many people were talking about the girl, some feeling one way and some the other, but most agreed that it was an interesting situation, particularly the approach that was taken by Janita and her mother. Those who took the side of Paradol and his mother felt that he was too young to assume the responsibilities of mating. Others felt that if the mother had indeed chosen his spirit to bless the girl, then she must feel that he was capable of being a man of the hearth. And in spite of her lack of restraint, perhaps Janita was lucky, and Paradol should be glad to mate her. A few men were even considering the idea of mating her themselves, shame or not, if the boy didn't want to. She must indeed be favored among the blessed of Dani if she became pregnant so quickly. The young women who were preparing for their rites of first pleasures were all housed in a special guarded lodge near the Zelandanya Lodge. It was decided that the young pregnant woman should stay with the other girls and go through the full ceremony, since she had to have first rites before she could be mated anyway. It was felt that she needed to be taught what young women needed to know, but when she was moved in with the others, some of them objected.
The rites of first pleasures is a ceremony to open a girl to make her a woman. If she's already open, why is Janita here? It's supposed to be for girls who wait, not girls who cheat, one of them said in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Several agreed with her, but not all. One of them countered, "She's here because she wants to get mated at the first matrimonial, and a girl can't get mated until she's had first rites, and besides, the mother has blessed her."
Others, some of whom had started their moon times not long after the previous summer meeting and were rumored to have experimented with some private opening rites themselves, tried to be more welcoming, but most felt a need to be careful. They knew their good names were likely to be dependent on the discretion of the man who was chosen for them, and he could be related to one of the girls who had waited. They didn't want to offend anyone. They were more than aware that they could suffer a similar shame, and they were seeing the problems it could cause. Janita smiled at the one who spoke up for her, but said nothing. She felt a little older and wiser than most of the girls in the lodge. At least she knew what to expect, not like the ones who waited and were both eager and worried. And she was gaining some courage for having faced up to all her detractors. Besides, she was pregnant, blessed by Donnie, no matter what anyone said, and she was at the stage in her pregnancy when she was awash with optimistic feelings. She didn't know that certain hormones in her body had been activated by her pregnancy. She only knew she was happy to be having a baby and feeling content. Although the girls were supposed to be in seclusion and well guarded, somehow the comments that had been made when Janita joined them, especially the phrase that first rites were supposed to be for girls who wait, not girls who cheat, were reported all through the camp. When the first heard about it, she was furious. It had to be one of their own, the Zelandanya, who had spread the word. No one else could have been that close, and she wished she knew who it was. Ayla and Jondalar had been working on aurochs hides most of the day, first scraping off the fat and membranes from the inside and the hair on the outside with flint scrapers, then soaking them in a solution of the cow's brains that had been worked by hand into a puree and mixed with water, which gave the hides an amazingly soft elasticity. Then it was rolled up and twisted to squeeze as much liquid as possible out of the hides, often using 2 people, one at each end. Small holes were then pierced all around the edge, about 3 inches apart. A rectangular frame that was larger than the full hide had been constructed out of 4 poles, and the wet skin was attached to the frame with a cord tied through each hole and pulled tight. Then the hard work began. With the frame anchored securely, resting against trees or a horizontal beam, the hides were straked. A pole with a flattened but rounded end was used to poke the hides as far as they would stretch, up and down, side to side, over and over, until after half a day of work, the hide was finally dry. At that stage it was nearly white, with a soft and supple suede finish. It could have been made into something and worn, but if it got wet again, it would have to be straked all over again, or it would dry into hard rawhide. In order for the hide to retain its pliable, velvety texture, even after washing, it had to go through another process. There were several choices depending on what finished product was wanted. The simplest was to smoke it. One method was to use a small conical traveling tent, block the smoke hole, and build a smoky fire inside. Several hides could be hung near the top and the entrance fastened shut. As the smoke filled the tent and enveloped the hides, it coated each of the collagen fibers within the skin. After smoking, even if it got wet or was washed, the leather stayed supple. Smoking also changed the color of the hide, and depending on the type of wood used, it could range from shades of yellow through tan and taupe to deep brown. Another process was to mix powdered red ochre with tallow, fat rendered in simmering water, and rubbed the mixture into the hide. It not only gave the leather a red color, which could vary in shade from bright orangey red to deep maroon, it also acted as a water repellent. A smooth stick or bone could be used to rub the fatty substance in, crushing the surface, burnishing it to a harder, shiny finish, making it almost waterproof. Red ochre inhibited bacterial decay and was also an insect repellent, including the small parasitic insects that lived on warm-blooded animals, like humans. Yet another process, not as well known and requiring more work, was to make the almost white natural color of the hide pure white. It was somewhat prone to failure because it was difficult to keep the hide supple, but it was stunning when successful. Ayla had learned the process from Crozy, an old Mamutoi woman. It started with saving her urine, then letting it stand until through natural chemical processes it became ammonia, which was a bleaching agent. After scraping, the hide was soaked in ammonia, then washed with saponifying roots that made a soapy lather, then softened with the brain mixture and burnished with dried powdered kaolin, a fine white clay mixed in very pure tallow. Ayla had made only one white garment, and Crozy had helped her, but she had noticed a load of kaolin not far from the third cave and thought she might try it again. She wondered if the lather she had learned to make from the losadunai out of fat and wood ashes would work better than soap root. While she was working, Ayla heard some of the discussions about Janita and found the situation interesting because it was a fascinating insight into the traditions and customs of the Zelendanyi. There was no doubt in her mind that Peridol had started the baby growing inside Janita, since both of them had indicated that no other man had penetrated her, and Ayla was convinced it was the essences of men's organs that started pregnancy. But as they were walking back to the camp of the 9th cave, tired after a day of working hides, she asked Jondalar about the Zelendanyi insistence on first rights before women were free to make their own choices. "I don't understand what difference it makes whether the young man opened her last winter or another man opens her here, so long as she wasn't forced," Ayla said. "It's not like Medinia of the Losadunai, who was forced by that band of young men before her first rites. Janita is a little young to be pregnant, but so was I, and I didn't even know what first rites were until you showed me." Jondalar felt a great deal of empathy and compassion for the young woman. He had broken the accepted traditions of his people during his initiation into manhood by falling in love and wanting to mate his Danyi woman. When he found out that Madraman, had been eavesdropping on them, that he had actually hidden and watched them, then told everyone that they planned to mate, Jondalar went into a rage and hit him repeatedly, breaking his teeth. Madraman had also wanted Zolina for his Danyi woman. Everyone did, but she chose Jondalar and never Madraman. Jondalar thought he understood why Ayla felt the way she did. She wasn't born here and didn't quite appreciate how the Zelendanyi felt about the customs they had lived with all their lives, or how difficult it could be to go against the traditions you knew. He didn't fully understand that she had broken clan traditions and had paid dire consequences. She nearly died for it, but she no longer feared to question anyone's traditions. "People can be more tolerant of those who come from another place," Jondalar said. "But Janita knew what was expected. I hope the young man does join with her and that they will be happy together. But even if he doesn't, I hear there are some men who would gladly mate her." "I should think so. She's a young, attractive woman who is going to have a baby that she can bring to a man's heart, if he's worthy of her," Ayla said. They walked in silence for a pace. Then Jondalar said, "I think this summer meeting's matrimonial will be remembered for a long time. There's Janita and Peridol, who will probably be among the youngest to ever mate if they decide to do it, even without her early pregnancy. And I've just come back from a long journey, and you come from a great distance away, so people will talk about that.
but I don't think anyone here understands how far it really was. Then there's Joplea and Echazar. They both have a background and kinship line unlike anyone else's. I just hope that those few people who object don't make it troublesome. I could hardly believe what Brukaval did. I thought he had more manners than that, in spite of how he feels."
Echazar was right when he said he isn't clan, Ayla said. His mother was, but he wasn't raised by them. Even if they had taken him back, I think he would have found it difficult to live with them. He knows their signs, more or less, but he doesn't even know that he's using women's signs.
"Women's signs? You never mentioned anything about that before," Jondalar said.
It's subtle, but there is a difference. The first signs that all babies learn are from their mothers, but when they get older, the girls stay with their mothers and continue to learn from them. The boys start doing more with the men and begin to learn their ways, Ayla said.
"What did you teach me and the lion camp?"
Jondalar said. Ayla smiled. "Baby talk," she said.
"You mean when I was talking to Guban, I was talking baby talk?" Jondalar said, appalled.
"Even less than that, to be honest. But he understood. Just the fact that you knew something, that you tried to speak the correct way, impressed him," Ayla said.
"The correct way? Guban thought his way was the correct way to talk?"
Jondalar said. "Of course. Don't you?"
"I suppose so," he said, then smiled. "What do you think is the correct way?"
"The correct way is always whatever way you're used to. Right now, the clan way, Mamutoi, and Zelendanyi are all correct. But after a while, when all I have spoken is Zelendanyi for a long time, I will no doubt think that is the correct way, even if I don't speak it correctly, and I probably never will. The only one I will ever know perfectly is the clan language, but only of the clan I grew up with, and that's not quite the same as the way they do it around here," Ayla said. As they reached the small stream, Ayla noticed the sun was going down and was caught up again by a glorious blaze of color in the sky. They both stopped to watch for a while.
"Zelandani asked me if I wanted to be chosen for first rites tomorrow. Probably for Janita,"
Jondalar said. "She told you that?" Ayla said. "Marthona said the men are never told who they will be with, and they are never supposed to tell."
"She didn't exactly tell me. She said she wanted someone who would be not only discreet but caring. She said she knew you were pregnant, and she thought I would know how to treat someone who might need the same kind of concern. Who else could it be?" he said.
"Are you going to do it?" Ayla said.
"I thought about it. There was a time when I would have been more than willing, eager, but I said I didn't think so," he said.
"Why?" she asked.
"Because of you," he said.
"Me? Did you think I would object?"
"Would you?"
"I understand it is a custom of your people, and other men who are mated do it," Ayla said.
"And you'd agree to it whether you liked it or not, wouldn't you?"
"I suppose," she said.
"The reason I declined wasn't because I thought you would object, although I probably wouldn't like it if you decided to become a Danyi woman for a season. It's because I don't think I could give her the attention she deserves. I'd be thinking about you, comparing her to you, and that would be unfair to her. I've always had more size than many, and I'd be withholding and trying to be careful and gentle, so I wouldn't hurt her, and wishing all the time I was with you instead," he said. "I don't mind being caring and gentle, but we fit together. I don't have to worry about hurting you. At least not now. As you get further along, I don't know, but we can work something out then."
She hadn't realized how pleased she would be that he had refused.
She had heard how attractive most men found those young women, and she wondered if she was feeling jealous. She didn't want to be. She had heard what Zelandani said at the women's meeting, and she would not have objected if he had accepted the offer. But she was happy that he had not. Ayla couldn't help but smile, a big radiant smile that almost matched the sunset, which gave Jondalar a warm glow.
All the couples who were to be mated met with the Zelandanya the day following the rites of first pleasures ceremony. Most were young, but some were middle-aged and a few were quite old, well over 50 years. Regardless of age, they were excited and looking forward to the event, and most were friendly to each other, the start of the special bond between people who were mated at the same mating ceremonial. Many lifelong friendships were established then. Ayla left Wolf with Marthona, who said she would be willing to stay with him, although Ayla had to tie him down with a restraining rope to keep him from following her. Before she left, she noticed that Marthona was indeed a calming influence, and he seemed more relaxed when she was with him. When they arrived at the Zelandanya Lodge, Ayla saw Lavila and a man she had not met. Lavila waved them over and introduced everyone to Jondakam, a man of medium height with a red beard, a pleasant smile, and mischievous eyes. "So you're from Elderhearth," Jondalar said. "Kimaran and I are old friends. We got our manhood belts together. I saw him during the bison hunt. I didn't realize he had become the leader of the second cave." "He's my uncle, my mother's younger brother," Jondakam said.
"Uncle? You seem closer to age mates,"
Ayla said.
"He's only a few years older than I am, more like an older brother."
"My mother was about the age of a girl during first rites when her brother was born," Jondakam said.
"She was always like a second mother to him, even then. When his mother, my grandmother, died, my mother took care of him. She was pretty young when she mated, but her mate died early. I'm her firstborn, and I have a younger sister, but I hardly remember the man of my hearth. She was called to the Zelandanya and didn't mate again."
"I remember embarrassing myself," Jondalar said. "I saw Kimaran's mother and made some typical comment about the young attractive woman standing with the mothers and wondering what baby was completing his manhood rites." He smiled. "You can imagine how I felt when he said she was there for him. He was as big as I was. Then he told me she was actually his sister." After they had been there for a while and it appeared that the Zelandanya were getting ready to begin, 2 more people arrived, the youngsters, Janita and Paradal. The couple stood at the entrance looking nervous and a little scared, and for a moment seemed ready to bolt. Suddenly Lavila left the group and walked quickly toward them.
"Greetings. I am Lavila of the West Holding of the 29th Cave. You are Janita and Paradal, aren't you? I think I met you, Janita, when you came to harvest pine nuts at summer camp a year or 2 ago. I'm with Ayla and Jondalar. She's the one with the animals, and he's the brother of my sister's mate. Come and meet them," she said, and started leading them back. They seemed at a loss for words. "She is Proliva's sister, isn't she?" Joplea said quietly. "Yes, I can see Proliva welcoming someone like that," Ayla said. "Joplea and Echazar are here, too. They're the Lanzadanyi couple who came to be mated with us," Lavila was saying as they approached. "And here's my promised, Jondakam of the second cave of the Zelandanyi. Meet Janita and Paradal, both of the south holding of the 29th cave." Looking at the young couple. "That's right, isn't it?" "Yes," Janita said, smiling nervously and frowning worriedly at the same time. Jondakam held out his hands to Paradal. "Greetings," he said with a broad smile. "Greetings," Paradal responded, taking his hands, though his grip was rather limp, and he didn't seem to know what else to say.
"Greetings, Paradal," Jondalar said in turn, also holding out his hands. "Did I see you at the hunt?"
"I was there," the young man said. "I saw you on a horse."
"Yes, and Ayla too, I imagine."
Paradal looked uncomfortable and at a loss for words.
"Did you have much luck?" Jondakam asked.
"Yes," Paradal said. "He killed 2 cows," Janita said for him, "and one had a calf inside." "Did you know the skin of that calf will make wonderful baby clothes?" Lavila said. "It's so fine and soft." "That's what my mother said," Janita replied. "We haven't met," Ayla said. She held out both hands. "I am Ayla, formerly of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, but now of the 9th cave of the Zalindanyi. In the name of the great Earth Mother, Mut, also known as Dani, I greet you."
Janita was a little shocked. She had never heard anyone speak so differently. There was a rather uncomfortable silence for a moment. Then, as though remembering her manners, she said,
"I am Janita of the south holding of the 29th cave of the Zalindanyi. In the name of Dani, I greet you, Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zalindanyi."
Joplea then stepped forward and held out her hands to the young woman. "I am Joplea of the 1st cave of the Lanzadanyi, daughter of the Hearth of Dalinar, founder and leader of the Lanzadanyi. In the name of the Great Mother, I greet you, Janita. This is my promised Echazar of the 1st cave of the Lanzadanyi." Janita looked directly at the couple, her mouth literally hanging open as she stared. She was not the first to look surprised, but she seemed less able to control it than most. Then, as though she suddenly realized what she was doing, she closed her mouth and flushed deep red.
I am sorry. My mother would be so angry if she knew how rude I was, but I couldn't help it. You both look so different, but you are beautiful and he is not,"
she said, then flushed again.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I just—"
"What you mean is she's so beautiful, and he's so ugly," Jondacam said with a twinkle in his eye. He looked at them both and grinned. "It is true, isn't it?" There was a moment of awkward silence. Then Echazar spoke. "You are right, Jondacam. I am ugly. I can't imagine why this beautiful woman would want me, but I'm not going to question my luck," Echazar said. Then he smiled, and it lit his eyes. Seeing a smile on a clan face always startled Ayla. People of the clan didn't smile. To them an expression that bared the teeth was seen as a threat or a nervous display of subservience. But somehow the expression changed the configuration of Echazar's face, eased the strong clan features, and made him seem much more approachable. "Actually, I'm glad you're here, Echazar," Jondacam said. "Next to this big brute," he pointed to Jondalar, "everyone looks bad, but you make me and this youngster look good. The women, on the other hand, are all beautiful." Jondacam was so ingenuous he made everyone smile and relax. Lavila looked at him with love in her eyes. "Why, thank you, Jondacam," she said. "You have to admit, though, that Echazar's eyes are as unusual as Jondalar's, and no less striking. I've never seen such beautiful dark eyes, and the way he looks at Joplea makes me understand why they're mating. If he looked at me that way, it would be hard to turn him down."
"I like the way Echazar looks," Ayla said. "But yes, his eyes are his best feature."
"If we're all going to say what we think and get it out in the open," Jondacam said, "you have an unusual way of speaking, Ayla. It takes a little getting used to, but I like it. It makes people take notice and listen. You must come from very far away, though." "Farther away than you can imagine," Jondalar said. "And I want to ask one more thing," Jondacam added. "Where is that wolf? Other people have talked about meeting him, and I was hoping to meet him." Ayla smiled at the man. He was so straightforward and honest she couldn't help but like him, and so relaxed and comfortable with himself he made everyone else feel the same way.
"Wolf is with Marthona. I thought it might be easier on him and everyone else if he stayed away. But if you stop by the 9th Cave's camp, I'll be happy to introduce him to you, and I have a feeling he will like you, too," she said. "All of you are welcome," she said, looking at everyone, including the young couple, who were actually smiling in a natural and relaxed way. "Yes, by all means," Jondalar added. He liked these couples that they had met, but particularly Lavila, who was an outgoing and caring young woman, and Jondacam, who reminded him of his brother, Thonolin. They noticed that the first was standing in the center of the lodge, silently waiting for everyone's attention.
When she had it, she spoke to them all, telling them of the seriousness of the commitment they were making, repeating some of the things she had said to the women earlier, and giving them some instructions on what was expected of them at the matrimonial. Then some of the other Zelandanya told them where they were supposed to stand, and explained where to walk and what to say. They went through a rehearsal of the steps and movements. Before they left, the first spoke to them again. "Most of you know this, but I want to say it now so it is clear. After the matrimonial, for a period of half a moon cycle, approximately 14 days using the counting words, the newly mated couples are not allowed to speak to anyone except each other. Only in the case of dire emergency are you to communicate with anyone else, and then only to a danyar, who will decide if it was important enough to break the ban. I want you to understand why this is done. It is a way of forcing a couple together to see if they can really live with each other. At the end of the time, if they decide that their mating is incompatible, any couple can decide to break the tie with no consequences. It would be as if they had never mated." The Zelandani who was first knew most of the couples looked forward to the ban, delighted with the idea of spending time together totally involved with only each other. But at the end, she knew, there would likely be 1 or 2 couples who would quietly decide to go their separate ways. She looked carefully at each person, trying to judge which couples might last. She was also trying to assess which of the couples would not last even 14 days. Then she wished them all well, and told them the matrimonial would be the following evening. Ayla and Jondalar were not concerned that their time alone would prove their union incompatible. They had already spent the better part of a year with only each other for company, except for the brief stops at a few caves along the route of their journey. They both looked forward to their period of forced intimacy, especially since there would be no pressures to keep traveling. After leaving the lodge, the 4 couples walked together toward their camps. Janida and Paradol turned off first. Before they left, Janida held out both hands to Lavila. "I want to thank you," she said, "for including us and making us welcome. When we walked in, it felt like everybody was staring at us, and I didn't know what to do. But I noticed when we left that people were looking at Joplea and Echazar, and Ayla and Jondalar, and even you and Jondakam. Maybe everyone was staring at everyone else, but you were the one who made me feel a part of something, not separate and outside of it." She leaned forward and brushed Lavila's cheek with hers. "Janida is an intelligent young woman," Jondalar said after they continued on. "Paradol is lucky to get her, and I hope he appreciates her." "There does seem to be some real affection between them," Lavila said. "I wonder why he was resisting the mating." "I would guess the resistance was more from his mother than from him," Jondakam said. "I think you are right," Ayla said. "Paradol is very young. His mother still has a lot of influence on him, but so is Janida. How many years can each of them count?" "I think both can count 13 years. She just barely. He is some moons older, closer to a 14-year, Lavila said. "I am an old man next to him," Jondalar said. "I can count a double handful more, 23 years. Paradol hasn't even had a chance to live in a falaj yet." "And I am an old woman," Ayla said. "I can count 19 years." "That's not so old, Ayla. I can count 20 years, Joplea said. "What about you, Echazar?" Jondakam said. "How many years can you count?" "I have no idea," he said. "No one ever told me, or even kept track as far as I know." "Have you ever tried to think back and remember each year?" Lavila asked. "I have a good memory, but childhood to me is a blur, each season just fading into the next," Echazar said. "I can count 17 years, Lavila said. "I'm a 20-year, Jondakam volunteered. "And here's our camp. We'll see you tomorrow." They waved farewell with the beckoning "come back to see us again" motion to the 4 who continued toward the combined camp of Zelendanyi and Lanzadanyi. Ayla woke early on the day she and Jondalar were to be mated. The faint light that preceded the rising sun glimmered feebly through the cracks between the nearly opaque panels of the lodge, highlighting the seams and outlining the opening. She lay still, trying to distinguish details in the shadowy shapes silhouetted against the walls. She could hear Jondalar's regular breathing. She raised up quietly and looked at the face of the man sleeping beside her in the dim light. The fine, straight nose, the square jaw, the high forehead. She remembered the first time she had studied his face while he slept in the cave of her valley. He was the first man of her own kind she had seen, that she could recall, and he had been badly wounded. She didn't know if he would live, but she thought then that he was beautiful. She thought so still, although she had learned since that men were not usually called beautiful. Her love for the man swelled to fill her whole being. It was almost more than she could bear, almost painful, excruciatingly full, wonderfully warm. She could hardly contain herself. She got up quietly, dressed quickly, and slipped outside. She looked out over the camp. From the slightly higher elevation of their campsite, she could see the river valley spread out before her. In the near darkness, the lodges appeared as black mounds rising out of the shadowy earth, each round structure with its center pole supporting the multi-dwelling units. The camp was still now, so different from the bustling, noisy, boisterous place it would be later. Ayla turned toward the small creek and followed it upstream. It was growing perceptibly lighter, blotting out more of the twinkling sparks in the sky. The horses in their fenced-in enclosure noticed her approach and nickered softly in greeting. She veered toward them, ducking under the poles strung between posts that defined their area. She put her arm around the hay-colored mare's neck.
"Today is the day Jondalar and I will be mated, Winnie. It seems so long ago that you brought him, bleeding and almost dead, to the cave. We've come such a long way since then. We'll never see that valley again,"
Ayla said to the horse. Razor nudged her, wanting his share of attention. Ayla patted him, then hugged the strong, thick neck of the brown stallion. Wolf appeared from out of the woods, returning from his nightly hunting foray. He loped toward the young woman surrounded by the horses.
"There you are, Wolf," she said. "Where have you been? You were gone this morning."
She caught a blur of movement among the trees out of the corner of her eye. She looked up just in time to see a second wolf, a dark one, dodge behind the thick underbrush. She bent over and cupped Wolf's head between both her hands, massaging his furry jowls.
"Have you found yourself a mate or a friend?" she said. "Do you want to go back to the wild like Baby did? I would miss you, but I wouldn't want to keep you from a mate of your own."
The wolf growled softly in contentment as Ayla continued rubbing him. He seemed to have no inclination at the moment to return to the shadowy figure in the woods. The top edge of the sun appeared on the horizon. Ayla smelled the smoke of morning campfires and looked downstream. A few early risers were moving about now. The camp was coming to life. She saw Jondalar coming toward her in long strides. His brow was wrinkled in concern. The expression was familiar. He is a worrier, she thought. She had become familiar with every line and movement of his face. She often watched him surreptitiously, her eyes always seeking him out, wherever he was or whatever he was doing. He knotted his brow the same way when he was concentrating on a new piece of flint, as though trying to see the minute particles in the homogeneous material, so he would know in advance which way it would shear. She loved all his expressions, but most of all she loved to see him smiling in his gentle, teasing way, or looking at her with his eyes dilated, full of love and desire. "I woke up and you were gone, Ayla," Jondalar said as he approached.
"I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep," Ayla said, "so I came outside. I think Wolf has a mate hiding in the woods. That's why he was gone this morning."
"That's a good reason to be gone. If I had a mate, I wouldn't mind running off with her to the woods," he said, a smile erasing the worried frown. He put his arms around her and pulled her close to him and looked down at her. Her hair was still tousled from sleep, falling loosely down her shoulders and framing her face in a mass of thick, dark blonde waves. She had begun to wear her hair coiled neatly around her head in the manner of the women of his cave, but he still loved it best when it was loose and free, the way it was the first time he saw her, standing naked in the bright sunlight on the ledge in front of her cave in the valley, after she had bathed in the river below. "You'll have one before this day is through," she said. "Where would you like to run off with her?"
"To the end of my life, Ayla," he said as he kissed her. "There you are. Remember, this is your mating day. No pleasures until after the ceremony." It was Joharan. "Marthona wants you, Ayla. She asked me to look for you."
Ayla went back to the tent. Marthona had a cup of tea waiting for her. "This will have to do for your breakfast, Ayla. You're supposed to fast today." "This is fine. I don't think I could eat today anyway. Thank you, Marthona." She watched Jondalar leave with Joharan, carrying several bundles and packs. Jondalar saw Joharan signal to him from across a field as he was about to go into the lodge that he was sharing with several of the men who were going to be mated that night. Most of them had some relational tie with each other, and all of them had one or two of their closest friends or relatives with them. He had just taken all of the things that he would need for the 14-day trial period to a small tent that he had set up away from the summer meeting camps, near the back of the hill where the new cave was. Although he felt he could have brought the things Ayla would need as well, someone else would bring them later, as was customary. He waited for his brother just outside the entrance to the lodge. The place was not much different from the bachelor lodges he had often shared with young men at summer meetings. Young men who wanted to get away from the watchful eyes of their mothers' mates, and other people in authority. Jondalar recalled the summers spent in such a place with rowdy friends, and often, temporarily, by various young women. There was usually good-natured rivalry between the lodges and the young men within them over who could entice the most young women to stay with them. The goal seemed to be for each man to have a different woman every night, except for the nights when they reserved it for the men only. On those nights, no one slept until dawn. They drank barma and wine when they could get it. Some brought various parts of certain plants that were more usually reserved for ceremonial usage. The young men spent the night singing, dancing, telling stories, and gaming, usually mixed with a lot of laughter. On the nights when they invited women, the gatherings usually broke up sooner, as couples or mixed groups left the party early for more private entertainment. The men who were about to be mated were always subjected to jokes and comments from the others in bachelor lodges, something Jondalar took in good humor. He had doled out his share. But the lodge he stayed in now was quieter, and the men more serious. They were all facing the same event, and it wasn't quite the joking matter that it was to the young men who were still uncommitted. All the men who were mating had been banned from the Zelandanya lodge where the women were staying. The couples were prohibited from contact with each other until the matrimonial. While the men were also in lodges away from their camps, they had more freedom. They were not restricted from moving about, except to stay away from the women to whom they were promised. The men stayed in several smaller dwellings, but all the women and their close friends and relatives shared the one lodge. Though the Zelandanya lodge was bigger than all the others, it was more crowded than the men's lodges, but the spontaneous outbursts and laughter that emanated from it always made the men curious.
"Jondalar,"
Joharan called out to him as he neared.
"Marthona wants to see you, at the Zelandanya lodge, where the women are."
Jondalar was surprised at the summons, but he hurried, wondering what his mother wanted. He tapped at the post outside the entrance of the lodge, and when the flap moved aside, he couldn't resist craning his neck, trying to see in, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ayla. But Marthona was careful to close the opening behind her. She had a package in her hands, a package that was very familiar to him. It was the one that Ayla had so adamantly insisted on carrying with her on their entire long journey. He recognized the covering of thin hides tied with cords. He had often been curious about it, but she had always evaded his questions. "Ayla insisted that I give this to you," Marthona said, shoving the package at him. "You know you're not supposed to have any contact with each other until the ceremony, not even indirectly. But Ayla said she would have given it to you earlier if she had known. She was very upset, almost in tears, and ready to break the prohibition herself if I didn't give it to you. She told me to tell you it is for the matrimonial."
"Thank you, Mother.
Jondalar said. Marthona closed the opening before he could say another word. He walked away, looking at the package as he returned to the lodge. He hefted it to judge the weight, wondering what it could be. It was soft, but seemed rather bulky. That was one reason he couldn't understand why she insisted on keeping it whenever they needed to lighten their load and make more room. Had Ayla carried this the entire way just to give it to him for their matrimonial, he thought? It seemed too important to casually open it out in the open. He wanted to find a more private place. Jondalar was glad the lodge was empty when he went in with Ayla's mysterious package. He fumbled for a while, trying to untie the cord, but the knots resisted his efforts, and he finally cut it with his knife. He peeled back the protective layers, then looked. It was white. He lifted it out and held it up. It was a beautiful, pure white leather tunic, decorated only with the black-tipped white tails of ermines. She said it was for the matrimonial. Had she made him a matrimonial tunic? He had been offered several outfits to wear, and had selected one that was elaborately decorated in the Zelendanyi style, but this one was entirely different. The white tunic was cut more in the style of the Mamutoi, but their clothing was usually quite intricately decorated too, often with beads of ivory, shells, and various other materials. This one had no decoration at all, except for a few ermine tails, but it was genuinely outstanding because of its color. The tunic was a pure, shining white, the most difficult of all shades to color leather, and stunning in its simplicity because there was no decoration to detract from the purity of the color. When did she make this, he thought? It could not have been made while they were traveling. There was no time. And besides, she had carried that package with her from the beginning. She must have made it the winter they were living with the Mamutoi, with the lion camp. But that was the winter she had promised to mate with Rainik. Jondalar held the tunic up to himself. It was definitely his size. It would have been much too big for Rainik, who was a shorter man with a more compact body. Why had she made a tunic for him, especially such a beautiful one, if she was planning to stay with the Mamutoi and live with Rainik? Jondalar clutched the tunic while his mind raced. It was so soft and supple. Her leather always had that quality, but how long had she spent working the leather to make it so soft? And the color! Where had she learned to make white leather? From Nezzy, perhaps? Then he remembered seeing Crosy, the old woman from the crane hearth, wearing a white outfit at one of the ceremonies when everyone wore their finest clothing. Could Ayla have learned it from her? He couldn't recall ever seeing her work on white leather, but then maybe he just hadn't been paying attention. He pulled the silky ermine tails through his fingers. Where had she gotten ermine tails? Then he remembered that she had returned with some ermines the same day she brought the tiny living wolf cub back to the Earth Lodge. He smiled, remembering what a commotion that had caused, but they had argued. Well, he had argued it was his fault, and he had already moved to the cooking hearth by then. She was visiting Rainik's hearth at night. They were almost promised. Yet she had probably spent many, many days making this soft, beautiful white tunic for him. Did she love him so much even then? Jondalar's eyes misted. He was near tears. He knew he had been the one who had treated her coldly. It was his jealousy, and more than that, his fear of what his people would say if they knew who had raised her. He had driven her into the arms of another man. Yet she had still spent long days making this garment for him. And then she'd carried it all the way here, just to give it to him for their matrimonial. No wonder she was upset and ready to defy the ban against seeing him to make sure he got it. He looked at it again. It was not even wrinkled. She must have found some place to straighten it, steam it, after they arrived. He held the tunic to himself, feeling its softness, and almost felt that he was holding her. So much of her went into the making of it. He would have been happy to wear it, even if it wasn't so beautiful. But it was beautiful. The clothes he had chosen to wear for his matrimonial, for all their decoration, now seemed drab by comparison. Jondalar wore clothes well, and he knew it. He had always secretly prided himself on it, and on his choice of clothing. It was a small vanity that he had learned at his mother's knee, and no one was more gracefully elegant than Marthona. He wondered if she had seen the tunic. Somehow he doubted it. She would have appreciated its stunning subtlety, with the ermine tails giving it just the right touch, and she would have given him some look, some hint. He looked up as Joharan came into the tent.
"There you are, Jondalar. I seem to be spending this day looking for you. You're needed for some special instructions."
He noticed the white garment.
"What do you have there?"
he asked.
"Ayla made me a matrimonial tunic. That's why Mother wanted to see me, to give me this."
He held it up in front of himself.
"Jondalar, that is exceptional," his brother said. "I don't know if I've ever seen white leather so well made. You always have liked to dress well, but in that, you are really going to stand out. There's going to be more than one woman who will wish she were in Ayla's place. But there is more than one man who wouldn't mind being in yours, your big brother included, if it weren't for Proliva, of course."
"I am lucky. You don't even know how lucky, Joharan."
"Well, I want to say, I wish both of you much happiness. I haven't really had the opportunity to tell you before. I used to worry about you sometimes, especially after that problem you had when you were sent away. When you came back, you always had women, but I wondered if you would ever find a woman that you would be happy with. You would have made it eventually, I'm sure, but I didn't know if you would ever find the kind of happiness you can have with a good mate, like Proliva. I never did think Morona was the right kind of woman for you,"
Joharan said. Jondalar was moved.
"I know I'm supposed to be making jokes about how sorry you'll be now that you've tied yourself to the responsibilities of a hearth," Joharan continued. "But I will tell you truthfully, Proliva has made my life very happy, and her son brings a special warmth you can get no other way. Did you know she's expecting another?"
"No, I didn't."
"Ayla's expecting, too. Our mates will have children who are close to the same age. They'll be like hearth cousins," Jondalar said with a big grin. "I feel certain that Proliva's son is the result of my spirit, and I hope the one she's carrying will be. But even if they aren't, the children of his hearth can give a man such pleasure, such a special feeling, it's hard to describe. Looking at Geraldal fills me with such pride and joy."
The two men clasped each other by the shoulders, then hugged.
"All this confessing of deep feelings from my big brother,"
Jondalar said to the slightly shorter man, smiling. Then his expression became more serious.
"I'll tell you truthfully, Joharan, I have often envied your happiness, even before I left, before there were any children. I knew then Proliva would be a good woman for you. She makes your hearth a warm and welcome place, and just in the short time since I've returned, I've come to enjoy that little one of hers, and Geraldal looks like you. You better go, Jondalar. I was told to hurry you along."
Jondalar folded the white tunic, wrapped it loosely in its soft leather covering, and laid it carefully on his bedroll. Then he left with his brother, but he looked back over his shoulder at the package, eager to try the white tunic on, the tunic he would wear when he and Ayla were mated. Chapter 31. "I didn't know I would be so restricted today, or I would have made arrangements," Ayla said. "I need to make sure the horses are all right, and Wolf needs to be able to come and go. He gets upset if he can't check on me." "This problem has never come up before," Zelandani of the 14th said. "You are supposed to be in seclusion before the ceremony on the day of your mating. The histories tell of a time when women had to be in seclusion for an entire moon."
That was long ago, when matings were often in the winter, before they were done together in one matrimonial, the first said. There were fewer Zelandani then, and they didn't have gathers the way we do now. For a single cave to have 1 or 2 women restricted for a moon in the middle of winter is one thing, but to have many of them unable to contribute for that long in the hunting and harvesting season during a summer meeting is something else entirely. We'd still be trying to get the aurochs stored if the women who are mating had not helped.
"Well, that may be," the older Zelandani said. "But 1 day shouldn't be too much."
And normally it isn't, but the animals make it an exceptional situation, the first Danyer said. I'm sure we can work something out.
"Do you object to the wolf coming and going as he chooses?" Marthona said. "The women don't seem to mind him. We only need to allow the lower part of the entrance drape to stay unfastened." "I don't suppose that would be a problem," the 14th said. The 14th had been pleasantly surprised when she met the 4-legged hunter. He had licked her hand and seemed to warm to her, and she rather liked petting the fur of the living animal. After some questions, Ayla told the story of how she brought the baby wolf cub home and rescued the little filly from the hyenas. She had insisted that if they were young enough when you found them, many animals could probably become friendly with people. The 14th had noticed how much attention and prestige Wolf brought to the foreign woman, and wondered how difficult it would be to befriend an animal, but perhaps a smaller one. The size didn't matter. Any animal that would voluntarily stay in close contact with a person would bring attention. "Then it's just a matter of the horses. Can't Jondalar attend to them?" Marthona asked.
"Of course he can, but I need to tell him that he should. I'm the one who's been doing it since we arrived at the summer meeting, because he's been busy with other things," Ayla said. "She's not allowed to communicate with him," the 14th insisted. "She can't tell him anything." "But someone else can," Marthona said. "Not someone involved with the ceremony, I'm afraid. Not anyone who is related," the Zelandani of the 19th said. "The 14th is right, of course, and because women no longer stay in seclusion as long, it is even more important that we adhere to the day of seclusion strictly." The white-haired woman may have been nearly crippled from her arthritis, but it did not limit her strength of character. Ayla had seen that before. Marthona was glad she hadn't mentioned that she had given Jondalar the package from Ayla. The Zelandanya would have been quite annoyed with her. They could get very adamant about complying with proper customs and behavior during important ceremonies, and while the former leader generally went along with them, privately she felt that exceptions could always be made. Leaders had to learn when to stand fast and when to bend a little. "Can someone who is not involved with the ceremony be told?" Ayla asked. "Who do you know that is absolutely not related to either you or your promised?" the 14th asked. Ayla thought for a moment. "What about Lanidar? Marthona, is he related to Jondalar in any way?" she asked. No, he is not. I know that I am not, and Dalinar just mentioned to me on the morning they visited that he had been selected for the boy's grandmother's first rites," Marthona said. "So he's not." "That's true," the 19th said. "I remember that Denota was quite overwhelmed by Dalinar. It took her some time to get over him. He handled it well. He was tactful, considerate, but kept his distance. I was impressed." "Always," Marthona said almost under her breath, and finished in her thoughts. He always was entirely correct, did exactly the right thing. The 19th wasn't going to let it go. "Always what? Tactful, considerate, impressive?" she asked. Marthona smiled. "All of them," she said. "And Jondalar is the child of his hearth," the first said. "Yes,"
Marthona said, "but there are differences. The boy doesn't have quite the tact of the man, but perhaps more heart."
No matter what man's spirit started him, the child always has something of the mother, too, the Zelandani who was first said. Ayla listened carefully to the rather oblique conversation, especially after Jondalar was mentioned, and detected the mannerisms of voice and body that communicated even more than words. She understood that the 19th's comment about Denoda was less than complimentary, and sensed that the older Zelandani had been quite attracted to Dalinar. There was also an implication that Marthona's son had not shown the same refinement as her former mate. They all knew about his youthful indiscretions, of course. Marthona was aware of the old woman's feeling toward both of them, and let her know that she knew Dalinar better, and wasn't quite as impressed with him. The first told them that she also knew both men, and suggested that Jondalar was just like Dalinar and had the same attractive qualities, not less. She also paid an implied compliment to Marthona because Dalinar's spirit and the mother had chosen her to make the child of his hearth. Ayla was becoming aware that a woman who was chosen to have children by the spirit of the man to whom she was mated was held in higher esteem. Marthona made it clear to the Zelandanya, especially to the Zelandani of the 19th, that while her son might not have all of Dalinar's fine qualities, he had some that were better. The first not only agreed with her, but said that his better qualities came from his mother. It was obvious that the former leader and the Zelandani of the 9th cave had a close personal relationship and great respect for each other. There were subtleties within subtleties that added meaning to the sign language of the clan, including the understanding of facial expressions and postures, as well as gestures and even some words. But the language that employed every nuance of voice, tone, and inflection, as well as facial expressions, unconscious postures, and ancillary gestures, conveyed even more, if one could grasp it. Ayla was very familiar with the unconscious signals of body language and was learning how they were expressed by the others. But she was also becoming more consciously aware of spoken words and the manner in which they were used.
"Can someone find Lenidar?"
Ayla said.
"So I can ask him to find Jondalar?"
"No, you can't ask him, Ayla," Marthona said, "but I will." She looked at the Zelandanya who were gathered in the lodge that had become the mating women's lodge. "If someone will go and look for him."
"Of course," the first said.
She looked around to see who was available and signaled Majera, now an acolyte of the Zelandani of the 3rd cave. She was with them when they had gone to search for Thonal and Zelan in the deep of Fountain Rocks. She had been with the 14th cave then, but unhappy there. Ayla recognized her and smiled.
"I have an errand for you," the first said. "Marthona will explain."
"Do you know the boy, Lanidar of the 19th cave?" Marthona started. There was no nod of recognition. "He's the son of Mardina. Her mother is Denoda?" Majera shook her head in negation.
"He can count about 12 years, but he looks younger,"
Ayla added,
"and his right arm is deformed."
A smile of affirmation creased Majera's face.
"Yes, of course. He threw a spear at the demonstration."
"That's the one," Marthona said. "You need to find him, and when you do, tell him to find Jondalar and give him a message from me. Tell Lanidar to tell Jondalar that Ayla is concerned about the horses, and he needs to see to them before the matrimonial tonight. Do you understand?"
"Wouldn't it be easier if I went and told Jondalar?"
Majera said. "It would be far easier, but you have a role in the matrimonial this evening, and therefore you cannot give a message to Jondalar until afterwards, certainly not from Ayla, even through me. However, if you cannot find Lanidar, I understand it would be acceptable for you to tell anyone else who is not related to him to give him the message. Do you understand?"
"Yes, I'll do it. Don't worry about the Ayla. I'll make sure he knows,"
Majera said, then hurried out. I suppose this Elendanya would find something objectionable about Majera talking to you about it, so I don't think we have to explain in detail," Marthona said. "And we don't have to mention the package you wanted to give him."
"I think we can refrain from mentioning anything,"
Ayla said. "Now it's time for you to start getting ready," Marthona said.
"But it's just past noon. It's a long time until nightfall," Ayla said. "It won't take that long to put on the tunic Nezzy made for me."
"There's more to it than that. We will all be going to the river so the women who are to be mated can bathe. They are even boiling water to purify it for the ritual. Not to mention, hot water is very nice for washing with. That's one of the nicest parts of the pre-mating rituals. Jondalar and the men will be doing the same thing, in a different place, of course," Marthona explained.
"I love hot water,"
Ayla said.
"The Losaduna have a hot water spring near their shelter. You can't imagine how wonderful it feels to bathe in it."
"Yes, I can. I took a trip north once or twice. Not far from the source of the river, there are pools of hot water in the ground," Marthona said.
"I think I know the place, or one like it. We stopped there on our way here,"
Ayla said.
"There is one thing I wanted to ask. I meant to ask earlier, and I don't know if it's too late, but I was hoping to get my ears pierced. I have those 2 matched ambers that were given to me by Tuli, the head woman of the lion camp, and I wanted to wear them, if I can find some way to hang them from my ears. That's how she said I should wear them."
"I think that can be arranged," the woman said. "I'm sure one of the Zelendanya will be happy to do it for you."
"What do you think, Falara? This way or this way?"
Majera said, as she held a section of Ayla's hair in her hand and showed the young woman 2 alternatives. Falara had joined them when they returned to the Zelendanya lodge after their cleansing rituals. Though many lamps had been lit, it was still much darker inside than out in the bright sun, and Ayla wished she were out rather than sitting there while someone did things with her hair.
"I like the first way better,"
Falara said. "Majera, why don't you finish telling us where you finally found them?" Marthona said. It was obvious that Ayla was uncomfortable. She was not used to having someone fixing her hair, and the young acolyte seemed quite adept at talking while she was working. Marthona thought it might distract her.
"Well, as I was saying, I asked everyone. No one seemed to know where either one of them was. Finally, someone at your camp, I think it was the maid of one of Joharan's close friends, Soliban or Rushamar, the one who has a baby. She was making a basket."
"That's Rushamar's mate, Salova," Marthona said.
"She said that one or the other might be with the horses, so I followed the creek upstream, and that's where I found both of them. Lanadar said his mother told him that you would be with the women all day, Ayla, so he decided he should check on the horses like you asked. And Jondalar said the same thing, more or less. He knew you'd be with the women in seclusion all day, and decided to see how the horses were doing. He found Lanadar there, and was showing him how to use that spear-thrower thing," Majera explained. "It turned out that I wasn't the only one who was looking for Jondalar. Joharan came a little later. He looked a little angry, or maybe just irritated. He'd been looking all over for Jondalar to tell him that he was supposed to go to the river for his ritual purification with the rest of the men. Jondalar told me to tell you that the horses are fine, and that you were right. Wolf may have found a mate or a friend. He saw them together." "Thank you, Majera. It relieves my mind to know that Winnie and Racer are all right. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all your time and effort to find Lanadar and Jondalar," Ayla said. She was glad to know that the horses were fine, and pleased that Lanadar had seen to them on his own. She normally would have expected it of Jondalar, but he was going to be mated too, after all, and she had just wanted to make sure that he hadn't been distracted or prevented from checking on them. But she was a little worried about Wolf. Part of her wanted him to find a mate and be happy, but another part dreaded the thought of losing him, and she was concerned for him.
Wolf never lived with other wolves. She had probably spent more time around them when she was teaching herself to hunt than he ever did. She knew that while wolves were extremely loyal to their own pack, they defended their territory against other wolves fiercely. If Wolf had found a female lone wolf or a low-ranked female from a nearby pack and decided to live like a wolf, he would have to fight to make a territory of his own. While Wolf was a strong, healthy animal, bigger than most wolves, he hadn't been raised in a pack where he play-fought with siblings from the time he was a puppy. He wasn't used to fighting wolves.
"Thank you, Majera. Ayla looks very nice. I didn't know you were so skilled at arranging hair," Marthona said.
Ayla reached up with both hands and gingerly felt her hair, gently touching the rolls and other shapes into which it had been coaxed and pinned. She had seen some of the other young women with what she was sure were similar arrangements, so she had some idea of how it looked.
"Let me get a reflector so you can see it," Majera said.
The dim image in the reflector showed a young woman with her hair fixed in a way that was similar to that of most of the other young women in the lodge. It just wasn't anyone she recognized as herself. She wasn't even sure Jondalar would.
"Let's put the matched ambers in your ears," Falara said. "You should start getting dressed."
The acolyte who had pierced Ayla's ears had left a sliver of bone through each of the holes. She had also wrapped some sinew around the front and back and both sides of the ambers and left loops that attached to the bones that pierced the lower fleshy part of her ears. Majera helped Falara to attach the ambers to Ayla's ears. Then Ayla put on her special mating outfit. Majera was dazzled.
"I have never seen anything like that," she breathed.
And Falara was delighted.
"Ayla, that is so beautiful and so unusual. Everyone is going to want one like it. Where did you get it?" "I brought it with me. Nezi made it for me. She's the mate of the headman of the lion camp. This is how it should be worn for the ceremony,"
Ayla explained, as she opened the front to expose her breasts, even fuller now with her advancing pregnancy, then retied the sash.
"Nezi said a Mamutoi woman should proudly display her breasts when she is mated. Now I want to put on the necklace you gave me, Marthona."
"There is a problem with that, Ayla," Marthona said.
"The necklace would look beautiful with the big piece of amber nestled between your breasts, but not with that leather pouch you wear around your neck. The necklace won't show.
I know it means something to you, but I think you should remove it."
"She's right, Ayla,"
Falara said.
"Let me show you in the reflector,"
Majera said. She held up the piece of sanded, blackened, and oiled wood so Ayla could see. It was the same strange woman that she had seen before, but this time Ayla saw the ambers dangling from her ears and her worn amulet bag, lumpy with the objects it contained, hanging from a frayed cord.
"What is that pouch?"
Majera asked. "It looks full of things."
"It's my amulet, and the objects inside are all gifts from my totem, the spirit of the cave lion. Most of them confirmed important decisions in my life. It holds my life spirit, too, in a sense."
"It's something like an Alandan, then," Marthona said.
"The Mogur told me that if I ever lose my amulet, I will die,"
Ayla said. She grasped her amulet and felt the familiar lumps and bulges, and a kaleidoscope of memories of her life with the clan rushed back.
"Then we need to keep it in a very special place," Marthona said. "Perhaps near a Danyi, so the mother can watch over it. But you don't have a Danyi, do you? Usually a woman gets one at her first rites. I don't suppose you ever had a ceremony like that."
"Well, yes, in fact I did. Jondalar taught me the mother's gift of pleasure, and the first time he made a ceremony of it and gave me a Danyi figure that he made himself. I have it in my backpack,"
Ayla said.
"Well, I suspect if anyone could make a proper first-rite ceremony for you, he could. He's had enough experience at it," Marthona said. "Why don't you let me take care of that amulet for you now, and when you and Jondalar leave to begin your trial period, I'll give it back to you so you can take it with you."
The woman saw Ayla hesitate, then finally nod her head in agreement. But when she started to slip the leather bag off over her head, the leather cord got caught up in her new hairstyle. "That's all right, Ayla. I can fix it," Majera said. Ayla held the familiar leather bag in her hand, reluctant to give it up. They were right. It didn't look good with her matrimonial finery, but she hadn't been without it since Isa gave it to her, not long after she was found by the clan. It had been a part of her for so long, it was hard to let it go. More than hard, she was afraid to let it go. It seemed the amulet itself had clung to her, grabbing at her hair when she took it off. Maybe her totem was trying to tell her something. Maybe she shouldn't try to be only one of the others on this day of her mating, with her Mamutoi clothes and her Zelendanyi necklace. She had been hardly more than a woman of the clan when she met Jondalar. Maybe she ought to keep something of that time, too.
"Thank you, Majera, but I think I've changed my mind. I'm going to wear my hair down and loose. Jondalar likes it that way,"
Ayla said. She held the amulet a moment longer, then handed it to Marthona. She let the woman fasten around her neck the necklace that had been given by Dalinar's mother and saved for her, before she started taking out the pins and ties that held her hair in the elegant Zelendanyi style. Majera hated to see all her effort taken apart, but it was Ayla's choice, not hers.
"Let me comb it for you,"
she said, acceding gracefully, which impressed Marthona. "I think this young acolyte is going to be a fine Zelendani some day," she thought. When Jondalar and the rest of the men who were going to be mated started walking toward the Zelendanya lodge near the foot of the slope where the ceremony was to be held, he suddenly felt nervous. He wasn't alone. The women had moved, leaving the big lodge empty. With the help of several of the Zelendanya, the men arranged themselves in the order they had practiced, first according to the counting word of the cave where they would live, and then by their rank within the cave. Since all counting words were powerful, only the Zelendanya knew the enigmatic differences among them. They did not designate rank. It was simply an ordering, a way to line up. The unnumbered and often unmentioned but perfectly understood ranking within the cave was another story, although it wasn't hard and fast. A person's status could change, and the position of many would, as a result of their upcoming matings. It was one of the many agreements that were negotiated prior to the ceremony. The rank of some would be higher, some lower than they had been before, because the status of the hearth was a combination of what both brought to the union, which also determined the status of any children. It was understood that the resulting hearth belonged to the man, but was tended by the woman. Children that were born to the woman were also born to the hearth of the man. They and their families both wanted the status of the new hearth to be as high as possible for the sake of the children and for the names and ties of those related to them. But a certain number of other cave leaders and Zelendanya had to agree. It could sometimes be a contentious negotiation. Ayla hadn't been much involved in the negotiations for the status of her and Jondalar's new hearth. She wouldn't have understood the nuances anyway, but Marthona did. The oblique conversation that Marthona had had earlier with some of the Zelendanya, including Zelendani of the 19th, that Ayla was beginning to understand, had been an element of those negotiations. The 19th had been trying to use Jondalar's youthful indiscretions to bring down his status, partly because Ayla had discovered the exceptional new cave within the territory of the 19th cave. The find had brought her status up considerably, even though she was foreign-born, but it had embarrassed Zelendani of the 19th somewhat. If they had found the cave, they could have kept it private and limited who used it, giving them significant prestige. But the fact that it was found by a foreign woman during a summer meeting immediately opened it up to everyone, a point that was made clear by the first. Jondalar's ranking was among the highest, with his mother as a former leader and his brother as the present leader of the largest cave of the Zelendanyi, not to mention his own contributions, some of which he brought back from his travels. increased skill at flint knapping, a complex talent that had to be attested to by respected and knowledgeable flint knappers from other caves, and the new, publicly demonstrated spear thrower contributed. But determining Ayla's status had presented a problem. Foreigners always had the lowest status, which would normally bring the ranking of the new hearth down. But Marthona and several others were fighting it by claiming that her status among her own people was very high, and she had many attributes of her own. The animals were an ambiguous factor, with some saying they lowered her status and others saying they raised it. The ultimate ranking of the new hearth was still not fully resolved, though it did not prevent the mating. The 9th cave had accepted her, and that's where they would be living. The women had moved to another lodge nearby. Until recently, it had housed the young women preparing for their first rites, but was now empty and could be put to other uses. Someone had suggested that the men could have waited there so the women would not have to move, but the idea of going from housing girls during their transition into womanhood to men about to be mated made the Zelandanya and others uncomfortable. There were always lingering manifestations of spiritual forces whenever transcendent activities were involved, especially with a sizable group, and the significant vitalities of men and women were sometimes in opposition. It was decided to move the women who were to be mated there instead, since it was the next logical step for the girls who had previously occupied the dwelling. The women were no less nervous than the men. Ayla wondered if Jondalar would decide to wear the tunic she had made for him, and wished she had known that she would not be allowed to talk to him today, so she could have given it to him herself the day before. Then she would know if he thought it was appropriate, and if he liked it. Now she would not know until they came together for the matrimonial. The women were arranged in order, too, the same order as the men, so they would match up properly. Ayla smiled at Lavila, who was ahead of her. She would have liked to stand next to Proliva's sister while she was waiting, but she was of the 9th cave, and there were several women who stood between her and the young woman who would be going to live at the 2nd cave with Jondakam. Their rankings were similar, since they came from the families of leaders and founders, those with the highest status, so the position of their combined hearth did not change much. Jondakam's status was a shade higher than Lavila's, but the minor benefit could be accrued only if they lived at his cave. The Zelandani of the cave where the couple would ultimately live conducted the ceremony for each individual couple, with others acting as assistants. The mothers of the young people and their mates were also part of the ceremony, and often close family, who were in the front part of the audience, waiting until they would be asked to play their role. With older couples for whom it was not a first mating, but who wanted to declare a formal arrangement, no parents were necessary. They needed only the agreement of the cave they would be living with, but they often included friends and relatives in their ceremony. Ayla noticed Janita toward the rear, since she was of the south holding of the 29th cave, and smiled at her when she glanced up in Ayla's direction. At the very back she saw Joplea, also a foreign woman, a Lanzadanyi, though the man of her hearth had once been a first-ranked Zelandanyi. Though her position was last here, she was among the first of the Lanzadanyi, and that was all that counted. Ayla looked around at all the women who were going to be mated tonight. There were still so many she didn't recognize, and caves from which she hadn't met a single person, except during general introductions. She had overheard someone say she was of the 24th cave, and someone else said she was from Bear Hill, a part of New Home on the Little Grass River. To Ayla, the waiting seemed interminable. What could be taking so long, she wondered? They had to hurry to get in order. Now they were just standing around. Maybe they were still waiting for the men. Maybe one of them changed his mind. What if Jondalar changed his mind? No, he wouldn't. Why should he? But what if he did? Inside the Zelandanya lodge, the first moved aside the drape that covered the concealed private access at the rear of the large dwelling, directly across from the regular entrance, and pushed the screen aside. She peeked out and scanned the assembly area that came down from the hillside behind and opened out onto the camp. People had been gathering all afternoon, and it was nearly full. It was time. The men filed out first. When Jondalar looked up the slope, he was sure that every person who possibly could be there was in attendance. The murmuring hum of the crowd increased, and he thought he heard the word white more than once. He kept his eyes on the back of the man in front of him, but he knew the white leather tunic was making an impression. In fact, it was more than the white tunic. The tall, incredibly handsome, fair-haired man with the captivating eyes would have stood out anyway. But when his blonde hair was clean, it was nearly white, and bathed and freshly shaved, wearing the pure, shining white tunic, he was stunning. "If I could imagine Donnie's lover, Lumi, come to earth in human form, there he stands," said Jondacam's mother, the tall, blonde Zelandani of the second cave, to her younger brother, Kimaran, the leader of the second cave.
"I wonder where he got that white tunic. I wouldn't mind one like it," Kimaran said.
"I think every man here must feel that way, though I think you'd be one of the few who might wear it as well, Kimaran," she said. In her opinion, her brother was not only as tall and fair as his friend Jondalar, he was as handsome, or nearly so. "Jondacam looks wonderful, too. I'm glad he kept his beard this summer. He looks so good in it." After the men lined up, forming a semicircle around one side of the huge bonfire, it was the women's turn. Ayla strained to see out when the entrance drape was finally opened. It was almost evening. The sun, not quite set, overwhelmed the large ceremonial fire with its coruscating brilliance, and made indistinct the torches that had been placed around the area. They would be welcome enough later. She could see several people near the fire. The large figure with her back to her had to be a Zelandani. A signal was given, and the women came out. The moment Ayla stepped outside the lodge, she saw the tall figure in the white leather. As they formed a semicircle opposite the men, she said to herself, "He's wearing it. He's wearing my tunic." Everyone was dressed in his finest, but no one else was wearing white, and he stood out from all the rest. In her mind, he was by far the most beautiful. No, the most handsome man there. Most agreed with her. She saw him looking at her across the intervening distance, well lighted by the large fire, and he was staring as though he couldn't look any place else. "She is so beautiful," he thought. She had never looked so beautiful. The deep straw-colored, dark, golden-yellow tunic Nezzy had made for her, with pale ivory highlights of decorative beads, almost perfectly matched her hair, which tumbled down loosely, the way he liked it best. Her only jewelry were the amber earrings in her newly pierced ears, the matched ambers from Thule, he remembered, and the amber and shell necklace Marthona had given to her. The brilliant yellow-orange stones picked up highlights from the setting sun and shone resplendently between her bare breasts. The tunic, open in front but cinched at the waist, was unlike any of the others, but it suited Ayla perfectly. Marthona, watching from the front of the audience, was pleasantly surprised when her son appeared in the white tunic. She knew the garment he had originally chosen, and it wasn't hard to conclude that the white tunic was in the package she had delivered to Jondalar. The lack of decoration enhanced the simple purity of the color, which was embellishment enough. It didn't need any more, although the ermine tails were a nice touch. She had seen the few bowls and implements Ayla used, and noticed her penchant for simple but well-made objects. The white tunic was an outstanding example of that. There was something to be said for letting quality be its own adornment. The simplicity of his outfit also made a striking contrast to hers. Marthona was certain that attempts would be made to copy Ayla's outfit by more than one of the women watching, though probably none would get it quite right. She had examined it carefully when Ayla first showed it to her, and knew the exquisite quality of the workmanship. Her outfit displayed wealth in the only way that had meaning for the Zelandani, the time it took to make it. From the quality of the leather to the amber and the shells and the teeth, to the several thousand individually hand-carved ivory beads, this mating outfit was going to prove her case for Ayla's high status. Her son's hearth
would be among the first. Jondalar had eyes for no one but Ayla. Her eyes were bright, her mouth partly open to help fill her lungs, heaving with excitement. It was the look she wore when she was awed by something beautiful or excited by the hunt, and Jondalar felt the blood draw to his loins. She is a golden woman, Jondalar thought, golden like the sun. He wanted her, and he could hardly believe that this sensuously beautiful woman was going to be his mate. His mate. He liked the sound of that. She would share the home he planned to surprise her with. Would the ceremony ever begin? Would it ever end? He didn't want to wait. He wanted to run over to her, pick her up, and carry her off. The Zelandanya had gathered around, and the first began a haunting chant. Then another Zelandani joined in with a steady tone, and then a third. Each Danyer chose a sound, a tone with a pitch and timbre that sometimes carried in a repetitive melody, but that each was comfortable with sustaining. As the Zelandani who would join the first couple began to speak, a whole chorus was maintaining a soft, continuous chant in the background, each one making a distinct tone. The combination might or might not be harmonic, it didn't matter. Before the first one got out of breath, another voice would join in, and then another and another at random intervals. The result was a droning, interweaving fugue of tones that could go on indefinitely if there were enough people to provide sufficient rest for those people who had to stop for a while. Though it was only in the background, the pleasant drone filled his mind as Jondalar stared entranced at the woman he loved. He hardly heard the words spoken by the Zelandanya for the first few couples. Then he felt a slight poke from the man behind him and jumped. They were saying his name. He walked toward the massive figure of Zelandani, watching Ayla coming to meet him. They stood facing each other on opposite sides of the Danyer. Zelandani looked approvingly at both of them. Jondalar was the tallest of the men, and she had always thought he was by far the most attractive man she had ever seen. Though he was hardly more than a boy those many years ago, it was one reason she had chosen to teach him Dani's gift of pleasure when it was his time to learn. And he had learned well, almost too well. He had almost convinced her not to follow her calling. She was glad now that circumstances had intervened, but looking at him in that spectacular white tunic, she knew again why he had almost persuaded her. She wondered where he had gotten the white tunic, no doubt on his journey. The color, of course, immediately caught the eye, but it was also unusual in design, and its very lack of decoration made it exotic. He matched the woman he had chosen. She turned to look at Ayla, and she matched him. No, she surpassed him, and that was not easy, Zelandani thought. The Danyer would have been disappointed had he chosen someone not up to her opinion of him, but Zelandani had to admit he had not only found a woman who was his equal, he had gone one better. She knew they were the center of attention for many reasons. Everyone knew them, or knew who they were. They had been the talk of the summer meeting, and they were by far the handsomest couple there. It was right, fitting, that she, first among those who served the mother, should conduct the ceremony and be the one to tie the knot for the most outstanding pair. Zelandani herself was a presence to be reckoned with. The tattooed design on her forehead had been reinforced with stronger colors. Her hair was carefully, if somewhat outlandishly, styled, which appeared to make the tall woman even taller, and the heavily decorated long tunic was a work of art that almost needed a person of her size to be displayed adequately. All eyes were drawn to the trio, and Zelandani paused to heighten the dramatic impact. Marthona had stepped forward to stand beside her son, with her present mate Willamar on her right and a pace behind. On her left was Dalinar, and just behind him was Jerica. They would have to wait until the very end before her daughter Joplea and Echozar would be mated. Arrayed beside Willamar were Falara and Joharan, Jondalar's sister and brother. Near Joharan was Proliva and her son Geradal. Many other friends and relatives were in the audience nearby, in a place set aside for the use of the couple during their ceremony. Zelandani looked at them all,
then up at the large crowd on the slope before she began. "All caves of the Zelendanyi," the Danyar said in a solemn, resonant voice, "you are called upon to share in witnessing the joining of a woman and a man. Dani, great Earth Mother, first Creator, the Mother of all, she who gave birth to Bali, who lights the sky, and she whose mate and friend Lumi shines down upon us this night in witness with her. She is honored by the sacred joining of her children." Ayla glanced up at the moon. It was gibbous, slightly more than half full, and she suddenly realized it was dark out. The sun had set some time before, but the huge bonfire and many torches made it seem almost bright as day. "The two standing here have pleased the great Earth Mother by choosing to join together. Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, now mated to Willamar, trading master of the Zelendanyi, born to the hearth of Dalinar, founder and leader of the Lanzadanyi, brother of Joharan, leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi." Ayla's mind couldn't help but wander as Zelandani continued with the long, full recitation of Jondalar's names and ties, most of whom she didn't know. This was one of the few times when all his connections would be stated. Her attention was caught again when the Danyar's tone changed after the long litany. "Do you choose Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, blessed of Dani, and honored by her blessing?" There was an undercurrent of murmuring. It was a lucky mating. She was already pregnant. "Formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi, member of the Lion Camp, daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion, protected by the cave bear, friend of the horses named Whinny and Racer, and the four-legged hunter, Wolf." Ayla wondered where Wolf was. He'd been gone all afternoon and evening, and she was disappointed. She knew it wouldn't mean much to him, but she had hoped he would be there for her mating. "Accepted by Joharan, brother of Jondalar and leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, and by Marthona, mother of Jondalar, and former leader of the 9th cave, approved by Dalinar, founder and leader of the Lanzadanyi, man of the hearth at Jondalar's birth." Zelandani continued naming most of Jondalar's kin. Ayla didn't realize she was gaining so many new ties with this mating, but Zelandani wished there were more. She had had to think long and hard to come up with enough legitimate ties to make the ritual appropriate. Ayla brought so few with her. "I choose her," Jondalar was responding, facing Ayla. "Will you respect her, care for her when she is sick, provide for her when she is with child, and help provide for all of the children born to your hearth while you are living together?" Zelandani intoned. "I will respect her, care for her, provide for her and her children," Jondalar said. "And Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi, member of the Lion Camp, daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion, protected by the cave bear, accepted by the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi. Do you choose Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, now mated to Willamar, trading master of the Zelendanyi, born to the hearth of Dalinar, founder and leader of the Lanzadanyi?" Zelandani had decided to name only the essential ties, rather than making a second recitation of all of them. Ayla was relieved, along with most of the people there.
"I choose him,"
Ayla said, looking at Jondalar. Her words resounded in her head. "I choose him. I choose him. I chose him a long time ago. Now I can finally choose him." "Will you respect him, care for him when he is sick, teach your children to respect him as befits your mate and their provider, including the one Dani has already blessed you with?" Zelandani continued.
"I will respect him, care for him, and teach my children to respect him,"
Ayla said. Zelandani made a signal. Who has the authority to approve the joining of this man to this woman?
Marthona took a few steps forward.
I, Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, have the authority. I agree to the mating of my son Jondalar with Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, she said.
Then Willamar stepped forward. I, Willamar, master trader of the Zelendanyi, mated to Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, also agree to this mating.
Willamar's agreement wasn't essential, but his inclusion in the ceremony added approval to the mating of his mate's son to a foreign woman, and made it easier to include Marthona's former mate, who was taking a step forward.
I, Delinar, founder and leader of the Lanzadanyi, man of the hearth at Jondalar's birth, also agree to this mating of Jondalar, the son of my former mate, with Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi.
Dalinar gave Ayla a look of appreciation that was so much like Jondalar's she almost smiled as she felt her body respond the same way. It was not the first time. Dalinar and Jondalar not only looked alike, except for the age difference, to Ayla they felt alike. Then she couldn't resist and smiled at the older man, one of her radiant smiles that seemed to beam like a light from within, and for just a moment he almost wished he could trade places with the son of his mate. Then he looked at Jondalar and saw a smirking grin. That boy knew just what he was feeling and couldn't wait to tease him about it. He almost laughed out loud.
I approve without question, Dalinar added.
Who has the authority to approve the joining of this woman with this man? Zelandani asked.
I, Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi, member of the Lion Camp and daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, have the authority to speak on my own behalf. The authority was given to me by the Mamut of the Mammoth Hearth, eldest and most respected of all the Mamuti, by Talut, headman of the Lion Camp, and by his sister Tuli, head woman of the Lion Camp. In their name, I agree to this mating with Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi,
Ayla said. That had been the part she was most nervous about, to memorize and repeat the words she was supposed to say. Mamut of the Mammoth Hearth, the one who serves the mother for the Mamutoi, Zelandani said, gave the daughter of his hearth the freedom to decide for herself. As one who serves the mother for the Zelendanyi, I can also speak for Mamut. Ayla has chosen to mate with Jondalar, therefore her decision is the same as Mamut's agreement. Then Zelandani said, throwing her voice so all could hear, Who speaks for this couple?
I, Joharan, leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, speak for this couple and welcome Jondalar and Ayla to the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi,
Jondalar's older brother said. Then he turned to face the people gathered behind him in the audience. We of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi welcome them, they said in unison. Then Zelandani held out both her arms, as though trying to embrace everyone there. All the caves of the Zelendanyi, she said, her tone commanding attention. Jondalar and Ayla have chosen each other. It has been agreed, and they have been accepted by the 9th cave. What do you say to this joining? There was a roar of approval. If anyone had disagreed, the objection would have been drowned out. The Danyar waited for the noise to subside. Then she said, Dani, the great Earth Mother approves this joining of her children. By blessing Ayla, she has smiled on this union. At her signal, Ayla and Jondalar held hands and extended them toward the Zelandani who was first. She took a simple leather thong, wrapped it around their joined hands, and tied it with a knot. When they returned from their trial period, they would return the thong whole, not cut, and in exchange they would be given matched necklaces, a gift from the Zelandanya. That would be the signal that their joining was sanctioned, and other gifts could now be given. The knot has been tied. You are mated. May Dani always smile on you. The young couple circled around to face outward toward the people, and Zelindani announced, "They are now Jondalar and Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelindanyi." They all stepped away together, including the one who was first to serve the Great Earth Mother, to make room for the next couple. While everyone else moved back farther into the audience to make room for the family of the next couple, Ayla and Jondalar walked to where the other couples who had thongs tied around their wrists were waiting. They were not quite through. Though most people watching enjoyed the spectacle of seeing this pair who had been so favored make their commitments and have their wrists bound, there were a few for whom the mating brought out other feelings entirely. One was a beautiful woman with nearly white hair, very fair skin, and gray eyes that were so dark they were nearly black. Most men looked at Morona approvingly until they saw her disagreeable frown, but she ignored them. Morona was not smiling with approval at the lovely couple. She was glaring with pure hatred at the foreign woman and the man who had once promised himself to her. She was supposed to have been the center of attention that year, but instead he went on a journey and left her stranded with no man to mate. To make it worse, his close cousin had come, that strange-looking black-haired woman that everyone said was so beautiful, who was going to mate the ugliest man she had ever seen, and she got all the attention. Yes, she had found a reasonably acceptable man to mate before the summer was over, but he wasn't Jondalar, the man everyone wanted and she was supposed to get. They were both happy to sever the knot a few years later. It had been the worst summer meeting Morona had ever endured, until now. This year, Jondalar had finally returned, but with a foreign woman who insisted on having animals around her and didn't even care if she wore boys' underwear. Now they were mated, and she was pregnant, already blessed. It wasn't fair. And where did she get that outfit she was wearing, open, and showing off her breasts? Morona wouldn't have hesitated to wear an outfit like that if she had thought of it first, but she never would now, even if all the other women did, and she knew they would. "Someday," Morona said to herself, "someday I'll find a way to show them. Someday he'll be sorry. They'll both be sorry. Someday." There were others who were not particularly pleased with the pairing. Laramar just didn't like either one of them. Jondalar always looked at him with disdain, even when he was drinking his Barma, and that woman Ayla with that wolf who made such an issue about Tremita's youngest and had Lenoga thinking she was so wonderful. Lenoga wasn't even there to fix him a meal half the time anymore. Instead, she was sitting around with those other women just as if that baby was hers, and she wasn't even a woman yet. But she was getting there. She might even turn out to be a decent-looking woman some day, a lot better looking than that slovenly old woman who was her mother. I just wish that Ayla would stay away from my lodge, Laramar thought. Then he smirked. Unless she wants some honoring. I wonder what she'd be like full of Barma at a mother festival. Who knows? Someday. There was another person who was watching that wished the couple less than happiness. My name is Madraman now, the acolyte thought, and I wish they'd remember, especially Jondalar. Look at him, so smug, all dressed up in that white tunic, making all those newly mated women smile. He was surprised when he found out I am part of the Zelindanya now. He never expected it. He didn't think I could do it, but I'm a lot smarter than he thinks, and I will become Zelindani in spite of that fat woman who's been playing up to Jondalar's foreign woman just as though she's already Zelindani. She is beautiful, though. I could have found someone like that if he hadn't knocked my teeth out. He had no reason to hit me like that. All I did was tell the truth. He wanted to mate Zelina, and she would have agreed if I hadn't let them know. I should have let them mate. Then that smiling face would be mated to a fat old woman instead of that foreigner he brought back. She plays at being a Zelindani, but she isn't. She's not even an acolyte, and she can't even talk right. I wonder how many women would think he was so wonderful if someone knocked his teeth out. That would be something to see. I'd really like to see that someday. A fourth pair of eyes had watched the mating of the favored pair with less than pleasant feelings of goodwill. Brucaval couldn't stop looking at the golden woman with her hair tumbling around her shoulders and her large, beautiful breasts exposed. She was pregnant. They were a mother's breasts, and he wanted more than anything to reach out and touch them, fondle them, suckle them. They were so perfect. He began to feel that she was flaunting those perfect breasts, taunting him on purpose with their fullness, their hard pink nipples begging to be sucked. Jondalar is going to touch those breasts, hold them, take those nipples in his mouth and suck them. Always Jondalar, always the favored one, always the lucky one. He even had the best mother. Morona's mother never cared about me, but Marthona was always there when I couldn't stand it any more. She would always talk to me, explain things to me, let me stay with them for a while. She was always kind. Jondalar wasn't so bad, but that was because he felt sorry for me, because I didn't have his mother. Now he is mating a mother, a woman golden as Bali, the great golden son of the mother with beautiful breasts, who is going to be a mother. She had been so happy to see him coming for her with his torch to lead her out of that cave, and she had said if it weren't for Jondalar, she would consider him. But she didn't mean it. When Jondalar and that flathead came, she made it known that she thought he was a flathead just like that one from the Lanzadagni. I don't know how Dalinar could even allow that flathead to look at the daughter of his mate, much less to mate her. That's wrong. He is an abomination, half animal, half human. It shouldn't be allowed. Joplea seemed like a decent young woman. She was quiet, and she'd always been nice to him, but how could she consider mating that flathead? It's just not right. Someone should stop it, Brucaval thought. Maybe I should. If Ayla thought about it, she would know I was doing the right thing. It might make her appreciate me. I wonder if she really would consider me if something happened, if Jondalar wasn't there anymore. If something happened to Jondalar, I wonder, would she consider me someday? Chapter 32. Livilla and Jondacam held up their joined hands in welcome when Ayla and Jondalar arrived at the waiting area. "Did she say you were already blessed, Ayla?" Livilla said, rushing toward her. Ayla nodded, a little too overcome with emotion to trust herself to talk. "Oh, Ayla, that's wonderful. Why didn't you tell me? Did Jondalar know? You are so lucky," she said, not giving Ayla time to answer and trying to give her a hug. But she forgot for a moment about the hand to which she was tied and got tangled up with Jondacam's arm. They all laughed, including some who were nearby, and Livilla ended up giving Ayla a one-arm hug. "And your outfit is so beautiful, Ayla. I've never seen anything like it. It has so many ivory beads and ambers. In places, it almost seems to be made out of ivory and amber. The leather is the perfect shade of yellow to go with it, and I love the way you wear it, open like that, especially since you're going to be a mother soon. It must be heavy, though. Where did you get it?" Livilla said. She was so excited, Ayla had to smile. "Yes, it is heavy, but I'm used to it. I carried it a long way. Nezzy gave this to me when she thought I was going to be mating a Mamutoi man, and she told me how to wear it. She was the mate of the headman of the lion camp. When I decided to leave with Jondalar instead, she told me to take it and wear it when I mated him. She liked him. They all did. They wanted him to stay and become Mamutoi, but he said he needed to go home. I think I understand why," Ayla said. Several people were crowded around, listening. They wanted to be able to tell people what the foreign woman said about her richly made clothes. "Jondalar looks wonderful, too," Livilla said. "Your outfit is exquisite because of the beadwork and decorations, the whole thing. Jondalar's is a perfect contrast, stunning just because of the color." "That's right," Jondacam said. "All of us are wearing our best clothes." He indicated his own clothing, which usually means decorated, though no one has anything as incredible as your outfit, Ayla. But when Jondalar came out wearing that, everybody noticed.
His tunic is simple elegance, especially on him. I know how these things work. All the women are going to want an outfit like yours, and all the men will want something white like his. Did someone give that to you, Jondalar?" "Ayla did," Jondalar said.
Ayla, did you make that? Lavila said, surprised. A Mamutoi woman taught me how to make white leather, Ayla said. People were turning around, facing the next Zelandani. We'd better stop talking. They are getting started, Lavila said. After they quieted so the ceremony for the next couple could begin, Ayla thought about why the mating ritual included tying the wrists of the couples together with a thong that would be difficult to untie. The tangle of arms, when Lavila, in her excitement, rushed to hug her, made her understand that being tied together forced one to consider the other before rushing ahead without thinking. Not a bad first lesson to learn about being mated.
"I wish they'd hurry," one of the other newly mated men said under his breath. "I'm starving. With all this fasting today, I'm sure they could hear my stomach growling all the way in the back." Ayla was rather glad for the Zelandani's long recitation of the names and ties. It gave her time to think and be alone with her own thoughts. She was mated. Jondalar was her mate. Maybe now she could begin to feel that she really was Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandani, although she was glad that Ayla of the Mamutoi was a part of her names. Just because they were going to be living with the 9th cave didn't mean she was a different person. She just had new names and ties to add to her list of connections and relations. She hadn't lost her clan totem either. Her mind wandered back to the time when she was a girl living with the clan. When they mated, they had no such knot-tying customs, but they didn't need them. From the time they were young, women of the clan were taught always to be aware of the men of the clan, particularly the one to whom they were mated. A good clan woman was expected to anticipate the requirements and wishes of her mate, because a man of the clan learned from an early age never to be aware of, or at least not to show that he was aware of, his own needs, discomfort, or pain. He could never ask for her help. She had to know when it was needed. Braud didn't need her help when he asked, but he made demands all the time. He invented things for her to do just because he could make her do them. Bring him a drink of water, tie on his leg coverings. He could claim that she was just a girl and had to learn, but he didn't care if she learned, and it didn't make any difference when she tried to please him. He wanted to show his power over her because she had resisted him, and women of the clan did not willfully disobey men. She had made him feel less than a man, and he hated her for it, or perhaps at some instinctual level he knew that her kind were different. It had not been an easy lesson for her to learn, but she had learned, and it was Braud with his constant demands who taught her. But Jondalar was the recipient. She was always aware of him, and it occurred to her that was why she was always uncomfortable when she didn't know where he was. She was that way about her animals, too. Suddenly, as though thinking about him had made him appear, Wolf was there. It was her right hand and Jondalar's left that were tied together, and she stooped down and hugged him with her left. She looked up at Jondalar.
"I've been worried about him, wondering where he was," Ayla said. "But he seems rather pleased with himself."
"Maybe he has reason," Jondalar said with a grin.
"When Baby found a mate, he left. He came back to visit once in a while, but he lived with his own kind. If Wolf has a mate, do you think he'll decide to leave and live with her?"
"I don't know. You've said before that he thinks of people as his pack, but if he's going to mate, it has to be with his own kind," he said.
"I want him to be happy, but I would miss him so much if he never came back," Ayla said, standing.
Most of the people around her were watching her with the wolf, especially those who didn't know her well. She signaled him to stay close to her.
"He's a very big wolf, isn't he?"
one of the women said, edging back a little. "Yes, he is," Lavila said, "but people who know him say he has never threatened people." At that moment, a flea decided to annoy the wolf. He sat down, hunched himself around, and started scratching.
The woman tittered nervously. "That certainly doesn't look very threatening," she said. "Except to the bug that's bothering him," Lavila said. Suddenly he stopped, cocked his head as though he was hearing or smelling or perceiving something, then stood up and looked up at Ayla. "Go ahead, Wolf," Ayla said, signaling his release. "If you want to go, go ahead." He raced off, weaving his way around people, some of whom looked rather startled when they caught sight of him. The next joining was not of a couple, but of a triple. One man was mating identical twin sisters. They did not want to separate, and it was not uncommon for twins, or just sisters who were close, to become co-mates, though it could be difficult for one young man to try to provide for two women and their children. In this case, the man was a little older, well established, with a good reputation and high status. Even so, the chances were that they would bring in a second man someday, although one never knew. By the time the final couple was reached, people were getting bored with the inevitable repetition, especially when the ceremony was for someone they didn't know. But the last ones brought some interest again. When Joplea and Echezar came forward, there was a collective gasp from the people watching, and then a buzz of conversation. Though neither one of the two had the usual appearance of the Zelendanyi, and the audience knew that they were in fact not Zelendanyi but Lanzadanyi, they were still a shocking sight for some of the people there. They saw a tall, slender, exotically appealing woman with dark hair and an ethereal beauty that was hard to describe. The man beside her could not have looked more different. He was slightly shorter, with such strong and unusual features, most people saw them as ugly. His thick brow ridges, accented by heavy, unruly eyebrows, protruded like a shelf over his dark, deep-set eyes. His nose was prominent, partly because the front of his rather long and broad face jutted forward, and partly because his nose, sharply defined and shaped rather like the beak of an eagle, though not as narrow, was enormous, yet it was in proportion to the size of his face. Like many men, he usually let his beard grow in the winter, because it helped to keep his face warm, but he shaved it in summer. He had recently shaved, and his heavy jaw was clearly defined. But like the people of the clan, he lacked a chin, almost. He had the hint of one, but with his nose protruding out so far, he appeared to have a weak, receding chin. Echezar's face was the face of the clan, except for his forehead. The definitive, pushed-back and flattened look of the sloping foreheads of the clan was missing. He was not a flathead. Above Echezar's bony brow ridges, his forehead rose as high and round as any man's there. And while the people of the clan were rather short, he was as tall as many of the men there, but with a stocky, robust frame and a big, rounded chest typical of the clan. Like theirs, his legs were short in proportion and slightly bowed, but as muscular as his arms. There was no question that he was a strong man, and there was no doubt that he was a man of mixed spirits, to some an abomination, half man and half animal. There were those who believed that he should not be allowed to mate the woman who was standing beside him. No matter how foreign she looked, it was undeniable that she was human, one of them, not one of those flathead animals. The Zelendanyi should be discouraging them, not recognizing them or aiding in such a joining. Since the Lanzadanyi had no danyar of their own yet, the one who was first stepped forward again. She was not only first, but the Zelendani of the 9th cave, and Dalinar had once lived with the 9th cave. He still had closer ties with them than with any other cave, and Joplea was the daughter of his hearth. As the first took her place, she thought, smiling to herself, that Echezar looked so strong. Not many people would be willing to challenge him one-on-one in an individual competition. Since they were the last couple to be mated, the first was thinking ahead to the contests, and, she thought, after they are mated, might be a good time to announce that the first acolyte of the 2nd cave of the Zelendanyi had been called, and after examination has proved to be a Zelendani. She has decided to return with Dalinar and his cave and become the first Lanzadani to serve the Great Earth Mother. A good fit, and a good place for her to start out. The Danyer looked at the people gathering around, Dalinar standing there full of pride. It was amazing how much Jondalar looked like him, but the first was aware of some minor differences, probably because she had once been so intimate with the younger one. Jondalar, still tied to Ayla, had moved out of the group of newly joined and into the family circle. Joplea was his close cousin, after all. Beside Dalinar was Jerica, Joplea's mother, and standing behind her was Hochaman, the man of Jerica's hearth. He was leaning heavily on a young man who was unfamiliar to the first. She guessed he was originally either a Zelendanyi from a far cave or from some more distant people, perhaps the Losadunai. But the designs on his clothing and jewelry declared him as Lanzadanyi. Hochaman was an ancient, wizened little man with a face like Jerica's, but he could hardly stand, much less walk. Dalinar and Echazar had carried him on their backs the whole way to the summer meeting. He told people he used up his legs on his journey, but no one had ever walked as far. He had traveled all the way from the endless seas of the east to the great waters of the west, and spent most of his life doing it. He knew how to tell a good story, had many to tell, didn't mind repeating them, and would probably be in demand after the ceremonies were over and the games and contests and storytelling could begin. The newly mated couples would have to forego those events this year. They would be in the silence of their 2-week trial period. The Zelandanya chose that time on purpose. If a couple wasn't serious enough about their mating to give up a few games and storytellings, then they probably shouldn't be getting mated. The chanters were still maintaining their fugue, though it was an entirely different set of them now, as the first began the ceremony. "All caves of the Zelendanyi," the Danyer's voice was still resonant. "You are called upon to share in witnessing the joining of a woman and a man. Dani, Great Earth Mother, First Creator, the Mother of all, she who gave birth to Bali, who lights the sky, and she whose mate and friend Lumi shines down upon us this night in witness with her. She is honored by the sacred joining of her children. The two standing here have pleased the Great Earth Mother by choosing to join together." The sound level from the audience rose with background comments. The ceremony went somewhat faster than the others. There weren't as many names and ties. Echazar had almost none. He was Echazar of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi, son of woman, blessed of Dani, accepted by Dalinar and Jerica of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi. Joplea had a longer list of names and ties, mostly through Dalinar to the Zelendanyi. Jondalar and Ayla were mentioned. Through her mother, only the names of Jerica's mother, Anle, who walked the spirit world, and the man of her hearth, Hochaman.
"I, Dalinar, leader of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi, speak for this couple, and I am pleased that Joplea and Echazar will continue to live at the first cave of the Lanzadanyi," the leader said at the end, "and I welcome them." Then he turned to face the people gathered behind him in the audience, the rest of the Lanzadanyi, who had come all the way to the Zelendanyi summer meeting to help sanction the mating. "We of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi welcome them," they said in unison. Then the Zelandani, who was first among those who served the mother, held out both her arms, as though trying to embrace everyone there. "All the caves of the Zelendanyi and the Lanzadanyi," she said, "Joplea and Echazar have chosen each other. It has been agreed, and they have been accepted by the first cave of the Lanzadanyi. What do you say to this joining?" There was a sizable number of the people there who replied yes, but also a segment that said no. Zelandani was shocked, and for a heartbeat at a loss. She had never officiated at a mating ceremony that was not seconded by all the people. If there were any objections, they had always been worked out beforehand. This was the first time she had ever heard a no from anyone.
Dalinar and Jericha were both frowning, and many of the Lanzadanyi people were looking around. Most appeared uncomfortable, some angry. The first decided to ignore the no and continue as if she hadn't heard it. Dani, the great Earth Mother, approves this joining of her children. She has smiled upon this union. She has already blessed Joplea, she said. She signaled them to extend their hands. There was a moment of hesitation. Then Joplea and Echazar held hands and offered them to the Zelandani who was first. She wrapped a leather thong around their joined hands and tied it with a knot. The knot has been tied. You are mated. May Dani always smile on you. They turned around to face the people, and Zelandani announced, They are now Joplea and Echazar of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi.
No,
came a shout from the audience.
They shouldn't be. It's wrong. He's an abomination.
Several people recognized the voice. It was Brukaval. The first again tried to ignore him, but another voice joined his. He's right. They shouldn't be mated. He's half animal, Morona said. I can understand Brukaval, Zelandani of the Ninth thought, but Morona doesn't care. She's just trying to cause trouble. Is she trying to get back at Jondalar and Ayla by humiliating his close cousin? Then another voice joined in, from the area where the fifth cave was sitting. They're right. The Zelandanyi should not be approving this mating. It was a man who had tried to join the Zelandanya, but had been turned down. Malcontents seemed to be joining in just to make trouble. A few others voiced a similar opinion, including Larimar. She recognized his voice, too. Why is he making a fuss, she wondered. Some of those who objected have strong feelings about it, but he doesn't care about anything. Maybe you should reconsider this mating, Zelandani, another voice called out. It was Dinana, the leader of all three holdings of the 29th cave. I have to put a stop to this, the first thought. Why would you suggest such a thing, Dinana? These two young people have made their choice, and it has been accepted by their people. I don't understand your objections. But you are asking us to accept it, not just their own people, Dinana said. And most of the Zelandanyi have. I know individually each person who has made an objection to this mating. She looked up at the slope full of people, and though she couldn't see much in the dark, the ones who objected had the distinct impression that she could, and that she was looking directly at them. Most have their own reasons, which have nothing to do with this couple. Only a few genuinely hold strong feelings on this issue. I can see no reason why those few should disrupt this ceremony, offend the Lanzadanyi, and embarrass the Zelandanyi. Joplea and Echazar are mated. When they have finished their trial period, their mating will be sanctified. There is no more to be said about it. It is now time for the procession and the feast. She signaled the Zelandanya, who organized the newly mated couples and led them around the fire, which was starting to die down. When they had slowly made 5 full circuits, they were led toward the area where food was being served to begin the feast and the celebration, but the joyous feeling of the matrimonial had been dampened. Those who had been delegated began carving the massive haunches of aurochs that had been turned on spits, cooking over hot coals all day. Other, sometimes tougher cuts had been buried in pits lined with hot rocks, along with certain root vegetables. A soup thickened with daylily flowers, which also contained buds and small new roots from the plant, plus ground nuts, greens, fern fiddleheads, and onions, and was seasoned with herbs, was called green soup. It was traditional at the first matrimonial feast of the season. The matured roots of daylilies and cattails, pounded to remove the fibrous material, were mixed with the first of the wild oat and black pigweed seeds, parched, pounded into flour, then baked into a kind of hard flatbread and served with the soup. The tiny red heart-shaped berries that grew close to the ground and were covered with tiny seeds were familiar to Ayla. She was delighted to see strawberries piled fresh into bowls. Some that were picked earlier and were getting soft had been cooked into a sauce along with several other fruits, and a plant with reddish-colored thick stalks whose large leaves were always cut off and disposed of. The tart stalks added a pleasant tang to the berries and fruits, but the leaves could make one sick. There were also steamed young fireweed stalks, seasoned with salt from the great waters of the West, and watertight baskets of Larimar's fermented barma. As the festivities progressed and more fermented brew was consumed, the tension eased. Jondalar thanked Dalinar warmly, his eyes glistening, for coming so far to attend his mating.
"I would have come just for you, but we also came for Joplea and Echazar. I'm sorry that it became unpleasant. I'm afraid it spoiled their mating, and maybe everyone else's," Dalinar said. "There are always those few who try to spoil things for other people, but we won't have to worry about coming back to Zelendanyi summer meetings for our young people to get mated. We now have our own Lanzadani," Jerica said. "That's wonderful, but I hope you'll come back once in a while anyway," Jondalar said. "Who is it?" "Lanzadani. You know that," Dalinar said, then smiled. "They are supposed to give up their individuality and become one with their people. But I notice they use the counting words to name themselves instead, and counting words have more power than ordinary names. She was the first acolyte of the Zelendani of the second cave. She will now be called the Lanzadani of the first cave of the Lanzadanyi."
"I know who that is," Ayla said. "She was one of the acolytes who guided us into the deep of Fountain Rocks when we went to help Zelendani find the spirit of your brother. Do you remember, Jondalar?"
"Yes, I do. I think she will be a good Lanzadani for you. She's very dedicated, and a good healer, I'm told," Jondalar said. As the evening grew late, the newly mated couples spoke the last words they would say to friends and relatives for 14 counted days. To some it felt strange, like saying goodbye without leaving. Smaller feasts would be held by the individual caves when the couples returned to the fold after the trial period of exclusion. Then they would be given gifts to start out their new lives together. The matings were not fully recognized until after the trial period, since they would be free to separate then if they wished. Though the couples usually left early, for others the festivities would continue until the first streaks of dawn. As Ayla and Jondalar left, they were hazed with crude comments and general banter by several hecklers who followed for a way, mostly young men who had been indulging in Larimar's barma. But many of them didn't know Jondalar except by reputation. He had been gone when they were growing up. Most of the friends his age were past the stage of harassing couples who had just made a commitment. They were already mated with a child or more at their own hearths. Jondalar got one of the torches that had been used to light the area of the ceremony to find their way and to light a fire when they arrived. They walked up the slope beside the small stream and stopped at the spring for a drink. Ayla didn't know where they were going, but she knew when they arrived. The tent she saw was the same one they had used all during their long journey, and she felt a pang of nostalgia at seeing it set up again. She was glad their long trip was over, but she would never forget it either. She heard a nicker of welcome and smiled at Jondalar. "You brought the horses," she said, smiling with delight. "I thought we might go for a ride in the morning," he said, holding up the torch so she could see them. The fireplace had been set and ready, and he lit the fire with the torch, then walked with her to greet the mare and the stallion. They were used to working together, with each doing separate tasks. Having their hands tied together made it more difficult even to handle the horses, and they found themselves in each other's way. "Let's go get these thongs off," Jondalar said. "I was glad enough to have them tied on, but now I'll be glad to remove them." "Yes, but they are a good reminder to pay attention to each other," she said. "I don't need a reminder to pay attention to you. Certainly not on this night," Jondalar said. Ayla crawled inside the familiar shelter, holding her hand up and back so Jondalar could follow behind. He lighted a stone lamp with the torch, then tossed it into the fireplace outside. When he looked back in,
Ayla was sitting on the sleeping furs that had been spread out on the ground over a leather padding that he had carefully stuffed with dry grass. He stopped for a moment and looked at the woman who had just become his mate. The soft light of the lamp made her shadow dance behind her, and her hair gleamed with highlights from the small flame. He saw the yellowish tunic open in front to reveal her full, taut breasts, with the beautiful amber pendant of the necklace nestled between them. But something was missing. Then he realized what it was. "Where is your amulet?" he asked, drawing closer to her.
"I took it off," she said. "I wanted to wear this outfit that Nezzy gave me and the necklace from your mother, and it didn't look right with them. Marthona gave me a small packet made out of rawhide with no decoration for the amulet. It seemed appropriate. She brought it back to the lodge with her. She suggested that tomorrow we bring back the clothes we wore tonight, rather than carry them around with us. She did ask if I would mind if she showed my outfit to some people. I told her I wouldn't mind at all. Probably Nezzy would be pleased that she wanted to. I'll get my amulet then. I have never been without it since I was first adopted into the clan, and it does feel strange not to have it."
"But you don't belong to the clan any more," Jondalar said.
"I know, and I never will again. I was cursed with death and can never go back, but the clan will always be a part of me, and I will never forget them," she said. "Isa made my first amulet, and then asked me to choose a piece of red ochre to put in it. I wish she could have been here. She would have been so happy for me. All of the things in my amulet are important to me. They mark important moments in my life. They were given to me by my totem, the spirit of the cave lion, who has always protected me. If I ever lost my amulet, I would die," she said with absolute surety. It made Jondalar realize how important the amulet was to her, and how much her mating meant for her to take it off. But he didn't like the idea that she believed she would die if she ever lost it. "Isn't that just superstition? The superstition of the clan?" "No more than your Elandan, Jondalar. Marthona recognized that. The amulet holds my spirit. That's how my totem can find me. When I was adopted by the lion camp, it didn't take away my life with the clan. It added to it. That's why Mamut added my totem to my formal name. Now that I have become a member of the 9th cave, it hasn't changed the fact that I'm still Ayla of the Mamutoi. It just made my name longer," she said. Then she smiled. "Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, formerly of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion, protected by the cave bear, friend of horses and wolf, and mated to Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi. If my name gets much longer, I won't be able to remember it all."
"Just so long as you remember the last part. Mated to Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi," he said, reaching over and gently fondling a nipple, watching it draw together and harden in response to his touch. She felt a tingle of pleasure. "Let's get these thongs off," Jondalar said. "They're getting in my way." Ayla bent over their wrists and tried to pick apart the knots, but only her left hand was free, and she was right-handed, and felt clumsy trying to pull apart knots with only one hand, and her left one at that.
"You're going to have to help me, Jondalar," she said. "I'm not very good at untying knots with just my left hand. It would be much easier to cut it."
"Don't even say that," Jondalar said. "I never want to sever the knot from you. I want to be tied to you for the rest of my life."
"I already am, and will always be, thong or not," Ayla said. "But you're right. I think this is meant to be a challenge. Let me see that knot again." She studied it for a while, then said, "Look, if you will hold this, I will pull that, and I think it will come undone. It's that kind of knot."
He did as she said. She pulled, and the knot came apart. "How did you know it would do that? I know something about knots, and it wasn't obvious," Jondalar said.
"You've seen my medicine bag," she said.
He nodded.
You know all the pouches inside are tied with knots. The kind of knot and how many there are tell me something about what is inside the pouch. Sometimes those pouches need to be opened fast. I can't be fumbling with trying to open knots when someone needs attention right away. I know about knots. Isa taught me long ago."
"Well, I'm glad you do," he said, holding up the long, slender thong. "I am going to put this in my pack so it doesn't get lost. We have to show that it wasn't cut and exchange it for our Zelandanya necklaces when we go back." He rolled it up, tucked it away, and then turned his attention entirely to Ayla. "This is the way I like to hold you when I kiss you," he said, putting both arms around her and filling them with her.
"That's the way I like it, too," she said. He kissed her mouth, opening hers with his tongue, and reached for her breast. Then he pushed her back onto the furs and bent over to take the nipple into his mouth. She felt herself respond instantly, and the intensity of the sensations increased as he sucked and lightly bit on one nipple and caressed the other with his fingers. She pushed him back and started pulling up the white tunic she had made for him. "What are you going to do when the baby comes, Jondalar? They'll be so full of milk."
"I promise not to steal too much, but you can be sure I'm going to taste it," he said, smiling. Then he pulled his tunic off over his head. "You've had one, child. Does it feel the same when a baby sucks?"
She thought about it. "No, not exactly," she said. "It's pleasurable to nurse a baby after the first few days. The baby sucks so hard, it makes the nipples sore at first before they get used to it. But I didn't get the same feelings deep inside me when I nursed a baby that I do when you suck. Sometimes when you just touch, I can feel it all the way down. That never happens with a baby."
"I can feel it down inside me just looking at you sometimes," he said.
He took off the belt cinched around her waist, then opened her tunic and rubbed her slightly rounded stomach and caressed her inner thighs. He liked just touching her. He helped her slip out of her open tunic. She untied the thongs from around her waist and removed the rest of her clothes, then helped him untie his tightly wrapped foot coverings. "I was so happy to see you wearing the tunic I made for you, Jondalar,"
Ayla said.
He picked up the tunic that he had dropped on his bedroll, turned it inside out, and folding it together, laid it carefully on top of his back frame before he began to unwrap his leggings. Ayla took off her amber and shell necklace and removed her earrings. Her ears were still a little sore from the recent piercing, and put the jewelry away in her pack. She did not want to lose it. When she turned around, she noticed that Jondalar, who couldn't stand in the tent, was stooping on one foot, pulling off his leggings, but his swollen member was more than ready. She couldn't resist reaching for it, which unbalanced him. He fell over on the furs, both of them laughing.
"How am I supposed to get these off with you so eager?"
he said, pushing off the remaining legging with his other foot and kicking them out of the way. Then he stretched out beside her on the sleeping furs.
"When did you make that tunic for me?"
he asked, raising up on one elbow so he could look at her. His deep, rich blue eyes were dark, with only hints of blue in the single flame, dilated and glowing as he looked at her with love and longing. "When we were staying with the lion camp," she said.
"But you were promised to Rainik that winter. Why were you making a tunic for me?"
"I'm not sure," she said. "I think I was hoping, and then I got a strange idea. I remembered that you said you wanted to capture my spirit when you made that little carving of me in the valley, and I was hoping that I could somehow capture your spirit if I made something for you. That time everyone was talking about black animals and white animals, you said that white was special to you. So when Crozy agreed to teach me how to make white leather, I decided to make something for you. Whenever I worked on it, I thought of you. I think I was the happiest that winter when I was working on it. I even imagined seeing you wearing it at a mating ceremony. Making it kept my hope alive. That's why I carried it with me on the journey back." He almost felt his eyes grow moist. "I'm sorry It isn't decorated. I was never very good at sewing on beads and things. I started to do it a few times, but I always seemed to get interrupted. I did get some ermine tails on it. I wanted to get more, but never got back to do it that winter. Maybe next winter I can go out and find some more, she said.
It was perfect, Ayla. Just the white color was decoration enough. Everyone thought you left it undecorated on purpose, and they were so impressed. Marthona told me she liked the way you were not afraid to let quality and good workmanship be its own decoration. I think you're going to be seeing some white tunics around, he said.
When Marthona said I wouldn't be able to see you or talk to you until after the ceremony, I was ready to break every Zelendanyi custom there was just to give it to you. That's when Marthona said she would do it, although I think she thought even that was too much contact. But I didn't know if you liked it, and I didn't know if you would understand why I wanted you to wear it.
How could I have been so stupid and blind that winter? I loved you so much. I wanted you so much. Every time you went to Reinek's bed, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't sleep. I'd hear every sound. That's why I took you that day out on the step when we went out to train Racer. I could feel every movement of your body when we rode out together on Winnie. Can you ever forgive me for forcing you like that?
I kept trying to tell you, but you never would listen. You didn't force me, Jondalar. Couldn't you tell how quickly I responded? How could you think you forced me? That was my happiest day all winter. I dreamed about it afterward for days. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel you and want you again. But you wouldn't come back.
He kissed her then, suddenly hungry for her. Then he couldn't wait. He was on top of her, pushing her legs apart, finding her warm, moist well, and thrusting deep, feeling her warmth caressing his manhood. She was ready for him. She felt him penetrate and strain to meet him, and moaned as she felt his fullness inside her own engorged depths. He pulled back and entered again and again. As the pace quickened, she arched to force the pressure where she wanted it. There, that was right. She was so ready. So was he. Jondalar felt that he would burst with his fullness, and then every nerve straining, aware of nothing else, the wondrous waves of pleasure engulfed them both, bursting forth in glorious release. He thrust again a few more times, then collapsed on top of her. I love you, Ayla. I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you. I will always love you. Only you, he said, holding her tight, his voice sounding strained with the intensity of his feeling.
Oh, Jondalar, I love you, too. I always have.
There were tears in the corners of her eyes, partly from the fullness of her love for him, partly from the tension so quickly mounted and so suddenly released. They lay quietly for a while in the light of the flickering lamp. Then he raised up and slowly extracted his spent organ and rolled over to his side. He put his hand on her stomach again. I thought I might be too heavy for you. I don't think I should put too much weight on you now, he said.
You are not heavy yet, she said. Later we can worry about finding ways to make it easier, when the baby starts to grow more.
Is it true that you can feel the life moving inside you?
Not yet, but before long I will. You will be able to feel it too. You just have to put your hand on my stomach, like that.
I think I'm glad you've already had one child. You know what to expect.
But it's not exactly the same. I was really sick when I was carrying Dirk, almost all the time.
How are you feeling now? He asked, his worry frown evident.
I feel wonderful. Even in the beginning I hardly had any sickness at all, and now that is gone.
They were quiet then for a long time. Jondalar wondered if she had fallen asleep. He was just feeling like beginning again, taking more time. But if she was sleeping...
I wonder how he is, she suddenly said. My son.
Do you miss him?
Sometimes I miss him so much I don't know what to do. At the meeting of the Zelendanya, Zelendani sang the Mother song. I love that story. Whenever I hear it, I feel like crying when they come to the part about the Great Mother not being able to have her son at her side, how they are forever apart. I think I know how she felt. Even if I never see him again, I just wish I knew how he was, if he's all right, how Braud and the others have treated him," Ayla said. She was quiet again. Her words set Jondalar thinking. In the song it says the Great Mother struggled in pain to give birth. Is it very painful? He was hard to deliver. I don't like to think about it. But like the Mother's song says, he was worth it.
Are you afraid, Ayla? Afraid to give birth again? He asked.
A little. But I feel so good this time. Maybe this delivery won't be so bad either.
I don't know how women do it.
We do it because it's worth it, Jondalar. I wanted Dirk so much, and then they told me he was deformed, that I couldn't keep him.
She started to cry. Jondalar held her.
It was so awful. I just couldn't do it. At least with the Zelendani, the mother has the choice. No one will ever try to force me.
They heard wolves howling in the distance, and another answering that was close by, but that howl was familiar. Wolf was nearby, but not in the tent with them.
I wonder if he will leave me too, she said.
She buried her head in his shoulder. Jondalar held her, comforted her. It is difficult being the honored of Dani, he thought. A blessing, but still. He tried to imagine what it would feel like to have a life growing inside him, but it was beyond him. Men did not have babies. Why did Dani make men anyway? If there were no men, the women would be able to take care of themselves. Women are not all pregnant at the same time. Some of them could hunt, and some could help the others when their bellies were big or their babies were small. Women always help each other when they give birth. They could probably survive even without hunting. Gathering is easier for a woman with small children anyway. He had asked himself that question before and wondered if other men ever asked themselves the same question. If they did, it was not something they ever mentioned out loud. Dani must have had some reason for making two kinds of people. There always seemed to be logic in what she did. The world was orderly. The sun rose every day. The moon went through its phases regularly. The seasons followed each other in the same way every year. Could Ayla be right? Was a man necessary for life to begin? Is that why there are both men and women? Jondalar struggled with his thoughts as he held the woman in his arms. He wanted there to be a reason for his existence, a real reason, not just to enjoy pleasures, not just to provide or help or support. He wanted his life to be necessary, his gender to be necessary. He wanted to believe that there would be no new life without men, that without men there would be no more children, that all of Earth's children would no longer exist. He was so deep in thought, he didn't notice when Ayla's sobs ceased. He looked at her and smiled. She was breathing quietly, sound asleep. It had been a long day. She had gotten up early. He eased his arm out from under her, flexed it to restore circulation, and yawned widely. He was tired himself. He got up to extinguish the moss-wick flame of the oil lamp, and felt his way in the darkness back to the sleeping woman, and crawled in beside her. In the morning, when Jondalar opened his eyes, it took him a moment to orient himself. He had grown accustomed to sleeping in the lodge at the camp. The inside of the tent was much closer. But the tent was even more familiar. They had slept in it together for a year. Then he remembered. They were mated last night. Ayla was his mate. He reached to his side, but she was gone. Then he smelled something cooking on the fire outside. He sat up and without thinking about it reached for his cup and was surprised to find it there, full of hot mint tea. He took a sip. It was just the temperature he liked, and beside the cup was a freshly peeled wintergreen twig. She had done it again, anticipated what he liked in the morning and had it ready for him. He still didn't know how she did it. He took another drink, then pushed back the sleeping furs and got up. Ayla was with the horses, and Wolf was there too. He swished out his mouth, chewed on the end of the twig, and used it to clean his teeth, and swished his mouth once more,
then swallowed the last of the tea. He reached for his clothes, then decided it didn't matter, no one else was around, and walked to her naked. She smiled at him and glanced at his organ. That was all it took. It started to grow. Her smile became a mischievous grin. He just smiled back. "It's a beautiful day," he said, as he approached her with his proud manhood jutting out in front of him.
"I was thinking that I'd like to go swimming with you this morning," she said, watching him approach. "That pool that is upstream of the camp is not far from here if we go the back way."
"When do you want to go?" he said. "I smelled something cooking." She smiled slyly.
"We could go now. I can move the food off the fire," she said.
"Let's do it, woman," he said, taking her in his arms and giving her a kiss. "I'll get some clothes. We can ride the horses there." Then he smiled. "We can get there faster that way." Ayla took her pack, but they rode bareback. Within a few moments they reached the pool and left the horses free to graze. They spread a hide on the ground, then ran for the water, laughing. Wolf ran with them, but as they splashed into the pool he followed another interest.
"This feels so good, so refreshing,"
Ayla said, ducking down, then standing up again. Jondalar ducked down too. They swam across the pool, then back again. When they started out, he reached for her. "You feel good too," he said, "and I think you might taste good too." He picked her up and carried her out of the water and put her down on the hide. "Yesterday was too busy. Today we have time," he said, looking down at her with his amazing blue eyes. Then he bent down to kiss her, slowly, sweetly, pressing close to her, feeling their skin cool from the water and the body heat from within. He nibbled on her ear, kissed her throat, then reached for her breast and found her nipple. It was what he wanted, what she wanted. He spent time touching, squeezing, rubbing one between his fingers, sucking and nibbling on the other, and felt himself fill and get ready. To her, his touching and caressing gave her feelings through her body that felt like lightning, reaching into her parts of pleasure. He rubbed her rounded belly and loved the feel of its swelling, knowing that inside a baby was growing. Then he reached lower for her rising mound and the slit at the top. She pushed herself toward him and he found the small knob. The sharp pulses of feeling grew stronger inside her. Then he got up and moved around and positioned himself between her thighs. He opened her rose-colored folds and just looked for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and let his tongue find her taste. This was the woman he wanted, the one who tasted like her. This was his Ayla. She held herself still, let him explore, find all the warm places. Then he found the knob again, and with his tongue began to play with it, moving it, rubbing it, sucking it. She began to moan, her mind in some other place, a place where Jondalar knew how to put her. She pushed up against him as he moved faster, and the moans escaping from her increased in pitch and intensity. He could feel himself growing so full, and he ached to feel her envelop him. But first, he needed to feel her peak. It kept getting closer, the feeling that was ready to overcome her, and then suddenly it was there, bursting over the crest in rising and rising waves of pleasure, and then she wanted to feel him inside her. She pulled him up and helped him enter and waited for the first satisfying push. He pulled back and pushed in again and filled her again. He felt her warm folds embrace him as he plunged in deeply, completely. They fit together so well. This was the woman he wanted. She could hold all of him. He didn't have to worry about his size. He pulled out almost all the way, then plunged in again, and each time she felt him the sensation grew stronger, her breath expelled with a rising tone to match the feeling growing inside, and then the pulsing grew until it flooded over him. He released as she reached her peak. He pulled out and pushed in again a few times, and then let himself go and relaxed on top of her. She didn't want him to move. She loved the feeling of him on top of her like that. She wanted to savor the pleasures and relax, too. They went swimming again, but this time, when they got out, Ayla took their soft drying skins out of her pack. They whistled for the horses and rode back to their campsite. Wolf was there, pacing around their tent, growling at something, and the horses seemed nervous.
"There's something out there," Ayla said. "Wolf doesn't like it, and it's making the horses nervous. Those wolves we heard last night, do you think it could be them?"
"I don't know, but after we eat, why don't we pack up the tent and go for a long ride?" Jondalar said. "Maybe spend tonight some other place."
"That's a good idea," Ayla said. "We can stop by the lodge and leave our mating outfits, get the rest of our traveling things, and explore the area around here. When we come back, we can set up our tent near the pool. Hardly anyone goes there. And let's take Wolf with us. Some pack might think he's in their territory, and wolves will fight to defend their territory against other wolves."
Chapter 33. When they rode to the camp of the 9th cave and dismounted near their lodge, the people ignored them as though they weren't there, walking past and averting their eyes or looking beyond them. Ayla felt a chill of uneasy recognition. It felt like the death curse of the clan. She knew what it meant when people she loved shunned her, refused to see her, though she stood in front of them waving her arms and shouting. Then she saw Falara glancing at them and trying to hide a smile, and Ayla relaxed. There was no ill will. It was their trial period, and they weren't supposed to talk to anyone but each other. But she noticed several others glancing in their direction and trying not to smile at them. It was obvious that everybody was very much aware of their presence. They went into the lodge just as Marthona was coming out. They sidestepped each other as they passed by without saying a word, but the older woman looked directly at them and smiled. She didn't think it was necessary to go through all the elaborate avoidance schemes. Neither speaking to them nor encouraging them to talk was enough. They put their mating outfits on the grass-stuffed underpads of their bare sleeping place and packed some additional traveling gear. Then they walked to Marthona and Wilmar's place. She had placed the rawhide packet with Ayla's amulet in it on her bed and put some food she had packed up for them beside it. Ayla almost thanked her out loud, but caught herself. Then with a quick smile she made the clan hand signs for "I am grateful for your kindness, mother of my mate." Marthona didn't understand the signs, but she guessed it was a gesture of appreciation of some kind, and smiled at the young woman who was now the mate of her son. It might be valuable to learn some of those signs, she thought. It could be interesting to communicate without speaking, and without anyone else knowing what you were saying. When they left, Marthona walked over to their place and looked at the clothing they had worn the previous night. Jondalar's white tunic had made him stand out, but then he usually did, and while it was stunning and displayed an advanced technique for working with leather, it was still Ayla's entire outfit that had made the real impression, just as Marthona hoped it would. It had already caused some people to reconsider the status they were willing to grant her. Marthona had invited some people over for a taste of some bilberry wine which she had recently started serving. It had been stored for 2 years in a dark, dry corner of her dwelling in the well-washed and securely stoppered stomach of an elk. She decided she would place a few lamps around the inside of the lodge so they could see better in the dim interior space. She bent over and straightened the tunic and leggings, rearranging them slightly to show off a particular area of intricate beadwork that had been covered by a fold. Ayla and Jondalar loved their days of nominal separation from the Zelendanyi. It was like a return to their journey, but without the pressure of having to keep traveling. They spent the long summer days hunting, fishing, and gathering just for their own needs, swimming and taking long rides on the horses, but with Wolf only a sometime companion, and Ayla missed him when he was gone. It was as though he couldn't quite make up his mind whether to stay with the humans he adored or return to whatever it was he found so fascinating in the wild. He always found them, no matter where they camped, and every time he made an appearance at the tent, Ayla was delighted. She paid attention to the animal, stroked and petted him, talked to him, hunted with him. Her attention usually encouraged him to stay with them for a while, but eventually he would go again, and often stay away through the night, or several. They explored the hills and valleys of the surrounding area. As well as Jondalar thought he knew the countryside of his birth, because they were riding on horses and able to cover so much more territory, he was able to see it on a broader scale and from a different perspective. He gained an insight he hadn't had before, and it gave them an appreciation for the richness of the region. Sometimes in herds and sometimes in fleeting glimpses, they saw a tremendous number and remarkable variety of animals that inhabited the land of the Zelendanyi. Most grazing and browsing creatures placidly shared the same fields, meadows, and open woodlands, and the two horses were usually ignored along with the humans who were riding them. As a result, they were able to get quite close. Ayla liked to sit quietly on Whinny's back while the mare grazed and study the other animals, and Jondalar often joined her, though he also spent time doing other things. He was working on spears and a spear thrower for Lanadar, more appropriate to his size, and with an adaptation he hoped would make it easier for him to use with one arm. Jondalar was with her when they came upon a herd of bison one afternoon. Although many bison and aurochs had been hunted, it was hardly noticed. Their numbers were insignificant in comparison with the vast numbers of animals that roamed the open landscape. But the two distinct bovines were never seen together. They avoided each other. Though Ayla and Jondalar had killed and helped to butcher their share of bison recently, observing them as they moved through their environment was enlightening. The grazers had lost their thick, dark, woolly fur during the spring molt and were wearing their lighter-colored summer coats. Ayla especially enjoyed watching the lively, playful calves, still quite young, the cows calved in late spring and early summer. The young developed rather slowly and required close, attentive care, but still fell prey to bears, wolves, lynxes, hyenas, leopards, the occasional cave lion, and humans. Deer of various species were abundant and came in all sizes, from huge giant deer to tiny roe deer. Jondalar and Ayla saw a small bachelor herd of megaceros with their delicate, sharp noses and marveled at their fantastic antlers. They were shaped like a hand with outstretched fingers, and though they could span 12 feet and weigh 160 pounds or more, these were younger animals, slimmer, with smaller appendages. They had not yet developed the huge muscular necks of the mature deer, though they all sported humps on their withers, where the tendons to support their future massive antlers were attached. Even young megaceros avoided woods where their antlers could get caught in tree branches. The spotted fallow deer was the woodland variety. In a marshy area, they saw a single deer of another kind, tall and gangly, with smaller, though still quite substantial, palmate antlers. Standing in the middle of the water, dipping his head under and pulling out a mouthful of dripping green water plants. But this deer had a huge, overhanging nose. It was called moose in some countries, but the name given to it in Jondalar's region was elk. Far more prevalent were the variety of elk known in this land as red deer. They also grew large antlers, but of the branching variety. Red deer were primarily grazers and could live in a broad range of open country from mountains to steppes. Nimble and fearless, steep hills and rough country didn't deter them, nor did narrow ledges above the tree line if there was grass to tempt them. Forests with enough spaces between trees to allow an undergrowth of grasses and ferns, or interspersed with sunny glens, were acceptable habitats, as were heather-covered hills and open steppes. Red deer didn't like to run, but their long-legged walk or lively trot covered ground with celerity, and if chased, they could run for miles, leap a 40-foot distance, and jump to a height of 8 feet. They were also excellent swimmers. Though they preferred to eat grass, they could feed on leaves, buds, berries, mushrooms, herbs, heathers, bark, acorns, nuts, and beechnut mast. Red deer congregated in small herds at this time of year, and in a meadow beside a stream, Ayla and Jondalar saw several of the deer and stopped to observe them. The grass was just turning from green to gold, and a few fully leafed-out, luxuriant beech trees lined the bank, but on the other side was a substantial gallery forest. It was a male herd of various ages, and their antlers were in full velvet. Antlers began when the males were about a year old, with single spikes. They were cast off in early spring, but they started to grow new ones almost immediately. Each year a new tine was added, and by early summer even the biggest were fully grown, encased in velvet, a soft skin full of blood vessels, which carried the nutrients that allowed their antlers to grow so quickly. By mid to late summer, the velvet dried and became very itchy, causing the deer to scratch against trees and rocks to rub it off, but the bloody skin often hung in tatters until it was gone. They counted 12 points on the biggest, which weighed around 800 pounds. Though they were called red deer, the color of the coat of the 12-point buck was a black gray-brown. Others in the herd were a light brownish-red color, some shading toward taupe, and one was blonde. A young one with just the hint of spikes still showed faintly the white spots of a fawn. Although Jondalar was tempted, he decided not to go after the one with a huge rack, though he was sure he could bring it down with his spear-thrower. "That big one is in his prime," he said. "I'd like to come back and watch him later. They often come back to the same places. In his season of pleasures, he'll fight for as many females as he can, though many times just displaying that rack is enough to discourage competitors. But they fight hard and will go at it all day. It makes so much noise when they run into each other with those antlers you can hear them from very far away, and they will even get up on their hind legs and fight with their front legs. As big as he is, he must be a very good, aggressive fighter."
"I've heard them fight, but I've never seen them,"
Ayla said. "Once, when I was living with Dalinar, we saw a couple of them locked together with their antlers intertwined. They couldn't get apart no matter how they tried. We had to cut the antlers to separate them so we could use them. They were an easy kill, but Dalinar said we were doing them a favor. They would have died anyway of hunger and thirst."
"I think that big stag has had a brush with people before,"
Ayla said,
signaling Winnie to move back. "The wind just shifted and must have given him our scent. He's getting edgy. You can see he's starting to walk away. They will all go if he goes."
"He does look nervous," Jondalar said, backing off too. Suddenly, a lynx that had been lying in wait unseen in one of the beech trees dropped down onto the back of the youngest when he walked underneath. The faintly spotted deer leaped forward, trying to dislodge the wildcat, but the short-tailed feline with the tufted ears held on to the deer's shoulders and bit down, opening his veins. The other deer raced away, but the young cervid with the cat on his back ran in a large arc and circled around. As they watched the panicky animal heading back, both Ayla and Jondalar readied their spear-throwers for protection, just in case. But the lynx had been drinking his blood, and the deer was showing signs of exhaustion. He stumbled. The lynx took a new grip, and more blood spurted. The deer took a few more steps, stumbled again, then dropped to the ground. The lynx bit open the head of the young animal and started feeding on the brains. It was over quickly, but the horses were nervous and the humans were both ready to leave.
"That's why he looked nervous,"
Ayla said.
"It wasn't our scent at all."
"That deer was young," Jondalar said. "You could still see his spots. I wonder if his dam died early and left him alone a little too young. He found the male herd, but it didn't matter. Young animals are always vulnerable."
"When I was a little girl, I once tried to kill a lynx with my sling,"
Ayla said, urging Winnie to a walk. "With a sling? How old were you?" Jondalar asked. She thought for a moment, trying to remember.
"I think I could count 8 or 9 years," she said.
"You could have been killed as easily as that deer," Jondalar said.
"I know. He moved, and the stone just bounced off. It just irritated him, and he sprang at me. I managed to roll aside and found a piece of wood and hit him with it, and he went away," she said.
"Great mother! That was a close call, Ayla," he said, leaning back on his horse, which caused Racer to slow down.
"I was afraid to go out alone for a while afterward, but That was when I got the idea to throw 2 stones. I thought if I had had another one ready, I could have hit him a second time before he came for me. I wasn't sure if it could be done, but I practiced and worked it out. Still, it wasn't until I killed a hyena that I felt confident to go hunting again," she said. Jondalar just shook his head. When he thought about it, it was amazing that she was still alive. On the way back to their current camp, they saw a herd of animals that made Whinny and Racer pay attention. A horse-like animal called an onager, which appeared to be a cross between a horse and donkey, but were a viable species of their own. Whinny stopped to smell their droppings, and Racer nickered at them. The whole herd stopped grazing and looked at the horses. The sound they returned was closer to a bray, but both animals seemed to be aware of their similarity. They also saw a female saga antelope with 2 young, a goat-like animal with an overhanging nose who preferred plains or steppes, no matter how barren, to hills or mountains. Ayla remembered that the saga antelope was Issa's totem. The following day they saw another herd of animals that bothered Ayla more than she wanted to admit, horses. Both Whinny and Racer were drawn to them. Ayla and Jondalar studied them and noticed some differences between the wild herd and the animals they had brought with them from the east. Rather than Whinny's dun-yellow color, which was most common all over, or even the rare dark brown of Racer's coat, most of the horses in this herd were a bluish-gray color with a white belly. They all, their 2 included, had similar stand-up, brush-like black manes and black tails, black stripes down their backbones, and black lower legs, with some suggestion of striping on their lower haunches. They were generally small horses, broad-backed with rounded bellies, but the herd animals seemed to stand a fraction higher and had slightly shorter muzzles. The herd was watching Whinny and Racer with as much intensity as the 2 were watching the herd. But this time, Racer's nicker brought a ringing neigh of challenge in return. She and Jondalar looked at each other when they heard the call and saw a large stallion coming toward them from the back of the herd. By tacit agreement, Ayla and Jondalar rode their horses in another direction as fast as they could. Jondalar did not want Racer to be drawn into a fight with the herd stallion, and with Wolf being gone so much of the time, Ayla was afraid the horses, too, might be tempted to leave her and decide to live with their own kind. In the next few days, Wolf spent some time with them, which made Ayla feel as though her family were back together. They made a point of staying away from a big wild boar digging for truffles, laughed at a pair of otters playing in a pond that was formed by a dam built by a reclusive beaver that had quickly dived into the water when he saw them. They saw the wallow of a bear and some of his hair caught in the bark of a tree, but not the animal itself, and smelled the distinctive musk of a wolverine. They watched a spotted leopard gracefully leap down from a high ledge, and some ibex, wild mountain goats, nimbly vault up the face of an almost perpendicular cliff. Several female ibex and their young, their tight wool making them seem round and shapeless with sticks for legs, had come down from the highlands to fatten up on the rich lowland growth. They had long horns that curved over their backs, very wide-set eyes, a hump behind their heads, and hooves that were hard and strong around the edges, with soft, spongy, flexible soles that gripped the hard stone. Jondalar saw Ayla close her eyes as though concentrating, turning her head back and forth to better hear something. "I think mammoths are coming this way," she said.
"How do you know? I can't see anything."
"I can hear them," she said, "especially the big male."
"I can't hear anything."
"It's a deep, deep rumbling sound," she said, straining to listen again. "Look, Jondalar, over there!" she called out, full of excitement, when she saw a herd of mammoths in the distance coming in their direction. Ayla was detecting the long-distance bellow of a male mammoth in musth, which was below the auditory range normally heard by humans, but could be heard by a female mammoth in heat for up to 5 miles, because such low-level sounds did not attenuate as easily over distance.
Though Ayla couldn't exactly hear it, she could sense the deep call. The herd was essentially female, and their young, but since one of the young females was in heat, several males were crowding around the edges, always hopeful, though the dominant bull of the region was already in consort with her. She had refused the persistent advances of the lesser males until he arrived. Now he kept the others away, since none of them dared to challenge him, which allowed her to eat and nurse her first young calf in between mating sessions. The thick coat of the woolly mammoth covered the huge animal completely, from the toes to the end of its long nose, including the small ears. As they came closer, the various shades of their fur became more apparent. The little ones had the lightest colored hair, the females shaded from bright chestnut in the younger ones to the dark brown of the old matriarch. The males became almost black as they aged. The coat had a very dense underfur, out of which grew fairly long, straight hairs that kept them very warm, even in the coldest of the winters, especially after consuming the sometimes icy water or eating snow or ice. That's when their bodies tended to become chilled.
"It's early in the season for mammoths," Jondalar said. "We never used to see them until fall, late fall. Mammoths, rhinos, musk oxen, and reindeer, those are the winter animals."
On the last day of their isolation, Ayla and Jondalar rose early. They had spent the previous few days exploring the region to the west of the river, near a second river that ran nearly parallel to it. They packed all their belongings, but wanted to make one more long ride before they went back to the summer meeting with all its people and social interactions, which put demands on their time and attention, but brought rewards, satisfaction, and pleasure as well. They had enjoyed the respite, but they were ready to return and looking forward to seeing the people they cared about. They had spent nearly a year with only each other and the animals for company, and were familiar with both the joys and the sorrows of solitude. They took food and water with them, but they were in no hurry and had no particular destination in mind. Wolf had left them 2 days before, which saddened Ayla. He had been eager to stay with them on their journey, but he was little more than a puppy then. He was still young. Although it seemed much longer, they could count only 1 year and about 2 seasons since the winter they lived with the mamutoi, when Ayla brought back a fuzzy little wolf who had been born no more than a moon before. For all of Wolf's great size, he was still a juvenile. Ayla didn't know how long wolves lived, but she suspected that the length of their lives was far less than that of most humans, and she thought of Wolf as an adolescent, considered by most mothers and their mates as the most troubling years. Those were the years of exuberant energy and little experience, when youngsters, full of life and convinced it would last forever, took chances that endangered their lives. If they lived, they usually gained some background and knowledge that would help them to survive longer. She thought it was probably not much different for wolves, and she couldn't help worrying. It had been a cool summer, and drier than Jondalar recalled. On the open plains, many whirlwinds of dust blew up, spun around for a while, then died, and they were happy to see a small lake ahead. They stopped beside it and shared pleasures in the shade of a weeping willow, extravagantly full of small lanceolate leaves on boughs that bent to the water's surface. Then rested and talked before going for a swim. After splashing into the water, Ayla shouted, "I'll race you across," and immediately reached out with long, sure strokes. Jondalar followed quickly, slowly gaining on her with his longer arms and powerful muscles, but it was an effort. She looked back, saw him drawing near, and renewed her efforts in a fresh burst of speed. They reached the other side in a dead heat.
"You had a head start, so I won,"
Jondalar said as they reached the opposite shore of the small lake and flopped to the ground, breathing hard. "You should have challenged me first," Ayla answered, laughing. "We both won." They swam at a more leisurely pace back to the other side as the sun passed its zenith and was starting its descent, signaling the last half of the day. They were a little sad as they repacked their things, knowing their idyllic respite was nearly over. They mounted the horses and headed in the direction of the summer meeting camp, but Ayla missed Wolf and wished he was with them. They were approaching the campsite, perhaps a few miles away, when they heard shouts amid clouds of dust rising from the dry earth of the plains. Riding closer, they saw several young men who probably shared one of the bachelor villages, and from the glimpse of decoration on their clothing, Jondalar thought they were mostly from the fifth cave. Each one held a spear, and they were spaced out in a rough circle in the middle of which was a beast with a long shaggy coat and 2 huge horns protruding from his snout. It was a woolly rhinoceros, a massive creature, 11.5 feet in length and 5 feet high. He was a ponderous beast, with short, thick, stubby legs to support his immense bulk. He ate huge quantities of the grasses, herbs, and brush of the steppes, as well as the twigs and branches of evergreens and willows that lined the banks of the rivers. His nostrils were partitioned, and his eyes were on the sides of his head. He could not see well, especially in front, but his senses of smell and hearing were particularly acute and discerning to make up for his poor eyesight. The front one of his 2 horns was more than a yard long, heavy and vicious-looking as it swept the ground in an arc from side to side. In winter, he could use it to sweep snow away and expose the dried, recumbent steppe grasses that lay underneath. A thick, woolly, light grayish-brown fleece covered his body with longer outer hair hanging down, nearly brushing the ground. A wide, distinctive band of fur around the middle of the rhino was a shade darker and looked, Ayla thought, as though someone had covered him with a saddle blanket. Not that anyone would dream of riding such a tremendously powerful, unpredictable, sometimes malicious, and very dangerous animal. The woolly rhinoceros pawed the ground, turning his head from side to side, trying to see the young man that his sensitive nose told him was there. Suddenly he charged. The man stood his ground until at the very last moment he dodged aside, and the long forward-pointed horn of the rhinoceros barely missed him.
"That looks dangerous,"
Ayla said as they pulled up the horses a safe distance away. "That's why they're doing it," Jondalar said. "Woolly rhinos are difficult to hunt under any circumstances. They're mean-tempered and unpredictable."
"Like Broud,"
Ayla said.
"The woolly rhino was his totem. The clanmen hunted them, but I never watched them. What are they doing?"
"They're baiting him, see? Each man tries to get his attention to make him charge, then they dodge away when he comes near. They're making a sport of wearing him down, trying to see who can let the rhino come closest before they jump aside. The bravest is the one who can feel the beast brush past as he charges. It's usually young men who like to hunt rhinoceros like that," Jondalar explained. "If they kill one, they give the meat to the cave and get lots of praise for it. Then they share the other parts, but the one who gets credited with the kill gets first choice. He'll usually take the horn. The horns are prized, they say, for making tools, knife handles, and such. But more likely it's for other reasons. Probably because its shape resembles a man in heat for pleasures. There are rumors that grinding up the horn and secretly giving it to a woman will make her more passionate for the man who gave it to her," Jondalar said with a smile.
"The meat is not bad, and there's a lot of fat under that heavy coat," Ayla said. "It's rare to see one, though."
"Especially this time of year," Jondalar said. "Woolly rhinos are solitary animals most of the time, and usually scarce around here in summer. They like it colder, even though they shed the soft fur under the long outer hair every spring. It gets caught in bushes before they leaf out, and people like to go out and collect it, particularly weavers and basket makers. I used to go with my mother. We did it several times a year. She knows when all the animals shed, ibex and mouflon, muskox, even horses and lions, and, of course, mammoths and woolly rhinos."
"Have you ever baited a rhinoceros, Jondalar?"
The man laughed. "Yes, most men do, especially when they're young. They bait lots of animals like that, aurochs, bulls, and bison. But they like to bait rhinos best. Some women do, too. Jatamio did, the time I showed them how to hunt a rhino. She was the Sharamadoi woman who became Thanalin's mate. She was good at it. They didn't usually hunt rhinos. They hunted the huge sturgeon of the Great Mother River from those boats they showed you, and ibex and chamois up high in the mountains, which are very hard to hunt.
but they didn't know the techniques to hunt woolly rhinos. He paused and looked sad. It was because of a rhino that we met the Shiramadoi. Thonelin had gotten gored by one, and they saved his life.
They watched as the young men played their dangerous game. One man, standing out in the open, shouting and waving his arms, was trying to make the rhino charge. The animal's usually keen sense of smell was confused by so many men arrayed around him. When he finally detected movement with his small, nearsighted eyes, he started in that direction, gaining speed as he drew closer to his antagonist. For all his short legs, the animal could move remarkably fast. He lowered his head a bit as he neared, preparing to ram his massive horn into a resistive mass. It encountered air instead, as the man deftly spun around and moved aside. It took a moment for the beast to realize his charge had been in vain and slow to a halt. The rhino was baffled and getting tired and angry. He pawed the ground as the men quickly deployed in a new circle around him. Another man stepped out, shouting and waving to draw the huge brute's attention. The rhino turned and charged again, and the man darted away. The next time, it took longer to entice him to charge. They seemed to be succeeding in tiring the rhino. The exhausting, infuriating bursts of energy were taking their toll. The great beast stood still, head drooping, breathing heavily. The men tightened the circle, closing in for the kill. The man whose turn it was to draw the beast out moved in cautiously, spear held in readiness. The rhino appeared not to notice. As the man drew near, the unpredictable beast caught the movement with his weak eyes. His flagging strength, revived by the short rest, was goaded by the fury that filled his primordial brain. Without warning, the rhino charged again. It happened so fast that the man was unprepared. The huge woolly beast finally succeeded in thrusting his massive horn into something more solid than air. They heard an agonized scream, and the man was down. When Ayla heard it, without thinking, she urged her horse forward.
"Ayla, wait! It's too dangerous!"
Jondalar called after her, prodding his own mount as he readied his spear-thrower. The other men were hurling their spears even as Jondalar spoke. When Ayla jumped off her still-moving horse and ran toward the wounded man, the huge beast lay crumpled in a heap. Several spears, a couple from a spear-thrower, were sticking out of his body in every direction, like the quills of some enormous, grotesque porcupine. But the kill was too late. The enraged beast had had his satisfaction. Several young men, looking scared and lost, were ranged around the fallen man, who was crumpled, unconscious where he dropped. As Ayla approached them with Jondalar close behind, they appeared surprised to see her, and it seemed for a moment that one was going to bar her way or ask who she was, but she ignored him. She turned the wounded man over and checked his breathing, and pulled out her knife to cut away blood-soaked leggings from his leg, her hands already colored from the task. There was a smear of red on her face where she had unconsciously pushed aside a strand of hair. She didn't have any Zelendani marks on her face, yet she seemed to know what she was doing. The young man backed away. When she exposed the leg, the damage was obvious. The calf of his right leg was bent backward where there was no knee. The huge pointed horn had gored the man in the calf and broken both bones. The muscle was torn open, the jagged end of a bone was showing, and blood was pouring out of the gash and pooling on the ground. Ayla looked up at Jondalar.
"Help me straighten him out while he's unconscious. It's going to hurt to move him when he wakes up. Then get me some soft hides. Our toweling hides will work. I need to apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Then I'll need help to splint the leg."
The tall man hurried off, and she turned to one of the young men who were standing around gaping.
"He'll need to be carried back. Do you know how to make a stretcher?"
He looked blank, as though he hadn't heard or understood her.
"We need something for him to lie on while he's carried."
He nodded.
"A stretcher," he said.
He was really only a boy, she realized.
"Jondalar will help you," she said, as the man returned with the hides.
They laid him out on his back. He moaned from the movement, but didn't wake up. She checked him again. He might have sustained a head injury from the fall, but she didn't see anything obvious. Then, leaning hard on his leg above the knee, she tried to slow the bleeding. She thought about a tourniquet, but if she could get the bone straightened and wrap the leg, she might not need it. Pressure on the wound itself should be enough. He was still bleeding, but she had seen worse. She turned to Jondalar. "We need splints, some straight wood about the length of his leg. Break some of those spears if you need to." Jondalar brought her 2 splints, broken lengths of spears. She quickly cut strips out of one of the hides and other pieces to wrap around the splints for padding to get them ready. Then, grasping the foot of the broken leg by holding the toes with one hand and his heel with her other hand, she gently pulled it straight, feeling where it resisted and easing it through. He spasmed a few times, and noises escaped his mouth. He'd been close to waking. She reached into the bleeding gash and tried to feel if the bones were aligned.
"Jondalar, hold his thigh for me," she said. "I need to set this leg before he wakes up, and while he's still bleeding. The blood will help keep the wound clean."
Then she looked up at the young men, boys, who were standing around watching with looks of horror and amazement on their faces. "You and you," she said, looking directly at 2 of them. "I'm going to lift his leg and pull to align the bones so they will heal straight. If I don't, he'll never walk on that leg again. I want you to get those splints and put them underneath his leg, so when I lower it, the leg will be right between them. Can you do that?" They nodded and hurried to get the wrapped spears. When everybody was ready, Ayla grasped the foot by the toes and heel again with both hands and gently but firmly lifted his leg. With Jondalar holding the thigh, she pulled, exerting strong pressure carefully. It was not the first time he had seen her set bones, but now she was trying to set 2 of them. He could see the concentration on her face as she pulled, trying to sense by the feel of his leg in her hands if the bones were lining up. Even he felt what seemed to be a slight jerk and a settling, as though a bone had found its place. She lowered the leg gently, then examined it critically. It looked straight to Jondalar, but what did he know? At least it wasn't bent backward at a place it had no right to be. She signaled that he could let go and turned her attention to the bleeding wound. Pressing it together as best she could, with Jondalar's help to lift it, she wrapped it up, splints and all, then tied everything together with the strips of leather she had cut. Then she sat back on her heels. It was then that Jondalar noticed the blood. It was everywhere, the wrappings, the splints, Ayla, himself, the young men who had helped. The young man on the ground had lost a lot of blood. "I think we have to get him back soon," Jondalar said. A fleeting thought passed through his mind. The prohibition against talking was not quite over, and the ritual releasing the newly mated couple from it had not been performed. But Ayla hadn't even considered it, and Jondalar dismissed it as soon as he thought about it. This was an emergency, and there was no Zelandani around to ask.
"You will need to make the stretcher," she said to the young men standing around, seeming to be in more shock than the one on the ground. They looked at each other, shuffled their feet. They were all young and inexperienced. Several had only recently reached manhood. A few had made their first kill during the massive bison hunt that marked the beginning of the summer hunting season, and that had been an easy hunt, hardly more than target practice. The rhino baiting had been at the instigation of one of them who had watched his brother at similar sport a few years before, and a couple of the others who had heard about it, but primarily it was a spur-of-the-moment decision because they happened to see the beast. They all knew that they should have brought in some experienced older hunters before they attempted to bring down the huge animal, but they could only think of the glory of doing it themselves, the envy of the other bachelor Falajas, and the admiration of the whole summer meeting when it was brought in. Now one of them was badly hurt. Jondalar quickly assessed the situation. "What cave does he belong to?" he asked. "The 5th," came the reply. "You run ahead and tell them what happened," Jondalar said. The young man to whom he had spoken sprinted off. He thought that he could have ridden in to tell them on Racer faster than a boy could run,
but someone needed to supervise the construction of the stretcher. The boys were still scared and in shock, and having a grown man around to direct them right now was exactly what they needed. "We'll need 3 or 4 of you to help carry him in. The rest of you should stay here and gut that animal. It could bloat up fast. I'll send some people back to help you. There's no point in wasting the meat. The cost was too high." "He's my cousin. I'd like to help carry him back," one young man said. "Fine. Pick 3 more. That should be enough to get him back. The rest can stay," Jondalar said. Then he noticed that the youngster seemed almost overcome and was trying to hold back tears. "What is your cousin's name?" he asked. "Madigan. He's Madigan of the 5th cave of the Zelendanyi." "I know you must care about Madigan, and this has been very hard on you," Jondalar said. "He was very seriously hurt, but I will tell you the truth. He's very lucky that Ayla happened to be here. I can't promise, but I think he will be all right, and may even walk again. Ayla's a very good healer. I know. I was mauled by a cave lion and would have died on the steppes far to the east, but Ayla found me, treated my wounds, and saved my life. If anybody can save Madigan, Ayla will." The young man let out a sob of relief and then tried to control himself again. "Now get me some spears so we can carry your cousin home," Jondalar said. "We'll need at least 4, 2 for each side." Under his guidance, they soon had the spears tied together with thongs to make 2 sturdy supports, and spare pieces of clothing laced between them. Ayla checked the wounded young man, then several of them lifted him onto the makeshift stretcher. They were not too far from the camp. Ayla and Jondalar signaled Winnie and Racer to follow, and they walked beside the wounded young man. She watched him with worried concentration, and when they stopped to change bearers, she checked his breathing and felt for the beat in his wrist. It was faint, but definite. They were nearest the upstream end of the camp, close to the encampment of the 9th cave. News of the accident had spread rapidly, and several people had followed the young man back to meet them. Joharan was among them and spotted them in the distance. When they joined up, the 2 who were bearing the litter were relieved of their place, and the pace back to the large meeting place quickened. "Marthona went to tell someone to get Zelendani and Zelendani of the 5th, Joharan said. "They were at the other end of the camp at some Zelendanya meeting. Should we take him to our camp or to his own?" he asked Ayla. "I want to change those wrappings and get a poultice on that wound. I don't want it to fester," Ayla said. She thought for a moment. "I haven't had much time to replenish all my medicines, but I'm sure Zelendani has enough, and I want her to look at him. Let's take him to the Zelendanya lodge." "That's a good idea. It would take her a while to get here. We can probably get there faster. Zelendani doesn't run the way she used to," Joharan said, somewhat diplomatically referring to her great size. "The 5th Zelendani will probably want to see him, but healing was never his greatest talent, I'm told." When they arrived at the Zelendanya lodge, the 1st met them at the entrance. A place had already been made ready, and Ayla wondered if someone had gone ahead and told her that she had decided not to keep the man at the camp of the 9th cave, or if the woman had just assumed that the injured man would be brought there. Several people who had seen them coming were already talking about all the blood. Though several of the Zelendanya were outside, no one else was inside the lodge. "Put him down over there," the 1st said, showing them one of the raised beds at the far side, opposite the entrance. The men carried him there, then moved him to the bed. Most of the men left, but Joharan and Jondalar stayed. Ayla made sure the leg was straight, then started to remove the wrappings. "It needs a poultice so it won't fester," she said. "He will keep for a moment. Tell me what happened," the 1st said. Both Ayla and Jondalar quickly explained the circumstances. Then Ayla finished. "Both lower leg bones in that leg are broken. The calf was bent backwards at the break. I knew if they weren't set straight, he would never walk on that leg again, and he's a young man. I decided to set the leg right there, while he was unconscious, and before it started to swell up and make it harder to work with the bones.
I had to feel around inside and pull hard to get the bones aligned again, but I think they are. He was making some noises on the way here. He may wake up soon. I'm sure he will be in pain."
"It's obvious that you know something about it, but I need to ask you some questions. First, I presume you have set bones before," the first said. Jondalar answered for her. "A Sharamadoi woman, a good friend that I cared for very much, the mate of a leader, had fallen down a cliff and broken her arm. Their healer had died, and they hadn't been able to get word to another one, and the bone was healing together wrong and very painfully. I watched Ayla re-break it and set it straight. I also watched her set a badly broken leg of a man of the clan. He had jumped off a very high rock to protect his mate from some young Losadunai men who had been attacking clan women. If there's one thing Ayla knows about, it's broken bones and open wounds." "Where did you learn, Ayla?" she asked.
Clan people have very sturdy bones, but the men of the clan often break them when they are hunting. They don't usually throw spears. They chase after an animal to stab him with a spear, or sometimes jump on him. Or they do what those boys were doing, get an animal to chase several of them until the beast is so tired they can get close enough to spear him. It's very strenuous. Women break bones too, but mostly it's the men. I first learned about broken bones from Isa. The people of Brun's clan would break a bone sometimes, but it was the summer that we went to the clan gathering that I really learned, from the other clan medicine women, how to set broken bones and treat wounds," Ayla said.
"I think this young man is very lucky that you happened to be there, Ayla," the one who was first said. "Not every Zelandani would have known what to do with a leg that badly broken. There will be some more questions. The fifth will want to talk to you, I'm sure, and the boy's mother, of course. But you did well. What kind of poultice were you going to put on this leg?"
"I dug some roots that I saw on the way here. I think you call it anemone," Ayla said. "The wound was bleeding while I was handling it, and a person's own blood is sometimes the best thing to clean out a wound. But now that the blood is drying, I was going to mash the root and boil it to make a wash to clean the wound, and then add some fresh to the mash and use it with some other roots in a poultice. In my medicine bag, I have some powdered geranium root to clot the blood, and spores of club moss to absorb fluid. And then I was going to ask if you had certain things or knew where they grow."
"All right, ask me."
"There is a root. When I described it to Jondalar, he thought you might call it comfrey. It is very good for healing inside and out. It's good for bruises in a salve made with fat, but it's very good on fresh wounds and cuts. A fresh poultice can keep the swelling down when a bone is broken, and it helps broken bones to grow back together," Ayla said.
"Yes, I have some powdered, and I know a place nearby where it grows, and I would describe its properties the same way," the first said.
"I would also use the bright, pretty flowers that I think are called marigolds. They are especially good for open wounds, also for wounds and sores that won't heal. I like to squeeze the juice out of fresh flowers or boil the dried petals to put on open wounds, then keep it wet. It helps prevent the smelly bad festering, and I'm afraid this boy will need that. I'm sorry, I don't know his name,"
Ayla said.
"Madigan," Jondalar said. "His cousin told me he is Madigan of the Fifth Cave."
"What else would you use if you had it?"
Zelandani asked. For an instant, Ayla had a fleeting image of Isa testing her knowledge.
"Crushed juniper berries for a bleeding wound, or the mushroom that is round. Puffball? That can stop bleeding of wounds. A dry powder of golden seal is also good, and—"
"That's enough. I'm convinced that you know what to do. The treatment you suggest is very appropriate," the first said. "But right now, Jondalar, I want you to take her someplace where she can clean up, both of you, in fact. That boy's blood is all over you, and that will upset his mother more than anything. Leave the anemone roots with me. I will send someone to get fresh comfrey. We'll take care of him for now. You can come back when you're clean and rested." Why don't you go to your camp the back way, so you don't have to walk through the whole summer meeting camp again? I'm sure there's a crowd waiting outside. Use the other entrance, it'll be faster, and you may avoid those who'll want to detain you. Before you go, though, I think you need to be released from your ban against talking. It seems your isolation ended a day early."
"Oh, I forgot," Ayla said. "I didn't even think about that."
"I did," Jondalar put in, "but didn't have time to worry about it."
"You were right. This was certainly emergency enough," Zelandani said. "But I must ask you formally. You have completed your trial period, Jondalar and Ayla. Have you decided that you want to stay mated, or would you rather end this now and try to find someone else with whom you would be more compatible?" The two looked at her, then looked at each other, and then a grin stole over Jondalar's face that transferred to a smile from Ayla.
"If I'm not compatible with Ayla, who on earth would I ever be compatible with?" Jondalar said. "This may have been our matrimonial, but in my heart we've been mated for a long time."
"That is true. We even said words like that before we crossed the glacier, right after we left Kuban and Yoga. We knew we were mated then, but Jondalar wanted you to tie the knot for us, Zelandani."
"Do you want to become unmated, Ayla, Jondalar?" she asked.
"No, I don't,"
Ayla said, smiling at Jondalar. "Do you?"
"Not for a heartbeat, woman," he said. "I waited long enough. I'm not about to end it now."
"Then you are released from the prohibition against talking to others, and you can declare to all that Jondalar and Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandani are mated. Ayla, any children born to you are born to the hearth of Jondalar. It will be the responsibility of both of you to care for them until they are grown. Do you have your leather thong?" While they retrieved the long strip of leather, Zelandani got 2 necklaces from a nearby table. She took back the thong and tied a simple necklace around each of their necks. "I wish you both a long and happy life together," the one who was first among those who served the Great Earth Mother concluded. They slipped out the back entrance and hurried around the back way. Some people saw them leaving and called after them, but they kept on going. When they reached the spring-fed pool, Ayla walked into the water fully dressed. Jondalar followed her in. Once Zelandani had brought it to their attention, they could feel and smell the blood on them, and they wanted to get it off. If the blood stains were going to come out at all, Ayla thought, it would have to be in cold water. If not, she would probably just dispose of the clothing and make herself some new. After the major hunts, she now owned several hides and various other parts of animals that she ought to be able to use. They left the horses at the pasture near the 9th Cave's camp on their way to the Zelandanya Lodge, and the animals found their own way to their enclosure. The smell of blood was always a little unsettling for them, and both the rhinoceros and the young man had bled profusely. The fenced-in place had a feeling of security to it. Jondalar had wrapped his wet clothing back around him and ran toward the camp, hoping he would find the horses and extra clothing from the pack baskets. He was surprised to see Lanadar there comforting the horses, but the boy seemed upset and said he wanted to talk to Ayla. Jondalar told him as soon as he brought her some clothes she would come. He did take the time to take the baskets and blankets and bridles off the horses. He told Ayla about Lanadar, and when she saw him, she could tell from his posture, even from a distance, that he was very unhappy. She wondered if for some reason his mother had forbidden him to care for the horses any more.
"What's wrong, Lanadar?"
she asked as soon as she reached him.
"It's Lenoga," he said. "She's been crying all day."
"But why?"
Ayla said.
"The baby. They're taking Lorela away from her."
Chapter 34.
"Who is going to take the baby away from her?"
Ayla asked.
"Proliva and some women," he said. "They say they have found a mother for Lorela, someone who can nurse her all the time."
"Let's go see what this is all about,"
Ayla said.
"We'll come back and take care of the horses later."
When they got to the camp, Ayla was glad to see Proliva there. She saw them coming and smiled. "Well, is it affirmed? Are you mated? Can we have the feast and get out the gifts? You don't have to answer. I see your necklaces." Ayla had to smile back. "Yes, we are mated," she said.
"Zelandani just affirmed it," Jondalar said.
"I need to talk to you about something else, Proliva," Ayla said with a serious frown. "What?"
The woman knew from Ayla's expression that she was concerned about something.
"Lenidar said that you are taking the baby away from Lanoga," Ayla said. "I wouldn't put it that way. I thought you would be pleased that we had found a home for Lorela. A woman from the 24th cave lost her baby. He was born with a serious deformity and died. She's full of milk and said she'd be willing to take Lorela even if she is older. She really wants a child, and I get the impression she has miscarried before. I thought it would be a perfect match," Proliva said. "It does seem like it ought to be. Do the women who are nursing Lorela now want to stop?" Ayla asked. "Actually, no. I was rather surprised. When I mentioned it to a couple of them, they seemed a little upset. Even Stalona said the 24th cave is so far away, she would be sorry if she couldn't continue to watch Lorela growing strong and healthy," Proliva said. "I know you were thinking of what's best for Lorela, but did you ask Lanoga?" Ayla said. "No, not really. I asked Tremita. I thought Lanoga might like to be free of the responsibility. She's so young to have to worry about taking care of a baby all the time. There will be time enough when she has her own to mother," Proliva said. "Lanidar says Lanoga has been crying all day." "I know she's upset, but I thought she'd get over it. After all, she's not nursing Lorela. She's not even a woman yet. She can only count 11 years. Ayla remembered that she could count less than 12 years when she gave birth to Dirk, and she couldn't give him up then. She would rather have died than give him up. When she lost her milk, the women of the clan had nursed Dirk, but that didn't mean she was any less his mother. She was sorry still that she had to leave him behind when she was forced out of the clan. She had wanted to take him. It was only her fear about what would happen to him if something happened to her that persuaded her to leave her 3-year son behind. It didn't matter that she knew Uba would take care of him and love him as her own. It still hurt when she thought about him. She never got over him, and she didn't want Lanoga to suffer that kind of pain. "It isn't nursing that makes a mother, Proliva, and it certainly isn't age," Ayla said. "Look at Janida. She's not much older, but no one would dream of taking her baby away from her. Janida has a mate, and a good one with some status, and her baby will be born to his hearth. He'll always be responsible, and even if the mating doesn't last, there are already several men who have made it known they would be willing to mate her. She has high status, she's attractive, and she's pregnant. I just hope Paradol realizes what a favored woman she is. His mother is already making trouble. She actually found them during their trial period and tried to get him to give up the mating." Proliva stopped. Time enough later to tell Ayla about that. "But Lanoga is not Janida." "No, Lanoga is not a favored young woman, but she ought to be. You don't spend nearly a year taking care of a baby and not grow to love her. Lorela is Lanoga's baby now, not Tremida's. She may be young, but she has been a good mother," Ayla said. "Yes, of course she's been a good mother. That's just it. She's a wonderful girl, and she'll be a wonderful mother someday," Proliva said, "if she ever has the chance. But when she gets old enough to mate, what man will be willing to take her and a little sister, not as a second woman, but as a child he would have to be responsible for that wasn't even born to his hearth? Lanoga has enough going against her, considering the hearth she and Lorela were born to. I'm afraid the only one willing to take her will be someone like Larimar, no matter who recommends her. I'd like to see her have a chance for a better life." Ayla was sure that Proliva was absolutely right, and it was obvious that she really cared about the girl and would do whatever she could to help her. but she knew how Lenoga would feel if she lost Lorela.
"Lenoga doesn't have to worry about finding a mate," Lanadar said.
Ayla and Proliva had almost forgotten he was still there. Jondalar was surprised, too. He had been listening to the debate between the two women and could see both sides.
"I'm going to learn how to hunt, and I'm going to learn how to be a caller. And when I grow up, I am going to mate Lenoga and help her take care of Lorela and all the rest of her brothers and sisters if she wants. I already asked her, and she agreed. She's the only girl I ever met who doesn't care about my arm, and I don't think her mother will care either."
Ayla and Proliva both gaped at Lanadar. Then they looked at each other as though to be sure that they had heard the same thing and that both of them were thinking the same thing. In fact, it wouldn't be a bad match, especially if the idea really encouraged Lanadar to learn some skills to better himself. They were both decent children and surprisingly grown up for their ages. Of course, they were young, and they could easily change their minds. But on the other hand, who else would there be for either one?
"So don't give Lenoga's baby away to some other woman. I don't like to see her crying,"
Lanadar said.
"She really does love that child,"
Ayla said.
"and the ninth cave has been willing to help her. Why not just let things be the way they are?"
"What will I tell the woman who was going to take her?" Proliva said.
"Just tell her Lorela's mother didn't want to give her up. It's true. Tremida isn't really her mother. Lenoga is. If that woman really wants a baby, she'll get one. Either one of her own or another baby that needs a mother, maybe even one who is younger. The Zelendanyi have many caves and a lot of people. Things are happening all the time," Ayla said. "I've never seen things change so much."
Nearly everyone from both the ninth cave of the Zelendanyi and the first cave of the Lanzadanyi came to the big celebration held jointly to celebrate the matrimonials of the brother of the leader of one and the daughter of the hearth of the leader of the other, who were also related to each other. It turned out that two other people from the ninth cave had also mated at the same time to people from other caves. Proliva learned about them and made sure they were also included. A young woman named Tishona had joined with Marshaval of the 14th cave, and she would be going to live with him. And another, somewhat older woman, Denoda, had moved away and had a son, but she severed the knot from her former mate and formed a new relationship with Jacksoman of the 7th cave. They were moving back to the 9th cave. Denoda's mother was ill, and she wanted to be closer to her. During the course of the day, other people came to offer their good wishes as well. Lavila and Jondakam and her mother Valima, who was also Proliva's mother, spent most of the day with them, which pleased Ayla and Jondalar and Joplea and Echazar. They all enjoyed each other's company. Jondakam's mother and uncle also came for a while. Ayla and Jondalar were pleased to see Kimaran, who was now distantly related through his nephew's mate, who was the sister of Jondalar's brother's mate. Ayla got lost in some of the convoluted relationships, but she was particularly pleased to see Jondakam's mother, Zelandani of the 2nd cave. She had met the woman, but hadn't realized who she was. For some reason, Ayla was particularly glad to meet a Zelandani who had children, especially a son who was as friendly and confident as Jondakam. Janita and Paradol also spent most of the day at the 9th cave, conspicuously without Paradol's mother. They wanted to move away from the 29th cave and were talking to both Kimaran and Joharan to see if either the 2nd cave or the 9th cave would accept them. Jondalar was certain that one or the other would. The first had already spoken to the leaders and the Zelandani of the 2nd about it. She felt it would be wise to separate the young couple from Paradol's mother, at least for a while. The first had been quite angry with the woman for forcing herself on them during their trial period of isolation. Toward evening, as things started to quiet down, Marthona made tea for several relatives and friends who were still there. Proliva, Ayla, Joplea, and Falara helped pass cups around. A young man who had recently been accepted as an acolyte of the Zelandani of the 5th cave was also there. staying only because it was the first time that he was a part of such august company and couldn't bear to leave. He was especially in awe of the first. "I'm sure he'd never walk again if someone hadn't been there who knew what to do," said the acolyte. He had directed his comment to the company at large, but he was really trying to impress the great Danyar. "I think you are entirely correct, fourth acolyte of the Zelandani of the Fifth. You are very perceptive," the woman said. "The rest is up to the Great Mother now, and the young man's powers of recovery." The young man swelled with pride that she had responded, hardly able to contain his pleasure at Zelandani's compliment. He was enjoying the fact that he was included in this informal conversation with the one who was first. "Since you are an acolyte now, will you be taking a turn at watching Madigan? He is of your cave, isn't he?" the first said. "Of course, it's difficult to stay up through the night, but he does need to have someone with him all the time right now. I presume your Zelandani has asked for your help. If not, you could volunteer. The Fifth would no doubt appreciate it." "Yes, of course I'll take a turn," he said, getting up. "Thank you for the tea. I must go now. I have my responsibilities," he said, trying to sound dignified. He squared his shoulders and pulled his face into a serious frown as he headed toward the main camp. After the young acolyte had gone, several of those who were there finally gave in to the smile they had been struggling to keep from making. "You have made that young man very happy, Zelandani," Jondalar said. He was almost glowing with pleasure. "Do all the Zelandanya hold you in such awe?" "Only the young ones," Zelandani replied. "The way the rest argue with me, I sometimes wonder why they continue to name me first. Perhaps because I'm more portentous than they are." She smiled. She meant it as a pun on her rather portly size. Jondalar smiled back, getting the joke. Marthona just gave her a meaningful glance with arched eyebrows. Ayla noticed the exchange and thought she understood, but wasn't certain. The subtleties that came from deep understanding of someone known for a long time were still beyond her. "I think I'd rather have the arguing, though," Zelandani continued. "It can be a little trying to have every word you speak treated as if it came straight from the mouth of Dani herself. It makes me feel that I have to be careful about everything I say." "Who does decide which one of the Zelandanya is first among those who served the mother?" Jondalar asked. "Is it like the leader of a cave? Does each Zelandani just say who they think it should be? Does everyone have to agree, or most of them, or just certain ones?" "The choices of the individual Zelandanya are part of it, but it's not as simple as that. Many things are considered. A gift for healing is one, and no one judges that more severely than Zelandanya healers. A person may be able to cover up some ineptitude to people in general, but you can't deceive someone who knows. But healing is not absolutely essential. There have been firsts who had only a rudimentary knowledge of healing, but it was more than compensated for by ability in other areas. Some have natural gifts or other attributes." "We only hear about the first. Is there a second or a third, someone who can step in if something happens to the first? And is there a last?" Jondalar asked, warming to the subject. Everyone was interested. Zelandani wasn't often so forthcoming about the inner workings of the Zelandanya. But she was noticing Ayla's interest and had her reasons for being so uncommonly candid. "The order does not descend individually. There are ranks. It would be difficult for a cave to accept a Danyar who was last among those who serve, wouldn't it? The acolytes are the lowest rank, of course, but there are ranks within the acolytes, too, sometimes depending on particular skills. You may have guessed that the young man who is the fourth acolyte of the Zelandani of the Fifth Cave was just recently accepted. He's a novice, the lowest rank, but he has potential or he would not have been accepted. Some don't want to go beyond acolyte. They don't want to take on the full burden of responsibility. They only want to exercise their skill and can do it best within the Zelandanya. After the acolytes, the next lowest rank are the new Danyars. Every Zelandani must feel they have personally been called, and more than that, they must convince the rest of the Zelandanya that it was a true calling. Some never get beyond the rank of acolyte, even though they may want to. Sometimes acolytes want to be a Zelandani so much they try to claim a false call or even feign one, but they are invariably rejected. One who has been through the ordeal knows the difference. It has made some acolytes, and former acolytes, very bitter.
"What else is required to become a Zelandani?"
Jondalar pressed.
"And what is especially needed to be the one who is first?"
The rest were happy to let him do the asking, though some of them, such as Marthona, who was once an acolyte herself, knew most of the requirements. Few of the others who were there had ever had their questions to Zelandani answered so directly. To become one of the Zelandanya, one must memorize all the histories and elder legends and have a good comprehension of their meaning. One must know the counting words and how to use them, the coming of the seasons, the phases of the moon, and some things that are only for the Zelandanya to know. But perhaps most important, one must be able to visit the world of the spirits, Zelandani said. That is why one must truly be called. Most Zelandanya know from the beginning who will be first and who is most likely to be the next one. The first time one feels the call to venture into the spirit world, it may be revealed. Being first is also a calling, and not a calling every Zelandani wants.
"What is it like, the spirit world? Is it frightening? Are you afraid when you have to go there?"
he asked next. Jondalar, no one can describe the spirit world to one who has never been there. And yes, it is frightening, especially the first time. It never entirely ceases to be frightening, but with meditation and preparation it can be controlled, along with the knowledge that the Zelandanya, and particularly the cave, is there to help. Without the help of the people of one's cave, it could be difficult to return, she explained.
"But if it's frightening, why do you do it?"
Jondalar asked. "There is no way to refuse it." Ayla suddenly felt a chilling cold and shuddered. "Many try to fight it, and some succeed for a while," the Danyer continued. "But in the end, the mother will have her way. It is best to go prepared. The dangers are never kept from one who may think to venture in that direction. That is why the initiation can be so grueling. The test on the other side is even worse. You may feel that you are torn apart, scattered to the whirlwind and the dark unknown. Some go and never return to their body. Some who do return leave part of themselves behind, and they are never quite right afterwards. But no one can go and remain unchanged, and once you get the call, you must accept it, and the duties and responsibilities along with it. I think that's why so few of the Zelandanya are mated. There are no restrictions on mating or having children, but it is much like being a leader. It can be difficult to find a mate who is willing to live with someone who has so many demands made on them. Isn't that right, Marthona?" Zelandani asked.
"Yes, Zelandani," she answered.
Then she smiled at Dalinar before turning to her son.
"Why do you think Dalinar and I severed the knot, Jondalar? We talked about it the day after your mating. It was more than his urge to travel. Willamar has that too. In many ways, Dalinar and I were too much alike. He's happy now that he's leader of his own cave, his own people, really. But it took him a while to understand that was what he really wanted. He fought the responsibility for a long time, but I think that was why he was drawn to me in the first place. Jaconan had died, and I was already leader when we mated. We were very happy at first, but he became restless. It was for the best that we parted. Jerica is the right woman for him. She is strong-willed, and he needs a strong woman, but Dalinar is leader." The two she mentioned looked at each other and smiled. Then Dalinar reached for Jerica's hand. "Losaduna is the one who serves for the people who live on the other side of the glacier. He has a mate, and his mate has 4 children. She seems very happy," Ayla interjected. She had been listening to Zelandani with a fascination that was akin to fear.
Losaduna is fortunate to have found a woman like her, just as I was fortunate to find Willamar," Marthona said. "I was very reluctant to mate again, but I'm glad he persisted." She turned to smile at him. "I suppose that's one reason I finally passed on the leadership. I was leader for many years with Willamar beside me, and we never had a problem over it. But I grew tired of the demands. I wanted some time to myself, and I wanted to have some time to share with Willamar. After Falara came along, I wanted to be a mother again. Joharan seemed to have the potential, so I started to prepare him, and when he was old enough, I was glad to pass the responsibility on to him. He's very much like Jaconan. I'm sure he's the son of Jaconan's spirit." She smiled at her eldest son. "I still keep a hand in. Joharan often consults with me, though I think he does it for my sake, not his." "That's not true, Mother. I value your advice," Joharan said. "Did you love Dalinar very much, Mother?" Jondalar asked. "You know there are songs and stories about your love." He had heard them, but he'd often wondered if it was really so strong. How could they have parted? "Yes, I loved him, Jondalar. A small part of me still does. It's not easy to forget someone you've loved that much, and I'm glad we're still friends. I think we're better friends now than when we were mated." She noticed her elder son. "I still love Jaconan, too. His memory remains with me and reminds me of when I was a young woman and in love for the first time, even though it took him a while to decide what he wanted," she added rather cryptically. Jondalar remembered the story he had heard about his mother on his journey. "You mean between you and Bodoa, or both?" he asked. "Bodoa? I haven't heard that name in a long time," Zelendani said. "Isn't she the foreign woman who was being trained by the Zelendanya? From some eastern people. What were they called? Something." "Sarmunai," Jondalar said. "That's it. I was still young when she left, but it said she was quite skilled," Zelendani said. "She is Sarmuna now. Ayla and I met her on our journey. The Sarmunai wolf women captured me, and Ayla followed their trail and came after me. We were lucky to get away from them alive. If it hadn't been for Wolf, I don't think either one of us would be here. You can imagine how surprised I was to find someone among those people who not only knew how to speak Zelendanyi, but knew my mother." "What happened?" several people asked. Jondalar briefly related the story of the cruel woman at Aroa and the Sarmunai camp she had perverted. Although Sarmuna helped at Aroa in the beginning, she regretted it and finally decided to help her people and try to correct the problems at Aroa caused. Everyone shook their heads in wonder. "That's the most outlandish story I've ever heard," Zelendani said. "But it shows what can happen when a Danyar becomes warped. I think Bodoa could have gone far if she hadn't abused her power. It's lucky for her that she finally came to her senses. It is said one who serves the mother will pay in the next world if they misuse their power in this one. That's one reason the Zelendanya are so careful about whom they accept. There is no turning back. It's one way we are different from leaders of a cave. A Zelendani is a Zelendani for life. Even if we may sometimes want to, we cannot drop the burden." Everyone was quiet for a while, thinking about the story Jondalar had told. They looked up when Ramara came by. "I'm supposed to let you know, Joharan, that they brought the rhino in. Jondalar gets credit. It was his spear that killed him." "I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Ramara." Ramara would have liked to stay and hear what everyone was talking about, but she did have other things to do, and she wasn't specifically invited, although no one would have told her to go. "You have first choice, Jondalar," Joharan said after she left. "Are you going to take the horn?" "I don't think so. I'd rather have the fur." "Tell me what happened out there with that rhino," Joharan asked. Jondalar told how they happened to see the young men baiting the woolly rhinoceros and stopped to watch. "I didn't realize how young they were until after the accident. I don't think they wanted the rhino as much as they wanted admiration and praise,
and to be the envy of their friends. None of them had any experience with rhinos, and not much with hunting. They shouldn't have tried to get one on their own. This was a hard way for them to learn that hunting rhinos, or any animal, is not really a game.
But it is true that if they had brought in that woolly rhinoceros by themselves, they would have been highly praised and the envy of their friends, Marthona said. In one sense, this accident, terrible as it was, may help prevent future attempts and even worse tragedies. Think how many youngsters would be trying the same thing if they had succeeded. This way it may make others think again before they attempt such a game, at least for a while. The mother of this young man may suffer and worry, but it may spare other mothers even more grief. I just hope Madigan survives without severe crippling.
As soon as Ayla saw the rhino gore him, she raced to help, Jondalar said. It's not the first time she's rushed into a dangerous situation when someone is hurt, but she worries me sometimes.
He was very lucky that she was there. I'm sure he would be crippled for life or worse if someone hadn't been there who knew what to do, Zelandani said. Then to Ayla, exactly what did you do first? Ayla explained in general. Zelandani drew her out for more detail and her reasoning. In the guise of interested conversation, Zelandani was examining Ayla's knowledge of the healing arts. Though she hadn't mentioned it yet, the one who was first was trying to arrange a formal meeting of the Zelandanya so they could learn the extent of Ayla's training, but she was glad for this opportunity to question her alone first. It was unfortunate for poor Madigan, but Zelandani was glad for this demonstration of her skills to the whole summer meeting. It gave her this opportunity to begin to approach the Zelandanya with the idea of her entering into their alliance. Zelandani had already reevaluated her first impression several times, but now she looked at the young woman in an entirely new light. Ayla was no novice. She was an equal, a true colleague. It was entirely possible that Zelandani might learn a few things from her. Those club moss spores, for example, that was an application Zelandani had not used, but upon reflection, it was probably a good procedure. She was anxious to talk to Ayla alone, to compare ideas and knowledge, and it would be good to have someone to talk with at the 9th cave. Zelandani did work with the other Zelandanya in the region and discussed professional matters with colleagues during the summer meetings. She had a couple of acolytes, of course, though she had no serious acolyte interested in healing. To have a true healer within her own cave, especially one who brought new knowledge, that could be very worthwhile. Ayla, Zelandani said, it might be a good idea to talk to Madigan's family. I'm not sure I know what to say to them, Ayla said. They must be worried, and I think they might like to know what happened. I'm sure it would help if you reassure them. How can I reassure them? Ayla said. You can say that it is up to the mother now, but there is a chance that he will be all right. Isn't that your opinion? It's mine, Zelandani said. I think Donnie smiled on that young man because you happened to be there. Jondalar stifled a big yawn as he took off his tunic, a new one he had received from his mother at their mating party, woven of threads of the flax plant that she had prepared and woven. She had arranged for someone else to decorate it with some embroidery and beads, but not too much. It was very lightweight and comfortable. She had given a similar one to Ayla, made very full and loose so she could wear it as her pregnancy progressed. Jondalar had put his on immediately, but Ayla was saving hers for later. I've never heard Zelandani speak so openly about the Zelandanya, he said as he prepared to get into their sleeping roll. It was interesting. I never realized how difficult it could be, but I remember her saying whenever she had some test to endure that it had its compensations. I wonder what they are. She didn't talk about it that much. They lay together in silence for a while. Ayla was tired, she realized, so tired she could hardly think. Between the rhino hunting accident yesterday and staying at the Zelandanya Lodge until late and the mating celebration today, she had slept very little and had been under some strain. She was feeling some pain around her temples and considered getting up and making some willow bark tea for it, but she was too tired to bother.
And mother, Jondalar continued, almost as a verbal continuation of his thoughts. I always thought she and Dalinar just decided to separate. I never knew why. I guess you don't always think of your mother as anything but your mother, someone who loves you and takes care of you.
I don't think the separation was easy for her. I think she loved Dalinar very much, Ayla said. I can understand why. You are very much like him.
Not in all ways. I never wanted to be a leader. I still don't. I would miss the feel of stone in my hands. There's nothing so satisfying as seeing a perfect blade flake off, one that turned out just the way you planned,
Jondalar said. Dalinar is a flint knapper too, Jondalar, Ayla said.
Yes, the best, but he doesn't get the chance to work at it much anymore. The only one who could match him is Wymez, and he's still back at the lion camp, making beautiful blades for the spears of the mammoth hunters. It's a shame they will never meet. They would have enjoyed learning from each other.
But you've met them both, and you understand the stone as well as anyone. Can't you show Dalinar what you learned from Wymez? Ayla said.
Yes, I've already begun, Jondalar said. Dalinar is as interested as I was. I'm so glad they delayed the matrimonial until the Lanzadanyi could get here. I'm pleased that Joplea and Echazar shared our matrimonial. It's a special tie. I've always felt a deep affection for my cousin, and this brings us closer. I think Joplea was pleased, too.
I'm sure Joplea was pleased to share a matrimonial with you, Jondalar. I think it's something she's always wanted.
And this was as close as she could get to what she really wanted, Ayla added in her own mind. She did feel sorry for Joplea, but she had to admit she was glad of the prohibition against close cousins mating.
Echazar seems very happy.
I think he still couldn't quite believe it. There were a few others who felt the same way, for different reasons, Jondalar said, putting his arm around her and nuzzling her neck.
Echazar loves her almost beyond reason. Such love can compensate for a lot,
Ayla said, fighting to stay awake. He really isn't so ugly when you get used to him. He just looks different. But you can see the clan in him,
Jondalar said. I don't think he's ugly at all. He reminds me of Raidag and Dirk, Ayla said. I think they are handsome people, the clan.
I know you do, and you're right. They are handsome people in their way. You are pretty handsome yourself, woman. He nuzzled her neck, then kissed her, and could feel his need for her beginning, but he could see she was almost asleep. He knew she wouldn't refuse him if he pressed her. She never did, but this wasn't the time. It would be better when she was rested anyway. I hope Madigan is going to be all right, Jondalar said as Ayla rolled over and he snuggled against her back. He wasn't all that tired himself, but he didn't mind holding her.
That reminds me, Jondalar.
She rolled back over to look at him.
Zelendani and the fifth Danyer and I were talking to his mother. We had to tell her that he could have problems. He may be able to walk again, but no one can say for sure.
It would be a shame if he couldn't. He's so young.
We just don't know, of course. But even if he does walk, he may be lame, Ayla said. Zelendani asked his mother if he had shown any interest in any skill or craft. The only thing that came to her mind, besides hunting, was that he made his own points for his spears. It made me think of those Sarmunai boys that Ataroa crippled. You were teaching one of them how to knap flint so he could make a life for himself. I told his mother that if it was something he wanted to do, I would ask you if you'd be willing to teach him.
He's from the fifth cave, isn't he? Jondalar said, thinking over the idea.
Yes, but maybe he could come and live at the ninth cave for a while. Didn't Danuch live at a different Mamutoi camp for a year or so to learn more about flint? Ayla said. Maybe we could do the same for Madigan.
That's true. Danug had just returned from a year of living with a camp of flint miners, so he could learn about the stone at the source, just as I learned at Dalinar's mine. He couldn't have had a better teacher than Wymez when it came to learning how to work it, but a good napper needs to know the stone, too. Jondalar's forehead wrinkled as he pondered the implications. I don't know. I'd be happy to teach him, but I'd have to talk to Joharan about him coming to the 9th cave. The boy would have to have a place to live. Joharan would have to work it out with the 5th cave. That is, if Madigan wants to learn. He may have been making points because he couldn't find anyone else to make them for him, and he wanted to hunt. We'll see, Ayla. It's a possibility. If he was hurt that badly, he will need to learn some craft.
They both settled down in the firs, but as tired as Ayla was, sleep did not come immediately. She found herself thinking about her future and that of the baby she was carrying. What if it was a boy, and he wanted to bait rhinos? What if something else happened? And where was Wolf? He was almost like a son to her, too, but she hadn't seen him for several days. When she finally went to sleep, she dreamed about babies and wolves and earthquakes. She hated earthquakes. They more than frightened her. They were like a personal harbinger of bad news. "I can't believe some people are still objecting to Joplea and Echazar getting mated here," Zelindani said. "It's done. They were mated. They've been through their isolation trial. They're affirmed. It's over with. They've even had their mating party. There's nothing more to be said." The first was having a last cup of tea before returning to the Zelindanya Lodge after spending the night at the camp of the 9th cave. Several others were sitting around a large trench fire, finishing their morning meal before the busy activities of the day began. "They are talking about going home early," Marthona said. "That would be a shame after coming so far," Jondalar said. "They have what they came for. Joplea and Echazar are officially mated, and they have their Zelindani, or rather Lanzadani," Willamar said. "I was hoping to spend some time with them. I don't think we'll be seeing them again for a while," Jondalar said. "I was hoping the same," Joharan said. "I've been talking to Dalinar about why he decided to establish the Lanzadanyi as a separate group. It's more than the fact that they live a good distance away. He has some interesting ideas." "He always did," Marthona said. "Echazar and Joplea don't even like to go to the main camp area because they say people stare at them, and the looks are not especially friendly," Valara said. "They may be feeling a little sensitive since the objections during the matrimonial," Proliva said. "I've looked into every one. None of those objections has merit. It was all started by Brukaval, of all people, but everyone knows what his problem is," the first said. "And Morona is just trying to make trouble because the Lanzadanyi are related to Jondalar, and she still wants to get back at him and anyone around him." "That woman seems to be training herself in the craft of carrying a grudge," Proliva said. "She needs something to do. Maybe if she had a child it would give her something else to think about." "I wouldn't wish her as a mother on any child," Silova said. "Donnie may agree with you," Ramara said. "She's never been blessed as far as anyone knows." "Isn't she related to you, Ramara? You both have the same pale blonde hair," Valara said. "She's a cousin, but not a close one," Ramara said. "I think Proliva is right," Marthona said. "Morona does need something to do, but it doesn't mean she has to have a baby. She should learn a craft of some kind, something to devote herself to that would be worthwhile and that would take her thoughts away from making trouble for people just because her life hasn't turned out the way she wanted. I think all people should have some craft or skill, something that they enjoy, are naturally drawn to, and do well. If she doesn't, she will just continue to make trouble to get attention." "Even that may not be enough," Solaban said. "Laramar has a skill, one he's recognized and even admired for. He makes good Barma, but he's been making all kinds of trouble. He sides with Brukaval about Joplea and Echazar, and he's getting attention for it, too. I heard him say to some people of the 5th cave that Jondalar's hearth shouldn't be among the first anymore, because he mated a foreign woman, and she has the least status. I think he's still resentful that Ayla wasn't behind him at Chevanar's burial. He pretends to ignore it, but I think he doesn't like being last." "Then he should do something about it," Proliva said angrily. "Like take care of the children of his hearth." "Jondalar's hearth is exactly where it should be," Marthona said with a slight smile of satisfaction. It was an exceptional situation, and it was decided by the leaders and the Zelendanya, as it should have been. It's not for someone like Larimar to say. "Perhaps that's the thing to do," the first said. "I think I'll talk to Dalinar about having the Zelendanya and the leaders gather and talk about this problem over Joplea and Echazar. Bring it out in the open, and perhaps give those people who feel some objections an opportunity to air their feelings." "That might be a time for Jondalar and Ayla to talk about their experiences with Flatheads, the clan, as she calls them," Joharan said. "I've been wanting to have a talk with the other leaders about them anyway."
"Perhaps we can go over and talk to him now," Zelendani said. "I need to get back to the lodge. I've got a problem. Someone from among the Zelendanya is passing around information that is supposed to be kept private. Some of it is very personal information about certain people, and some is knowledge that shouldn't be talked about outside the Zelendanya. I need to find out who it is, or at the least put a stop to it." Ayla had been listening very carefully to all that was said, and she thought about it as everyone got up and went in various directions. The people of the Zelendanyi made her think of a river. While the surface might appear calm and smooth, there could be many undercurrents at many different levels. She thought that probably Marthona and Zelendani knew more about what was going on under the surface than most, but she guessed that even they didn't know all of it, not even about each other. She had noted certain expressions, postures, tones of voice that gave her clues about what might be deeper. But, as with Zelendani's problem with someone telling things, even after that problem was resolved, there would be something else. The deep currents would shift and slide, leave little ripples on the surface and eddies around the sides. It would never come to an end, as long as there were people. "I'm going to go see the horses," she said to Jondalar. "Are you coming, or do you have something else to do?"
"I'll come with you, but wait a moment," Jondalar said. "I want to get the spear thrower and spears I'm making for Lanadar. I'm almost finished with them, and I'd like to test them out, but I'm too big. I was hoping you might be able to do it. I know they'll be small for you, too, but maybe you can get a sense if they'll work for him."
"I'm sure they'll be fine, but I'll try them," she said. "The best one to know will be Lanadar himself, and he won't even know until he gains some real skill. This will give him something to practice with, and I'm sure he'll be pleased. I have a feeling you're going to make that boy very happy."
The sun was approaching its zenith when they started gathering up their things. They had brushed the horses, and Ayla checked them over carefully. When the season warmed, flying insects often tried to lay eggs in the moist, warm corners of the eyes of various ruminants, deer and horses in particular. Isa had taught her about the clear fluid from the bluish-white plant that was like a dead thing, and that grew in shaded woods. It drew its nourishment from decaying wood, since it lacked the living green chlorophyll of other plants, and its waxy surface turned black when touched. But there was no better treatment for sore or inflamed eyes than the cool liquid that oozed from a broken stem. She had tried out the small spear thrower and decided it would work just fine for Lanadar. Jondalar had finished the spears he was working on, but decided to make a few more when he saw a small stand of straight young alders with slender trunks, just the right diameter for small spears. He cut down several. Ayla wasn't sure what it was that made her want to go into the woods beside the creek beyond the horse enclosure.
"Where are you going, Ayla?" Jondalar asked. "We should be heading back. I need to go to the main camp this afternoon."
"I won't be long," she said.
Jondalar could see her moving through the screen of trees and wondered if she had seen something moving back there. Maybe something that could be a danger to the horses. Maybe he should go with her, he was thinking, when he heard her cry out in a loud scream. "No! Oh, no!" The man raced as fast as his long legs could go toward the sound, crashing through brush and bruising himself, banging into a tree. When he reached her, he cried out a denial, too, and dropped to his knees. Chapter 35. In the mud at the edge of the small stream, Jondalar bent over Ayla. She was lying almost flat beside the large wolf, who was down on his side. She was holding his head in her hands. A torn, bloody ear was staining the back of her hand. Wolf tried to lick her face.
"It's Wolf. He's hurt,"
Ayla said. The tears streaming down her face left white streaks through a muddy smudge on her cheek.
"What do you think happened to him?" Jondalar asked.
"I don't know, but we've got to help him," she said, sitting up. "We need to make a stretcher to carry him to camp."
Wolf tried to get up when she did, but fell back.
"Stay with him, Ayla. I'll make a stretcher from those spear shafts I just cut," Jondalar said.
When she and Jondalar brought him in, several people hurried over to see if they could help. It made Ayla understand how many people had come to care about the wolf.
"I'll make a place for him in the lodge," Marthona said, going in ahead of them. "Is there anything I can do?" Joharan said.
He had just returned to the camp.
"You can find out if Zelendani has any comfrey left from Madigan's injuries. Also, marigold petals. I think Wolf's been in a fight with other wolves, and wounds from bites can be bad. They need strong medicine, and they have to be well cleaned,"
Ayla said.
"Will you need to boil some water?" Willamar asked.
She nodded.
"I'll get a fire going. It's a good thing we just brought in a load of wood."
When Joharan came back from the Zelendania lodge, Falara and Praliva were with him, and Zelendani had said she would come by shortly. Before long, the entire summer meeting knew that Ayla's wolf was hurt, and most people were concerned. Jondalar stayed with her while she examined the wolf, and knew from her expression that his wounds were serious. She was sure he had been attacked by an entire pack, and she was surprised that he was still alive. She asked Praliva for a piece of aurochs meat, scraped it the way she did for baby food, then mixed it with ground datura and put it down his throat to help him relax and make him sleep.
"Jondalar, will you get some of that skin from the unborn calf of the aurochs I killed? I need soft, absorbent hides to clean his wounds,"
Ayla said to Jondalar. Marthona watched her put roots and powders into various bowls of hot water, then handed her some material.
"Zelendani likes to use this," she said.
Ayla looked at it. The soft material was not made from hides. It looked more like the finely woven material that the long tunic Marthona had given her was made of. She dipped it in the water of one of the bowls. The fabric absorbed it quickly.
"This will do, very well, in fact. Thank you,"
Ayla said. Zelendani arrived about the time that Jondalar and Joharan were helping her turn the wolf over so she could work on his other side. The first worked with Ayla to clean a particularly bad wound. Then Ayla surprised several people when she threaded a thin piece of sinew through the small hole in her thread puller and used it to sew the worst of the wounds together with some strategically placed knots. She had shown the ingenious device to several people, but no one had ever seen it used to sew living skin. She even sewed his torn ear, though it would still have a jagged edge.
"So that's what you did to me,"
Jondalar said with a grim smile. "It does seem to help to hold the wound together so it can heal properly," Zelendani said. "Is that something you learned from your clan medicine woman, too, to sew skin together?"
"No, Isa never did this. They don't exactly sew, but they do knot things together. They like to use that sharp little bone that is in the lower foreleg of a deer as an awl to pierce holes in skins, and sinew after it's partially dried and hard at the ends to poke through the holes, and then they tie it into knots. They make birch bark containers that way, too. It was when Jondalar's wounds kept sliding apart and opening up, even when I tried to wrap it tight to hold everything together, that I wondered if I could make some knots that would keep his skin and muscles in the right place. So I tried it. It seemed to work, but I wasn't sure how soon to take them out. I didn't want the wounds to tear apart, but I didn't want the knots to heal into his skin either. I might have waited a little too long before I finally cut them. It probably hurt a little more than it should have when I pulled them out," Ayla said.
You mean that was the first time you sewed someone's wound together? Jondalar said. You didn't know if it would work, but you tried it out on me? He laughed. I'm glad you did. Except for the scars, you would hardly know I was mauled by that lion.
So you invented this technique to sew wounds, Zelandani said. Only someone very skilled and with a natural aptitude for healing and medicine would think of something like that. Ayla, you belong in the Zelandanya. Ayla looked unhappy. But I don't want to be in the Zelandanya, she said. I appreciate. Please don't misunderstand me. I feel honored, but I just want to be mated to Jondalar and have his baby and be a good Zelandanyi woman. She avoided looking at the Danyer. Please, don't you misunderstand me, the woman said. It wasn't an offhand offer, made lightly with only a moment's thought, like a casual invitation to a meal. I said, you belong in the Zelandanya. I've thought so for some time. A person with your skill needs to associate with others who have a similar level of knowledge. You like being a healer, don't you? I am a medicine woman. I cannot change that, Ayla said. Of course you are. That's not the issue, Ayla, the first said. But among the Zelandanyi, only those who belong to the Zelandanya are healers. People would not be comfortable with a healer who is not. You would not be called upon when a healer is needed if you're not in the Zelandanya. You would not be able to be a medicine woman, as you call it. Why do you resist the Zelandanya? You've talked about all that must be learned and the time that it takes. How can I be a good mate to Jondalar and take care of my children if I have to spend so much time learning to be a Zelandani? Ayla said. There are those who serve the mother, who are mated and have children. You yourself told me about the one across the glacier with a mate and several children, and you have met Zelandani of the second cave, the woman said. There are others, but not very many, Ayla said. The first observed the young woman closely and was convinced there was more to it than Ayla was saying. Her reasons weren't in character. She was an excellent healer, and she was curious, learned quickly, and obviously enjoyed it. She wouldn't neglect a mate and children, and if there were times that she had to be away, there would always be someone who would help her. If anything, she was almost too attentive. Look how much time she devoted to those animals. But she was usually available and always willing to help whenever anything needed to be done, and she took on more than was required. The first had been impressed with the way she got everyone involved in helping Lenoga to care for her youngest sister and the other children, and the way she was helping the boy with the deformed arm. Those were the kinds of things that a good Zelandani did. She had naturally assumed the role. The Danyer decided that she was going to have to discover her real problem, because one way or another, the first was determined that Ayla was going to be one who served the Great Earth Mother. She had to be brought in. It could pose too great a threat to the stability of the Zelandanya to have someone with her knowledge and innate skills outside of their influence. People smiled when they saw the wolf with bandages tied on him, made of Marthona's fiber material and soft hides, as he walked beside Ayla through the main camp. It made Wolf almost seem to be dressed in human clothing, and he seemed to be a caricature of a fierce wild meat-eater. Many stopped to ask how he was, or to offer the opinion that he was looking good, but he stayed very close to Ayla. He was so unhappy the first time she left him behind that he howled, then broke loose and found her. Some of the storytellers had already begun to weave tales about the wolf who loved the woman. She had to train him all over again to stay where she told him. He finally did begin to feel comfortable staying with Jondalar or Marthona or Folara, but he also felt defensive about the territory of the camp of the ninth cave, and she had to retrain him not to threaten visitors. People, especially those who were close to her, were amazed at Ayla's seemingly unlimited patience with the animal, but they also saw the results. Many of them had thought that it might be interesting to have a wolf that obeyed commands, but they weren't sure it was worth the time and effort. It did make them understand, though, that her control of her animals wasn't magic. Ayla was beginning to relax, thinking that he was finally getting comfortable with casual visitors again, until a young man, she heard him introduced as Palidar of the 11th Cave, came to visit Willimar's apprentice trader, Tivenin. When Wolf got close to him, he began to growl and bare his fangs with real menace. She had to hold him to keep him down, and even then he growled under his breath. The young man backed away in fear, and she apologized profusely. Willimar, Tivenin, and several others who were standing around watching were surprised.
"I don't know what's wrong with him. I thought he was over being defensive about his territory. Wolf doesn't usually behave like this, but he's had some trouble, and he is still getting over it,"
Ayla said. "I heard he was hurt," the young man said. Then she noticed that he wore a necklace of wolf teeth and carried a pack decorated with wolf fur.
"Can I ask where you got the wolf fur?" she asked.
"Well, most people think I went out and hunted wolf, but I'll tell you the truth. I found it. I actually found 2 wolves, and they must have been in a big fight because they were really torn up. One was a black female, the other, a normal gray wolf, was male. I took the teeth first, and then decided to salvage some of the fur."
"And you've got the gray male on your pack," Ayla said. "Now I think I understand. Wolf must have been in that same fight. That's how he got hurt. I knew that he'd found a friend, probably the black female. He's still young, and I don't think he was actually mating yet. He cannot yet count 2 years, but they were getting to know each other. She was either the lowest-ranked female of the local pack or a lone wolf from another pack."
"How do you know that?" Tivenin asked. Several more people were now gathered around them, listening.
"Wolves like wolves to look like wolves. I think they can read each other's expressions better if they have normal wolf coloring. Wolves that are out of the ordinary, all black or all white or spotted, are not accepted as well. Except I was told by some Mamutoi friends that where there is a lot of snow all year long, white wolves are more normal. But the odd one, like that black wolf, is often the lowest ranked in a pack, so she probably left them and became a lone wolf. Lone wolves usually move on the fringes in between other wolves' territories, looking for a place of their own, and if they find another lone wolf, they may try to establish their own pack. My guess is that the wolves of this region were defending their territory against the 2 new ones," Ayla said. "And though he's big, Wolf was at a disadvantage. He only knows people. He was not raised around wolves. He would know some things just because he is a wolf, but he never had brothers and sisters or aunts and uncles, other wolves to teach him what wolves learn from each other."
"How do you know all that?" Palidar asked.
"I watched wolves for many years. When I was learning to hunt, I only hunted meat-eaters, not food animals." "I'd like to ask you a favor, Palidar," Ayla said. "Can I trade with you for that wolf fur? I think the reason Wolf is growling and threatening you is that he smells the wolf he fought with, at least one of them, and he likely killed that one. But they also killed his friend and almost killed him. It could be a danger for you to wear it around him. You should never come here with it, because I don't know what Wolf would do."
"Why don't I just give it to you?" the young man said. "It's only a scrap of fur sewn on my pack loosely. I don't want to go down in songs and stories as the man who was attacked by the wolf who loved the woman. Is it all right if I keep the teeth? They have some value."
"Yes, keep the teeth, but I'd suggest that you soak them in a light-colored, strong tea for a few days. And would you show me where you found the wolves?"
After the young man gave Ayla the offending piece of wolf fur, she gave it to Wolf. He attacked it, pounced on it, grabbed it with his teeth and shook it, trying to tear it apart. It would have been funny if the people watching hadn't been aware of how seriously he had been injured, and that his friend or potential mate had been killed. Instead, they sympathized with the wolf, attributing to him the feelings they would have experienced in a similar situation.
"I'm glad I'm not still attached to that," Paladar said.
He and Ayla made arrangements to go to the place where he found the wolves later. They both had other plans at the moment. She wasn't sure what she expected to find. Scavengers would have disposed of everything by now, but as hurt as he was, she wondered how far Wolf had traveled to find her. After Paladar left, she thought about the songs and stories he had mentioned about the wolf who loved the woman. She had visited the camp of the storytellers and musicians. It was a lively, colorful place. Even their clothing seemed to have brighter hues. They were not all from one place. They had no stone shelter of their own, only their traveling tents and lodges. They traveled from place to place, staying for a while with one cave and then with another, but it was obvious that they all knew one another and felt a kinship. There always seemed to be children at their place. Just as they did during the rest of the year, they visited the various caves, but at their summer meeting camps rather than their shelters. They also gave general performances on the level area where the matrimonial had been held, while people watched from the slope. She knew the storytellers had begun to tell stories about the animals at the 9th cave. Sometimes they were about how useful the animals could be, such as how the horses could carry heavy loads, or about Wolf helping her hunt by flushing out animals like the bird during the spear-thrower demonstration. There was a new story about how he helped her to find the new cave, but the stories of the storytellers tended to have some supernatural or magical element in them. In their stories, Wolf hunted not because she had trained him, but because they had a special understanding, which was true, they did, but that wasn't why they hunted together. The story about the wolf who loved the woman had already become one of a man who became a wolf when he visited the spirit world, then forgot to change back into a man when he returned to this world. The stories had already been told and retold many times, and were on their way to being incorporated into the lore and legends of the people. Some storytellers invented other stories about animals that were kept by people, or sometimes turned them about so that people were kept by animals. They sometimes became animal spirits who helped people. They would, in all likelihood, be passed down for generations to come, keeping alive the idea that animals could be trained or tamed or kept, and not just hunted.
"Wolf will be fine with Falara," Jondalar said. "He's fine with visitors, and visitors are becoming more careful, making sure someone from the 9th cave knows they're coming. He won't suddenly turn on someone. We know why he was so aggressive toward Paladar. He's been through a difficult time, and it's bound to change him, but he's still basically the same wolf that you've loved and trained since he was a tiny pup. I don't think we should take him to the meeting, though. You know how people get excited, and it could get rancorous. Wolf would not like to see people shouting or carrying on, especially if you're there, and he thinks you're being threatened."
"Who will be there?"
Ayla asked. "Mostly the leaders in the Zelendanya, and those people who have spoken out against Echazar," Joharan said.
"That means Brukaval, Laramar, and Morona," Ayla said. "None of them are friends."
"It gets worse," Jondalar said. "The Zelendani of the 5th cave and Madraman, his acolyte, who is certainly not my best friend, will also be there, and Danana of the 29th cave, though I'm not sure why she made complaints."
"I don't think she likes the idea of animals living around people. You remember when we stopped there on the way here? She did not want the animals to come up to her shelter," Ayla said, "though I was just as glad to camp down on the field." When they arrived at the Zelendanya Lodge, the drape was opened before they could announce their presence, and they were ushered in. In a passing thought, Ayla wondered how they always seemed to know when she was coming, whether she was expected or not. "Have you met the new member of the 9th cave?" Zelendani said. She was speaking to the pleasant-looking woman with a conciliatory smile, but whom Ayla sensed had an underlying strength. "I was at the introduction, of course, and the matrimonial, but I haven't met her personally,"
the woman said. "This is Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, mated to Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, formerly Ayla of the Mamutoi, member of the lion camp, daughter of the mammoth hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion and protected by the cave bear," Zelendani said, making the formal introduction. "Ayla, this is Zelendani of the 29th cave." She greeted the woman, but it came as a surprise to hear such a short formal introduction. It was, however, all that was necessary. As Zelendani, she had given up her personal identity and had become the embodiment of the 29th cave of the Zelendanyi. Although if she had wished, the introduction could have included the person she formerly was, including her original name and all her previous ties. It just seemed unnecessary most of the time, since she was no longer that person. Ayla thought about her most recent acquisition of names and ties. She liked the way Zelendani had introduced her. She had become Ayla of the Zelendanyi and Jondalar's mate, and that came first. But she had been Ayla of the Mamutoi. She hadn't lost her connections to them, ties that meant so much to her. And she was still chosen by the spirit of the cave lion and protected by the cave bear. It pleased her that even her totem and her clan connections were included. When she first arrived and heard the long recitations of names and ties in the formal Zelendanyi introductions, Ayla wondered, very privately and only to herself, why they made such extended, almost interminable introductions, full of unknown names and connections. Why not simplify it and just say the names that people were usually called, Jondalar, Marthona, Proliva? But she had been so pleased to hear her familiar connections mentioned, she was glad now for the Zelendanyi way of including past references. She had once thought of herself as Ayla of no people, alone, with only a horse and a lion for company. Now she had ties to many people, and she was mated and expecting a child. She had one more passing thought as she turned her attention back to the people at the meeting. She wished she could include Mother of Durk of the clan in her names and ties. But considering the reason for this meeting, and recalling the night of their mating and the disruptions that Echazar's appearance had made, she wasn't sure if she could ever tell the Zelendanyi about her son Durk. When the first moved to the center of the lodge, it soon became quiet. "I will begin by saying that this meeting will not change anything. Joplea and Echazar are mated, and only they can change that. But there seems to be an undercurrent of nasty rumors and general ill will toward them, which I think is shameful. It makes me less than proud to be a Zelendani of people who could be so heartless to two young people who are just beginning their lives together. Dalinar, the man of Joplea's hearth, and I decided to bring this matter out in the open. If some people have sincere complaints, this is the time to make them known," the Danyer said. There was some shuffling around and avoidance of looking directly at people. It was clear that there was some embarrassment, especially among those who had listened avidly and perhaps passed on some item of malicious gossip. Even temporal and spiritual leaders were not above such human failings. No one seemed to want to broach the matter, as though it were too foolish to even bring up, and the first was ready to go on to the next reason for the meeting. Larimar could see the moment he had been agitating for was slipping away, and he had been one of the primary instigators of the discontent. "It is true, isn't it, that Echazar's mother was a flathead?" he said. The look the first gave him was a combination of disdain and irritation. "He has never denied it," she said. "That means he's a child of mixed spirits, and a child of mixed spirits is an abomination. That makes him an abomination," Larimar said. "Who told you that a child of mixed spirits is an abomination?" the Zelendani who was first asked. Larimar frowned and looked around. "Everybody knows that." "How do they know that?" the first asked. "Because people say so," he said. "What people say so?" she pressed. Everybody, he said.
If everybody said the sun will not rise tomorrow morning, would that make it so? The Danyer asked.
Well, no, but people have always said so, Larimar said.
I think I remember hearing it from the Zelandanya,
one of the onlookers said. The first glanced around to look at the person who had spoken. She had recognized the voice. Are you saying it is a teaching of the Zelandanya that a child of mixed spirits is an abomination, Morona?
Well, yes, she said defiantly. I'm sure I heard it from the Zelandanya.
Morona, did you know that even a beautiful woman can look ugly when she lies? The first said. Morona flushed and glared at the first with a malicious look. Several people turned to stare at her to see if what the first said was true, and some of them agreed that the spiteful expression on the young woman's face did detract from her recognized beauty. She looked away, but mumbled under her breath, "How would you know, you fat old woman?" Several people nearby heard her and gasped at the insult to the first among those who served the great Earth Mother. Ayla, who was on the other side of the large room, caught her breath too, but her hearing was almost supernaturally acute. A few others had heard Morona, among them the first, whose hearing was rather good as well. Look closely at this fat old woman, Morona, and remember that, like you, I was once considered the most beautiful woman at the summer meeting. Beauty is at most a fleeting gift. Use it wisely while you have it, young woman, because when it's gone, you will be very unhappy if you don't have something else. I have never regretted the loss of beauty, because what I have gained in knowledge and experience is much more satisfying," the one who was first said. Then she continued to the rest of the group. Morona has said, and Larimar has implied, that it is taught by the Zelandanya that children who are born as the result of the blending of spirits of one of us with one of those, whom we call flatheads, are abominations. In the past few days, I have gone into deep meditation and recalled all the histories and elder legends, and all the lore that is known only to the Zelandanya, to try to find out where this idea came from, because Larimar is right in one respect. It is something that everybody thinks they know. She paused and looked around the gathering. That idea has never been a teaching of the Zelandanya. The Zelandanya had been very quiet when they saw her meditating in solitude, with her chest plaque turned around so that the carvings and decorations were hidden, and only the plain side showed, meaning she did not want to be interrupted. Now they knew why. There was an undercurrent of conversation.
"But they're animals. They aren't even human. They are related to bears."
The Zelandani of the 14th cave spoke out.
"The mother is appalled by such a mixture."
"They are an abomination," Danana, the leader of the 29th cave, said. "We've always known that." Madraman whispered to the Zelandani of the 5th cave.
"Danana is right. They are half human, half animal," he said.
The first waited until things quieted down. Think about where you heard those things. Try to recall even one instance in the lore of the Zelandanya or the histories and elder legends of the Zelandanyi where it specifically mentions that the children of mixed spirits are abominations, or even that the flatheads are animals. I am not talking about innuendos or suggestions, but specific references," she said. She let them think for a while, then continued, "In fact, if you think about it clearly, you would know that the mother would never be appalled, nor want us to think of them as abominations. They are children of the mother just as we are. After all, who is it that selects a man's spirit to blend with the spirit of a woman? It doesn't happen often. We don't associate much with flatheads. But if the mother sometimes decides to create a new life by blending the elan of a flathead with the elan of a Zelandanyi, that is her choice. It is not for her children to disparage those offspring. The great Earth Mother decided to create them, perhaps for a special reason. Echazar is not an abomination." Echezar is born of woman, as we all are. The fact that his mother was a woman of the clan doesn't make him less a child of the Great Mother. If he and Joplea have chosen each other, then Donnie is pleased, and we should be too. There was another commotion, but the first heard no actual denials and decided to move on. The other reason for having this gather is that Joharan wants to talk about the ones we call flatheads. But first, I think you should learn more about them from someone who can speak from experience. Ayla was raised by the ones we know as flatheads, but that she knows as people of the clan. Ayla, will you come here and tell us about them? Ayla got up and walked toward the first. Her stomach was queasy and her mouth felt dry. She wasn't used to speaking formally to a group of people, and she didn't know where to start. So she just began where her memories began. I was a 5-year, I think, as close as I can guess, when I lost the family I was born to. I don't remember most of this very well, but I think it was an earthquake that took them. I dream about it sometimes. I guess I wandered alone for a while. I'm sure I didn't know where to go or what to do. I don't know how long I had been alone when I was chased by a cave lion. I think I hid in a small cave, very small, because a cave lion reached in to try to get me and scratched my leg. I still have the scars, 4 lines from his claws on my leg. My earliest real memory is opening my eyes and seeing Isa, a woman of those you would call flatheads. I remember screaming at the sight of her. Her response was to hold me in her arms until I quieted. People were immediately caught up in the story of an orphaned girl who could count only 5 years. She explained that the home of the clan that found her had been destroyed by the same earthquake, and they were looking for a new one when they came across her. She told them that they knew she was not clan, but one of the others, the word they used for people like her, and she talked about being adopted by the medicine woman of Brun's clan and her brother Kreb, who was a great Mogur, which was like a Zelendani. As she continued, she forgot about her nervousness and just spoke naturally, with all of the emotion and genuine feelings about her life with the people who called themselves the Clan of the Cave Bear. She didn't hold back anything, not the difficulties she had with Braud, who was the son of the mate of the leader, Brun, or her joy in learning medicine from Isa. She talked about her love for Kreb and Isa and her clan sister, Uba, and about her curiosity when she picked up the sling for the first time. She told how she taught herself to use it, and several years later, the consequences for doing so. She hesitated only when it came to talking about her son. For all the first's logical and high-minded argument about the clan being children of the mother too, she could tell from the expressions and body language of several people, especially those who had made objections to Echezar mating Joplea, that their feelings had not changed. They had just decided that it might be best to keep them to themselves for the time being. Ayla thought it might be best to refrain from mentioning, too. She told them about being forced to leave the clan when Braud became leader, and though she tried to explain what a death curse was, she didn't think they fully understood the real power of its coercive force. It did literally cause the death of individual members of the clan if they had no place to go, and no one, not even their dearest loved ones, would acknowledge that they even existed. She spoke only briefly about her time in the valley, but talked in more detail about Rydag, the mixed child that was adopted by Nezi, the mate of the headman of the lion camp. Unlike Echezar, he did not have the strength of the clan, and he was weak internally, but like the clan, he could not make certain sounds. I taught him and Nezi, and then the rest of the lion camp and Jondalar, to communicate with hand signs. It made Nezi very happy the first time he called her mother, Ayla ended. Then Jondalar came forward and told the story of how he and his brother Thonolin met some men of the clan shortly after they got across the Plateau Glacier on the highland to the east. Then he told the funny story on himself about catching only half a fish because he shared the other half with a young man of the clan. He also explained the circumstances that led to their spending a few nights with the clan couple Guban and Yorga, and of talking to them in the sign language Ayla had taught him.
"If there is one thing I learned on my journey," Jondalar said, "it is that the ones we have always called flatheads are people, intelligent people. They are no more animals than you or me. Their ways may be different, their intelligence may even be different, but it is not less, it is just different. There are some things we can do that they can't, but there are also some things they can do that we can't."
Then Joharan stood up and talked about his concerns and working out new ways to deal with them. Finally, Willamar talked about the possibility of trading with them. Afterwards, there were many questions, and the discussion went on for a long time. It was a revelation to the Zelandanya and the Zelandanyi leaders. Some found it difficult to believe, but most listened with an open mind. It seemed obvious that Ayla's story was true. Not even the best storyteller could have made up a tale that was so convincing. And it revealed the clan as humane, even if some didn't want to believe they were human. Nothing was resolved, but it gave everyone something to think about. The first stood then to end the meeting. "I think we have all learned some things of importance," she said. "I appreciate Ayla's willingness to come here and talk to us so freely about her unusual experiences. She has given us a rare insight into the life of people who may be strange, but who were willing to take in a child they knew was different and treat her as one of their own. Some of us have felt fear if we happened to see a flathead when we were out hunting or collecting something. It seems that fear is misplaced if they were willing to take in someone who is lost and alone."
"Do you think that means that they took in that woman from the 9th cave who was lost some time ago?"
said the white-haired Zelandani of the 19th cave.
"If I recall correctly, she was pregnant when she returned. The mother may have decided to bless her when she was with the Flatheads and used the spirit of one of them to—"
"No, that's not true. My mother was not an abomination,"
Auel cried out. "That's right. Your mother was not an abomination," Ayla said. "That's what we've been trying to say. None of those with mixed spirits is an abomination."
"My mother was not of mixed spirits," he said. "That's why she was not an abomination."
He looked at her with such loathing, Ayla had to turn her head aside to avoid the force of his glare. Then he stalked out. There were no more discussions. People got up and started leaving. On the way out, the one who was first noticed Morona looking at her in a rude and insolent way. Then she overheard Larimar talking with Zelandani of the 5th cave and his acolyte Madraman.
"How can Jondalar's hearth be among the first?" he asked. "The excuse was that she had such a high ranking among the Mamutoi, the people she supposedly came from, that it shouldn't be lowered here. But she doesn't even know what people she was actually born to. If she was raised by Flatheads, then she's more Flathead than Mamutoi. Tell me what rank a Flathead has. She should have been last, but now she's among the first. I don't think it's right."
After the long and grueling session, which ended with such a vehement outburst, Ayla felt wrung out. She supposed it must be disturbing for people to suddenly learn that creatures they had thought of as animals were actually thinking, caring people. It was a radical change, and change never came easy. But Auel's reaction was irrational, and his glare so full of malice he scared her. Jondalar suggested they get the horses and go for a ride to get away from everyone and relax after the unsettling events that ended the meeting. Ayla was happy to see Wolf loping along beside them again and no longer wearing bandages, though he wasn't entirely healed yet. "I tried not to show it, but I was so angry at those people who objected to their mating because Echosar's mother was clan," Ayla said. "And though Zelandani and Dalinar asked for a special meeting, I don't think anything was settled. At the matrimonial, I think the only reason some of them agreed was because they were not Zelandani.
They call themselves Lanzadanyi, but I can't see any difference. What is the difference, Jondalar?
In one sense, Zelendanyi just means us, the people, the children of the Great Earth Mother. But so does Lanzadanyi. The actual meaning of Zelendanyi would be Earth's children of the Southwest, and Lanzadanyi, Earth's children of the Northeast, Jondalar explained.
Why didn't Dalinar just continue to call himself Zelendanyi and make his people another cave with the next higher counting word?
Ayla asked. I don't know. I never asked him. Maybe because they live so far away. It's not like you can get there in an afternoon, or even in a day or two. I think he knows that while there may always be ties, someday they will be different people. Now that he has his own Zelendani, or rather Lanzadani, he has even less reason to make the long trip to our summer meetings. Probably their Danyers will still be trained by the Zelendanya for quite a while, but as they continue to grow, they will begin to train their own.
They will be like the Losadunai, Ayla said. The language and ways are so close to Zelendanyi, they must have been the same people once.
I think you're right, and that may be why we are still such good friends with them. We don't count them in our names and ties, but there may have been a time when we did,
Jondalar said. I wonder how long it has been. There are many differences now, even in the words of their mother's song, Ayla said. They wrote a little farther. If the Zelendanyi and the Lanzadanyi are the same people, why did the ones who objected to Joplea mating Echozar finally go along with it? Just because their name says they live in the Northeast? It's not reasonable. But then their objection was not reasonable in the first place.
Look who was behind it, Jondalar said. Laramar. Why is he trying to stir up trouble? You've done nothing but try to help his family. Lenoga adores you, and I doubt if Lorela would even be alive today if you hadn't stepped in. I wonder if he really cares, or just likes the attention. I don't think he's ever been invited to a special meeting like that with all high-status people, several of them, including the first, presenting the case to him, and the few others who were making an issue out of it. Now that Laramar has a taste of it, I'm afraid he's going to keep on making problems just to keep getting attention. But I still don't understand Brookaval of all people. He knows Dalinar and Joplea. He's even kin.
Did you know that Madigan's mother told me Brookaval was at the camp of the fifth cave trying to convince some people to make an objection to Joplea's mating before the matrimonial? Ayla said. He has a strong feeling against the clan, but seeing him and Echozar together, you can see the resemblance. There is a cast to his features that is definitely clan. Not as strong as Echozar's, but it is there. I think he hates me now because I said his mother was born of mixed spirits. But I was just trying to say that people who are mixed are not bad, not abominations.
He must still think they are. That's why he tries so hard to deny it. It must be terrible to hate what you are, Jondalar said. You can't change that. It's funny, Echozar hates the clan, too. Why do they hate the people that they are part of?
Maybe it's because other people hurt them because of who they are, and they can't hide it because they actually do look different, Ayla said. But the way Brookaval glared at me before he left was so full of hate, he frightens me. He reminds me a little of Ataroa, as though there is something not right with him, as though there is something wrong or deformed about him, like Lanigan with his arm, but on the inside.
Maybe some evil spirit has gotten inside of him, or his elan is twisted, Jondalar said. I don't know, but perhaps you should watch out for Brookaval, Ayla. He may try to make more trouble for you.
Chapter 36. The summer waxed, and the days became hotter. The grasses of the fields grew tall and turned golden, their heads nodding with the weight of their seed, the promise of new life. Ayla's body grew heavy, too, filled with the new life of her unborn child. She was working beside Jondalar, pulling seeds from wild oats, when she felt movement for the first time.
She stopped and pressed her hand to her bulging middle. Jondalar saw the motion.
"What's wrong, Ayla?"
he asked with a worried frown.
I just felt the baby move. It's the first time I've felt life, she said.
She seemed to be smiling inwardly. Here, she said, taking the winnowing stone from Jondalar's large hand and placing his hand on her stomach.
Maybe the baby will move again.
He waited expectantly, but felt nothing.
"I don't feel anything,"
he finally said. Just then there was a small movement under his hand, barely a ripple.
"I felt it. I felt the baby," he said.
The movement will get stronger later, Ayla said. Isn't it wonderful, Jondalar? What would you like the baby to be, a boy or a girl?
"It doesn't matter. I just want the baby to be healthy, and I want you to have an easy birthing. What do you want your baby to be?" he asked.
I think I'd like a girl, but I'd be just as happy with a boy. It doesn't really matter. I just want a baby. Your baby. It is your baby, too.
"Hey, you two! The fifth cave is sure to win if you keep loafing like that."
They turned to watch a young man approaching. He was average height, with a compact, wiry build. He walked with a crutch under one arm, carrying a skin of water with his other.
"Would you like some water?" he said. "Hello, Madigan. It's hot. This water is welcome,"
Jondalar said, taking the bag, lifting it over his head, and letting the water pour from the spout into his mouth.
"How's the leg?"
he said, handing the water bag to Ayla.
"Getting stronger all the time. I may be able to throw this stick away before long," he answered, smiling. "I'm only supposed to be carrying water for the fifth cave, but I saw my favorite healer and thought I'd cheat a little. How are you feeling, Ayla?"
I'm fine. I felt life for the first time a little while ago. The baby is growing, she said. Who do you think is ahead?
"It's hard to say. The 14th has several basketfuls already, but the 3rd just located a new large stand." "How about the 9th?" Jondalar asked. "I think they have a chance, but I'll wager on the 5th," the young man replied. "You're biased. You just want the prizes," Jondalar laughed. "What did the 5th cave donate this year?" "The dried meat from 2 aurochs killed at the first hunt, a dozen spears, and a large wooden bowl carved by our best carver." "What about the 9th?" "A large skin of Marthona's wine, 5 birch spear throwers with carvings, 5 firestones, and 2 of Salova's large baskets, one filled with hazelnuts, the other with tart apples," Jondalar replied. "It's Marthona's wine I'm going to try for if the 5th wins. I hope the bones are lucky for me. Once I can get rid of this stick." He lifted the crutch. "I'm going to move back into the men's tent. I think I could move back now, stick or not, but my mother doesn't want me to go yet. She's been wonderful. No one could have cared more. But now I'm getting a little too much mothering. You'd think I was 5 years old ever since the accident," he said.
You can't blame her,
Ayla said.
"I don't blame her. I understand. I just want to get back to the men's tent. I'd even invite you to the party we'd have with the wine, if you weren't mated, Jondalar." "Thanks anyway, but I've had enough of men's tents. Someday, when you're older, you'll find out that being mated isn't as bad as you think," Jondalar said. "But you've already got the woman I want," the young man said, casting a teasing glance at Ayla. "If I had her, I'd be willing to move out of the men's tent, too. When I saw her at your matrimonial, I thought she was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. I could hardly believe my eyes. I think every man thought so and wished he were in your place, Jondalar."
Though in the beginning Madigan was shy around Ayla, he lost his uneasiness after getting to know her during the many days she went to the Zelandanya Lodge to assist in his care. Then his natural outgoing friendliness and developing easy charm began to express themselves.
Listen to him,
Ayla said, smiling and patting her protruding middle.
Some beautiful, an old woman with a belly full.
"That makes you more beautiful than ever. And I like older women. I may meet one some day, if I can find one like you," Madigan said.
Jondalar smiled at the young man, who reminded him of Thonelin. It was obvious he was infatuated with Ayla, but he was going to be a charmer some day, and he might need it if he ended up being permanently lame. Jondalar didn't mind if he practiced a little on Ayla. He had once been in love with an older woman, too.
"And you are my favorite healer." Madigan's eyes turned more serious. "I woke up a few times when I was being carried on the stretcher, and I thought I was dreaming when I saw you. I thought you were a beautiful Danyi come to take me to the Great Mother. I'm sure you saved my life, Ayla, and I don't think I'd be walking at all if it weren't for you."
"I just happened to be there and did what I could," Ayla said.
"That may be, but you know, if there's ever anything you need—"
He looked down, his face flushed with embarrassment. He was having trouble saying what he wanted to say. He looked at her again.
"If there's ever anything I can do for you, you only have to ask." "I remember a time when I thought Ayla was a Danyi," Jondalar said to ease his distress. "Did you know she sewed my skin together? On our journey, I can remember a time when an entire Sarmunai camp thought she was the mother herself, a living Danyi come to help her children. For all I know, maybe she is, the way men fall in love with her."
"Jondalar, don't fill him full of such nonsense," Ayla said. "And we'd better get back to work, or the 9th cave will lose. Not only that, but I want to keep some of this grain for a couple of horses, and maybe for a new foal. I'm glad we collected so much rye when it ripened, but the horses like oats better." She looked into the basket, which was hanging around her neck so her hands would be free, to see how many seeds were in it, then positioned the stone in her hand and set to work. With one hand, she held together a few stalks of ripe wild grains. With the other, she grasped the stalks so that the round stone was pressed against them a little below the seed heads. Then, in a smooth motion, she pulled the stalks through her hand in one motion so that the hard stone stripped the seeds off into her hand. She emptied them into the basket and reached for the next few stalks. It was slow, meticulous work, but not difficult once you got into the rhythm of it. Using a stone helped to strip the stalks more efficiently, and therefore faster. When Ayla asked, no one could remember where the idea came from. They'd been doing it that way for as long as anyone could remember. As Madigan limped away, Ayla and Jondalar were both stripping grain seeds into their baskets.
"You have a devoted admirer in the 5th cave, Ayla," Jondalar said. "Many others feel that way. You've made friends at this meeting. Most people think of you as a Zelendani. They are not used to a healer who is not a Danyer."
"Madigan is a nice young man," Ayla said, "and the fur-lined parka with the hood that his mother insisted on giving me is beautiful and roomy enough that I will be able to wear it this winter. She asked me to visit them after we return this autumn. Wasn't the home of the 5th cave the place we passed by on our way here?"
"Yes, it's upstream on a small tributary of the river. Maybe we'll stop on our way back. By the way, I'm going hunting with Joharan and several others in a few days. We may be gone a while," Jondalar said, trying to make it sound like a normal activity.
"I don't suppose I could go," Ayla said wistfully.
"I'm afraid you're going to have to give up hunting for a while. You know, and Madigan's accident has made it plain, that hunting can be dangerous, especially if you're not quite as fast on your feet as you used to be. And after the baby is born, you'll be busy nursing and caring for it," Jondalar said.
"I hunted after Dirk was born. One of the other women nursed him for me if I didn't get back in time to feed him."
"But you weren't gone for several days at a time."
"No, I just hunted small animals with my sling," she admitted.
"Well, you may be able to do that again, but you shouldn't go out with hunting parties for days at a time. Anyway, I'm your mate now. It's my job to take care of you and your children. That's what I promised when we mated. If a man can't provide for his mate and her children, what use is he? What's a man's purpose if women have children and provide for them too?"
Jondalar said. Ayla had never heard Jondalar talk that way before. Did all men feel that way, she wondered? Did men need to find a purpose for their existence because they could not have children? She tried to imagine how it would feel if it were the other way around, if she could never have a baby and believed her only contribution was to help provide for them. She turned to face him.
"This baby would not be inside me if it were not for you, Jondalar,"
she said, putting her hands on the bulge below her breasts.
"This baby is as much yours as mine. It's just growing inside me for a while. Without your essence, it would not have gotten started."
"You don't know that for sure," he said. "You may think so, but no one else does, not even Zelendani."
The two stood facing each other in the middle of the open field, not antagonistic, but with conflicting beliefs. Jondalar noticed strands of sun-bleached blonde hair had escaped from the restraining leather band and were whipping across her face in the wind. She was barefoot, and her tanned arms and breasts were exposed above the simple leather garment wrapped around her expanding middle and hanging loosely down to her knees to protect her body from the scratchy dry grasses they were gathering. Her eyes were determined, resolute, almost angrily defiant, but she looked so vulnerable. His look softened.
"It doesn't matter anyway. I love you, Ayla. I just want to take care of you and your baby," he said.
He reached to enfold her in his arms.
"Our baby, Jondalar, our baby,"
she said, putting her arms around him and clinging to his bare chest. He felt her bare breasts and the bulge of her stomach and was glad for both.
"All right, Ayla. Our baby," he said.
He wanted to believe it. There was a noticeable nip in the air as they stepped out of the lodge. The leaves on the trees in the small woods were turning shades of yellow and an occasional red, and the grasses and herbs that were not trampled into dust around the encampment were brown and shriveled. Every bit of fallen wood or dry brush in the area had long since been burned, and the woods had been thinned out considerably. Jondalar picked up the packs that had been lying on the ground near the opening of the lodge.
"The horses with the pole drags are going to be a big help carrying back the winter food stores. It's been a good season."
Wolf raced up to them, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth. One ear drooped slightly and had a ragged edge, giving him a raffish air.
"I think he knows we're leaving,"
Ayla said.
"I'm so glad he came back and stayed with us, even if he was hurt. I would have missed him. I'm looking forward to returning to the 9th cave, but I'll always remember this summer meeting. This is the meeting we were mated."
"I enjoyed this summer meeting, too. I haven't been to one in so long, but now that we're leaving, I'm anxious to get back,"
Jondalar said, then smiled. He was thinking of the surprise that he knew was waiting for Ayla. She noticed a difference in his expression. His smile was more a delighted grin, and he projected a sense of expectation. She had a feeling there was something he wasn't telling her, but she had no idea what it could be.
"I'm glad the Lanzadani came. It's a long way for them to travel, but Dalinar got the Danyar he wanted," he continued, "and Joplea and Echazar are properly mated. The Lanzadani are a small people yet, but it won't be long before there's a second cave. They have a lot of young ones, and they've been lucky. Most have survived."
"I'm pleased that Joplea is pregnant," Ayla said. "She was blessed before they were joined, but I don't think many people heard that during the matrimonial."
"Some people had other things on their minds, but I'm glad for them. Joplea seems different somehow, sadder. Maybe all she needs is a baby," Jondalar said.
"We'd better hurry. Joharan said he wanted to leave early,"
Ayla said. She didn't want to talk about Joplea's sadness because she knew the reason, and she didn't want to mention the long conversation she'd had with Jerica. Joplea's mother had wanted some specific information from her. She told Ayla about her own difficulty in giving birth and wanted to know everything Ayla could tell her that might make a potentially difficult delivery easier. She also wanted to know about her medicine that could prevent conception and ways to bring on a miscarriage if that didn't work. She feared for the life of her only child and would have been satisfied with no grandchildren rather than lose her daughter. But since she was already pregnant and determined to have this baby, if she survived the delivery, Jerica was determined to make sure there would be no more pregnancies. The 11th cave had brought all their rafts upriver, and Joharan arranged to send some things back that way. But River Place only had so many rafts, and all the caves wanted to use them. The 9th cave loaded as many rawhide packages of dried meat and baskets of gathered foods on the travois and the backs of Winnie and Racer as they could. The lodges that had been their homes for the summer were taken down, and the parts that could be salvaged and reused were also loaded on the horses. Each person also carried a full backpack, and some people, seeing the pole drags of the horses, fashioned a similar device for themselves to drag. Ayla thought about making one for Wolf, but she hadn't trained him to pull one yet. Perhaps next year he would have a load too. Joharan was all over the campsite, urging people to hurry, offering suggestions, making sure everything was in readiness. When he was sure the 9th cave was packed and ready to go, he started out ahead of the rest, his spear held loosely, but it was more symbolic than necessary. They were traveling in the daytime with a large group, and as long as they stayed together, no four-legged hunter would come near them. Nonetheless, at the first sign of danger, Joharan could have his spear mounted in his spear thrower and ready to fling in an instant. He had practiced with the weapon over the summer and had gained some skill with it. There were half a dozen others designated to guard the flanks, with Soliban and Rushamar bringing up the rear. The job of guarding would be rotated among several others, who were, at the moment, helping to carry a rich summer bounty back to the 9th cave. Ayla looked out over the camp of the summer meeting one last time before they left. Piles of bones and trash littered the small valley. Several of the caves had already departed, leaving large, empty spaces between the campsites of those that remained, with poles and log frames left standing, and black circles and rectangles that showed where sustaining fires had been. A tent that was too worn for further use had been left behind, and a torn edge of leather no longer attached to a pole was flapping in the wind, which was also blowing an old basket around. As she watched, another cave's lodges were being torn down. The summer meeting camp had a desolate, abandoned look to it. But the litter was of the earth and would soon decompose. By the next spring, there would be little evidence remaining of the caves that had summered here. The earth would heal from the invasion. The trip back was arduous. The heavily loaded people trudged under their burdens and dropped into their beds exhausted at night. Joharan set a brisk pace in the beginning, but slowed as they progressed to enable the weakest to keep up. But they all looked forward to going home, and their spirits were high. The loads they carried represented survival during the harsh winter months ahead. As they neared the abri of the 9th cave, the familiar landscape encouraged the people to hurry. They were eager to reach the shelter under the overhanging ledge of stone, and they pushed themselves so they would not have to spend another night outside. The first evening stars were winking on in the sky as the familiar cliff with the falling stone came into view. They crossed Wood River on the stepping stones with some difficulty under the failing light with their cumbersome loads, then followed the path up to the front porch of their abri. When they finally reached the stone porch in front of the opening under the protecting shelf, it was nearly dark. It was Joharan's job to make the first fire and light a torch to carry into the abri, and he was glad for the firestones. The fire was quickly started and the torch lit. Then people waited impatiently while Zelendani removed the small female figurine that had been set in front of their shelter to protect it. After they thanked the Great Mother for watching over their home in their absence, several more torches were lit. The cave formed a procession behind the large woman as she put the danyi back in its place behind the large hearth at the rear of the protected space. Then everyone scattered to their own dwellings to gratefully drop off their loads. The inevitable first chore was to inspect any damage that might have been wrought by marauding creatures while they were gone. There were a few animal droppings, some hearthstones had been disturbed, a basket or two had been knocked over, but the damage was minimal. Fires were lighted in the hearths inside, and provisions and stores were brought in. Sleeping furs were spread out on familiar sleeping benches. The 9th cave of the Zelandani had returned home. Ayla started toward Marthona's home, but Jondalar led her off in a different direction. Wolf followed. Holding a torch in one hand and her hand with the other, Jondalar guided her farther back into the abri, toward another structure, one she didn't remember being there. He stopped in front of it, pulled aside the flap that covered the entrance, and motioned to her to go inside.
"You sleep in your own dwelling tonight, Ayla," he said.
"My own dwelling," she said, so overwhelmed that she could hardly speak. As she entered the dark interior, the wolf slipped in with her. Jondalar followed, holding up a torch so she could see.
"Do you like it?"
he asked. Ayla looked around. The inside was essentially bare, but there were shelves against one wall adjacent to the entrance, and a platform built up at one end for sleeping furs. The floor was paved with smooth, flat sections of limestone from the nearby cliff, with hardened river clay between the spaces. A hearth was set up, and the niche directly opposite the entrance held a small, fat female figure. "My own home!" She twirled around in the middle of the empty structure, her eyes sparkling. "A dwelling just for the two of us." The wolf sat on his haunches and looked at her. This was a new place, but wherever Ayla was home to him. Jondalar's face was split by a ridiculous grin.
"Or maybe the three of us," he said, patting her belly. "This place is still sort of empty."
"I love it. I just love it. It's beautiful, Jondalar."
He was so pleased by her delight, he felt tears welling up and had to do something to fend them off. He handed her the torch he still held.
"Then you have to light the lamp, Ayla. It means you accept it. I have some rendered fat here. I carried it all the way from our last camp."
He reached under his tunic and withdrew a small pouch, warmed by his body heat, made of cured bladder of a deer, encased in a slightly larger pouch made of its hide, with the fur side in. The bladder was nearly waterproof, although it did seep slightly over time, especially when warm. The second pouch was to absorb the minimal seepage, the fur adding an extra layer to soak up any grease that might permeate. The top of the bladder had been tied with sinew from a leg tendon around a vertebra from the spine of the deer, shaved of extraneous bone to a circular shape. The natural hole, which had once held a spinal cord, served as a pouring hole. It was stoppered by a leather thong tied several times into a knot that fit the hole. Jondalar pulled the end of the thong to release the knot and poured some of the liquefied fat into a new stone lamp. He dipped one end of an absorbent wick made of lichen taken from the branches of trees at the summer meeting camp and placed it into the oil, then held a torch to it. It flared up instantly. When the fat was fully melted and hot, he took out a leaf-wrapped package of wicks that came from a porous fungus that had been cut into strips and dried. He liked using fungus wicks with their capacity to burn longer and warmer illumination. He laid the wick from the middle of the shallow bowl to the rim and extended it a bit farther over the edge. Then he added a second and a third wick to the same lamp, so that one lamp could give the light of 3. Then he filled a second lamp and gave the torch to Ayla. She held the fire to the wick. It caught, sputtered, then settled down into a glowing light. He carried the lamp to the niche that held the danyi and placed it in front of the female figure. Ayla followed him. When he turned around, she looked up at the tall man.
"This dwelling is now yours, Ayla. If you allow me to light my hearth within it," Jondalar said, "any children born here will be born to my hearth. Will you allow it?"
"Yes, of course,"
she said. He took the torch from her and strode to the fireplace area, which was outlined with a circle of stones. Within it, wood had been set up, ready to light. He held the torch to the kindling and watched until the small wood set the larger pieces aflame. He did not want to take any chances that the fire would go out before it was well established. When he looked up, Ayla was looking at him with love in her eyes. He stood up and took her in his arms.
"Jondalar, I'm so happy,"
she said, her voice cracking as tears filled her eyes. "Then why are you crying?"
"Because I'm so happy," she said, clinging to him. "I never dreamed I would be so happy. I am going to live in this beautiful home, and the Zelendanyi are my people, and I'm going to have a baby, and I mated to you. Mostly because I mated to you. I love you, Jondalar. I love you so much."
"I love you too, Ayla. That's why I built this dwelling for you," he said, bending his head to reach her lips, which were straining to reach his. He tasted the salt from her tears.
"But when did you do it?" she asked when they finally parted. "How? We were at the meeting all summer."
"Do you remember that hunting trip I went on with Joharan and the rest? It wasn't only a hunting trip. We came back here and built this,"
Jondalar said. "You came all the way back here to build a dwelling. Why didn't you tell me?" she said.
"I wanted to surprise you. You're not the only one who can plan surprises," Jondalar said, still pleased at her happily shocked response.
"It's the best surprise I ever had," she said, tears threatening to well up again.
"You know, Ayla," he said, suddenly looking serious, "if you ever throw out the stones of my hearth, I will have to return to my mother's dwelling or go someplace else. It would mean that you want to sever the knot of our joining."
"How can you even say that, Jondalar? I would never want to do that," she said, looking appalled.
"If you had been born a Zelendanyi, I wouldn't have to say it. You would know. I just want to make sure you understand. This dwelling is yours and your children's, Ayla. Only the hearth is mine,"
Jondalar explained. "But you were the one who made it. How can it be mine?"
"If I want your children to be born to my hearth, it is my responsibility to provide a place for you and your children to live, a place that will be yours no matter what happens," he said.
"You mean you were required to make a dwelling for me?" she asked.
"Not exactly. I am required to make sure you have a place to live, but I wanted to give you your own home. We could have stayed with my mother. It's not unusual when young men are first mated. Or, if you were Zelendanyi, we could have arranged to stay with your mother or some other of your kin until I could provide you with a place of your own. In that case, I would be obligated to your kin, of course."
"I didn't understand that you would be taking on so much obligation for me when we joined," Ayla said.
"It's not just for a woman, it's for the children. They can't take care of themselves, they must be provided for. Some people live with kin all their lives, often with a woman's mother. When the mother dies, her home belongs to her children. But if one has been living with her, that one has first claim. If a mother's home becomes her daughter's, her mate doesn't have to provide one. But he may be obligated to his mate's siblings. If the home becomes a son's, he may owe his own siblings."
"I think I still have a lot to learn about the Zelendanyi," Ayla said, frowning at the thought.
"And I still have a lot to learn about you, Ayla," he said, reaching for her again.
She was more than willing. He could feel himself wanting her as they kissed, and could sense her responding to him.
"Wait here," he said.
He went out and returned with their sleeping furs. He untied the rolls and spread them out on the platform. Wolf watched from the middle of the empty main room, then lifted his head and howled. "I think he's feeling unsettled. He wants to know where he is supposed to sleep," Ayla said.
"I think I'd better go to my mother's dwelling and get his bedding." "Don't go away,"
Jondalar said, smiling at her. He returned quickly and set Ayla's old clothing that was Wolf's bedding and his feeding bowl by the entrance. The wolf sniffed at them, then circled around and curled up on them. Jondalar went to the woman who was still waiting by the fire, picked her up and carried her to the sleeping platform and put her down on top of the furs. He began to slowly undress her, and she started to untie a cord to help.
"No, I want to do it, Ayla. It would please me," he said.
She put her hand down. He continued undressing her slowly, tenderly, then removed his own clothing and crawled in beside her, and gently, with exquisite tenderness, he made love to her half the night.
The cave quickly settled down into their usual routine. It was a glorious autumn. The grasses of the fields rippled in golden waves in the brisk wind, and trees near the river blazed with brilliant shades of yellows and reds. Bushes were heavy with ripe berries, apples were rosy but tart, waiting for the first frost to turn sweet, nuts were dropping from the trees. While the weather held, the days were filled with gathering the season's bounty of fruits, nuts, berries, roots, and herbs. After the temperatures at night dropped below freezing, hunting parties went out regularly to stock up on a supply of fresh meat to supplement the dried meat from the summer hunting. During the warm days, shortly after their return, storage pits were checked and new ones dug into the summer-softened soil so that they would be below the usual permafrost level and lined with stones. The meat of fresh kills was cut up and left out overnight on high platforms and away from prowling animals to freeze. In the mornings, it was put into the deep pits, which kept it from thawing out as the day warmed. Several such cold cellars were located near the 9th cave. Shallower root cellars, which kept fruit and vegetables cold but not frozen during the early part of the season, were dug as well. Later, as the freezing glacial winter progressed and the ground froze solid, the produce would be moved to the back of the abri. Salmon making their way upstream were netted and smoke-dried or frozen, as well as other varieties of fish caught by a method new to Ayla, the fish traps of the 14th cave. She had visited Little Valley while the fish were running, and Brahmaval had explained how the woven traps, which were weighted down, allowed fish to easily swim in them, but not back out. He had always been very friendly and pleasant to her. She was pleased to see Tishona and Marshaval, too. Though she hadn't had the chance to get to know them as well during the matrimonial, they still felt the tie of having mated at the same time. Some people were also fishing with a gorge. Brahmaval gave her one of the small pieces of bone, sharpened at both ends and attached in the middle to a thin but strong cord, and told her to catch herself a meal. Tishona and Marshaval joined her, partly to see if she needed help, but also for her company. Jondalar had shown her how to use a gorge. She had both worms and small pieces of fish as bait, and started by threading a worm onto the bone. They were standing on the bank of the river, and she cast her line in. When she felt a pull, indicating that a fish had swallowed the baited gorge, she gave the line a sharp tug, hoping that the sharpened bone would lodge horizontally across its gullet, with both ends piercing the sides. She smiled when she pulled a fish from the water. When she stopped at the 11th cave on the way back, Courageous happened to be gone, but she saw the Danyer of the 11th with Marilan, his tall, handsome friend, and stopped to talk to them. She had seen them together at the summer meeting several times, and understood he was more than a friend, more like a mate, though they didn't have a matrimonial. But the official mating ceremony was primarily for the sake of potential children. Many people chose to live together without a mating ceremony, besides those who were interested in those of the same gender, especially older couples who were past having children, and some women who had children without having a mate, and later decided to live with a friend or two. Ayla often accompanied Jondalar when he went out with a hunting party as they were starting out. But when the hunters of big game went farther afield, she stayed closer to the cave and used her sling or practiced with the throwing stick. Ptarmigan inhabited the plains across the river as well as grouse. She knew she could have caught them with her sling, but she wanted to learn to use a throwing stick with equal skill. She also wanted to learn to make them. It was difficult to separate thinner pieces from logs, usually done with wedges, and then it took time to shape and smooth them. Even more difficult was learning to throw them with a special twist so that they spun horizontally through the air. She had once seen a Mamutoy woman use one of similar design. She could throw it at a flock of low-flying birds and often knock down 3 or 4 of them. Ayla always did enjoy hunting with weapons that took skill. It made her feel less left out to have a new hunting weapon to practice with, and she was getting proficient with the throwing stick. She seldom came home without a bird or two. She always took her sling with her, too, and often had a hare or a hamster to add to the pot. It also gave her a certain economic independence. Though she was already pleased with the way her home was beginning to look, many of the gifts she had received when she and Jondalar were joined found good use. She was learning to trade, and often exchanged bird feathers and sometimes the meat for things she wanted to furnish her new home with. Even the hollow bird bones could be cut into beads or small musical instruments, flutes with high-pitched tones. Bird bones could also be used as parts of various tools or implements. But many of the hides of rabbits and hares that she hunted with her sling, or the thin, soft skins of birds, she saved for herself. She planned to use the soft furs and skins to make clothes for the baby when the weather got cold and she was bound to the shelter. On a cool, crisp day late in the season, Ayla was rearranging her things, making a space for the baby and baby things. She picked up the boy's winter underwear that Morona had given to her and held the tunic up to herself. She had long since outgrown it, though she still planned to wear it later. It was a comfortable outfit. Perhaps I ought to make another one for myself with a little roomier top, she thought. She had some extra deerskins. She folded it and put it away. She had promised to visit Lenoga that afternoon and decided to get some food to take with her. She had developed a real affection for the girl and the baby and visited them often, even though it meant seeing and talking with Larimar and Tromita more than she wanted. She also got to know the other children somewhat, especially Boligan, though it was a rather stilted acquaintance. She saw Boligan when she arrived at Tromita's dwelling. He had started learning how to make barma from the man of his hearth. Ayla had mixed feelings about it. It was right for a man to teach the children of his hearth, but the men who were always around drinking Larimar's barma were not those she thought Boligan ought to associate with, though it certainly wasn't for her to say.
"Greetings, Boligan," she said. "Is Lenoga here?"
Though she had greeted him several times since their return to the ninth cave, he still seemed surprised when she did, and always seemed at a loss for words. "Greetings, Ayla. She's inside," he said, then turned to go. Probably because she had been putting away her clothes, Ayla suddenly remembered a promise she had made to him.
"Did you have any luck this summer?"
she asked. "Luck? What do you mean, luck?" he asked, looking puzzled.
"Several young men your age made their first major kill at the summer meeting. I wondered if you had any luck hunting," she said.
"Some. I killed 2 aurochs in the first hunt," he said.
"Do you still have the hides?"
"I traded one for barma makings. Why?"
"I promised I'd make you some winter underclothing if you would help me,"
Ayla said.
"I wonder if you would like to use your auroch's hide, though I think deer hides would be better. Maybe you could trade it."
"I was going to trade it for more barma makings. I thought you forgot about that," Boligan said. "You said it a long time ago when you first came here."
"It was a long time ago, but I was thinking about some other things I wanted to make, and I thought I'd make your outfit at the same time," she said. "I have some extra deer hides, but you'd have to come over and let me take measurements."
He looked at her for some time with a strange, almost speculative expression. "You have been helping Lorela a lot. Lenoga, too. Why?" She thought for a moment.
"At first, it was just that Lorela was a baby and she needed help. People want to help babies. That's why the women started nursing her once they found out her mother had no more milk. But I've grown fond of her, and Lenoga, too."
Boligan was quiet for a while. Then he looked at her. "All right," he said. "If you really want to make something, I have a deer hide, too." Jondalar was on an extended hunting trip, along with Joharan, Solaban, Rushamar, and Jacksaman, who had recently moved to the ninth cave from the seventh, along with his new mate, Denoda. They were on a mission to find reindeer, not so much to hunt them just yet, but to find out where they were and when they might be migrating closer to their region, so they could arrange a major drive. Ayla was feeling restless. She had started out with the hunters early, then turned back. Wolf had scared up a couple of ptarmigan, not quite fully white yet, but getting close, and she dispatched them quickly. Willamar was also gone on what would likely be his last trading trip of the season. He had gone west, specifically to get salt from the people who lived near the great waters of the west. Ayla invited Marthona, Folara, and Zelindani to share a meal and help her eat the ptarmigan. She told them she would cook it the way she used to for Kreb when she lived with the clan. She had dug a small pit in Wood River Valley at the foot of the sloping path to the ledge, lined it with rocks, and built up a good fire inside it. While it was burning down, she plucked the birds, including their snowshoe-feathered feet, then gathered an armload of hay to wrap them in. If she had found eggs, she would have stuffed them in the cavities of the birds, but it was not the season for eggs. Birds didn't try to raise chicks when they were heading into winter. Instead, she picked a few handfuls of flavorful herbs, and Marthona had offered her some of the last of her salt, for which Ayla was grateful. The ptarmigan were cooking, along with some ground nuts, in the pit oven, and she had spent time grooming the horses, and now she was looking for something else to do while she waited for the birds to cook. She decided to stop off and see if she could do anything for Zelindani. The Danyar said she was in need of some ground red ochre, and Ayla said she would be happy to get some for her. She went back down to Wood River Valley, whistled for Wolf, whom she had left exploring interesting new mounds and holes, and walked toward the river. She dug up the red-colored iron ore and found a nice river-rounded stone that she could use as a pestle to grind the ochre with. Then she whistled for Wolf again as she headed up the slope, not really paying much attention to who else was on the path. It came as a shock when she almost bumped into Brukaval. He had actively avoided her since the meeting in the Zelindanya Lodge about Echazar and the clan, though he constantly watched her from a distance. He observed her advancing pregnancy with pleasure, knowing she would soon be a mother, and actively imagined that the child she carried was of his spirit. Any man could fancy that any pregnant woman was carrying the child of his spirit, and most of them occasionally wondered if a particular woman might be, but Brukaval's dream was an obsession. He would sometimes lie awake at night, envisioning an entire life with Ayla, most of it mimicking what he surreptitiously saw her doing with Jondalar. But when confronted by her on the path, he didn't know what to say. There was no way to avoid her now.
"Brukaval," she said, attempting to smile, "I've been wanting to talk to you."
"Well, here we are," he said.
She hurried ahead. "I just wanted you to know that I didn't mean to insult you at that meeting. Jondalar told me that you were teased before about flatheads until you made people stop. I admire the fact that you stood up for yourself and made people stop calling you that. You are not a flathead, one of the clan. No one should ever have called you that. You couldn't begin to live with them. You are one of the others, just like all the Zelindanyi. That's how they would see you."
His expression seemed to soften.
"I'm glad you recognize that,"
he said.
"But you must realize, to me they are people," she hurried on. "They couldn't be animals. I have never thought of them any other way. They found me alone and injured, and they took me in and cared for me, raised me. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for them. I find them to be admirable people. I didn't realize you would consider it an insult to suggest that your grandmother may have lived with them when she was lost and gone for so long, that they might have taken care of her, too."
"Well, I guess you couldn't know,"
he said, smiling. She smiled back, feeling relieved, and tried to make her explanation more clear.
"It's just that you remind me of some people that I care about. That's why I was drawn to you from the beginning. There was a little boy I knew who I loved, and you remind me of him."
"Wait, are you still saying that you think they are a part of me? I thought you said that I was not a flathead,"
Brukaval said.
"You aren't. Not even Echozar is. Just because his mother was clan doesn't mean that he is. He wasn't raised by them, and you weren't either."
"But you still think my mother was an abomination. I told you she was not. Neither my mother nor my grandmother had anything to do with them. None of those dirty animals had anything to do with me. Do you hear me?"
He was shouting, and his face had turned an angry red.
"I am not a flathead, just because you were raised by those animals. Don't think you can drag me down."
Wolf was growling at the excited man, ready to spring to Ayla's defense. The man looked as if he might want to hurt her. "Wolf, no!" she commanded. She had done it again. Why couldn't she have stopped when he was smiling? But he didn't have to call her clan dirty animals, because they weren't.
"I suppose you think that wolf is human, too," Brookavale sneered. "You don't even know the difference between people and animals. It's unnatural for a wolf to act the way he does around people."
He was unaware just how close he was to Wolf's fangs with his shouting, but it probably wouldn't have mattered. Brookavale was beside himself.
"Let me tell you something. If it hadn't been for those animals attacking my grandmother, she would not have been so frightened that she gave birth to a weak woman, and my mother would have lived to take care of me, love me. Those filthy flatheads killed my grandmother and my mother, too. As far as I'm concerned, they are no use to anyone. They should all be dead, like my mother. Don't you dare tell me they have anything to do with me. If it were up to me, I'd kill them all myself."
He was advancing on Ayla as he screamed, backing her down the path. She held Wolf by the fur on his neck to keep him from attacking the raging man. Finally, he brushed past her, knocking her aside, and stormed down. He had never been so angry, not only because she imputed flatheads to his lineage, but because in his rage he had blurted out his innermost feelings. He had wanted more than anything else to have had a mother to run to when the others teased him, but the woman who inherited Brookavale along with his mother's possessions had no love for the baby she reluctantly nursed. He was a burden on her, and she considered him repulsive. She had several children of her own, including Morona, making it even easier to ignore him. But she wasn't much of a mother even to her own, and Morona had learned her callous, unfeeling ways from her mother. Ayla was shaking. Now she had really done it. She tried to collect herself as she stumbled her way up the path and into Zelindani's dwelling. The woman looked up as Ayla came through the entrance and immediately recognized that something was gravely wrong. "Ayla, what is it? You look as if you've just seen an evil spirit," she said. "Oh, Zelindani, I think I have. I just saw Brookavale," she cried. "I tried to tell him I didn't mean to insult him at that meeting, but I always seem to say the wrong thing to him." "Sit down and tell me about it," Zelindani said. She explained what had happened during her encounter on the path. Zelindani was quiet after Ayla told her. Then she fixed the young woman a cup of tea. Ayla settled down. Talking about it had helped. "I've watched Brookavale for a long time," Zelindani said after a while. "There's a fury inside him. He wants to strike out at the world that has given him so much hurt. He's decided to lay the blame on the Flatheads, the clan. He sees them as the root of his pain. He hates everything about them and anyone associated with them. The worst thing you could have done was to imply that he himself might be related in some way to them. It's unfortunate, Ayla, but I fear you have made an enemy. It can't be helped now." "I know it, I could tell. Why do people hate them so much? What's so terrible about them?" Ayla asked. The woman looked at her, considering, then made up her mind. "When I said at that meeting that I had gone into deep meditation to recall all the histories and elder legends, that was entirely true. I used every prompt and memory aid I know to bring out everything I ever memorized. It is probably something that should be done more often. It's enlightening. I think the problem, Ayla, is that we moved into their lands. In the beginning it wasn't so bad. There was a lot of room, many empty shelters. It wasn't hard to share the land with them. They tended to keep to themselves, and we avoided them. We didn't call them animals then, just flatheads. The term was more descriptive than derogatory," she said. "But as time went on and more children were born, we needed more space. Some people began taking their shelters, sometimes fighting with them, sometimes killing them, sometimes being killed. By then we had lived here for a long time, and this was our home, too. The Flatheads may have been here first, but we needed places to live, so we took theirs. When people treat others badly, they have to rationalize it so they can go on living with themselves. We give ourselves excuses. The excuse we used was that the Great Mother gave us the earth for our home, the water, the land, and all her creation. That means all her plants and animals are ours to use. Then we convinced ourselves that Flatheads were animals, and if they were animals, we could take their shelters for ourselves, Zelandani said.
But they are not animals. They are people,
Ayla said. Yes, you're right, but we conveniently forgot that. She also said the earth is our home to use, but not to abuse. The Flatheads are also Earth's children. That was the other thing I learned from my meditation. If she mixes their spirits with ours, they must be people too. But I don't think it would have made much difference if we thought they were people or not. I think we would have done it anyway. Donnie has made it easier for other living creatures that kill so they can live. I don't think your wolf there worries about the rabbits he kills to survive, or the deer that a pack of them may hunt down. He was born to kill them. Without them he would not live, and Donnie has given every living thing the desire to continue living, the Danyer said. But humans have been given the ability to think. That is what makes us learn and grow. It is also what gives us the knowledge that cooperation and understanding are necessary for our own survival, and that has led to empathy and compassion. But there's another side to those kind of feelings. The empathy and compassion we feel for our own kind is sometimes extended to the rest of the living things on the earth. If we allowed it to keep us from killing a deer or other animals, we would not live long. The desire to live is the stronger feeling, so we learn to be compassionate selectively. We find ways to close our minds. We limit our sense of empathy. Ayla was listening closely, fascinated. The problem is knowing how much to stop those feelings without perverting them. In my opinion, I think that is really at the bottom of Joharan's concern over the knowledge you have brought us, Ayla. As long as most people believed your clan were only animals, we could kill them without thinking about it. It's harder to kill people. The empathy is so much stronger that the mind must invent new reasons. But if we can somehow link it to our own survival, the mind will make the necessary devious twists and turns necessary to rationalize it. We're very good at that, but it changes people. They learn to hate. Your wolf doesn't need to hate what he kills. It would be easier if we could kill without compunction like your wolf does, but then we wouldn't be human. Ayla thought for a time about what Zelandani said.
Now I know why you are first among those who serve the Mother. It is hard to kill. I know how hard it is. I remember the first animal I killed with my sling. It was a porcupine. I felt so bad I didn't hunt again for a long time, and then I had to find a reason. I decided to kill only carnivores because they sometimes stole the meat from the hunters and because they killed the same animals the clan needed for food.
That is truly the loss of innocence, Ayla, when we understand what we must do in order to live. That is why a young hunter's kill is so important. It is not only changes in the physical body that make a person an adult. The first hunt is the most difficult, and it is more than overcoming fear. A man and a woman must show that they can survive, that they can do what must be done to live. That is also the reason we have certain ceremonies to honor the spirits of the animals we kill. It is one way we show honor to Donnie. We need to remember and appreciate that their life is given so that we may live. If we don't, humans can become too hardened, and that can turn against us. We must always show appreciation for what we take. We need to honor the spirits of the trees and grass and other foods that grow, too. We must treat all her gifts with respect. She can become angered if we ignore her, and she can take back the life she has given us. If we ever forget our Great Earth Mother, she will no longer provide for us, and if the Great Mother should decide to turn her back on her children, we will no longer have a home.
Zelendani, you remind me of Kreb in so many ways. He was kind and I loved him, but more than that, he understood people. I could always go to him. I hope that doesn't insult you. It's not meant to,
Ayla said. Zelendani smiled. No, of course I'm not insulted. I would like to have known him. And Ayla, I hope you know you can always come to me. Ayla thought about her conversation with the first as she prepared to grind the red ore. But when she began the hard work of crushing the lumps of iron ore with the roundish rock against a flat, saucer-shaped stone, she tried to bury herself in the job to forget about the incident with Brukaval. The exertion did help to wear off tension, but the repetitive physical activity left her mind free to think, and Zelendani had given her much to think about. She is right, Ayla thought. I think I have made an enemy of Brukaval. But what can I do about it now? It's done. I don't think there was ever anything I could have done about it. He will think what he wants to think, no matter what I do or say. It didn't occur to Ayla to lie and tell him that she didn't really think he had the look of the clan. It wasn't true. She did think he was a mix. She began to wonder about his grandmother. The woman had been lost. When she was found again, she talked about being attacked by animals. But the animals she referred to must have been the ones she called flatheads. They must have found her. How else had she survived? But if they took her in, fed her, they would have expected her to work, like their own women. And any man of the clan would then feel he could use her to relieve his needs. If she objected, someone may have forced her, the same way Braud had forced her. It was unthinkable for a woman of the clan to resist. She would have been put in her place. Ayla tried to imagine how a woman born a Zelendanyi would respond in a situation like that. To the Zelendanyi, it was the gift of pleasure from the Great Earth Mother, and it was never supposed to be forced. It was for sharing, but only when both the man and the woman wanted to share it. Without doubt, Brukaval's grandmother would have considered it an attack. How would it feel to be assaulted by someone you thought of as an animal, to be forced to share the gift of pleasure with such a creature? Would it be enough to affect the mind? Perhaps. Zelendanyi women were not used to being ordered around. They were independent as the men. Ayla stopped grinding the red stone. It had to be true that a man of the clan had forced Brukaval's grandmother to couple with him, because she was pregnant, and that was what started the life growing inside her. And Brukaval's mother was born as a result. She was weak, Jondalar said. Rydak was weak, too. Perhaps there is something about the mixture that sometimes produces weakness in the offspring. Her Dirk was not weak, though, and Echazar was not weak. Neither were the Sarmunai. They were not weak, and many of them had the look of the clan. Perhaps the weak ones died young, like Rydak, and only the strong ones lived. Could the Sarmunai be the result of such a mixture that began long ago? They were not so upset about the mixtures, perhaps because they were more used to them. They seemed to be ordinary people, but they did have some clan characteristics. Was that why Ataroa's mate tried to dominate the women before she killed him? Was something about the way men of the clan thought about women passed down like some of their looks? Or was it just something he learned when he lived with them? But there was much that was good about the Sarmunai. Bodoa, the Sarmuna, had discovered how to take clay from a river and burn it into stone, and her acolyte was a fine carver. And Echazar, he is really very special. The Lanzadanyi, just like the Zelendanyi, think it was the mixing of spirits that gave him the look of both kinds of people. But his mother had been attacked by one of the others. Ayla began grinding stone again. How ironic, she thought. Brukaval hates the people who started the life that gave birth to him. It is men who start life growing inside a woman, I'm sure of it. It needs both. No wonder that cave of Sarmunai were dying out when Ataroa was their leader. She couldn't force the spirits of women to blend to make life. The only women who had babies were those who sneaked in at night to visit their men. Ayla thought about the life growing inside her. It would be Jondalar's baby as much as hers. She was sure it started when they got off the glacier. She hadn't made her special tea, and she was sure that was what kept life from starting inside her during their long journey. The last time she had bled was shortly before she and Jondalar started across the glacier. She was glad she hadn't been sick much this time, not like when she was pregnant with Dirk. Children who were mixtures seemed to be harder on women and on some of the babies. This time she felt wonderful most of the time, but would she have a girl or a boy? And what would Winnie have? Chapter 37. The 9th cave built a refuge for the horses under the abri in the lesser-used section to the south near the bridge up to Down River. Ayla had asked Joharan if anyone would object if she and Jondalar constructed something to protect the animals. She had expected to make something simple that would just keep rain and snow from blowing in on them. Instead, when Joharan held a meeting at the Speaking Stone to see how people felt about it, they decided to pitch in and make a real dwelling for them with low stone walls and panels above to keep out the wind. But there were no drapes at the entrance and no fence to keep them penned in. The horses had always been free to come and go as they chose. Winnie had shared Ayla's cave in the valley, and both horses had grown accustomed to the horse shelter the people of the lion camp had built onto their longhouse for them. Once Ayla showed Winnie and Racer the place, fed them dried grass and oats, and gave them water. They seemed to know it was theirs. At least they returned often, using the more direct route from the edge of the river that was nearby. They seldom used the path from Wood River Valley and across the busy ledge in front of the dwelling area unless Ayla led them. After the horse shelter was built, Ayla and Jondalar decided to make a watering trough out of wood, a curved square box made in the style of the Sharamadoi containers, and when they started, everyone was interested. It took several days, even though they had many helpers and even more observers. First they had to find the proper tree, and settled on a tall pine from the middle of a thick stand. The closeness of the other trees caused each one to grow tall to reach the sunlight, with few lower branches, which avoided knots. The tree had to be cut down with flint axes, no small chore in itself. A flint axe did not bite deep. Instead, they started high, removing many chips and thin slivers as they worked through the trunk at a shallow angle. The remaining stump looked as though it had been chewed by a beaver. The tree had to be cut through again just below the lowest branches. The top of the tree would not go to waste. Carvers and tool makers were already eyeing the wealth of wood, and any scraps would be used to feed fires. A feeding trough for the horses was made from the same tree. Following the tradition of the Sharamadoi, pine cone seeds were planted near the fallen tree in thanks to the Great Mother. Zelendani was quite impressed with the simple ceremony. Next, they demonstrated how to extract planks out of the log using wedges and mauls. The resulting wooden boards, tapering to a thin edge from the outside toward the center, found many uses, including as shelves. The curved boxes were an ingenious idea. Using a flint burin or similar chisel-like tool, they carved through a plank to cut off a long section with straight ends. The cut ends were then tapered at an angle along the edge. At 3 measured distances, they cut a kerf across the wooden board, a wedge-shaped groove that was not cut all the way through. With the help of steam, the plank was bent along the grooves with the uncut side out, allowing the tapered edges of the groove to meet inside to form a rectangular box. With a flint borer, several holes were hand-drilled into the tapering ends. Rubbing with sand and stones gave the plank a smooth finish. For the bottom, another piece of plank was evened and shaped with knives and sanding stones to fit inside and eased into a groove cut all the way around the inside lower edge of the box. When it was all shaped and maneuvered together, the tapered edges of the fourth corner of the box were fastened together with pegs that were pounded through the pre-drilled holes. Although it leaked at first, when soaked in water, the wood swelled, making the box waterproof, which made it a good storage container for liquids or fats, and using hot stones, an effective cooking vessel. They were also good containers to hold water and feed for horses. It was likely that more boxes would be made in the future. Marthona watched Ayla, cheeks red and exhaling steam with every cold breath, climbing up the path. She wore thick-soled moccasins with attached uppers that wrapped around the calf over her fur leggings and the fur-lined parka Madigan's mother had given to her. It did not conceal her obvious pregnancy, especially with her belt worn rather high, from which her knife and some pouches were dangling. The hood was thrown back, and her hair was caught up in a serviceable bun, but loose strands were whipping around in the wind. She still used her mamutoi carrying bag rather than one in the Zelendanyi style, but it was full of something. She had gotten used to the haversack, the pack that was worn over one shoulder, and usually wore it when she went on short trips. It left a shoulder free to carry back her catch. At the moment, 3 white ptarmigan, tied together by their feathered feet, hung down her back over the other shoulder, balanced by 2 good-sized white hares down the front. Wolf followed behind her. She usually took him when she went out. He was not only good at flushing out birds or small animals, he could show her where the white birds or hares had fallen in the white snow. "I don't know how you do it, Ayla," Marthona said, falling in step beside her when she reached the stone porch. "When I was as far along as you are, I felt so big and awkward I didn't even consider hunting any more. But you're still going out, and nearly always bring something back." Ayla smiled. "I feel big and awkward, but it doesn't take much to throw a stick or sling a stone, and Wolf helps me more than you know. I'll have to stay home soon enough." Marthona smiled down at the animal padding along between them. Though she had been worried about him when he was attacked by the other wolves, she rather liked his slightly drooping ear. For one thing, it made him much easier to recognize. They waited while Ayla dropped off the game in front of her dwelling area on a block of limestone that was used sometimes as a place to put things, and sometimes as a seat. "I never was much good at hunting smaller animals," Marthona said, "except with a snare or a trap. But there was a time when I enjoyed going out with a group on a big hunt. It's been so long since I've hunted, I think I've forgotten how, but I used to have a fair eye for tracking. I don't see that well any more." "Look what else I found," Ayla said, taking off her bulging carrying bag to show Marthona. "Apples." She had found an apple tree, bare of leaves, but still decorated with small, shiny red apples, less hard and tart now after freezing, and had filled her haversack with them. The 2 women walked toward the horse shelter. Ayla didn't expect to find the horses there in the middle of the day, but she checked the container that held their water. In winter, when it was below freezing for long periods of time, she would melt water for them, though horses in the wild fended for themselves just fine. She put several apples in the kerfed feeding trough. Then she walked to the edge of the stone ledge and looked down at the river, bordered by trees and brush. She didn't see the horses, but she whistled the distinctive signal that the horses had been trained to answer, hoping they were close enough to hear. Before long, she saw Winnie climbing up the steep path, followed by Racer. Wolf rubbed noses with Winnie when she reached the ledge in a greeting that seemed almost formal. Racer nickered at him and received a playful yip and a nose rub in return. When she was confronted with such direct evidence of Ayla's control over the animals, Marthona still found it hard to believe. She had gotten used to Wolf, who was always around people, and who responded to her, but the horses were more skittish, not as friendly, and seemed less tame, except around Ayla and Jondalar, more like the native wild animals she had once hunted. The young woman was making the sounds that Marthona had heard her use before around the horses as she stroked and scratched the animals, then led them to the shelter. She thought of it as Ayla's horse language. Ayla picked out an apple for each one, and they ate from her hand as she continued talking to them in her strange way. Marthona tried to discern the sounds Ayla made. It was not quite a language, she thought, although there was a similar feel to some of the words Ayla used when she demonstrated the language of the Flatheads.
"You're getting a big belly, Winnie,"
Ayla was saying, patting her round stomach.
"just like I am. You'll probably give birth in spring, maybe late spring, after it warms up a bit. By then, I should already have my baby. I'd love to go for a ride, but I guess I'm too far along. Zelendani said it might not be good for the baby. I feel fine, but I don't want to take chances. Jondalar will ride you, Racer, when he gets back."
That was what she meant to say to the horses, and what she did say in her mind, although the combination of clan signals and words and the other sounds of her private language would not have translated quite the same if someone could have translated it. It didn't matter. The horses understood the welcoming voice, the warm touch, and certain sounds and signals. Winter came unexpectedly. Small white flakes started to fall late in the afternoon. They turned big and fat, and by evening it was a swirling blizzard. The whole cave breathed a sigh of relief when the hunters who had gone out in the morning stomped onto the stone ledge before dark, empty-handed but safe. "Joharan decided to turn back when we saw the mammoths heading north as fast as they could," Jondalar said after greeting Ayla. "You've heard the saying, 'Never go forth when mammoths go north.' It usually means snow is on the way, and they head north where it's colder but drier and the snow doesn't pile up as deep. They get mired in deep, wet snow. He didn't want to take chances, but those storm clouds blew up so fast even the mammoths may get caught in it. The wind shifted north, and before we knew it, the snow was blowing so hard we could hardly see. It's halfway up to the knees out there already. We had to use snowshoes before we got back." The blizzard lasted through the night, the following day, and the next night. Nothing could be seen except the moving curtain of white, not even just across the river. At times the snow, caught in a cross-current of moving air buffeting the high cliff and finding no outlet, rebounded against the primary direction of the prevailing winds in a vortex of swirling flakes. At other times, when the driving winds died down, snow fell heavily straight down in a constant hypnotic motion. Ayla was glad for the protective overhang of the abri that extended all the way to the horses' area, though during the first night she was concerned, not knowing whether they had found their way to the shelter before the snows became too deep. If her horses had found some other shelter, she was afraid she would have been cut off from contact with them, and they would be isolated, imprisoned by the thick white mantle of snow. She was relieved to hear a nicker when she approached their shelter early the next morning, and breathed a deep sigh when she saw both horses, but as she greeted them, she could tell they were nervous. They were not familiar with such deep snow either. She decided to spend some time with the horses and groom them with teasel brushes, which usually comforted them and relaxed her. But when she found them safe in their shelter, she wondered where the wild horses were. Had they migrated to the colder, drier region to the north and east, where the snow would not be as deep and would not cover the dry, standing hay that was their winter feed? She was glad now that they had collected piles of grass for the horses, not just grains, to supplement their forage. It had been Jondalar's idea. He had known how deep the snow could get. She had not. Now she wondered if they had collected enough. The horses were adapted to the cold. She wasn't worried about that. Their coats had grown in thick and full. Both the downy underlayer and the shaggy outer coat protected their stocky, compact bodies. But would they have enough grass? Winters in the land where Jondalar's people lived were cold, but not dry. Their main feature was snow, heavy, air-choking, high-drifting snow. She hadn't seen so much snow since she lived with a clan. She had become more used to the dry, frozen, lowest steppes that leached moisture from the atmosphere. farther inland around her valley and the territory of the mammoth hunters. Here, where the climate was subject to the maritime influences of the great waters of the West, the landscape was known as continental steppes. Winter was wetter and snowier, resembling somewhat the climate of the place where she grew up, the mountainous tip of a peninsula jutting into an inland sea far to the east. The heavy snow piled up on the front ledge filled the lower half of the opening under the overhang with a solid barrier of soft snow that gleamed at night in the golden reflection of the fires inside the abri. Now Ayla knew why stout logs were used to support the many cross pieces covered with hides for the protected passageway leading to the exterior enclosure that was used instead of the trenches for wastes during the winter. The second morning after the snow began, Ayla woke to the smiling face of Jondalar standing beside the sleeping platform, shaking her gently. His cheeks were red with cold, and his heavy outer clothing still bore traces of unmelted snow. He had a hot cup of tea in his hand.
"Come on, Sleepy, get up. I remember when you used to be up long before me. There's still some food left. The snow has stopped. Dress warmly and come outside," he said. "Maybe you should wear those undergarments you got from Morona and her friends."
"Have you been out already?"
she asked, sitting up and taking a drink of the hot tea.
"I do seem to need more sleep lately."
Jondalar waited while she freshened up, had a quick morning meal, and began to dress, trying to refrain from urging her too much.
"Jondalar, I can't close these pants over my stomach, and that top will never fit. Are you sure you want me to wear this outfit? I don't want to stretch them out."
"The pants are most important. It won't matter if you can't close them all the way. Do the best you can. You'll be wearing your other clothes over them. Here are your boots. Where's your parka?" Jondalar said.
As they headed out of the abri, Ayla could see the radiant blue sky and the glowing sunlight streaming down on the ledge. Several people had obviously been up early. The path to Wood River had been cleared of the accumulation of snow, and limestone gravel from underneath the abri had been strewn on the downslope to make it less slippery. On either side, the walls of snow were chest-high, but as she looked out over the countryside, she caught her breath. The landscape was transformed. The glistening white blanket had softened the contours of the land, and the sky seemed even bluer in contrast with a white so brilliant it hurt the eyes. It was cold. The snow crunched beneath her feet, and her breath steamed. She saw several people on the flat floodplain across the river.
"Careful when you go down the path. It can be dangerous. Let me take your hand," Jondalar said.
They reached the bottom and crossed the small frozen river. Some of the people who saw them coming waved and started toward them.
"I didn't think you were ever going to get up, Ayla," Falara said. "There's a place we usually go every year, but it takes half the morning to get there. I asked Jondalar if we could take you, but he said it was too far for you right now. When the snow gets packed down a little more, we can build a seat on a sledge and take turns pulling you. Most of the time, sledges are used to pull wood or meat or something, but when they're not needed for that, we can use them."
She was full of excitement.
"Slow down, Falara," Jondalar said.
The snow was so deep that when Ayla tried to walk through it, she floundered, lost her balance, and grabbed for Jondalar, pulling him over with her. They both sat, covered with snow, laughing so hard that they couldn't get up. Falara was laughing too.
"Don't just stand there," Jondalar called out. "Come and help me get Ayla up."
Between them both, they got her back on her feet. A round white missile flew through the air and landed with a splat on Jondalar's arm. After looking up and seeing Madigan laughing at him, Jondalar grabbed a handful of snow with both hands and began shaping it into a round ball. He heaved it toward the young man whom he was considering taking on as an apprentice. Madigan ran away with a limp, but some speed, and the snowball fell short.
"I think that's enough for today," Jondalar said.
Ayla had a snowball hidden from view, and as Jondalar approached, she threw it at him. It landed on his chest, and snow exploded into his face.
"So you want to play games,"
he said, picking up a handful of snow and trying to put it inside the back of her parka. She struggled to get away, and soon both were rolling around in the snow, laughing and trying to get snow into each other's necks. When they finally sat up, they were both covered from head to foot with the wet white stuff. They went to the edge of the frozen river, crossed over, and climbed back to the ledge. They passed Marthona's dwelling on the way to their own, and she had heard them coming.
"Do you really think you should have taken Ayla out there and gotten her wet with snow in her condition, Jondalar?" his mother said. "What if she had fallen down and it started the baby coming early?"
Jondalar looked stricken. He hadn't thought about that.
"It's all right, Marthona," Ayla said. "The snow was soft, and I didn't hurt myself or overdo. And I never knew snow could be so much fun."
Her eyes were still sparkling with excitement.
"Jondalar helped me down the path and up again. I feel fine."
"But she's right, Ayla," Jondalar said, full of contrition. "You could have hurt yourself. I wasn't thinking. I should have been more careful. You're going to be a mother soon."
Jondalar was so solicitous after that, Ayla almost felt confined. He didn't want her to leave the area of the abri or go down the path. She occasionally stood at the top and looked down rather wistfully, but after she grew so big that she could not see her own feet when she looked down and found herself leaning back when she walked to compensate for the load in front, she had little desire to leave the security of the 9th cave's shelter of stone for the cold ice and snow outside. She was happy to stay near a fire, often with friends, in her dwelling or theirs, or in the busy central work space under the protective roof of the massive overhang, busily making things for the coming baby. She was acutely conscious of the life growing within her. Her attention was turned inward, not exactly self-centered, but her area of interest had contracted to a smaller sphere. She visited with the horses every day, groomed and pampered them, and made sure they had adequate provisions and water. They were more inactive, too, although they did go down to the river, frozen solid, and across to the meadow beyond. Horses could dig down through the snow to find fodder, though not as efficiently as reindeer, and their digestive systems were accustomed to rough feed, the straw of frozen yellow grass stems, bark from birch and other thin-skinned trees, and twigs of brush. But under the insulating snow near the dead-seeming stems of herbs, the horses often found the basal stems and beginning buds of new growth just waiting to start. They managed to find enough food to fill their stomachs, but the grains and grass Ayla provided kept them healthy. Wolf was out more than the horses. The season that was so hard on those that ate vegetation was often a boon to the meat-eaters. He roamed far, and sometimes was gone all day, but he always returned at night to sleep in the pile of Ayla's old clothes. She moved his bed to the floor beside the sleeping platform, and worried each evening until he returned, which sometimes was quite late. Some days he did not go at all, but stayed close to Ayla, resting, or, to his great delight, playing with the children. The cave's leisure time during the relatively inactive winter months was filled with the pursuit of each person's individual crafts. Though they sometimes went hunting, looking particularly for reindeer for their rich sources of fat stored even within the bones of the cold-adapted animal, there was sufficient food stored to sustain them, and a more than adequate supply of wood to keep them warm, give them light, and cook their food. Throughout the year, various materials they needed for their work were collected and saved for this time. It was the time to cure hides, work them soft, dye them for color, and burnish them for a shine or a waterproof finish, the time to fabricate clothes, then bead and embroider them. Belts and boots were fashioned, fastenings were made, and often decorated with carvings. It was also the time to learn a new craft or perfect a skill. Ayla had been fascinated with the process of weaving. She watched and listened carefully when Marthona talked about it. The fibers from animals that shed in spring had been collected from thorny bushes or barren ground and saved until winter, when there was time to make things. A great many kinds of fibers were available, such as wool from mouflon, the great horned wild sheep, and ibex, the mountain-climbing wild goat, which could be matted into felt. the warm, downy underhair grown each fall close to the skin beneath the shaggy outer hair of several animals, including mammoths, rhinos, and musk oxen, were favorites because of their softness. The long, coarser hair from animals was a more permanent growth and collected only after they were killed. The outer hair of the woolly animals, for example, and the long horse tails. Fibers from plants of many varieties were also utilized. The fibers were made into cords, ropes, and fine threads, which could be left natural or dyed, then woven and made into clothing or mats, rugs, and wall hangings to keep out drafts and cover cold, rocky walls. Bowls were gouged out of wood, then shaped, polished, painted, and carved with designs. Baskets of all shapes and sizes were woven. Jewelry was made from shaped ivory beads, animal teeth, shells, and unique stones. Ivory, bone, antler, and horn were shaped and carved and made into plates and platters, handles for knives, points for spears, needles for sewing, and many other tools, implements, and decorative objects. Animal figures were carved with loving attention to detail by themselves or to decorate other things that were made of anything carvable, wood or bone, ivory or stone. Female figurines, danyi, were also carved. Even the walls of the abri were carved and painted. Winter was also the time to practice talents and to play. Musical instruments, especially interesting-sounding percussion instruments and melodic flutes, were crafted and played. Dances were practiced, songs sung, stories told. Certain more sedentary sports, such as wrestling and target practice of various kinds, were enjoyed by some, and gambling and wagering of all kinds were indulged in by many. The young were taught certain necessary basic skills, and for those who had an inclination or showed an aptitude for some specialized activity, someone was always willing to show them. There was a well-worn path between the 9th cave and down river, and many of the craftspeople who made the trek from their own homes to spend some time there often spent a few nights at the 9th cave. Zelendani taught counting words to those who wished to know them, and the histories and legends of the people, but she was seldom with free time on her hands. People caught colds, had headaches, earaches, bellyaches, and toothaches. The aches and pains of arthritis and rheumatism were always more difficult during the cold season, and there were other serious diseases. Some people died, and their bodies were placed in cold front passages of certain caves in the winter, where they would keep until spring, since snow and frozen ground prevented burial in the outdoor graveyards. Sometimes, though rarely, they were left there. And some were born. The winter solstice had passed. Zelendani had explained to Ayla the position where the sun set over the horizon was at its farthest left, and stayed there for several days before the position of its setting moved imperceptibly back to the right. It had been the occasion for a feast, ceremony, and festival to mark the turning point and to add some excitement to the quiet days. The sun setting from that time on would continue to the right with each passing day until the summer solstice, when it reached its farthest right position and seemed to stay there for some days. The place midway between the two marked the equinoxes, the beginning of spring, and on its way back, the beginning of autumn. Zelendani pointed to a dip in the hills on the horizon that marked the midpoints. She had used counting words and marked a gouge on a flat piece of antler, and Ayla found the information fascinating. She liked to learn those kinds of things. In the deep of winter, the coldest, bitterest, harshest time of year, the snow no longer attracted playful excursions. Even short trips outside to get frozen meat or to bring in wood could be an ordeal. The cairn of rocks on top of caches and ice cellars often froze together, making it necessary to break them apart. The vegetables and fruits in root cellars had long since been transferred to stone-lined pits at the back of the abri, but it took a watchful eye and many snares and traps to keep the small animals from taking too large a share. Small rodents in particular survived quite well from the hard work of humans and always managed to share their cave. One of the games children played was to throw stones at the swift little creatures. It was encouraged by the adults. A hard-flung stone could kill one. Not only did it provide one more element in the continuing battle against the voracious pests, but it gave the children some experience in developing the accuracy they would need to become proficient hunters, and some of the youngsters developed quite an aim. Ayla began using her sling to that purpose, and before long was teaching the children how to use her favorite weapon. Wolf also proved to be a valuable asset in keeping down the rodent population. The outside root cellars seemed to be freer of such vermin, and the food was stored in them as long as possible. But when the deep freeze of winter threatened to destroy the fresh quality, they were brought in. Once frozen, most vegetable foods were used only in cooking, as were most dried foods. Ayla had experienced a sudden surge of energy the past few days. She had become increasingly uncomfortable as she grew larger, and was occasionally given to fits of crying and other emotional outbursts that dismayed Jondalar. The active baby sometimes woke her at night, and she found it difficult to get up gracefully from her normal cross-legged sitting position, and she had always been able to get up from the floor gracefully. As she neared her time, her fears of delivery had grown, but recently she was getting so anxious to have the baby she was even willing to face the delivery. Zelendani felt sure her time would be soon. She had told Ayla, "The great Earth Mother in her wisdom made the final days of pregnancy uncomfortable on purpose, so that women would be able to face their fear of delivery just to get it over with." Ayla had finished straightening and rearranging everything for the baby, and then everything else in her home once again, and had decided to cook a special dinner for Jondalar when he came looking for her. She told him all the vegetables she wanted from her storage place at the back of the abri, and what meat she wanted. When he came back with everything, she hadn't moved, and she had a strange expression on her face, a combination of joy and dread.
"What is it, Ayla?"
he said, dropping his basket of vegetables. "I think the baby is getting ready to be born," she said.
"Right now? Ayla, you better lie down. I'll get Zelendani. Maybe I better get Mother, too. Don't do anything until I get Zelendani,"
Jondalar said, suddenly nervous. "Not right now. Relax, Jondalar. It will be a while yet. Let's wait before you get Zelendani, to be sure," she said, picking up the basket of vegetables. She went to her cooking area and started to take them out of the basket.
"Let me do that. Shouldn't you be resting? Are you sure you don't want me to get Zelendani?"
"Jondalar, you've seen babies born before, haven't you? You don't have to be so worried."
"Who says I'm worried?"
he said, trying to appear calm. She stood still and held her hand to her stomach.
"Ayla, don't you think I'd better go tell Zelendani?"
His forehead was pinched together with anxious worry. "All right, Jondalar, you can go tell her, but only if you promise to say it is just beginning. There's no hurry," she said. Jondalar dashed out. He came back almost dragging Zelendani behind him. "I told you to tell her there was no hurry, Jondalar," Ayla said, then looked at the danyar. "I'm sorry he dragged you over here so soon. It's barely started." "I think it may be better if Jondalar went to visit Joharan for a while and told Proliva I may need her later. I'm not busy. I'll stay and keep you company, Ayla." "Do you have a little tea?" Zelendani asked. "I can have some ready soon," Ayla said. "I think Zelendani's right, Jondalar. Why don't you go visit Joharan?" "On your way, you can stop off and tell Marthona, but don't go dragging her back here," Zelendani said. Jondalar rushed out. He stood there the whole time when Falara was born, as calm as you please, but it's always different when it's a man's own mate. Ayla stopped again, waiting for the contraction to pass. Then she started to prepare some tea. Zelendani watched her, noting how long she waited. Then she sat on a large stool that Ayla had made especially for Zelendani's visits, knowing she did not like to sit on the ground or on cushions if she could help it. Ayla had been using it herself recently. After they drank some tea and made some inconsequential conversation, while Ayla had a few more contractions, Zelandani suggested that she lie down so the Danyer could examine her. Ayla complied. Zelandani waited for the next contraction and felt Ayla's stomach. "It may not be too long after all," the healer said. Ayla got up, thought about sitting down on a floor cushion, changed her mind, and walked to her cooking area, had a sip of tea, and felt another contraction. She wondered if she should lie down again. This seemed to be happening faster than she expected. Zelandani checked her again, giving her a closer examination. Then she looked at the young woman keenly. "This is not your first baby, is it?" Ayla waited until a spasm passed before she answered.
"No, it's not my first. I had a son," she said quietly.
Zelandani wondered why he wasn't with her. Had he died? If he was stillborn, or if he died shortly after birth, that would be important to know. "What happened to him?" she asked.
"I had to leave him behind. I gave him to my sister Uba. He still lives with the clan. At least I hope he does."
"The delivery was very difficult, wasn't it?"
"Yes, I almost died giving birth to him,"
Ayla said in a flat, controlled tone, trying not to show any emotion about it, but the Danyer detected fear in her eyes. "How old is he, Ayla? Or rather, how old were you when you had him?" Zelandani wanted to know.
"I could not yet count my 12th year,"
Ayla said, going into another labor pain. They were coming faster now. "And now?" Zelandani asked when it was over.
"Now I can count 19, 20 after this winter. I'm old to be having babies."
"No, you're not. But you were very young when you had your first. Too young. No wonder you had such a difficult time of it. You say you left him with your clan." She paused, thinking about how to ask the next question. "Your son, is he one of mixed spirits?" the woman finally inquired. Ayla didn't answer at first. She looked at Zelandani and received as direct a look back. Then suddenly she almost doubled up with a contraction.
"Yes,"
she said when it was over, looking scared. "I think that also contributed to your difficulty. From what I understand, children of mixed spirits can be very difficult for women to deliver. It's something about their heads, I'm told. They are shaped differently, and too big. They don't give as much," Zelandani said. "This baby may not be as hard for you, Ayla. You're doing fine, you know." The Danyer had seen her tense up with the last pain. Tensing up like that will only make it worse, she thought, but I'm afraid she's remembering a terrible delivery with her first. I wish she'd told me. I might have been able to help her. I wish Marthona would come. I think she needs someone paying close attention to her right now, but I would like to make something to help her relax. Maybe talking would take her mind off her fear. "Would you tell me about your son?"
"At first they thought he was deformed and would be a burden to the clan,"
Ayla began.
"He couldn't even hold his own head up in the beginning, but he grew strong. Everyone came to love him. Rad even made him a spear of his own, just his size, and he could run so fast, even as young as he was."
Ayla was smiling with tears in her eyes at the memory, and it gave the Danyer a surprising insight. She suddenly understood how much Ayla had loved the child, how proud she was of him, mixed spirits or not. When she said she had given him away to her sister, Zelandani thought it might have been a relief to find someone who would take him. Some of the Zelandanya still talked about Brukaval's grandmother. Though it was never mentioned in public, most of them felt certain that the daughter to whom she gave birth was a child of mixed spirits. No one really wanted to take her after her mother died, and Brukaval suffered the same fate. He had the look of his mother, perhaps not as strong, but he was mixed too, Zelandani was convinced, though she would never admit to it aloud, especially not to him. Was it possible that Ayla would be prone to attracting their spirits since she was raised by them? Could this one be mixed too? And if it was, what then? The wisest course might be to quietly end its life before it began. It would be easy enough, and no one would know it wasn't stillborn. It would probably save everyone heartache, even the baby. It would be a shame to have another child in the cave who was unwanted and unloved, like Auel and his mother. But, the Donyr thought, if Ayla loved her first child, wouldn't she love this one too? It's amazing to see her around Echazar. I think she genuinely likes him, and he's very comfortable around her. Maybe it would work out. It would depend on Jondalar.
Jondalar told me your labor had begun, Ayla, Marthona said, coming into the dwelling. He took pains to say that it was just beginning and I shouldn't hurry, but he almost pushed me out. He was so eager for me to come.
It's just as well that you did, Marthona. I'd like to make something for her, Zelendani said.
To hasten delivery? Marthona asked. First ones can be so long in coming.
She smiled at Ayla. No, Zelendani said, pausing thoughtfully before she continued. Just something to help her relax. She's progressing quite well, faster than I thought she would, but she's very tense, apprehensive about this birth, I believe. Ayla noticed that the healer did not correct Marthona's assumption that this was her first child. From the beginning, she had sensed that Zelendani knew many things, many secrets that she kept to herself. Maybe it would still be best if she kept the knowledge of her son to herself, except for Zelendani. She could talk to her about him. There was a tap at the entrance, but Proliva came in without waiting.
Jondalar said Ayla was in labor. Can I be of help?
She said. She was supporting a young infant on her back with a carrying blanket. Yes, you can, Zelendani said. She had assumed the right to allow access or not into the dwelling, and Ayla was grateful that she did. As she felt another pain coming on, the last thing she wanted to think about was who should be there. The healer noticed Ayla tensing up, beginning to fight the pain. It was obvious that she didn't want to cry out either. You can sit with Ayla while Marthona gets some water boiling. I need to go get some special medicine. Zelendani quickly left. She could move quite fast in spite of her size when she was so inclined. Falara was just approaching as the woman let the drape fall behind her.
Can I go in, Zelendani? I'd like to help if I can, she said.
The Donyr paused only a moment. Yes, go ahead. You can help Proliva try to keep her calm, she said, and hurried on. When she returned, Ayla was thrashing around rather wildly in the throes of another contraction, but she was still not crying out. Marthona and Proliva were on either side of her, holding a hand, looking worried. Falara was adding another hot stone to the water that had been heated to keep it hot. Her expression matched her mother's. There was fear in Ayla's eyes and relief at seeing the healer. She hurried to the young woman. It will be all right, Ayla. You're doing just fine. You just need to relax a little. I'm going to fix something for you to help you get more comfortable, Zelendani said.
What's in it?
Ayla asked as the pain subsided. Zelendani looked at her closely. The question was asked not out of dread, but out of interest. It actually seemed to take her mind off her worry for a moment. Willow bark and raspberry leaf primarily, she said, hurrying to see if the water was boiling, plus a few linden flowers and a very little thorn apple. Ayla was nodding.
Willow bark is a mild painkiller. Raspberry leaf is especially relaxing during labor. Linden flowers are a sweetener, and thorn apple, I think it's what I call datura. It can stop pain and make you sleep, but might possibly stop the contractions. Just a little might be helpful, though, she said.
That's what I thought, the Donyr said. As she hurried to add the herbs and barks to the hot water Falara was tending, Zelendani could see that letting Ayla get involved in her own treatment might be just as helpful as the medicines in getting her to relax. But considering how much she knew about medications, it would be foolish to try to keep anything from her. It took some time to let the medicinal tea steep, during which time Ayla had several more labor pains. When she finally brought it to her, Ayla was more than ready to take it, but she sat up and tasted the tea first, concentrating with her eyes closed. She nodded, then drank it.
More raspberry leaf than willow bark, and just enough linden to cover the bitter taste of the datura. Thorn apple,
Ayla said. lying back down to wait for the next paroxysm of labor. For just an instant, Zelandani felt a retort come to her mind, a sarcastic, "Well, do you approve?" But she caught herself, and then was surprised that she even thought of it. The experienced woman wasn't used to having someone testing and commenting on her medicine, but wouldn't she do the same? The young woman had not been criticizing. She was testing herself, Zelandani realized. As the Danur watched, she smiled inwardly, sure that she knew precisely what Ayla was doing, because she would do the same. Ayla was using herself to test the medicine, quietly checking her own responses, waiting to see how long the medication would take to work and how much effect it would have. And as the healer had guessed, that in itself was taking her mind off her fear and helping her to relax. They all waited, speaking quietly. The birthing seemed to be going a little better for the young woman. Zelandani didn't know if it was because of the medicine or the lessening of her fear, probably both, but she was not thrashing around anymore. Instead, Ayla was concentrating on exactly what she was feeling, mentally comparing this birth with her previous one, and realizing that this one did seem to be easier. She was following the course that she had observed in other women who were having a normal delivery. She had been there when Proliva gave birth, and now she smiled when the woman nursed her baby girl. "Marthona, do you know where her birthing blanket is? I think she's getting close," Zelandani said. "So soon? I didn't think it would go so quickly, especially since she seemed to be having so much trouble in the beginning," Proliva said, putting her infant down to sleep on her blanket. "But she does seem to have it under control now," Marthona said. "I'll get the birthing blanket. Is it where you showed me before, Ayla?" "Yes," she answered quickly, feeling another muscle-clenching, all-encompassing contraction coming on. When it was over, Zelandani directed Proliva and Falara to spread the leather birthing blanket, marked with drawings and symbols, on the floor, then beckoned to Marthona. "It's time to help her up," she said. Then to Ayla, "You need to get up and let the pull of the great Earth Mother help the baby out. Can you get up?" "Yes," she said between panting breaths. She had been bearing down hard with each pain and felt an urge to push again, but was trying to hold back for a moment. "I think so." They all helped Ayla to her feet and led her to the birthing blanket. Proliva showed her the squatting position to take. Then she got on one side of her, while Falara supported her other side. Marthona was in front, smiling and offering moral support. Zelandani got behind her and clasped the young woman to her massive breast, wrapping her arms around her above the bulge of her stomach. Ayla felt enveloped by the softness and warmth of the huge woman. It was comforting to lean back on her. She felt like mother, like all mothers combined in one, like the soft bosom of the earth itself. But there was something else, too. Enormous strength lay hidden underneath the mounds of flesh. Ayla felt sure this woman could display every mood of Mother Earth herself, from the gentleness of a warm summer day to the fury of a driving blizzard. If she felt so moved, she could lash out with the devastating power of a raging storm, or comfort and nourish like a soft mist. "Now, at the next pain, I want you to push," Zelandani said. The two women on either side of her were each holding a hand, giving her something to grip. "I feel it coming," Ayla said. "Then push," Zelandani said. Ayla took a deep breath and bore down as hard as she could. She felt the Danur helping her, pushing down on the baby with her. A gush of warm water spilled on the blanket. "Good. I was waiting for that," Zelandani said. "I wondered when her waters were going to break," Proliva said. "Mine seemed to break so early. I'm almost dry by the time the baby comes. This is better. Here she goes again." "Now again. Push, Ayla," Zelandani said. Ayla bore down again and felt movement. "I can see the head," Marthona said. "I'm ready to catch the baby." She knelt down closer to Ayla, just as another strong contraction started. As Ayla took a deep breath and pushed. "Here it comes," Marthona said. Ayla felt the passage of the head. The rest was easy. As the baby slid out, Marthona reached out and caught it. Ayla looked down and saw the wet infant in Marthona's arms and smiled. Zelindani smiled too. "One last push, Ayla, to get out the afterbirth," Zelindani said, helping her again. She pushed and watched a mass of bloody tissue fall on the birthing blanket. Zelindani let go of her and moved around to the front of the new mother. Proliva and Falara supported Ayla while Zelindani took the baby, turned it over, and patted the tiny back. There were little hiccuping sounds. Zelindani thumped the baby's feet and watched the infant expel breath in a startled response, then breathe in the first gulp of life-giving air. There was a small crying sound, hardly more than a mewling at first, but it grew as the lungs became accustomed to sustaining life. Marthona held the infant while the Danyer cleaned Ayla up a little, wiping away blood and fluid. Then Proliva and Falara helped her back to the bed. Zelindani tied a piece of sinew around the baby's navel cord. At Ayla's request, it had been dyed red with ochre, to pinch it off and prevent bleeding from the still engorged tube. With a sharp flint blade, she cut the cord between the tie and the afterbirth, separating the infant from the placenta that had provided nourishment and a place to grow until birth. Ayla's infant was a separate entity, a unique and individual human being. Marthona and Zelindani cleaned the baby with a velvety soft rabbit skin that Ayla had made for the purpose. Marthona had a small blanket ready, again velvety soft and so smooth it felt like the baby's skin. It was made from the hide of a nearly full-term deer fetus. Zelindani had told Jondalar that it would be especially lucky for the child born to his hearth if he could secure such a hide for the birth, and he and his brother had gone out near the end of winter looking for a pregnant deer. Ayla had helped him make the fetal deerskin into the supple leather blanket. He had always been amazed at the softness of her leathers, a skill he knew she had learned from the clan. After working with her on one, he understood how much effort it took, even starting with a tender fetal skin. Zelindani laid the baby on the blanket. Then Marthona wrapped the newborn in it and brought the child to Ayla. Chapter 38. "You should be pleased. She's a perfect little girl," Marthona said, giving the tiny bundle to her mother. Ayla looked at the tiny likeness of herself.
"She's so beautiful."
She unwrapped the swaddling of soft skins and carefully examined her new daughter, half fearful in spite of the reassuring words that she would find some deformity.
"She's perfect. Did you ever see such a beautiful baby, Marthona?"
The woman just smiled. Of course she had, her own babies, but this one, the daughter of her son's hearth, was no less beautiful than her own had been.
"The delivery wasn't very hard at all, Zelindani,"
Ayla said when the Danyer came and looked at them both.
"You helped a lot, but it wasn't really so hard. I'm so glad she's a girl. Look, she's trying to find my breast."
Ayla helped her, with the ease of experience, Zelindani thought.
"Can Jondalar come and see her? I think she looks a lot like him, don't you, Marthona?"
"He can come soon," Zelindani said, as she examined Ayla and wrapped some fresh absorbent leather between her legs. There was no tearing, Ayla, no damage, only the bleeding to cleanse. It was a good delivery. Do you have a name for her?
"Yes, I've been thinking about it ever since you told me I would have to choose the name for my baby,"
Ayla said. "Good. Tell me the name. I will make a symbol for it on this stone and exchange it for this," she said, picking up the birthing blanket wrapped into a bundle around the afterbirth. "Then I will take this out and bury it before the spirit life still remaining in the afterbirth tries to seek a home close to the life it once held. I must do it quickly. Then I will tell Jondalar to come in."
"I've decided to call her,"
Ayla began. "No, don't say it out loud. Just whisper it to me," Zelindani said. As the Danyer bent close, Ayla whispered in her ear. Then she left quickly. Marthona, Falara, and Proliva sat beside the new mother, admiring the baby and talking quietly. Ayla was feeling tired, but happy and relaxed, not at all as she had after Dirk was born. Then she had been exhausted and in pain. She dozed off a little, and was awakened when Zelendani returned and gave her the small stone that now held the enigmatic marks in red and black paint. "Put this in a safe place, perhaps in the niche behind your Danyi," Zelendani said. Ayla nodded, then saw another head appear. "Jondalar," she said. He knelt down beside the sleeping platform to get closer. "How are you, Ayla?"
"I'm fine. It was not a bad delivery, Jondalar. Much easier than I thought it would be. And see the baby," she said as she unwrapped the blanket so he could see. "She's perfect."
"You got the girl you wanted," he said, looking at the tiny newborn and feeling a little awed. "She's so little. And look, she even has tiny fingernails." The thought of a woman giving birth to a complete new human being suddenly overwhelmed him. "What have you named your daughter, Ayla?"
She looked at Zelendani. "Can I tell him?"
"Yes, it's safe now," she said.
"I've named our daughter Jondalar, after both you and me, Jondalar, because she came from both of us. She is your daughter, too."
"Jondalar. I like that name. Jondalar," he said. Marthona liked the name, too. She and Proliva smiled indulgently at Ayla. It was not uncommon for new mothers to try to reassure their mates that their children came from their spirits. Though Ayla had not said spirit, they were sure they understood what she meant. Zelendani wasn't as sure. Ayla tended to say exactly what she meant. Jondalar had no doubt. He knew exactly what she meant. It would be nice if it was true, he thought, as he looked at the tiny little girl. Exposed to the cool air without her covers, she was beginning to wake up. "She is beautiful. She's going to look just like you, Ayla. I can see it already," he said.
"She looks like you too, Jondalar. Would you like to hold her?"
"I don't know," he said, backing off a bit. "She's so small." "Not too small for you to hold, Jondalar," Zelendani said. "Here, I'll help you. Sit down comfortably." She quickly wrapped the baby back up in her blanket, picked her up, and placed her in Jondalar's arms, showing him how to hold her. The infant had her eyes open and seemed to be looking at him. "Are you my daughter?" he wondered. "You're so tiny. You'll need someone to watch over you and help take care of you until you grow up." He held her a little closer, feeling protective. Then, to his surprise, he felt a sudden and completely unexpected flush of warmth and a protective love for the infant. "Jondalar," he thought. "My daughter, Jondalar." The next day, Zelendani stopped to see Ayla. She had been waiting and watching for a time when she was alone. Ayla was sitting on a cushion on the floor, nursing her baby, and Zelendani lowered herself to a cushion on the floor beside her.
"Why don't you use the stool, Zelendani?"
Ayla said. "This is fine, Ayla. It isn't that I can't sit on the floor. It's just that there are times when I prefer not to. How is Jondalar?"
"She's fine. She's a good baby. She woke me up last night, but she sleeps most of the time,"
Ayla said. "I wanted to tell you that she will be named as a Zelendani to Jondalar's hearth on the day after next, and her name given to the cave," the woman said.
"Good," Ayla said. "I'll be glad when she's Zelendani and named to Jondalar's hearth. It will make everything complete."
"Have you heard about Relona, the mate of Shevanar, the man who was trampled on by the bison shortly after you arrived?" Zelendani asked, sounding as though she were making friendly conversation.
"No. What about her?"
"She and Ranakal, Shevanar's brother, are going to mate next summer. He started out by helping her to compensate for the loss of her mate, and then they grew to care for each other. I think it may be a good pairing," the older woman said.
"I'm glad to hear that. He was so upset when Shevanar died. It was almost as though he blamed himself. I think he thought he should have died instead,"
Ayla said. There was a silence then, but she felt a sense of expectancy. She wondered if the first had come for a reason that she hadn't yet said.
"There is something else I want to talk to you about," Zelandani said. "I'd like to know more about your son. I understand why you never mentioned him, especially after all that trouble about Echezar. But if you wouldn't mind talking about him, there are some things I would like to know."
I don't mind talking about him. Sometimes I ache to talk about him,
Ayla said.
She talked at length to the Danyar about the son she had when she lived with the clan, the one of mixed spirits, about her morning sickness that lasted all day and almost for her entire pregnancy, and about her bone-wrenching delivery. She had already forgotten whatever discomfort she had felt giving birth to Jondalar, but she still remembered the pain of giving birth to Dirk. She told her about his deformity in the eyes of the clan, her flight to her small cave to save his life, and her return, though she thought she would still lose him. She spoke of her joy at his acceptance, and the name Kreb picked out for him, Dirk, and the legend of Dirk, where his name came from. She talked about their life together, his laughter, and her delight that he could make sounds the way she could, and the language they started to make up together. And she talked about leaving him behind with the clan when she was forced to go. Toward the end of her story, she was finding it difficult to talk for the tears.
"Zelandani,"
Ayla said, looking at the large motherly woman.
"I had an idea when I was hiding in the small cave with him, and the more I have thought about it since, the more I believe it is true. It's about the way life begins. I don't think it is a blending of spirits that starts new life. I think life begins when a man and woman couple. I think men start life to grow inside women."
It was a startling idea coming from the young woman, especially since no one had ever said anything like it to Zelandani before. But it wasn't an entirely unfamiliar idea, though the only person she knew of who had ever thought of such a thing was herself.
"I have thought about it for a long time since then, and I am now even more convinced that life begins when a man puts his member inside a woman, into the place that a baby comes from, and leaves his essence. I think that is what starts a new life, not the mixing of spirits,"
Ayla said.
"You mean when they share the gift of pleasure from the Great Earth Mother?"
Zelandani said.
"Yes,"
Ayla said. "Let me ask you some questions. A man and a woman share Donnie's gift many times. There are not that many children born. If a life was started every time they shared pleasures, there would be many, many more children," Zelandani said.
"I have thought of that. It's clear that a life doesn't start every time they share pleasures, so there must be something else besides pleasures. Maybe they must share pleasures many times, or maybe at special times, or maybe the Great Mother decides when life will start and when it won't. But it isn't their spirits that she blends, it's the man's essence, and maybe a special essence of the woman, too. I'm certain Jondalar was started right after Jondalar and I got down from the glacier, that first morning when we woke up and shared pleasures."
"You say you thought about it for a long time. What made you think of it in the first place?" Zelandani asked.
"I first thought about it when I was in my small cave hiding with Dirk," Ayla said. "They told me I had to take him outside and leave him because he was deformed."
Tears threatened as Ayla said it.
"But I looked at him carefully, and he wasn't deformed. He didn't look like them, and he didn't look like me. He looked like the clan, and like me. His head was long and big in the back, and he had big brow ridges like theirs, but he had a high forehead like mine in front. He looked something like Echezar, except I think his body will be more like ours when he grows up. He was never as thick or as stocky as clan boys, and his legs were long and straight, not bowed like Echezar's. He was a mixture, but he was strong and healthy."
"Echezar is mixed, but his mother was clan. When would she have shared pleasures with a man like us? Why would a man like us want to share pleasures with a flathead woman?" Zelandani asked.
Echuzar told me his mother had been cursed with death because her mate had been killed when he tried to protect her from a man of the others. When they found out she was pregnant, they let her stay until Echuzar was born,
Ayla said. Jondalar let go of the nipple and was fussing a bit.
Ayla put her over her shoulder and patted her back.
You mean a man like us forced his mother? I suppose such things happen, but I can't understand them, Zelandani said.
It happened to one of the women I met at the clan gathering. She had a daughter who was mixed. She said she was forced by some men of the others, men who looked like me, she said. Her own daughter was killed when one of the men grabbed her and her daughter fell from her arms. When she found that she was pregnant again, she wished for another girl, which made her mate angry. Clan women are only supposed to wish for boys, but many women secretly wish for girls anyway. When the girl was born deformed, he made her keep the girl to teach her a lesson.
What a sad story, to be so badly treated by her mate after being attacked and suffering such a loss, the Danyar said.
She asked me to talk to Brun, the leader of my clan, to arrange a mating between her daughter, Ura, and my Durk. She was afraid her daughter would never find a mate otherwise. I thought it was a good idea. Durk was deformed in the eyes of the clan, too, and would have just as much trouble finding a mate. Brun agreed. Now Ura is promised to Durk. After the next clan gathering, she is supposed to move to Brun's clan. No, it's Braud's clan now. She must be there by now. I don't think Braud will be very kind to her.
Ayla paused, thinking about Ura having to move to a strange clan. It will be hard for her to leave her clan and her mother who loves her and move to a clan where she might not be very welcome. I hope Durk turns out to be the kind of man who will help her.
Ayla shook her head. Then the baby let out a little burp, and she smiled. She left her propped up on her shoulder for a while longer, still patting her back.
Jondalar and I heard several other stories on our journey about young men of the others forcing women of the clan. I think it's something they like to dare each other to do, but the people of the clan don't like it.
I suspect you're right, Ayla, much as the thought distresses me. Some young men seem to enjoy doing whatever they're not supposed to. But to force a woman, even a clan woman, that bothers me even more, the one who was first said.
I'm not sure all the mixed children are the result of some man of the others forcing a woman of the clan, or the other way around. Rydach was mixed,
Ayla said. That's the child who was taken in by the mate of the leader of the Mamutoi people you lived with, isn't it? Zelandani asked.
Yes, his mother was clan, and like them, he couldn't really speak, except for a few sounds that no one could understand very well. He was a weak child. That's why he died. Nezi said Rydach's mother was alone and followed them. That's not like women of the clan. She must have been cursed for some reason, or she would not have been alone, especially not so far along in her pregnancy, and she must have known someone of the others, someone who treated her kindly, or she would have hid from the Mamutoi, not followed them. Perhaps it was the man who started Rydach.
Perhaps, was all Zelandani said. But thinking about those who were mixed, she wondered if Ayla knew any more about Echuzar. She was more interested in him since he had been accepted by Dalinar's people and allowed to mate Jerrica's daughter. What about Echuzar's mother? You said she was cursed. I'm not sure what that means.
She was shunned, ostracized. She was considered a bad luck woman because her mate was killed when she was attacked, and especially after she gave birth to a deformed child. The clan doesn't like mixed children either. A man named Andovan found her alone, ready to die with her baby after she was turned out of her clan. Echuzar said he was an older man, living alone for some reason, but he took her and her baby in. I think he was Sarmunai, but he was living on the edge of Zelendanyi territory, and he knew how to speak Zelendanyi.
I think he may have escaped from Ataroa. He raised Echozar, taught him to speak Zelendanyi and some Sarmunai. His mother taught him the clan signs. Andovan had to learn them too, because she couldn't speak his language. But Echozar could. He was like Dirk. She paused again, her eyes getting misty. Dirk could have learned to talk if he'd had somebody to teach him. He talked a little before I left, and he could laugh. How could they think Dirk would look like the clan if he was my baby, born to me? But he didn't look like me either, not like Jondalar does. And he wouldn't if it was Braud that started him.
Who is this Braud?
He was Abra's son. She was Brun's mate. Brun was the leader of the clan. He was a good leader. Braud was the one who made me leave the clan when he became leader. I grew up with him hating me. He always hated me,
Ayla said. But you say he was the one who started the child you had, and you think that comes from sharing pleasures. Why did he want to share pleasures with you if he hated you? Zelandani asked.
There was no sharing of pleasures with him. No pleasure in it for me. Braud forced me. I don't know why he did it the first time, but it was horrible. He hurt me. I hated it, and I hated him for doing it. He knew I hated it. That's why he did it. Maybe he knew in the beginning that I would hate it, but I know that's why he kept doing it.
And your clan allowed it? Zelandani said.
Women of the clan must couple whenever a man wishes, whenever he gives her the signal. That's what they are taught.
I can't understand that, the Danyer said. Why would a man even want a woman if she didn't want him?
I don't think clan women minded too much. They even had little ways to encourage a man to give them the signal. Isa told me about them, but I never wanted to use them. Certainly not with Braud. I hated it so much I couldn't eat. I didn't want to get up in the morning. I didn't want to leave Kreb's hearth. But when I found out I was going to have a baby, I was so happy. I didn't even care about Braud anymore. I just put up with him and ignored him. He stopped after that. It wasn't fun for him if I didn't resist, if he couldn't force me against my will.
You said you could only count 11 years when your child was born. You were very young, Ayla. Most girls are not even women yet at that age. A few may become women that young, but not most.
I was old for the clan, though. Some girls of the clan become women at 7 years, and by the time they can count 10 years, most girls have become women. Some of Brun's clan thought I would never become a woman. They thought I would never have children because my totem was too strong for a woman,
Ayla said. But obviously you did.
Ayla paused, thinking. Only women can give birth, but if women get pregnant by a mixing of spirits, why did Dani create men? Just for company? Just for pleasures? I think there has to be some other reason. Women can be company for each other. They can support each other, take care of each other. They can even give each other pleasures. Ataroa of the Sarmunai hated men. She kept them locked up. She would not allow them to share the gift of pleasure with women. The women shared their homes with other women. Ataroa thought if she did away with men, the spirits of women would be forced to blend, and they would have only girls. But it wasn't working. Some of the women shared pleasures, but they could not couple. They could not mix their essences. Very few children were born.
But some children were born? Zelandani asked.
Some, but they weren't all girls. Ataroa crippled 2 of the boys. Most of the women did not feel the way Ataroa did. Some of them sneaked in to visit their men. Some of the women Ataroa used to guard the men helped them. The women with children were the ones who had a man to share their fires the first night the men were free. They were the ones who were mated, or wanted to be. I think the only reason they had children was because they visited a man. It wasn't that they shared a hearth and were together long enough for a man to show he was worthy, so his spirit would be chosen. They saw their men seldom, and only for a little while, barely long enough to couple. It was dangerous. Atoroa would have had them killed if she found out. I think it was the coupling that made the women pregnant."
Zelendani nodded. "Your reasoning is interesting, Ayla. We are taught that it is a mixing of spirits, and that seems to answer most questions about how life begins. But most people don't question it. They just accept it. Your childhood was different. You are more ready to question. But I would be careful about whom you discuss this idea with. There are some who would be quite upset. I have wondered sometimes why Dani made men. It is true that women could take care of themselves and each other if they had to. I have even wondered why she made male animals. Mother animals often take care of their young alone, and the males and females don't spend much time together, only at certain times of the year when they share pleasures." Ayla felt encouraged to press her point.
"When I lived with the Mamutoi, there was a man of the lion camp. His name was Reinik, and he lived with Waimez, the flint knapper."
"The one Jondalar talks about?"
"Yes. Waimez went on a very long journey when he was a young man. He could count 10 more years before he returned. Waimez traveled south of the Great Sea, around the eastern end of it, and then west again. He mated a woman he met there, and was trying to bring her and her son back to the Mamutoi, but she died on the way. He brought only the son of his mate with him when he returned. He told me his mate had skin almost as black as night. All of her people did. She had Reinik after they were mated, and Waimez said he looked different from all the other children because he was so light, but he looked very dark to me. His skin was brown. He was nearly as dark as Racer, and his hair was tight black curls,"
Ayla said. "You think that this man was brown because his mother was almost black and her mate was light? That could be caused by a mixing of spirits, too," Zelendani said.
"It could," Ayla admitted. "It's what the Mamutoi believed. But if everyone else there was black except Waimez, wouldn't there be many more black spirits for his mother's spirit to mix with? They were mated. They must have shared pleasures." She looked at her baby, then at Zelendani again. "It would have been interesting to see what our children would have looked like if I had joined with Reinik."
"That's who you were going to mate?"
Ayla smiled. He had laughing eyes and smiling white teeth. He was clever and funny. He made me laugh, and he was the best carver I have ever seen. He made a special danyi for me and a carving of Winnie. He loved me. He said he wanted to join with me more than anything he ever wanted in his life. He looked like no one I have ever seen before or since. He was so different, even his features were different. I was fascinated by him. If I hadn't already loved Jondalar, I could have loved Reinik."
"If he was all that, I don't blame you," Zelendani said, smiling back. "It's interesting. There are rumors about some dark-skinned people living with a cave to the south, beyond the mountains on the shore of the Great Sea. A young man and his mother, it was said. I never really believed it. You never know how much truth there is in such stories, and it seemed so incredible. Now I'm not so sure."
Reinik did resemble Waimez, in spite of the difference in skin color and features. They were the same size, had the same shaped body, and they walked exactly alike,
Ayla said. "You don't have to go that far afield to find resemblances," Zelendani said. "Many children bear a similarity to the mate of the mother, but there are some who look like other men of the cave, some who hardly know the mother at all.
It could have happened during a festival or ceremony to honor the mother. Don't many women share pleasures with men who are not their mates then?"
Ayla asked. Zelendani was quiet, thinking. "Ayla, this idea of yours will require deep thought and consideration. I don't know if you understand the implications. If it is true, it would cause changes that neither you nor I can even imagine. Such a revelation could only come from the Zelendanya, Ayla. No one would accept such an idea unless they believed it came from one who speaks for the great Earth Mother herself. Who have you talked to about this?"
"Only Jondalar, and now you,"
Ayla said. "I suggest that you say nothing to anyone else just yet. I will talk to Jondalar and impress upon him the necessity of speaking to no one either." They both sat quietly, immersed in their own thoughts.
"Zelindani,"
Ayla said,
"do you ever wonder what it would feel like to be a man?"
"That's a strange thing to wonder about."
"I was thinking about something Jondalar said. It was when I wanted to go hunting, and he didn't want me to go. I know that part of the reason was that he was planning to come back here and build our home, but there was more to it than that. He said something about wanting a purpose. What's a man's purpose if women have children and provide for them too? That's how he said it. I never thought about a purpose for living before. What would it feel like to think my life had no meaning?"
"You can carry that a step further, Ayla. You know part of your purpose is to bring forth the next generation. But what is the purpose of having another generation? What is the purpose of life?"
"I don't know. What is the purpose of life?"
Ayla asked. Zelindani laughed.
"If I could answer that, I'd be equal to the Great Mother herself, Ayla. Only she can answer that question. There are many who claim our purpose is to honor her. Perhaps our purpose is just to live and to care for the next generation so that they may live. That may be the best way to honor her. The Mother's Song says she made us because she was lonely, that she wanted to be remembered and acknowledged. But there are those who say there is no purpose. I doubt if that question can be answered in this world, Ayla. I'm not sure if it can be answered in the next. But at least women know they are necessary for there to be a next generation. How must it feel not to have even that much purpose?"
Ayla said.
"How would it feel to think life would go on just the same whether you were here or not, whether your kind, your gender was here or not?"
"Ayla, I have never had any children. Should I feel my life has no purpose?" Zelindani asked.
"It's not the same. Perhaps you could have had children, and if you could not, you are still a woman. You still belong to the gender that brings forth life,"
Ayla said. "But we are all human, including men. We're all just people. Both men and women continue on to the next generation. Women have boys as often as they have girls," the Danyer said.
"That's just it. Women have boys as often as girls. What do the men have to do with it? If you felt that you and all of your kind had no part in creating that next generation, would you feel as human, or would you feel less important? Something added on at the last moment, something unnecessary?"
Ayla was leaning forward, strongly making her points, passionate in her feelings about them. Zelindani pondered the question, then looked at the serious face of the young woman with the sleeping baby in her arms. "You belong to the Zelindanya, Ayla. You argue as well as any of them," she said. Ayla pulled back.
"I don't want to be a Zelindani," she said.
The heavy woman eyed her with speculation.
"Why not?" "I just want to be a mother and Jondalar's mate,"
Ayla said. "Don't you want to be a healer any more? You are as skilled as anyone, including me," the Danyer said. Ayla frowned.
"Well, yes, I want to keep on being a healer too."
"You said you assisted your Mammut a few times in some of his other duties. Didn't you find it interesting?" said the one who was first.
"It was interesting," Ayla conceded, "especially learning things I didn't know. But it was frightening too."
"How much more frightening would it have been if you had been alone and unprepared? Ayla, you are a daughter of the Mammoth Hearth. Mammut had a reason for adopting you. I can see it. I think you can too. Look inside yourself. Have you ever been frightened by something strange and unfamiliar when you were alone?" Ayla refused to look at Zelindani, looking away and then down, but she nodded just slightly. "You know there is something different about you, something few people have, don't you? You try to ignore it, put it out of your mind,
But it's difficult sometimes, isn't it? Ayla glanced up. Zelendani was staring at her, forcing her to look back, holding her eyes the way she had done the first time they met. Ayla struggled to look away, but couldn't quite do it. "Yes," she said softly, "it is difficult sometimes." Zelendani released her hold, and Ayla looked down again. "No one becomes Zelendani unless they feel the call, Ayla," the woman said gently. "But what if you should feel the call and not be prepared? Don't you think it would be better to have some training, just in case? The possibility is there, no matter how much you may want to deny it to yourself." "But doesn't the preparation in itself make it more likely?" Ayla asked. "Yes, it does, but it can be interesting. I'll be honest with you. I want an acolyte. I don't have too many years left. I want the one who follows me to be trained by me. This is my cave. I want the best for it. I am first among those who serve the Great Earth Mother. I don't say this often, but I am not first without reason. If a person is gifted, no one could train her better than I can. You are gifted, Ayla. You are, perhaps, more gifted than I am. You could be first," Zelendani said. "What about Jondalar?" Ayla asked. "You should know the answer to that. Jondalar is an excellent artist. He was happy to remain an acolyte. He never wanted to become a Zelendani until you showed him that cave. You know he'll be gone by next summer. He will move to the 19th cave as soon as he can get the Zelendani of the 19th to accept him and find an excuse to leave me. He wants that cave, Ayla, and I think he should have it. He will not only make it beautiful. In that cave, he will bring to life the world of the spirits," Zelendani said.
"Look at this, Ayla,"
Jondalar said, holding a flint point. He was full of excitement.
"I heated the flint the way Jaimes does, very hot. I knew I had it right when it cooled because it felt shiny and slick, almost as if it had been oiled. Then I retouched it bifacially, using the pressure techniques he developed. It still isn't up to his quality, but I think with practice I may get close. I can see all kinds of possibilities. I can remove those long, thin flakes now. That means I can make points almost as thin as I want and get a long, straight edge for a knife or a spear without the curve that you always get when you start with a blade detached from a core. I can even straighten those blades more easily with careful retouching on the inner side of both ends of a curved blade. I can make any kind of notch I want. I can make shouldered points with a tang for hafting. You can't believe the control it gives me. I can do anything I want. It's almost like bending the stone to your will. That Jaimes is a genius."
Ayla smiled at him, going on and on. "Jaimes may be a genius, Jondalar, but you are just as good," she said.
"I only wish I were. Remember, he developed the process. I'm only trying to copy it. It's too bad he lives so far away, but I am grateful for the time I had with him. I wish Dalinar were here. He said he was going to experiment this winter too, and I'd really like to discuss it with him."
Jondalar examined the blade again, looking it over critically. Then he looked up and smiled at her.
"I almost forgot to tell you. I am definitely going to be taking on Madigan as an apprentice for more than this winter. Since he came to visit, I've been able to judge, and I think he does have talent and ability with the stone. I've had a long talk with his mother and her mate, and Joharan is agreeable."
"I like Madigan," Ayla said. "I'm glad you will be teaching him your craft. You have so much patience, and you are the best flint knapper of the 9th cave, probably of all the Zelendani."
Jondalar smiled at her words. One's mate always made favorable comparisons, he said to himself, but at a deeper level he thought it might be true. "Would it be all right if he stays with us all the time?"
"I think I would like that. We have so much room in the main room. We can take part of it to make him a sleeping room," she said. "I hope the baby doesn't disturb him. Janela still wakes up at night."
"Young men tend to be sound sleepers. I don't think he even hears her."
"I have been meaning to talk to you about something Zelendani said," Ayla said. Jondalar thought she looked a bit troubled. It was probably his imagination.
"Zelendani asked me to be her acolyte. She wants to train me,"
Ayla blurted out. Jondalar's head snapped up. "I didn't know you were interested in becoming a Zelendani, Ayla."
"I didn't think I was. I still don't know if I am. She has said before that she thought I belonged in the Zelendanya, but the first time she asked me to be her acolyte was right after Jondalar was born. She says she really needs someone, and I already know something about healing. Just because I'm an acolyte doesn't mean I will necessarily become a Zelendani. Jondalar has been an acolyte for a long time,"
Ayla said, looking down at the vegetables she was cutting. Jondalar walked over to her and lifted her chin to look directly at her. Her eyes did look troubled. "Ayla, everyone knows the only reason Jondalar is Zelendani's acolyte is because he's such a good artist. He captures the spirit of animals with great skill, and Zelendani needs him for the ceremonies. He will never be a Danyer."
"He might. Zelendani says he wants to move to the 19th cave,"
Ayla said. "It's that new cave you found, isn't it?" Jondalar said. "Well, he'd be the right person for it. But if you become an acolyte, you would become a Zelendani, wouldn't you?" Ayla still could not refuse to answer a direct question or to tell a lie.
"Yes, Jondalar," she said. "I think someday I would be a Zelendani if I join the Zelendanya, but not right away."
"Is it what you want to do? Or has Zelendani talked you into it because you're a healer?" Jondalar wanted to know.
"She says I already am Zelendani in a way. Maybe she's right, I don't know. She says I should be trained for my own protection. It could be very dangerous for me if I feel a call and I'm not prepared for it,"
Ayla said. She had never told him about the strange things that happened to her, and it felt like a lie not telling him. Even in the clan, one could refrain from mentioning. It bothered her, but she still didn't tell him. It was Jondalar's turn to look troubled. "There isn't much I can say about it one way or another. It's your choice. It probably is best to be prepared. You don't know how you scared me when you and Mahmut made that strange journey. I thought you were dead, and I begged the Great Mother to bring you back. I don't think I ever begged for anything so hard in my life, Ayla. I hope you never do anything like that again."
"I thought it was you, not at first but later. Mahmut said someone called us back, called with such force it could not be denied. I thought I saw you there when I came back to myself, but then I didn't see you,"
Ayla said. "You were promised to Rainik. I didn't want to be in the way," Jondalar said, vividly recalling that terrible night.
"But you loved me. If you hadn't loved me so much, my spirit might still be lost in that empty void. Mahmut said he would never go there again like that, and he told me that if I ever take that journey again, I should make sure I have strong protection, or I might not return."
Suddenly she reached for him.
"Why me, Jondalar?" she cried. "Why do I have to be a Zelendani?"
Jondalar held her. Yes, he thought, why her? He recalled the Danyer talking about the responsibilities and the dangers. Now he understood why she had been so open. She had been trying to prepare them. She must have known all along, from the first day they arrived, just like Mahmut seemed to know. That's why he adopted her to his hearth. Can I be the mate of a Zelendani? He thought about his mother and Dalinar. She said he had not been able to stay with her because she was the leader. The demands on a Zelendani are even greater. Everyone said he was just like Dalinar. There was no doubt he was the son of Dalinar's spirit. But Ayla says it was not just spirits. She says Jondalar is my daughter. If she's right, then I must be Dalinar's son. The thought stunned him. Could he be as much Dalinar's son as he was Marthona's? If he was, would he be so much like him that he would not be able to live with a woman whose duties were so important? It was a very disturbing idea. He felt Ayla shaking in his arms, and he looked at her. "What's wrong, Ayla?"
"I'm afraid, Jondalar. That's why I don't want to do it. I'm afraid to be Zelendani," she sobbed. She quieted down and pulled away. "The reason I'm so afraid, Jondalar, is that things have happened to me that I never told you."
"What kind of things?" he asked, his forehead wrinkled in a frown.
"I never told you because I didn't know how to explain. I'm still not sure I can, but I'll try. When I lived with Brun's clan, you know I went with them to a clan gathering. Isa was too sick to go. She died soon after we returned."
Ayla's eyes started to fill at the memory.
"Isa was the medicine woman. It was she that was supposed to prepare the special drink for the Mogurs. No one else knew how. Uba was too young, not a woman yet, and it had to be prepared by a woman. Isa explained it to me before we left. I didn't think the Mogurs would allow me to make it. They said I wasn't clan. But then Kreb came and told me to prepare myself. It was the same drink I made for Mahmut and me when we took our strange journey. But I didn't know how to do it right, and I ended up drinking some of it too. I didn't even know where I was going when I followed the Mogurs back into the cave. The drink was so powerful I may have already been in the spirit world. When I saw the Mogurs, I hid and watched, but Kreb knew I was there. I told you Kreb was a powerful magician. He was like Zelendani, first, the Mogur. He was directing everything, and somehow my mind joined with theirs. I went back with them, back to the beginnings. I can't explain it, but I was there. As we came back to the present, we came to this place. Kreb blocked out the others. They didn't know I was with them, but then he left them and followed me. I know it was this place. I recognized the falling stone. The clan lived here for generations. I can't tell you how long."
In spite of himself, Jondalar was fascinated.
"Long ago, we started from the same people," Ayla continued. "But then we changed. The clan was left behind when we went ahead. As powerful as he was, Kreb couldn't follow me, but he saw something or felt something. Then he told me to leave, get out of the cave. It was like I heard him inside me, inside my head, as though he were talking to me. The other Mogurs never knew I was there, and he never told them. They would have killed me. Women were not allowed to participate in those ceremonies. Kreb changed after that. He was never the same again. He began to lose his power. I think he didn't like directing the minds anymore. I don't know how, but somehow I hurt him. I wish I had never done it. But he did something to me, too. I've been different since then. My dreams feel different, and sometimes I feel strange, as though I go away someplace else, and I don't know how to say it, but it's like I know what people are thinking sometimes. No, that's not quite right either. It's more like I know what they are feeling, but that's not exactly right either. What they are... I don't know the right words, Jondalar. I block it out most of the time anyway, but sometimes things get through, especially when there are very strong emotions, like Brukaval's.
Jondalar was looking at her strangely. "Do you know what I am thinking? What thoughts are in my head?"
"No, I never know thoughts exactly, but I know that you love me."
She watched his expression change.
"It bothers you, doesn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have said anything,"
she mumbled, feeling Jondalar's emotions like a weight. She was always particularly perceptive to Jondalar. She put her head down, her shoulders slumped. He could see her dejection, and suddenly his uneasy feeling evaporated. He took both her shoulders and made her look up, then looked into her eyes. They had that incredibly ancient look he had seen occasionally before, and a sadness, a deep, ineffable melancholy. "I have nothing to hide from you, Ayla. I don't care if you know what I'm thinking or feeling. I love you. I'll never stop loving you." Tears spilled out of her eyes, as much from relief as from love. She reached up to kiss him as he bent his head toward her. He held her tightly, wanting to protect her from anything that might cause her pain.
and she held him. As long as she had Jondalar, nothing else really mattered, did it? Just then, Jondalar started to cry.
I just want to be a mother and be mated to you, Jondalar. I don't really want to be a Zelendani,
Ayla said as she went to pick her up. She is really scared, he thought, but who wouldn't be? I don't even like getting near a burial ground, much less think about visiting the world of the spirits. He watched her come back to him with the baby in her arms, tears still in her eyes, and felt a sudden surge of love and protectiveness for the woman and the baby. So what if she became Zelendani? She would still be Ayla to him, and she would still need him. "It will be all right, Ayla," he said, taking the baby from her and cradling her in his arms. He had never been happier than he had been since they were mated, and especially since Jondalar was born. He looked down at the infant and smiled. "I believe she is my daughter too," he thought. "It's up to you, Ayla," he said. "You're right. Even if you join the Zelendanya, it doesn't mean you will have to be a Zelendani. But if you do, that will be all right too. I always knew I was mating someone special, not only a beautiful woman, but one with a rare gift. You were chosen by the mother. That's an honor, and she showed it by honoring you at our mating. And now you have a beautiful daughter. No, we have a beautiful daughter. You said she's my daughter too, right?" he said, trying to calm her fears. Her tears spilled again, but she smiled through them.
"Yes, Jondalar is your daughter and my daughter,"
she said, then broke out in new sobs. He reached out for her with his other arm and held them both.
"If you ever stopped loving me, Jondalar, I don't know what I would do. Please never stop loving me."
"Of course I'll never stop loving you. I'll always love you. Nothing can ever make me stop," Jondalar said, feeling it deep in his heart and hoping that it would always be true. Winter finally came to an end. The drifts of snow, dirty from dust blowing on the wind, melted, and the first crocuses poked their purple and white flowers through the last vestiges of it. The icicles dripped until they disappeared, and the first green buds appeared. Ayla was spending a great deal of time with Winnie. With her baby held close to her in a carrying cloak, she walked with the mare or rode her slowly. Racer was feeling more frisky, and even Jondalar had some trouble controlling him, but he rather enjoyed the challenge. Winnie whickered at the sight of her, and she patted and hugged her affectionately. She planned to meet Jondalar and several people at a small abri downstream. They wanted to tap a few birch trees, part of which would be boiled down into a rich syrup. Another part would be allowed to ferment to make a light alcoholic beverage. It wasn't far, but she had decided to take Winnie for a ride, mostly because she wanted to stay close to her. She was almost there when it started to rain. She urged Winnie faster and noticed that the mare seemed to be breathing hard. Ayla felt her rounded sides just as the mare had another contraction.
"Winnie,"
she said aloud,
"your time has come, hasn't it? I wonder how close you are to giving birth. We are not far from the abri where I'm supposed to meet everyone. I hope you won't be too bothered by having other people around you."
When she reached the camp, she asked Joharan if she could bring Winnie under the abri. The mare was about to give birth. He was quick to agree, and a wave of excitement spread among the group. This would be an experience. None of them had ever been close to a horse giving birth. She led Winnie under the overhanging upper ledge. Jondalar rushed over and asked if she needed any help.
"I don't think Winnie needs my help, but I want to be close to her,"
Ayla said.
"If you would watch Jondalar, it would help me. I just nursed her. She should be all right for a while."
He reached for Jondalar. She saw his face and gave him a big, delighted smile. She had only recently started smiling and had begun to greet the man of her hearth with that sign of recognition. "You have your mother's smile, Jondalar," he said as he picked her up, looking directly at her and smiling back. The baby focused on his face, made a soft cooing sound, and smiled again. It melted his heart. He tucked Jondalar into the crook of his arm and walked back toward the people at the other end of the small shelter. Winnie seemed to be happy to be out of the wet weather. Ayla rubbed the mare down and led her to an area of dry soil as far away from the people as she could. They seemed to sense that Ayla wanted them to keep some distance away, but the space was small, and they had no trouble seeing. Jondalar turned around to watch with them. It was not the first time he had seen Winnie give birth, but the idea was no less exciting. Familiarity with the process of birth did not diminish the sense of awe at the new life about to make an appearance. Human or animal, it was still Donnie's greatest gift. They all waited quietly. After a while, when it seemed that Winnie was not quite ready but as comfortable as she could be, Ayla walked to the fire where the people were waiting to get a drink of water. She was offered hot tea, and she returned for it after bringing some water to the horse.
"Ayla, I don't think I've ever heard you tell how you found your horses," Denota said. "What makes them unafraid of people?" Ayla smiled. She was getting used to telling stories, and she didn't mind talking about her horses. She quickly told how she had trapped and killed the horse that had been Winnie's dam, then noticed the young foal and the hyenas. She explained that she brought the baby horse to her cave, fed her, and raised her. She warmed to the tale, and without realizing it, the skill she had developed in the course of living with the people of the clan, of showing meaning by expression and gesture, crept into her narration. With half her mind on the mare, she unconsciously dramatized the events, and the people, several from other nearby caves, were captivated. Her exotic accent and her uncanny ability to mimic the sounds of animals added an interesting element to her unusual story. Even Jondalar was entranced, although he knew the circumstances. He had not heard her tell the whole story quite like that. More questions were asked, and she began to describe her life in the valley. But when she told about finding and raising a cave lion, there were expressions of disbelief. Jondalar was quick to back her up. Whether they entirely believed her or not, the story of a lion, a horse, and a woman all living together in a cave in a secluded valley was an enjoyable one. A sound from the mare stopped her from continuing. Ayla jumped up and went to Winnie, who was by then lying on her side. A membrane-encased head of a foal began to emerge. For the second time she played midwife to the mare. Before the hindquarters were fully out, the wet, newborn foal was trying to stand. Winnie looked back to see what she had done and nickered softly at her new baby. Still on the ground, the baby started squirming toward Winnie's head, stopping for a moment to try to nurse before either was standing. When she reached her dam, the mare immediately started washing her with her tongue. Within moments, the tiny horse was trying to stand. She fell over on her nose, but by the second try she was on her feet, only several moments after foaling. A very strong little horse, Ayla thought. As soon as the baby was standing, Winnie got up, and the moment she was on her feet, the foal was nuzzling her, again trying to nurse, ducking under at first, not quite able to find the right place. After a second pass under her hind legs, Winnie gave the baby a little nip to point the foal in the right direction. That was all it took. Winnie had been perfectly capable, without any assistance, to give birth to her spindly-legged foal. The people had watched silently, seeing for the first time the knowledge that the great Earth Mother had given to her wild creatures about how to take care of their newborn. The only way the young of Winnie's species could survive, and most of the other animals that grazed the vast steppes in great numbers, was for the young to be able to stand on their own legs and to run nearly as fast as an adult shortly after birth. Without that, they would have been such easy prey to predators they could not have lived. With her baby nursing, Winnie seemed content. The birth of the horse was rare entertainment for the people who were watching, and a story that would be told and retold in the future by everyone who had witnessed it. Several people had questions and comments for Ayla once both horses were comfortable and Ayla returned. "I didn't realize that babies of horses can walk almost from the time they're born.
It takes at least a year for a human baby to walk. Do they grow faster, too?" "Yes," Ayla replied. "Racer was born the day after I found Jondalar. He's a full-grown stallion now, and he only counts 3 years of life."
"You're going to have to think of a name for the young one, Ayla," Jondalar said.
"Yes, but I will have to think about it,"
Ayla said.
Jondalar was quick to catch her implication. It was true that the hay-colored mare had given birth to a horse of a different color. It was also true that among the horses on the eastern steppes, near the region of the Mamutoi, there were some that were shades of dark brown, like Racer. He wasn't sure what color the little filly would be, but it didn't seem that she would have her mother's coloring. Wolf found them shortly after. As though he instinctively knew to approach the new family carefully, he first went to Winnie. Despite her instincts, she had learned that this was not a carnivore to be feared. Ayla joined them, and after Winnie satisfied herself that this wolf was the exception, especially since the woman was around, she allowed him to sniff her new baby and let the baby learn his smell. The young horse was a gray filly. "I think I'm going to call her Gray," she said to Jondalar, "and she should be Janela's horse, but we'll have to teach them both." He grinned with delight at the prospect. The next day, when they were back at the horse area on the ledge, Racer welcomed his new little sister with avid curiosity, but under the strict supervision of Winnie. Ayla happened to be looking toward the dwelling area when she saw Zelendani coming. She was surprised to see the Danyer coming to see the new foal. She seldom made any special effort to see the animals. Other people had found occasions to take peeks, and Ayla asked that they not go too close at first. But the Danyer got a personal introduction to Gray. "Jonakol has told me he will be leaving the 9th cave when we go to the summer meeting," the Danyer announced, after she had examined the foal. "Well, you expected it," Ayla said, feeling edgy. "Have you decided yet if you're going to be my new acolyte?" she asked, directly, not hesitating. Ayla looked down, then back at the woman. Zelendani waited, then looked into Ayla's eyes. "I think you have no choice. You know you will feel the call one day, perhaps sooner than you think. I would hate to see your potential destroyed, even if you were able to survive it without support and training." Ayla struggled to break away from the commanding stare. Then, from the depths of her being, or the pathways in her brain, she found a resource. She felt a power rising within her, and knew that she was no longer constrained by the Danyer, but instead felt that she had dominion over the one who was first, and held her gaze. It gave her a sense of something indescribable, a feeling of strength, of mastery, of authority that she had never consciously felt before. When she released the woman, Zelendani glanced away for an instant. When she looked back, the feeling of tremendous power that had held her was gone, but Ayla was looking at her with a knowing smile. The infant in her arms began to move as though something was bothering her, and Ayla's attention went back to her child. Zelendani was shaken, but she controlled it quickly. She turned to leave, but turned back and studied Ayla again, not with the gaze that engendered the contest of wills, but with a straightforward, piercing look. "Tell me now you are not Zelendani, Ayla," she said quietly. Ayla flushed and glanced around with uncertainty, as though trying to find some escape. When she looked back at the large woman, Zelendani was the commanding presence she had always known. "I will tell Jondalar," she said, then quickly looked down at the baby. Acknowledgements. I am more grateful than I can say for the assistance of many people who have helped me to learn about the ancient world of the people who lived when glaciers advanced far south of today's margins and covered a quarter of the Earth's surface. However, there are some details which I have chosen to use, particularly with regard to certain theories and the timing of certain sites and events, which may not be accepted by the majority of the professional community at this time. Some may be oversights, but others were chosen deliberately, usually because it felt more accurate to this subjective novelist who must write about people with an understanding of human nature and logical motivation for their actions. Most especially, I want to thank Dr. Jean-Philippe Rigaud, whom I met on my first research trip to Europe at his archaeological excavation named Flageolet in southwest France, once a hunting camp on a hillside that overlooked a broad grassy plain and the migrating Ice Age animals it supported. Though I was just an unknown American novelist, he took the time to explain some of the discoveries of that site, and he helped to arrange a visit to Lascaux Cave. I was brought to tears when I saw that sanctuary of prehistoric splendor, painted by those early modern humans of Upper Paleolithic Europe, the Cro-Magnons, work that can still stand against the finest of today. Later, when we met again at La Micoque, a very early Neanderthal site, I began to get more of a sense of the unique time at the beginning of our prehistory when the first anatomically modern humans arrived in Europe and encountered the Neanderthals who had been living there since long before the last Ice Age. Because I wanted to understand the process that is used to learn about our ancient ancestors, my husband and I worked for a short time at Dr. Rigaud's more recent excavation, Grotte 16. He also gave me many insights into the rich and expansive living site, which today is named La Jorie Haute, but that I have called the Ninth Cave of the Zelendani. Dr. Rigaud has been of help throughout the series, but I appreciate his assistance with this book in particular. Before I started writing The Shelters of Stone, I took all the information I had gathered about the region and the way it was then and wrote the entire background setting in terms of the story, giving the sites my own names and describing the landscape so that when I needed the information, it was easily available in my own words. I have asked many scientists and other specialists uncountable questions, but I never asked anyone to check my work before it was published. I have always taken full responsibility for the choices I made in selecting the details that were used in my books, for the way I decided to use them, and the imagination I added to them, and I still do. But because the setting for this novel is so well known, not only to archaeologists and other professionals, but to the many people who have visited the region, I needed to be sure that my background details were as accurate as I could make them. So I did something I had never done before. I asked Dr. Rigaud, who knows the region and understands the archaeology, to check over those many, many pages of background material for obvious errors. I didn't fully realize what a huge job I had asked of him, and I thank him profoundly for his time and efforts. He paid me the compliment of saying that the information was reasonably accurate, but he also told me some things I didn't know or hadn't understood, which I was able to correct and incorporate. Any mistakes remaining are entirely mine. I am deeply grateful to another French archaeologist, Dr. Jean Clot, whom I met through his colleague, Dr. Rigaud. In Montignac, at the celebration for the 50th anniversary of the discovery of Lascaux Cave, he was kind enough to translate for me in quiet tones the gist of some of the presentations given in French at the conference that was held in conjunction with the Lascaux event. Over the years since then, we have met on both sides of the Atlantic, and I cannot thank him enough for his kindness and exceptional generosity with his time and assistance. He has guided me through many painted and engraved caves, especially in the region near the Pyrenees Mountains. Besides the fabulous caves on Count Beguin's property, I was particularly impressed with Garga, which has so much more than the handprints for which it is so well known. I also appreciated more than I can say my second visit deep into Niaux Cave with him, which lasted about 6 hours and was a wonderful revelation, partly because by then I had learned much more about the painted caves than I knew the first time. Though these places are not yet included in the story, the many discussions with him about concepts and ideas, especially regarding the reasons that the Cro-Magnons may have had for decorating their caves and living sites, have been enlightening. I made my first visit to the cave of Niaux in the foothills of the Pyrenees in 1982, for which I must thank Dr. Jean-Michel Bellamy. I was indelibly impressed with Niaux. The animals painted on the walls of the black salon, the children's footprints, the beautifully painted horses deep inside the extensive cavern beyond the small lake, and much more. I was moved beyond words for Dr. Bellamy's more recent gift of the exceptional first edition of the first book about the cave of Niaux. I feel gratitude beyond measure to Count Robert Béguin, who has protected and preserved the remarkable caves on his land, Len-Len-Tuc-Tadoubert and Trois Frères, and established a unique museum for the artifacts that have been so carefully excavated from them. I was overwhelmed with the 2 caves I saw, and am deeply grateful to him and Dr. Clot for guiding my visits. I also want to thank Dr. David Lewis Williams, a gentle man with strong convictions whose work with the Bushmen in Africa and the remarkable rock paintings of their ancestors has engendered profound and fascinating ideas and several books, one co-written with Dr. Clot, The Shamans of Prehistory, which suggests that the ancient French cave painters may have had similar reasons for decorating the rock walls of their caves. Thanks are also owed to Dr. Roy Larrick for his helpfulness and especially for unlocking the protective metal door and showing me the beautiful horse head carved in deep relief on the wall in the lower cave at Comarque. I am also grateful to Dr. Paul Bon for helping me to understand some of the conference presentations at the Lascaux anniversary meeting by translating them for me. Through his efforts, I had the honor of meeting 3 of the men who, as boys, discovered the beautiful cave of Lascaux in the 1940s. The sight brought me to tears when I saw its white walls filled with such remarkable polychrome paintings. I can only imagine the impression it must have made on the 4 boys who followed a dog into a hole and saw the cave for the first time since its entrance collapsed 15,000 years ago. Dr. Bon has been of great assistance to me, both through discussions and his books about the intriguing prehistoric era that are the subject of this series of novels. I feel great warmth and gratitude to Dr. Jan Jelinek for continued discussions about the Upper Paleolithic era. His insights about the people who lived during the time when anatomically modern humans arrived and settled in Europe and met the Neanderthals who were living there are always valuable. I also want to thank him for his assistance to the Czech publishers in their translations of the previous books in this series. I read the books of Dr. Alexander Marshak, who pioneered the technique of examining carved artifacts under a microscope, long before I met him, and I appreciate the efforts he has made into the understanding of Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals and the papers he sends me. I have been impressed with his cogent and thoughtful theories based on his careful studies, and continue to read his work for his penetrating and intelligent perceptions about the people who lived during the last ice age. During the 3 months I lived near Les Isis de Taillac in southwest France doing research for this book, I visited Fond de Gaume Cave many times. I owe special thanks to Paulette Daubis, who was the director and in charge of the people who guided the visitors to that beautifully painted ancient cave, for her kindness, and particularly for giving me a special private tour. She lived with that very singular site for many years and knew it as though it were her own home. She showed me many formations and paintings that are not usually presented to the casual visitor. It would make the tours far too long, and I am more grateful than she can know for the unique insights that were revealed. I also want to thank Monsieur Renaud Bombard of Presse de la Cité, my French publisher, for his willingness to help me find whatever I needed whenever I was in France doing research. Whether it was a place to make copies of a large manuscript not too far from where I was staying, with someone there who could speak English so I could explain what I needed, or a good hotel in the region during the off-season when most hotels were closed, or a fabulous restaurant in the Loire Valley where we could celebrate the anniversary of dear friends, or late reservations in a popular resort area on the Mediterranean which happened to be on the way to a site I wanted to see. Whatever it was, Monsieur Bompard always managed to make it happen, and I am truly grateful. In order to write this book, I had to learn about more than archaeology and paleoanthropology, and there are several other people who were of great assistance. A sincere thank you to Dr. Ronald Nato, Doctor of Internal Medicine in Portland, Oregon, and my personal physician for many years, who was willing to call me after his office hours and answer my questions about the symptoms and progression of certain illnesses and injuries. I also want to thank Dr. Brett Ballhoffner, Doctor of Orthopedic Medicine in St. Petersburg, Florida, for his information about bone trauma and injuries, but even more for putting my son's shattered hip and pelvis back together after his automobile accident. Thanks also to Joseph J. Pica, orthopedic surgery and trauma and physician assistant to Dr. Ballhoffner, for his cogent explanation of internal injuries and his excellent care of my son. I also appreciated the discussion with Rick Fry, volunteer emergency paramedic in Washington State, about what to do first in medical emergencies. Thanks also to Dr. John Kalis, Portland, Oregon, expert in the collection of wild foods, who continually experiments with processing and cooking them, for sharing his extensive knowledge not only of wild plant foods, but also of clams, mussels, and vegetables from the sea. I had no idea there were so many different kinds of edible seaweed. And special thanks to Lynette Strobel of Prineville, Oregon, who has been breeding back from wild horses to the original tarpon, and turning up some interesting characteristics. For example, they have hooves so hard they don't need horseshoes even on rocky ground. They have a stand-up mane, and they have markings similar to the horses painted on some cave walls, such as the dark legs and tail, and sometimes stripes on the flanks. And they have a beautiful gray color called gruya. She not only allowed me to see the horses, but she told me a great deal about them, and then sent a wonderful series of photographs of one of her mares giving birth, which gave me the basis for the birth of Winnie's foal. I am grateful to Claudine Fisher, Professor of French at Portland State University and Honorary French Consul for Oregon, for French translations of research material and correspondence, and for advice and insights about this and other manuscripts and additional things French. To early readers, Karen Auel Foyer, Kendall Auel, Kathy Humble, Deanna Sterrett, Claudine Fisher, and Ray Auel, who hurriedly read a first finished draft and offered some good constructive suggestions. Thank you. I am deeply indebted to Betty Prashker, my sharp, smart, and savvy editor. Her suggestions are always helpful and her insights invaluable. Thanks beyond measure to my literary agent, Jean Nagar, who flew here to read the first finished draft, and along with her husband, Serge Nagar, made some suggestions, but told me it worked. She has been there from the beginning, performing miracles with this series. Thanks also to Jennifer Weltz of the Jean V. Nagar Literary Agency, who is working with Jean to perform further miracles, especially with foreign rights. With great regret, I offer gratitude in memoriam to David Abrams, Professor of Anthropology and Archaeology in Sacramento, California. In 1982, David and his research assistant and future wife, Diane Kelly, took Ray and me on my first research trip to Europe, France, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Ukraine, then Russia, to visit for the first time some of the sites where the books in the Earth's Children series took place some 30,000 years ago. I was able to get a sense of the localities, which helped me tremendously. We became friends with David and Diane and saw each other several times over the years, both here and in Europe. It was a shock to learn he was so ill. He was too young to go. But he held on with perseverance for much longer than anyone predicted, always keeping a wonderfully positive attitude. I miss him. I must thank another dear friend in memoriam, Richard Osman, who helped me to write these books by designing comfortable places where I could live and work. Oz had a special genius for creating beautiful and efficient homes, but more than that, he had been a good friend to both Ray and me for years. He thought they had caught the cancer in time and married Paula, hoping for many more years with her and her children, but it was not to be. I feel great sadness that he is no longer with us. There are many others I probably should thank for insights and assistance, but this is too long already, so I will end with the one who counts the most. I am grateful to Ray for his love, support, and encouragement, for helping to provide the time and space for me to work, in spite of my strange hours, and for being there.
This is Laura Grafton of Brilliance Audio, and I'm here today to talk to the internationally best-selling author of the Earth's Children series, Jean M. Auel. Hello, Jean.
Hi, Laura.
Jean, the last book in this series, The Plains of Passage, was published in 1990. That's 11 years ago. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing since then?
It's very difficult, actually, to try, and I know what the question really is. It's why did it take so long to write this book? Because that's the question that I get. Basically, I don't have a good answer for that. Nothing serious has happened. I mean, I haven't died. I haven't had a stroke or a heart attack or cancer or any of the other grave illnesses that have been reported on the internet in various other ways. I have not had serious fights with husband, publisher, or any other one member of my family. Part of the reason is that these books take a while because they do take a certain amount of research, and it's not so much the research that's hard, because that's fun. I get to go places and do things that I never dreamed I would be able to do. And that's kind of like eating the ice cream before the main course. Putting it then all together into a story takes a little more effort, but the hard work to me is writing. I don't ever want to do anything else, but it's the hardest work I've ever done. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, when I started writing, I had children in high school and college, and now I'm a grandmother. And sometimes life interferes with writing.
Where do you do your research?
First of all, I have direct contact with many of the professionals in the field now. I often get papers and materials directly from some of the specialists. I tend to find out what's going on. I mean, I sort of keep my ear to the ground. I subscribe to practically every journal, every archaeological and anthropological journal, current anthropology and Arctic anthropology, Arctic this and world prehistory, most of the major legitimate journals, because I know that the material that's in those has been examined by people who are in the field and understand the field. I also subscribe to both Nature and Science, which are the A-list of magazines when it comes to science. And I go through them fairly carefully for what I want. That's where I get my material. And just talking, just being in touch with the professionals in the field. I'd find out there's a new cave that was discovered south of the Lazy Z around Lemieux, which is very near where the Vézière River goes into the Dordogne. And it's engraved, and they have found some burials inside of it. And at first they thought the burials were more contemporary, because it's not customary for the Cro-Magnons to bury their dead in caves. These are dating about 25,000 years ago, I just found out. Mm. So that's going to add a whole other picture to this.
So it's forming as we speak,
yes.
The plot. But you know how it will end.
I thought I did. When I did this sort of rewriting, finishing, in a draft rough form to the end of the series, I'm now reconsidering where I thought the ending was going to be. So I have to think about that. So I'm not as sure as I was 5 years ago.
Well, from the ending, let's go back to the beginning, the clan of the cave bear. What inspired Ayla's adventures?
It's another one of those nice questions that I could never answer. All I can really do is tell you where I was at the time in my life. Let's say I got married when I was 18. I had 5 children before I was 25 years old. I had my fourth one 4 days before I was 20. My fifth one 4 days before I was 25. I worked most of my life. I think I took off for 1 or 2 years when my last one was born, but most of the time I've worked at least part-time while I was raising children. And then it got to the place where when you have 5 children, one income just doesn't stretch. So I did go back to work, and then for a long time, my husband was going to school. He was in the Air Force, and he was going to school on the GI Bill, and then I got to be about 28, and I said, it's my turn to go to college. So from then on, I worked going to night school most of the time, and worked full-time, and raised 5 kids, and went to school. And by the time I was 40, I had just gotten my MBA. Now, I started out first taking math and physics classes because I thought I wanted to get into electronics. I was working for an electronics firm, and they were very good, very generous about covering the cost of education. Then I got into a management training program, and I bounced around the company. I started out in billing, and I got into circuit board design, and I got into technical writing, and I got into management, credit management. So all of a sudden, here at the age of 40, I now have 3 daughters in college and 2 sons in high school. I've graduated, I've gotten my MBA, so I'm not going to school anymore. And I had a little misunderstanding with my boss, and I quit. I felt that he didn't quite support me. And I think, if I'm honest with myself, that maybe part of it was I was glad because I think I was ready to leave. But I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I thought I was going to do something great in business. And I was home, and I quit about Thanksgiving of 1976 and got through the holiday season, and it was about January or February, and I was spinning wheels figuring out what I wanted to do, what kind of business I wanted to be in. And I got a funny idea for a story. And it was one of those, like a song that gets in your brain, you know, and you can't kind of get rid of it. I was thinking about it all day. This young woman who was living with people who were different, but they thought she was different, and so they were looking at her with some suspicion that she was taking care of this old man with a crippled arm. And it got to be about 11 o'clock at night, and my husband was saying, come to bed, and I said, no, I want to see if I can write a short story. I'm still writing it.
Are there any plans to make any more of the books?
We get offers, and I've so far up to this stage, I have told my agent, I don't want to hear him for a while. I don't know. I mean, the time is coming when I'm getting closer. I didn't want to do anything until I finished the series, but it's taken so long to do this last book, and I don't think the next one will take as long, but I don't know. I'm a little more unsure in terms of where the series is going. So I don't know. I may get to a stage where I'm considering it. If I don't, I'll wait till I die and my kids can do it.
Finally, what do you hope people will take from your books when they read them? What do you want them to get out of them?
I want them to enjoy a good story. First and foremost, this has always, from the beginning, been story-driven, and it still is. But I wouldn't mind if they also took away that concept that I learned in the course of doing research, that those early human ancestors of ours were much, much more advanced than we tend to think of them. They earned their living in a different way, but the intelligence level is not different. They had the same range of intelligence. They had the same psychological reactions and emotional responses. That's the point that I really wanted to say, is because when I got into the research and I discovered this, I thought, how come I don't know this? Why do I have this Hollywood version that says that they were these cavemen that always walk around with a leopard skin over one shoulder because the other one never gets cold, of course. You know? I mean, you see any cartoon, what's the vision? They've got a leopard skin over one shoulder, no matter what they're doing, even if they're painting pictures on walls or something. That's always the way they depict them.
Not to nag you, but the 6th book, do you have a title for it?
No.
And Do you have a projected publication date, or you not want to talk about it?
I don't have a projected date. I do think it'll take much less time. Part of what took time this time was that I did write a rough draft to the end of the series because I needed to know where I was going for sure. I mean, I did a rough draft. When I first did it, I did a rough draft that I thought was going to be one novel called Earth's Children. And I thought it was going to be one big saga in 6 parts. And when I went back and started rewriting, I realized I didn't have one novel. I had a series of 6 books. So I knew from the beginning that this was going to be a series before I ever finished the first one. Now, as I say, I have sort of, written, the ending wasn't quite together in that first thing. I kind of had an idea where I was going, and I thought I knew. But now, since I've written to the end of the series, I'm just rethinking. I don't know where I'm going yet. I'm thinking one more volume at this stage in the game.
Well, Jean, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we're looking forward to the publication of The Shelters of Stone.
Thank you very much.
Brilliance Audio would like to thank Jean M. Auel for her assistance with pronunciation and characterizations in this audiobook. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Shelters of Stone by Jean M. Auel. Copyright 2002 by Jean M. Auel. Read by Sandra Burr. Performance copyright 2002 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.